Everyone sees what you appear to be, few experience what you really are. Niccolò Machiavelli, The Prince. November 31 CE, 1993 years ago. Island of Capri, Villa Jovis, court of Princeps Tiberius. Gaius Caesar Germanicus Caligula, 19 years old. Gaius' world swam into focus with the sounds of birds chirping and the feeling of wind on his face. Opening his eyes, he blinked against the harsh sunlight bathing the entire open courtyard. His body lay sprawled across cool stone. A headache surged through him, bringing with it a flicker of fragmented memories, a villa-wide party, having too much to drink, and stumbling his way through the various darkened hallways. He squeezed his eyes shut, willing the nausea to subside. Once the headache receded, he sat up with a groan and slowly reopened his eyes. He was in one of the villa's primary courtyards. How he got here was a mystery. A glint caught his eye, drawing his weary gaze. A shattered glass cup lay sprawled at his feet, wine spilling outward. Mystery solved. Gaius drew his gaze up and swept the courtyard. What had once been a shining example of imperial splendor now lay in a state of disrepair, destruction, and chaos. He spied upturned tables, smashed priceless vases, numerous unconscious bodies, groaning and moaning, spread all around, in hedges, on staircases and in chairs. Tiberius had given his guests leave to cut loose the night before, and they had certainly taken the opportunity. Rising to his feet with a groan, Gaius instinctively stretched his arms to the sky, relieving a subtle ache in his lower back. Before stumbling his way towards the closest source of relief. The center of this courtyard featured a small fountain. He weaved through a sea of entangled bodies, in various states of undress. The pulses of a returning headache hurried his steps, and with ungraceful haste he reached the fountain. He leaned over it, gripping its sides as a pounding sensation built behind his eyes. With a grimace, he took a deep breath and dunked his head. The cold was brutal, biting into his scalp and rushing over his face like a harsh slap. He forced his eyes open, the world around him a blurring watery haze, and held his breath until his lungs began to burn. His heartbeat pounded in his ears, but with each second, the ache in his skull seemed to dissolve, washed away by the chill. Finally, he pulled back, gasping, the water streaming down his face and splattering onto his chest. Clarity had returned, a harsh stinging alertness. He took a deep breath, savoring the clean, cold sensation lingering on his skin. The headache wasn't gone, but at least he could think again. Gaius took a moment to bask in the calming atmosphere of the morning, the only disturbance being a series of coughs, groans, and soft hungover curses. "Dominus, your presence has been requested." A meek voice cut through the silence. One of the villa's servants, Felix if he remembered correctly, bowed to him in deference. "Who needs me at this hour?" Gaius asked him. Already knowing and dreading the answer. "The divine Emperor Tiberius Julius Caesar Augustus has requested your presence in the imperial quarters to serenade him and his honored morning guests with your esteemed musical talents." Felix finished, now holding out a pan flute. Gaius could feel his headache returning just by looking at the small handheld instrument. He had no esteemed talent in playing any musical instruments, and his great-uncle knew that. He had a budding interest in singing and theatrical acting, but any attempts to engage in such activities had been restricted upon his arrival to Capri. What better way to start the day than engaging in one of Tiberius' humiliation rituals? He sighed and took the pan flute. "Understood, please inform our esteemed Caesar that I will be with him shortly. I just need to freshen up," he said with a sigh. Looking down at himself, disheveled, topless and covered in a myriad of wine, water, and dirt from the night before. The man bowed and turned to leave. "A good day to you, Felix," Gaius said casually. A surprised look briefly filled out the man's face and eyes before it was quickly set back into its usual deferential state as he began to walk off. Whether the servant had been more surprised at Gaius knowing and remembering his name or bothering to address him with it at all, he didn't know. He left the courtyard and headed toward his rooms. His current state of dress would only make the meeting with his great-uncle worse than it was already going to be. He occasionally passed other sorry sights, women struggling haphazardly out of bushes, men of nobility slumped in doorways, and servants nervously rushing through the halls. The inhabitants of Villa Jovis were waking up from another night of debauchery and vice. As he walked through the villa's dark hallways, the morning sun not having reached its apex, Gaius' thoughts turned to his current situation. He had been brought to the island of Capri only half a month ago. He was a prisoner. Kept on this island close at hand to his great-uncle Tiberius, Rome's imperator, its first citizen, heir to Augustus. It had come to light that for years Tiberius had been manipulated by one of his closest confidants, Sejanus. The man had hungered for power, and Gaius' family being in the way of attaining it paid the price for his ambitions. They had been under the protection of Gaius' great-grandmother Livia, Tiberius' mother and wife to Augustus, but with her death 2 years before they had been left exposed, and by the time Tiberius caught on to how badly he had been betrayed and manipulated by Sejanus, it was too late. He had grown to hate Gaius' mother and brothers. The last 2 years had been filled with treason trials. His mother Agrippina and 2 elder brothers Nero and Drusus were tried, and in the case of his mother and Nero banished on charges of treason. Drusus was imprisoned in Rome, where to Gaius' knowledge he still remained on charges of sexual misdemeanors. While this had occurred, Gaius and his 3 sisters had lived with his grandmother until devastating news broke: Nero, exiled to the island of Pontia, had killed himself. The only good news Gaius heard in recent years came soon after. Sejanus himself had been executed, Tiberius having finally awoken to his schemes. From there, Gaius' life had become more turbulent than it already had been. As the last surviving son of Germanicus, not declared an enemy of the Roman state, he had been declared Tiberius' heir and forcefully ordered to live with him on Capri. As Gaius walked up a flight of stairs to the floor containing his room, he felt the weight of his precarious situation heavily settle on him. His thoughts naturally drifted to the other topic that had settled heavily on his shoulders in recent months. Memories of another life, another him. From a distant, unimaginable future. These memories had crept into his mind slowly, beginning around the time Sejanus first moved to dismantle his family. At first, they appeared as faint impressions, feelings toward strangers, glimpse of foreign places, odd flashes of knowledge that he could neither name nor ignore. They came in his dreams, in idle moments, merging with his thoughts until he had not been able to tell where his own memories ended and the new ones began. A strong fever had gripped him and left him bedridden, delirious, and terrified. Eventually, after weeks of illness, the fever that gripped him passed, but the memories remained, embedding themselves as naturally as if they'd always been there. The fusion of 2 lives, 2 selves, had settled as seamlessly as a second skin into one new man. One side, he was a Roman prince, raised in the household of emperors, bred for power and glory. On the other hand, he carried the soul of a modern man who lived an ordinary life filled with quiet hours, humbling limitations, and a fascination with history that had now become more than mere curiosity. He felt reborn, someone both familiar and wholly new. His own youthful Roman ambitions and personality mingled with the ideals, beliefs, and knowledge of an older man from the future. It was a fusion of principles, perspectives, and instincts from both lives, forging a new self that could see the world with both reverence and detachment. The fervor of his Roman heart was now tempered by the detached awareness of someone who'd seen Rome's entire rise and fall. He was and always had been Gaius Caesar Germanicus, but he also was and always had been another man from the 21st century. But with this rebirth came the burden of knowledge. At first he had been amazed. He saw Rome's splendor with a marvel that even the Romans around him did not feel or understand. The aqueducts, grand and functional, no longer appeared merely as necessities of life but as marvels of engineering that would stand for thousands of years, shaping civilizations far beyond Rome's time and borders. The roads, the legions, the temples, everything felt heightened, its beauty and purpose clearer, its legacy undeniable. Gaius saw with sharp awareness, the endurance of Rome, the empire's shadow stretching across time. In turn he had been amazed also at aspects of modern life that were taken for granted. But woven within his awe lay an unsettling awareness, a darker understanding of all that Rome was built upon. His modern insight recoiled from aspects of Roman life that a young Gaius had long accepted without question. The brutal foundations of the empire, conquest, slavery, and the absolute authority of power. It now stuck him with a deep inner dissonance. Every monument, column, and cobbled road, was built on the backs of conquered peoples and bound laborers, lives subjugated and forgotten for the sake of empire. He thought of the slaves who attended him, who swept these very halls, with a new unease that his Roman instincts pushed back against. He saw his future as history would remember it through books, artifacts, historical sites, and inscriptions. Caligula, Rome's mad emperor, a name infamous across time, eclipsing nearly all others in human civilization. Not for his achievements, but for his vices, his cruelty, his madness. The Roman and modern world would remember Caligula, Little Boots, the nickname he received as a child, as a monster, a footnote forever mocking him. Such a reputation was not even fully verified, some suggesting it was caused by a mentally debilitating illness, others that he was born with an inherently evil nature, and some suggesting it was mere slander from the Senate-biased historians. If things go as they did in his memories, then he will be assassinated within a decade from now. Bitterness simmered in his chest at the thought of the key historians who would later write of him: Suetonius Tacitus, Cassius Dio, scribes who had filled the history pages with tales of himself and his family as a cast of tragic villains. The lives of his family would not simply vanish into history's margins, future historians reducing complex lives to scandal and slander. They were still breathing, laughing, suffering, and they were all doomed. His hand clenched around the pan flute he held, anger smoldering within him. His mother, Agrippina, who would within 2 years defy Tiberius so boldly she would be flogged nearly to death, losing an eye before being killed. His brother Drusus, destined at the same time to be starved in his cell, gnawing in desperation at his mattress stuffing. His sister Agrippina the younger, remembered not as a woman striving in a man-dominated world but as a scheming, incest-loving, power-hungry woman ultimately murdered by her own son, Nero. His last 2 sisters Livilla and Drusilla eventually to die both by execution and disease. His family dismantled, piece by piece, over the next 2 decades, before dying off and leaving the empire founded by his great-grandfather Augustus into the hands of other opportunists. His memories showed him the madness of Nero, the virtue of Marcus Aurelius, the conquests of Trajan. The empire's division, the fall of Constantinople. He now had a blueprint for the kinds of rulers to emulate, or fiercely avoid. But he had no power yet. His only advantage was the knowledge of what would come. 6 years. According to history, Tiberius would die in 6 years, and Gaius would inherit his position and powers over the Roman Empire. For now, he would have to keep the mask up. Tiberius was growing increasingly paranoid each day, suspicious of any hint of disloyalty or ambition. One misstep, and he might find himself filled with daggers. So Gaius, having entered his rooms with haste, donned a clean set of clothes, buried his thoughts, donned the familiar face of obedience, and made his way to his great uncle's quarters. It would not do to leave him and his guests waiting. The heavy doors groaned as Gaius entered the dimly lit chamber. The air inside was thick with the smell of stale incense and wine. Tiberius reclined at the head of the room, a shadowed figure beneath a canopy, watching with a cold, assessing gaze. Tiberius looked even more worn than Gaius remembered, his frame gaunt and his face lined with the creases of a man who preferred solitude and the bitter solace of wine. In the flickering light, his eyes held a glint of cruelty, half-lidded and gleaming with an indulgent disdain. To Tiberius' right stood Quintus Navius Cordus Sutorius Macro, the prefect of the Praetorian Guard. Gaius' thoughts snagged momentarily on the name, a length and complexity he'd once accepted without a second thought. Yet now, with his layered memories, he felt an unexpected pause. His new awareness of modern sensibilities made the endless string of names feel almost absurd. Macro's eyes met Gaius for a brief moment. His memories had enlightened him to the role Macro would, or could if he still chose the same path, play in ensuring he rose to power after Tiberius' death. The senators stood around the room in carefully spaced clusters, robed in fine togas, many acting as if the acts of debauchery they had been engaged in the night before had never happened. They eyed Gaius as he entered, expressions a mix of amusement and discomfort, some sneering, others feigning respect. Gaius straightened, his expression calm and deferential. Tiberius, setting down his goblet, gestured toward Gaius with a smirk. "Ah, if it isn't our dear Caligula!" he sneered, mocking him with the childhood nickname. "I am so glad you have joined us. I was just telling these fine gentlemen about your boasts to me about your skills with the pan flute." The room chuckled uneasily, and Macro gave an approving nod, though his gaze remained intent on Gaius. Gaius could feel the barbs in Tiberius' words, an invitation to display his inadequacies before the court. Tiberius leaned back, waving lazily in Gaius' direction. "Play something for us, then. Entertain your beloved great uncle and all these fine senators." Gaius did not let his hesitation show, lifting the flute to his lips, trying to steady his breath. He knew he wasn't skilled, and the task was meant to humiliate him. But he played anyway, his lips forming a determined line. What came out was not music. It was jagged, uneven, each sound a grating reminder of his inability. Tiberius' chuckles turned into a full laugh, and the senators joined in with forced, half-hearted amusement. Finally, after several agonizing moments, Tiberius raised his hand and called it off, his laughter fading into a low, satisfied sigh. "Enough. I'd hate for such a gift to make our ears bleed. It appears that some talents do not run in the family." The senators laughed again, some covering their mouths to avoid meeting Gaius' eyes, while others, like Macro, studied him with calculated curiosity. Gaius lowered the flute, his face impassive. This was a test of submission, a reminder of his place and his powerlessness, but Gaius had learned to keep his expressions blank. Tiberius inspected his face and after, seemingly, finding nothing, he sneered. He waved the others away with an impatient gesture. "Leave us," he ordered, his voice low and cold. The senators filled out, their whispers trailing behind them. Macro lingered, his gaze meeting Gaius in a silent exchange, Tiberius potentially too wary to be left alone without security. Once the three of them were alone, Tiberius leaned forward, his gaze burning sharp and suspicious. "I noticed you were not as enthusiastic as the rest of us in last night's festivities, Gaius. You've grown more quiet," he said, his tone barely concealing his distrust. "I know how ambition can fester in the minds of men. Do not think I am blind to the ways of the ambitious." Gaius did not foolishly point out that he had been blind to such ways for most of his life. Meeting his great uncle's gaze steadily, he chose his words carefully. "I have no aspirations that would threaten you, Caesar. I am loyal to you." Tiberius' eyes narrowed, his mouth curling into a slight sneer. "You say that now, but bloodlines are not so easily controlled. Your mother was supposedly loyal and yet was brazen enough to accuse me of murdering your fool of a father." His voice dripped with contempt. "My throne is surrounded by serpents and shadows, each one waiting to sink its teeth into me the moment I look away. Even my own kin cannot be trusted." Gaius swallowed, a wave of anger coursing through him, but he forced himself to keep his composure. "I am not my mother, nor my brothers. I only wish to serve Rome. I am Rome boy." Tiberius lurched forward and with fury smashed the pan flute out of Gaius' hands, sending it to the floor. Tiberius laughed bitterly. "You wish to serve Rome? She is a fickle mistress, Gaius. Tiberius rose slowly to his feet, each movement deliberate, and took a few steps towards Gaius, stopping just before him. He inspected him with a kind of scrutiny one might receive for a peculiar artifact, something curious and dangerous. His hand lifted, tracing the curve of Gaius' cheek with a ghostly brush, eyes darkened by memory. You have your father's look about you, Germanicus. Now there was a man who held Rome's love. For a moment, Tiberius' expression softened, a flicker of nostalgia that was quickly swallowed by resentment. Germanicus, always beloved, always followed. How the people wept when he died. His hand dropped, clenched in a brief spasm of emotion. And they've never forgiven me for it, believing your mother's scathing accusations. To this day, they murmur his name as though it were a curse upon my reign. Gaius held his gaze, understanding now the depth of bitterness and perhaps undiagnosed depression that lay underneath the surface of Tiberius' paranoia. The affection the people had held for his father had left scars, not just in Tiberius' pride, but in the loyalty of those around him. And now it seemed, he suspected the same adoration might one day fall upon his nephew, igniting the same distrust. It turns out he was right. His memories had shown that initially it was reported Gaius was greatly beloved by the people before he turned crazy, unlike Tiberius, who for all time would be remembered as a man despised by his fellow Romans. If the people admired my father, it is only because he served Rome well, Gaius replied carefully, his voice low, almost a murmur. I have neither his ambition nor his gifts. I seek only to serve. Tiberius scoffed, his expression twisting. Ambition lies in your blood, Gaius. Augustus' blood flows through you as does that of the divine Julius Caesar. Never forget that. He straightened, his face shadowed by a dark, assessing glance. For I will not and shall be watching for it. A long pause stretched between them, laden with unsaid threats. Then, at last, Tiberius turned his back, his gaze distant as he waved his hand dismissively. You may go. Reflect well on what I have said. Gaius inclined his head, knowing that the audience was over, and with a silent nod to Macro, he took his leave. As he stepped into the corridor, the weight of his future pressed upon him. He was walking in the shadow of both his father's memory and his great-uncle's watchful paranoid eye. As Gaius strode through the corridors back to his rooms, the sound of his footsteps against marble seemed to echo louder, more purposeful. He had no intention of becoming the mad emperor who lurked in the shadow of history, nor of meeting the same humiliating end in a decade's time. That life, yet to come to pass, had ended in betrayal and eternal derision. His other life had been longer but had been equally dreadful. His days had slipped by in dull repetition. What had it amounted to? He remembered the hollow feeling of unfulfilled ambition, the relentless sense that something was missing, despite all that life's conveniences and comforts had offered. He had been another face in a crowd, another man bound to routine. But this time it would be different. He felt awake, sharper than ever. Those past experiences combined gave him a treasure trove of insight, ideas, and future events to incorporate into his plans. With a final look back, he took in the shadowed grandeur of the palace halls, sunlight shining through the windows rising slowly up the walls bringing them into fresh relief, a new dawn. This time, his destiny would be shaped by his will. Whatever force had seen fit to place him here, it would see that he would not waste the second chance it had granted him. Gaius Caesar Germanicus would be a name long remembered, he would make sure of it on his own terms. One Caligula is most famous for being crazy in what ways, you ask? Well, he supposedly made a horse a consul of Rome and declared war on the sea god Neptune, having his soldiers whip the sea in vengeance while stealing seashells as war booty. 2 Roman naming conventions explained cause it can be confusing. Roman names usually had 3 parts, the prenomen, personal name, like Gaius or Marcus, the nomen, family or clan name, showing which large family a person belonged to, like Julius or Cornelius, and the cognomen, a nickname or family branch name, distinguishing different lines within the same clan, like Caesar or Cicero. So, Gaius Julius Caesar, the one famous for being shanked, breaks down as Gaius, first name, Julius, family name, and Caesar, branch or personal nickname. For elite Romans, these names reflected heritage and social standing, often including extra cognomina if they had achieved honors or held high offices. Germanicus earned his name as a recognition of his military successes in Germania, for example. 3 Roman emperors were not directly called emperor, that is more of a historical label at least for this period, they went by a myriad of titles which meanings I will put below and explore in the next few chapters. Princeps, first citizen of the Senate/state. Imperator, commander. Caesar, reference to the Julian family line. Augustus, venerable, majestic, connection to the first emperor Augustus. Pretend inferiority and encourage his arrogance. Sun Tzu, The Art of War. Ioannurius, January, 32 CE. Island of Capri, Villa Jovis, court of Princeps Tiberius. Gaius Caesar Germanicus. The pounding at the door pulled Gaius from the haze of sleep, his heart leaping before he could steady it. He lay still for a second, trying in vain to quell the rising panic. He knew who it was, the Praetorian Guard. Who else would be so brazen to disturb the son of Germanicus while he slept? They would only appear in the dead of night for one reason, to intimidate him, to remind him on Tiberius' orders how tenuous his position truly was. This was not the first time they had done this. It occurred every so often, mostly when Tiberius was in a foul mood or deeply suspected a plot being concocted against him. His racing heart continued to build based on one thought he tried to bury but couldn't: what if this time they came to do more than merely search? Another, more insistent bang rattled the door, snapping him into action. Gaius forced himself to rise, pushing through his fatigue and bleary eyes. There was no reason to be afraid, no reason they'd find cause to drag him from his room and throw him off the cliffs. He kept everything meticulous, no written records of his new memories or plans, every item in place, his daily actions performed with almost obsessive precision. There was nothing for them to find. He took a deep breath. He was halfway across the room when the door burst open, and the Praetorians filed in, faces unreadable and hard beneath their polished helmets. Macro entered last, committing a casual scan of the room. He turned to look Gaius in the eye and smiled in a way that was both somehow empathetic and arrogant. "You know the drill, Gaius. If we find anything suspicious you'll need to come with us. Imperator's orders, step aside." Macro ordered, tone friendly but reinforced with a menacing hand on his sheathed sword. Gaius fought to maintain his composure, stepping aside and folding his arms behind his back in a position he hoped would look controlled, not defensive. He nodded in acknowledgement, a silent surrender, but his gaze remained sharp, unwilling to yield fully to their power play. Yet beneath his rigid posture, he could feel the jittering pulse and sweat in his tightened fists, the unwelcome reminder that tonight could go different than normal. That perhaps they would find something ridiculous that would see his story end prematurely. He stood just by his bed, watching as the guards rifled through his possessions, upturning everything in an orderly chaos, their hands callous and unthinking. They didn't need to be gentle, they held his life between their fingers, and they knew it. They'll find nothing, and yet, every sound from the rustling of parchment to the banging of desk drawers seemed to drive the knot in his stomach tighter. In his mind's eye, he imagined the scenario of Macro glancing over Gaius' shoulder, giving a subtle nod, a prearranged signal to dispose of him quietly. Nobody spoke for several moments, both sides feeling no desire to speak to the other. Macro finally stepped forward, his expression impassive but his eyes glinting with a hint of restrained amusement, almost as if to show his men that he could make even the family of Caesar feel unsettled. "Everything seems immaculate." His fists loosened. But then Macro's gaze caught on a folded piece of parchment left on a nearby table. He walked over to it, plucking it up and smoothing it open without hesitation. Gaius stifled the urge to reach for it. The letter had been an unfinished personal letter to his sister Agrippina, half finished and still awaiting his final thoughts before it would be sent. He felt a surge of irritation and a flicker of embarrassment. One thing some modern historians had gotten right about Caligula by sifting through all the scathing primary accounts and artifacts was that he held a genuine affection for his family, his sisters in particular. It would be a lie to deny a part of his ambition was to ensure all three of his sisters wanted for nothing and did not suffer the same fates as they had according to history. This was a cruel time for women overall. It was only the Roman women who went beyond social boundaries and were demonized that got remembered in the history books, the rest faded as if they had never existed at all. He didn't want that for them. Macro's eyes scanned the lines, his mouth curling slightly as he read, his brows lifting in a slight smirk. "A letter for your dear sister," Marco murmured with a note of patronizing amusement, tilting the parchment just enough so that the men with him could see, though none of them could read from their various positions around the room. "I don't think I've ever seen you act with so much of a single hair out of place outside of Tiberius' weekly parties, and even then you're subdued. Who knew you had such a soft side to you? How touching." He shot Gaius a wry look. Gaius said nothing, keeping his jaw tight, mind racing to maintain his composure. Macro let out a soft scoff, folding the letter and tucking it into his belt. "Unfortunately, I'll need to take this along for inspection." "Don't worry, Gaius. I'm sure we'll find it. Perfectly innocent." He gave a slight chuckle, then added, "You'll get it back assuming there's nothing in here to give your uncle pause, of course." Gaius bristled but knew better than to protest. Macro's role in this was as much performance as it was duty, keeping him in line while also ensuring that nothing could be used against him by their mutual master. Macro benefited from keeping his options open, especially with Tiberius entering his twilight years. The prefect knew Gaius wasn't a fool and would no doubt in time attempt to form an alliance or partnership. Marco met his eye briefly, and there was a flicker of something else, an understanding, perhaps a signal, but Gaius was too tired and too startled to read it. As he gestured for his men to file out, Macro gave Gaius a nod, almost an indication for a subtle respect between them. "Gaius, you've done well so far, keep it up," he said, just loud enough for Gaius alone to hear. Then, louder for the guards, he added, "Let this be a reminder, nothing is too insignificant to go unnoticed. The eyes of Rome are always watching." With that Macro strode out, leaving Gaius in the disrupted stillness of his room. He watched the Praetorians disappear down the hall, his heart still hammering in his chest, as he tried to breathe away the anxiety that clung to him. He probably wouldn't be getting that letter back, at least not for some time. Agrippina would be displeased that it took so long for him to respond to her. The thought both made him chuckle and calmed his heart while also making him sweat internally. Agrippina was not one you crossed lightly. In both lives Gaius had never met a more fierce 16-year-old girl. The Praetorian Guard are personal protectors, he thought with a scoff. Gaius with his modern insight knew better than to trust them. While they had not done it yet, history showed they would go on to kill several emperors directly and indirectly, the original Caligula being the first of their victims. They would afterward install new ones like pieces on a board, selling the empire to the highest bidder when they could. Thought of being guarded by such men as the emperor terrified him. Fortunately he believed his new knowledge provided a potential solution to the problem. He had read accounts of Constantine's reforms in his other life, and remembered them with clarity. Constantine, one of Rome's great future emperors, abolished the Praetorian Guard outright, deeming them a liability to the stability of the empire. In their place he had instituted the Scolae Palatini, a bodyguard far smaller, more centralized in loyalty, and firmly under the emperor's direct control. Constantine's insight was simple yet revolutionary: the fewer men allowed close to the emperor, the fewer threats that could originate from within. The Scolae were only 500 men, a mere fraction of the Praetorian Guard's 15,000 at its peak strength, practically 3 legions strong. They couldn't wield independent power, nor could they so easily conspire with prefects like Macro who could claim strong authority. The flicker of a plan took root. He doubted he could abolish the Praetorian Guard immediately upon assuming power. They were not sufficiently isolated for a swift and total replacement. But he could keep them in check, and begin to undermine their influence. Perhaps with patience, he could start weeding out the most ambitious among them, narrowing down their numbers, and if fortune favored him, establish his own loyal Scolae. Constantine was just the first in a long list of emperors, leaders, inventors, and geniuses whose ideas, plans and successes he had read or learned about and would aim to emulate and steal from when necessary. He would be a fool not to. For now, he had to be cautious, play the part expected of him, yet be mindful of every step he took. They think themselves indispensable, he mused, but I will teach them otherwise. He doubted he would be able to sleep well tonight, so he went ahead and worked at putting his things back in order, his thoughts turning and twisting long into the early morning. In the late morning light, Gaius splashed water onto his face, thinking of the Romans' efforts at cleanliness, surprisingly ritualistic and thorough compared to other civilizations. Romans were proud of their public baths, often visiting them as a part of daily life. It was a multi-step process, a ritual for the well-to-do. After working up a sweat they would scrape oil and dirt from their bodies with a metal strigil, rinse, and then relax in the hot baths. The minerals and steam, they believed, kept illness at bay. But Gaius knew he'd need to do better if he was to live long in the ancient world. A world without modern medicine, an utterly terrifying concept, which he had taken for granted in one life. He'd begun developing his own habits, ones more meticulous, informed of his knowledge of bacteria and disease even if he lacked the technology to see them. Each morning, he boiled a small pot of water, using the heated steam to help cleanse his skin as he carefully washed his face and hands, scrubbing them with a coarser cloth than most of his fellow Romans would have bothered with. He'd even considered creating his own soap, crude by modern standards, from rendered animal fats and ash, hoping to protect himself. Utilizing soap for personal bathing would not become normalized in Rome till the late 200s. Long after Gaius' death, he would certainly change that. Taking another cloth, Gaius rinsed his mouth with a simple mixture of salt water he'd prepared the night before, a habit to stave off tooth decay as long as he could. He also made it a point to clean his nails with a thin piece of bone, a practice far less common among his peers but necessary to him. While the Romans believed in clean skin, they overlooked the smaller details, sometimes allowing grime to build up. If he was going to live here and make his mark, he needed to maintain an edge, even in matters as simple as cleanliness. And though the Romans considered themselves advanced, their disregard for drinking water contaminated with sewage or for lacking protocols for close-quarter illness interaction would cost them dearly, as it had so many times before. He kept to his routines as best he could, a slow yet determined ritual that set him apart. A precautionary step to ensure the future wouldn't be robbed of his potential by something as mundane as a fever or infection. In a world so vulnerable to disease, Gaius took great satisfaction in these simple practices, almost a form of meditation. The sounds of approaching footsteps drew his attention. Felix had approached him, bowing with a quiet practiced deference. A man trained to blend into the background, anticipate every need before a command was given. Felix, Gaius said, his tone measured, knowing such familiarity would catch him off guard as it continued to do so every time they spoke. Dominus, Felix replied, his voice touched with a flicker of discomfort. An attempt from the man to remind Gaius of the power dynamics between them. And yet, he couldn't bring himself to be indifferent. A facet of his new personality made it impossible to ignore that Felix, despite his subdued manner, was a man in his own right. It's time for that thief's execution then? Gaius asked, breaking the silence with a resigned tone. Yes, Dominus, Felix replied. Most of the villa will be turning up to watch. Princeps Tiberius Caesar requested you attend him personally. Let's get this over with then, he sighed and turned to face Felix. While I'm gone I need you to complete a task for me. I seem to have lost some of my parchment and an accident last night led to some of my writing equipment to become damaged. Could you retrieve some more for me from the storerooms? At your service. Dominus. Felix confirmed, dipping his head in a low bow. Thank you, Felix. The words were simple, but Gaius could see the moment of shock flicker across the man's face. He felt a pang of sympathy for the servant, likely confused after having built a life on rigid hierarchies and impersonal or cruel orders. As Gaius turned to leave, he quietly noted the man's reaction. It would take time, but subtle gestures like this, acknowledgements that reminded others of his watchful eye and unique perspective, might be as useful as any sword. The sun soared overhead, casting long shadows across the Capri's natural landscape. The island's cliffs, jagged and imposing, dropped away beneath them, their sharp edges biting into the glimmering ocean below. The air was thick with tension, a gathered crowd looking down at a figure before them, a thief. Caught red-handed stealing from one of the Praetorian guards no less, one who had a small bond with Tiberius. The poor fool. He was trembling, hands bound behind his back, face pale from fear. A ripple of whispers spread through the crowd. Some spectators stood rigid, their faces a mixture of dark anticipation and dread, others, mostly those who had served in the legions, looked on with cold indifference. Gaius stood among them, his eyes fixed on the scene unfolding before them all, the weight of Tiberius' presence heavy at his side. The figure, shuddering as a guard stepped forward and grabbed him by the arm, dragging him to the cliff. His wide terrified eyes flickered back toward the crowd, briefly meeting Gaius' own eyes, seeking any semblance of mercy. But there was none, not with Tiberius' iron rule watching over all. The Imperator stood motionless, his face a stoic mask, his eyes hard and unblinking. Gaius turned to look away, the thief's gaze piercing through him. Don't look away, Caligula, I will know if you do, said a voice full of menace. Gaius returned his gaze forward, feeling a lingering stare on the side of his face for a heartbeat longer than necessary. Then, without a word, he turned away and nodded once. The command was clear. The guard shoved the thief forward with a brutal thrust. The man's desperate scream was cut off as he plunged into the abyss, the sound of his fall swallowed by the crash of the waves far below and roaring wind. The crowd was silent for a mere breath, and then just as quickly, there was an explosion of noise, murmurs, some grouping up to converse as if nothing had occurred, others too stunned to speak. Tiberius turned then, his cold eyes sweeping across the crowd once more before he began to move, his procession of guards trailing behind him. As he passed, his gaze flicked to Gaius again, the weight of it felt like an unseen hand on his shoulder. A reminder. A warning. Know your place. Gaius felt himself drawn inward as he gazed outward into the ocean far below, as people began to disperse. Eventually he was left alone looking out to the horizon. The sun dipped down toward it, leaving the sky a radiant gold. He tried to take peace in the moment, tried to enjoy Earth's natural beauty, but found he could not. Two sets of eyes had met his own, one unyielding and cold, the other filled with fear. Death had gazed upon him with relentless clarity, and despite having died already once before, he had felt its crushing weight, its inevitability. Finally, after some time, strength returned to his legs. He chided himself for his moment of weakness and began to hurry back to his rooms. The less time spent out in the open the better. He had a letter to write anyway, best not keep his sister waiting, lest she come and throw him from the cliff herself. Thanks for reading. 1. For anyone interested in Roman history, a lot of the major primary sources are translated online for free. They can be a great, funny, and fascinating read, while of course taking into account that such sources have their own biases and limitations. Romans loved to gossip. 2. There were actual rumors that Tiberius had people thrown from the cliffs, even apparently having men down below in boats to strike the victims with oars if they lived. 3. If you're curious, the Praetorian Guard directly killed 13 emperors out of the roughly 70 total that existed, so Gaius will want them out of the way. I am holding a wolf by the ears. Imperator Tiberius, Suetonius 12 Caesars. Martius, March, 32 CE. Island of Capri, Villa Jovis, Court of Princeps Tiberius. Navius Notorious Macro, 52 years old. Macro marched with practiced discipline, even as the sharp sea breeze bit into his aging joints beneath his armor. He was attended by 2 of his most trusted men, Marcus and Lucius. The 3 of them had served together for half their lives and had, if not formed a friendship, then come to some understanding with one another. They worked closely to ensure their individual and collective prosperity. As they passed, a few of his subordinates, younger and more eager than he liked, moved to salute him. Macro responded with a brief nod, keeping his gait steady. Privately, he had always preferred strict discipline over more open reaffirmations of loyalty. Tiberius' inner court was preparing for a meeting shortly, and he didn't intend to dawdle. Tiberius and his closest advisors, who had come with him to Capri years ago, would gather in the chamber, a collective group of the most loyal and intelligent men in the empire. A collective of the most greedy. The only reason Macro was not already by Tiberius' side, as he so often was nowadays with man's increasing paranoia, was that he had been taking his designated rest. The shift change was underway, all guards looking out for any gaps in the usual patrol routes, many younger men hoping to sniff out any signs of trouble in hopes of currying Macro's favor. "Watch where you're running, you whelp." The voice of Marcus came from his side, radiating frustration. A young servant boy had tried to squeeze past him in a rush, likely to prevent punishment, and Marcus had purposefully but subtly stepped into the boy's path. The boy looked utterly terrified, but he was just a servant of no consequence, so Macro stayed quiet and continued on ahead. On his other side stood Lucius, who now continued walking but did so backwards, never one to miss an opportunity to rip into Marcus. "Oh, come off it, Marcus. Leave the poor wretch be, we're going to be late at this rate," he yelled. Lucius had a problem with volume, never able to speak at anything quieter than a shout. He was the youngest of the three and the best looking too, blonde-haired bastard that he was. "This is blatant disrespect, Lucius. A mere whelp and not even a special one at that, getting in my way, me. An honored member of the Praetorian Guard. One of the prefect's own." Macro didn't need to let out a scoff at such a statement, Lucius beat him to it. He spoke with an incredulous tone. "Surely we can't be thinking of the same man, Marcus Fabius? The drunkard? The gambler? Where is this honorable guardsman you speak of? I would very much like to meet him." Lucius belted out with much delight. Macro didn't need to turn to see the anger on Marcus' face, but he did stop. "Enough. Both of you." He spoke through gritted teeth. "If the pair of you cannot get along, I'll have you on latrine duty after tonight's celebrations. How's that sound?" Marcus, having left the boy to catch up to them, recoiled in disgust and fear. The boy was nowhere to be seen. Smart. He turned his glare onto Marcus. "You need to stop harassing children. I've seen you do it to some of the senator's kids, they won't stand for it." He continued walking and they both followed. "Oh, come on, Macro, this place is flooding with the little whelps. Someone needs to keep them in line. There's a reason my daughter is off with her mother and not on this blasted island. This isn't a holiday home for the little shits, ... I think that has to do with your daughter's fear that you'll sell her toys for drink," Lucius muttered not at all quietly, managing to dodge Marcus' resulting slap with a giggle. "It's not like any of these brats would or could do anything to us, Macro. So what if they tell their parents, we guard the Imperator? Why concern yourself with what those fools in the Senate think?" It really wasn't them or their children that Macro was concerned about. "I've seen you do it to young Gaius a couple of times, Marcus. He is still a Caesar, you would do well to remember that." The man scoffed. "The Imperator hasn't said it, but we've basically got free rein to mess with the kid on occasion. The whelp has it coming to him, walking around all quiet and skittish. He needs to man up." Man up? When trapped on an island surrounded by thousands of armed men and loyal bootlickers, always watching and listening, in service to a man who abused and distrusted him. Macro had to hold in a scoff. Lucius' loud voice cut into their conversation. "Do you remember that time you caused his letter to set alight? I thought the poor wretch was going to cry." The man shook his head. "You really should treat him with more respect. The boy might seek vengeance on you. Steal your cloak or dump bugs in your food." Marcus scoffed as if he thought the idea was ridiculous. "That whelp wouldn't hurt a fly, too soft." Their conversation continued but began to fade into the background as Macro was consumed by his thoughts. He did remember the incident, he didn't think it was something he could ever forget. Macro knew Gaius took solace in his letters, in both sending them and eagerly reading any he received back. He himself often was tasked with inspecting the letters before they reached Gaius' hand or left the island on Tiberius' orders. Who could blame the boy for it? He was isolated, they were a sure form of escape from this island. So when one day they had walked past the boy getting a fresh batch of letters and due to Marcus deliberately knocking one he had received from his sisters into a nearby torch flame, Macro knew or expected the boy to be upset. He had been in the midst of beginning to read it when it was destroyed. It would take time for him to send a letter back informing them of its destruction and asking for another. Messengers even traveling faster by ship took time. Whatever was on it had been lost forever. The boy had closed himself off, looked down at the ground and acted meek. Smart enough to know any resistance would not end well for him. At least that's the image he conveyed, and they had all taken it in, even Macro. Marcus and the others laughed and joked with each other and missed something that Macro did not when he subtly returned his gaze to the boy. Outwardly the boy, no, he was a young man now, had turned his head ever so slightly, enough to reveal his gaze, cold and focused, to Macro's line of sight. Gaius' gaze locked onto Marcus, and in that moment, Macro saw beyond the facade, the mask that Gaius put up that they had all mistaken for his true self. Eyes radiating a deep chill, a calculated observation, the kind that absorbed every detail. Gaius' head lifted, and his eyes had fixed on Marcus with the unmistakable look of someone who memorized a face with the intent never to forget it. Macro knew then that despite his young age, Gaius Caesar Germanicus was not one to forget a slight done against him. His chest tightened. He had seen such a look before only once, in the aftermath of some skirmish, when an enemy combatant had been paraded before the legions. That man had worn the same look before receiving Tiberius' judgment. Gaius' eyes now held that same deadly glint, the look of someone who would see his enemies humbled. Thoroughly. Eventually. Gaius would not forget. And Macro knew then, without doubt, that he'd best remember it too. "Prefect Macro!" shouted a distant voice, breaking him from his thoughts. Macro stopped, they were just a door down from the advisor's hall. He looked back, it was one of his personal messengers approaching, bearing a bundle of scrolls. "The latest batch of correspondence for you, Prefect," the man said, offering a polite bow. Macro signaled Marcus and Lucius to go on ahead and take up their positions guarding the meeting. Macro studied the stack of letters with a keen eye. He ran his thumb along the first scroll, breaking the seal and unraveling it to reveal a brief direct message to him from one of the frontier posts in Gaul. His brows furrowed at the words, "Disturbances reported along the northern trade routes. Rumors of tension stirring from Britannia. Likely nothing serious," he told himself, "but worth keeping an eye on." Trouble in Gaul always had a ripple effect, and any sign of unrest in Britannian trade could mean further disruptions in the region. The next scroll caught his eye for a different reason. This one, stamped with the mark of the governor in Judea, was lengthier, laced with accounts of growing unrest. Nothing specific, merely mentions of gatherings and a rising figure stirring attention among the Jewish population. Macro dismissed it with a half-snort. Judea had always been troublesome, and every few years they stirred and reaffirmed his belief that they were more trouble than they were worth. As he moved to the final item he found his curiosity piqued. It was not a letter but a small parcel intended for young Gaius. Opening it revealed several small books inside. He inspected them briefly. The Gallic War by Julius Caesar. It made sense the boy would wish to learn about and from his famous ancestor. The next was Homer's Odyssey, one of Macro's own favorites. The last was one Macro had heard of but not read himself, Aristotle's Nicomachean Ethics. From what Lucius had told him, it had something to do with living a good life or happiness or some other philosophical ideal. Such things had never interested Macro, but it seemed they did to Gaius. Perhaps the young man was trying to find meaning in his stay on Capri? Regardless, a quick flick through each showed nothing suspect, no hidden notes or messages. He wasn't cruel enough to deprive him of these items. "Take this parcel directly to young Gaius' rooms." He dismissed the messenger and approached the meeting chamber with the letters in hand. The chamber was filled with the low murmur of voices as he entered. His missives being a good excuse for his lateness. He took a quick sweep of the room, taking note of the numerous advisors clustered around the room. The air in the room was thick with unspoken tension, some of them struggling to hide their disdain for Tiberius or himself. Many of them, he knew, weren't pleased with him replacing Sejanus as prefect, especially since he played a role in his downfall. As he took his seat, Tiberius' sharp gaze met his, and Macro straightened, clearing his throat as he broke the silence. "Apologies, Caesar," he began, his voice low but steady, "I was delayed by fresh news. Trouble is brewing again in the furthest reaches of Gaul, specifically due to disputes and small raids on our trades with Britannia. Your humble agents in the region report that complaints are becoming commonplace and some trade routes are too unstable for reliable business." Tiberius lifted his head to the ceiling and sighed. "Fucking Gaul. Britannia is as always an island of savages." He exhaled heavily, as if the words alone weighed him down. "Who exactly is raising complaints about this situation, Macro?" "Merchants and traders mostly, but also a few settlements in the region, Caesar. They grow frustrated with the thefts and delays of their profits and goods. I doubt heavy interference is needed, but perhaps sending someone to investigate the situation would be wise." One of the older men present, a hawk-eyed senator named Gallus, snorted and shook his head. "Traders always whine over delays as if a single lost coin is the end of their livelihoods. Nothing but a bunch of peddlers and beggars." "Be that as it may," Macro countered. "Those complaints reach the ears of the people living across the province of Gaul and they grow restless with each new rumor." Tiberius glanced at Gallus, who shrugged. "Keep watch over it, dismissing the matter for the time being." He looked bored with the proceedings, not uncommon. As the years passed and he aged, Tiberius had grown lax and often frustrated when left to his own devices. "The other matter I was informed of is in Judea." He unfolded the scroll with a quick flick, speaking as he read. "Religious unrest, rallying around some central figure who is increasingly popular day by day. As of yet I don't have a name, but they are causing disturbance among the locals. Nothing violent, but unsettling enough to make our men there uneasy." "Religious unrest in Judea, you don't say? Who's ever heard of such a thing?" scoffed another advisor, Tullius, mocking both Macro and the situation. "Not a single thing worth mentioning about that shithole, not even worth discussing." "There are repeated concerns," Macro interjected, "that this one has a larger following than most." Tiberius' tired eyes barely flickered with interest. "Bah," Tullius moaned, drinking deeply from his cup. "Just another Jew preaching, no doubt. Let them play their religious games, it will mean nothing in the end. all that matters is what concerns Rome. Or what concerns that new villa you are building, no doubt. The senator's disdain for Macro was palpable, and he wasn't not aware. Macro knew that several here didn't see him as anything more than an opportunist, which he could admit to himself he kind of was, and a convenient brute from Alba Fusens. The new guard dog who'd replaced Sejanus after his ambitions had grown too obvious. None dared voice it openly, for he had Tiberius' favor. Let's move on to further matters. Sejanus' remaining supporters, Tiberius said slowly, catching the attention of all in the room, rubbing a finger over his brow. Those remnants who still linger in the shadows, we should take measures to root them out fully. There was a chorus of approving murmurs, and Macro felt a small pride swell in him for how he had taken advantage of the situation. Sejanus' betrayal was still fresh in everyone's minds. Every advisor present remembered just how influential he had grown, how close they'd come to falling under his influence or the dagger of his assassins. Macro had seen it firsthand, the guards whispering, senators cozying up to Sejanus, men who thought they might benefit if they pledged themselves to the prefect. In a way Macro understood them disliking him, or at least disliking his position. It had proven to be a very influential position in the empire. They cling to the memory of Sejanus like a dog to a dead man's bones, he said, his voice laced with disdain. Most have been purged or exiled to the most isolated lands of the empire, many have come forward for your generous clemency, princeps. Several of the men nodded, though one or two shifted uncomfortably in their seats, perhaps friends of such men, or of the executed prefect himself. There is one more subject, an unknown voice spoke from the back of the room, that we've yet to address, Gaius Caesar. The name alone was enough to draw everyone's attention. Tullius raised an eyebrow, visibly irked. The boy needs some discipline, if you ask me. He's all but free to wander these halls to do as he pleases, and not just him, the rest of the young freeloaders on this island too. Then it is a good thing I did not ask you, Tullius. A cold voice radiating menace, the room fell silent instantly. I need not remind you that my great-nephew is of no concern of yours, do I? Tiberius had sat up on his chair, now resembling an imperator more than ever, leaning forward, hands joined in fists. Perhaps it is you and your mouth that need discipline. You throw yourself head first into the business of Caesar's family like a woodpecker does to a tree. Tullius lowered his head, sweating and shaking. Forgive me, Caesar, forgive me, I merely have concerns, I am but a humble servant. Macro knew that while such an approach was effective, it was one of the reasons Tiberius was so despised among the senators. His adopted father Augustus had done a much better job of not throwing his blatant power in their faces, making the old codgers like him more and feel important. Macro decided to intervene. Perhaps, princeps, if I may. Gaius is 19 and would benefit from receiving some training. You yourself know the benefits of such. I'd take it upon myself to watch him, Caesar, ensure he understands what it means to be granted such a gift, what it means to carry your name. He allowed a moment to settle, then continued, I can think of no better way to make sure he's disciplined, and kept in line. Gallus calmly returned. You're wasting your time, Macro. The boy's soft. Macro ignored him, instead watching Tiberius as he considered the proposal. The princeps' lips twitched in a way that hinted at an idea, a dark but subtle amusement danced in his eyes. Tiberius leaned back, his fingers tapping thoughtfully on the polished wood of the table. Yes, many of you have brought sons here, they could benefit even from some brief physical training, to prepare them for the legion training regimen. His voice was quiet but laced with a chilling satisfaction. Let Caligula train under the eye of our praetorian prefect, Macro. But he is to train alone, in full view of the others. A murmur passed around the room, and Macro understood Tiberius' game immediately. Every other young noble boy would train together day in day out, forming bonds over bruises and cuts, enduring the exhaustion and camaraderie that turned strangers into friends or at least made them willing allies. By training alone in full view of them, Gaius would have no one to share the load, and his isolation would set him apart, feeding resentment among his peers who would see it as yet another privilege, a favor from the head of the Praetorian Guard. Caesar, Macro began, choosing his words carefully, training alone will set him apart, yes, but it may also sow ill will among the others. They'll think he's receiving special treatment. They are young men with strong egos, often lacking sense or maturity. Tiberius gave a faint, humorless smile. Precisely. His father stood apart from every other Roman. If he's to lead like his father, he must emulate him. If he cannot endure the disdain of a few boys, what kind of leader could he ever amount to? Very well, Caesar, Macro replied, keeping his tone even though his mind churned with unease. I will do as you command. I will see to it that the boy learns his lessons well. A silence settled over the group. Tiberius leaned back, looking almost satisfied, as if the whole affair had just given him a touch of pleasure amidst his usual irritations. Macro knew better than to underestimate Gaius' potential for resentment, and his memory. The boy had already shown that he could absorb slights with quiet, simmering intensity. Macro could only imagine how he'd react when he understood that the isolation and animosity were deliberate, manufactured by the man who claimed to want him ready to succeed him. Gaius lacked the wisdom of long years lived, and surely even if well contained had the pride of a young prince burning in his heart, he would snap eventually. The meeting continued on with little fanfare, discussions on taxation, new members entering the Praetorian Guard, and personal requests to the princeps. A main concern was the steady drain of the treasury due to Tiberius spending on lavish improvements to his villas to heighten the feasts and parties he held with growing frequency and their security. Gnaeus Cornelius, who Macro did his best to avoid for he was an utter bore, brought up the expenses with a subtle glance at Tiberius, hinting that such strain would eventually demand either increased taxation or cuts elsewhere. Tiberius scowled, waving the issue away, reassuring the senator that any man who lived in his villas, eyeing Gnaeus, would surely understand and appreciate their value. Gnaeus promptly shut up. Eventually when night began to settle over the island the meeting was dismissed with little fanfare, the advisors gathering their scrolls and muttering amongst themselves. As Macro followed out after Tiberius a thought gripped him. If Gaius could not forgive having a letter burned, what could he be feeling towards Tiberius, who had not only slighted him but humiliated and manipulated him at every turn, who broke apart his family, and has drawn once again the lines of isolation around him as though he were a caged beast meant to be prodded, goaded and mocked. One day those cold, watchful eyes might turn, not just on Marcus, but on the very man who had helped craft them. And, Macro suspected, that day would come sooner than anyone expected. Thanks for reading. I appreciate all the great comments. Historical Cs have so much potential, so many great potential inserts, time periods, and events etc. I wish there was way more of them around, so this story is a little fine I'll do it myself moment. And yes, that stuff in Judea is the Giga Chad Jesus. Never was anything great achieved without danger. Niccolò Machiavelli, The Prince. Julius, July, 32 CE. Gaius Caesar Germanicus. Gaius stood gazing up at the stars with a half-full wine cup in hand as he thought about the future. He was alone on one of the villa's numerous balconies, leaning on the wooden railing. The sounds of partying, sex, and play fighting could be heard echoing from all around, another night where the entire island went crazy with drink and excess. Even in the darkness he could spot all sorts of characters gallivanting through the woods below, and balancing on distant parapets all chasing their next high. He had of course participated himself, if only to have some middling fun and keep up appearances, but had taken this moment to himself to think and plan for what was to come. He had been on Capri for nearly 9 full months now and he had come to the realization that he may not be able to last the remaining 4 years and 8 months that were in the way of Tiberius' natural demise. The last 4 months despite having their benefits on his physical health had been the most hellish of his life. The random nightly inspections and harassment didn't stop, merely changed tones. He was often told to meet at the wrong time or wrong place for training, found his equipment had been tampered with or borrowed, and morning marches set up the morning after he had been kept up due to inspections or surprise meetings with Tiberius. He didn't let them know that it affected him, not giving them the reactions they wanted, which had its benefits and downsides. He could see some of the boys his own age and instructors respected him more for it, seeing his stoicism as a Roman virtue. Others of course grew jealous of him or resentful, mostly his peers. Many of them were younger than him, teenagers. In a way he didn't blame most of them, he knew their parents were pushing them to do so on Tiberius' subtle orders. Hoping to gain the princeps' favor. Maybe if he was a terrified boy he would take it better, accept it to survive and disassociate. But despite his physical youth he now had the soul and mind of a grown man, and as the days passed he found he had the ego and pride of one too. As the months had passed his inner dissonances had settled more, he had become more comfortable in himself and his path in life. Due to this he believed he was struggling with being treated with such consistent disrespect more so than the original Caligula would have. Unlike him he knew the heights he could reach in this life and had already, according to his memories, lived a life without abuse, one where his fellow man had mostly treated him not with cruelty but with kindness or at least decency. Could he really stomach another 4 years of this? What benefits did it give him? What other choice did he have? He lacked power and influence, and if he showed himself too ambitious then Tiberius would just kill him off. Gaius had one main rival as heir currently alive, Tiberius' grandson, Tiberius Gemellus, a 13-year-old boy. In 35 CE they would be made joint heirs to his estates and of the empire. Nobody had taken Gemellus seriously and the original Caligula had him killed. But what if things went differently? If he showed his hand too early Tiberius might fully back Gemellus as his successor instead. Gaius would be taking a very short trip off the closest cliffside. He took a sip from his cup, hoping the wine would lessen his internal frustrations. His fist curling on the railing, wood biting his nails. He had grown sick of being a passive player, if he did nothing then within half a year his mother and brother would be dead. Some would see it as beneficial, both were technical rivals for power but he did genuinely love them both, and felt that if he handled things with them correctly they would easily fall in line. Another death would be Jesus of Nazareth, though Gaius highly doubted he could stop the first century's most impactful event from his current position or if he should dare. He rubbed the sweat from his brow, and huffed. Dealing with the monolith that was Christianity and its influence on the future shaping of the empire and world would have to wait, his mind was already swirling, and it's not like the prophet was likely to listen to him even if he decided to intervene. Hey Jesus, hope things are going well. By the way, if you are still alive over there, don't go trusting that Judas guy, very suspicious. Instead come visit my great uncle's sex party island. We can go surfing together. What's that? Well, come round and I'll show you. Regards, Gaius Caesar. He took another deep sip, chucking the now empty cup over the balcony. He ignored an indignant shout of "Oi, watch where you're throwing shit," from below and moved to take a nearby seat. In the 21st century historical record, what really happened in the following 4-year period on Capri was mostly rumor or lost. Gaius could not hope to copy the original Caligula's method of survival. He had grown closer to Macro, but what if the man noticed he was not your typical 19-year-old and decided he wasn't malleable enough, going to Tiberius one day to report him? Even if Tiberius died tomorrow, he lacked solid supporters to counteract or gain the allegiance of the 4 main factions of the empire. If he waited 4 years, that was 4 years worth of potential alliances, friendships, and opportunities missed or wasted. He felt a new resolve stir in his chest. Why not strive to come to power earlier? What were the downsides? A lack of experience. He had a trove of future emperors and their ideas to sift through and utilize in his head. He knew the fucking future to an extent. Everyone expected him to be nothing but a 19-year-old princeling. A lack of allies? He knew who to trust and who to avoid. Why not go and make some? Tiberius was despised by many who would want to subtly curry favor with his successor. To avoid Tiberius' wrath? The man despised him for a myriad of reasons. He could and would kill Gaius on a whim. Living in fear of that made him feel repulsed with himself. He aspired to be master of the Roman world, and he let something as frivolous as fear stop him? Fear had its rightful place, but not at the cost of total inaction. Gaius sat up, grabbed another cup of wine and began to plot. Currently his second most powerful asset was his heritage. He was the descendant of Augustus directly. His mother was adored by the people, his father had been worshipped. Rome's darling prince, his life tragically cut short. Only now with his new memories could Gaius fully appreciate how hard Germanicus' death had struck the empire with a shockwave of grief. He had even been shown a more modern example, Princess Diana of the yet or never to be united kingdom, whose nation mourned for her so utterly, streets drowned in flowers. Across the empire people cursed the gods themselves for taking Germanicus from them, begging for a trade. As his son he had inherited to an extent that love and devotion. It gave him an inroad with the legions and the common people and any of his father's supporters. In that other timeline, when his sister Agrippina was murdered by her son Nero, various Roman soldiers refused his orders to do her harm because she was Germaniuk's daughter. They found the idea to be a great betrayal. Gaius knew he needed to find individuals with this mindset and bring them under his sphere of influence. It would be a start, but it wouldn't be enough. The actual title of princeps itself was not truly that of a monarch, not yet. It was more a balancing act, a web of influence where each major faction demanded care. The factions required delicate handling. The role of princeps would always be on shaky ground to some extent. He was but one man and could not rule alone. He needed each faction to serve their purpose, or the empire would collapse or decline. There were 4 factions Gaius knew he needed to placate. The Senate, still the core of Rome's authority and where its main core magistrates came from, held both influence and the grudges of old families. He needed them to run his empire and give him legitimacy. Tiberius, having both left Rome for this cursed island and repeatedly treated many senators coldly, had left a bitterness in them that Gaius could exploit. In emulation of his great-grandfather, he could approach the Senate with a semblance of humility, treating them with the respect they believed they deserved, and letting them falsely believe that he was someone they could mold. If he could hint at a future where the Senate would once again advise the princeps, they would be drawn in, placated by the illusion of shared power. Most importantly were the legions. They would be necessary to ensure his security and dominance above all else. The memory of Germanicus loomed large here. His father, despite being dead for years, was a figure the soldiers would march for, die for. The easiest way to secure their loyalty would be to seize full control over their payments, preventing anyone else from donating to them, making their livelihoods fully dependent on Gaius' patronage. He needed to find competent men and forge them into loyal commanders. He already had a couple in mind. He would push the image of a humble young man wanting to earn his right to be hailed as imperator, traditionally done after a great military victory, which naturally would mean a conquest, or multiple, of some kind. Thankfully his memories and local gossip provided him with his first planned target. Spoiler, Gaius' first planned conquest. Of course, the Praetorian Guard would be the linchpin. Macro was already his first target for forming an alliance. The man was an opportunist, and saw the way the wind was blowing. Tiberius aged rapidly and drowned himself in wine and boys. He could be both Gaius' greatest ally and his most dangerous enemy. Until he could circumvent the Praetorian Guard and put it directly under his control, it would always be a danger at his back, and a very close one at that. If Macro could see Gaius as his best bet to a wealthier, more influential life, then the prefect and his guardsmen would fall in line. It would act as a deterrent from any of Tiberius or Gemellus loyalists in the Senate or legions. The final faction was the common people of Rome. He resided in a time period where if the people grew to hate him they would try to kill him in riot or revolt, keeping them content was necessary. Augustus had kept the people happy with grand spectacles, freak reign, and through connecting himself with religious ceremony. Gaius' modern insight showed him the true power of entertainment in keeping a common population content in their current circumstances. He lacked modern technology and screens, but such thoughts had given him more time-appropriate ideas. In his mind's eye he saw it, a great work of construction, totally not stolen from the Flavian dynasty, built several decades in advance. A grand building project to provide jobs and eventually year-round entertainment for the people of Rome, a cornerstone of his reign. Spoiler, the Colosseum of Germanicus. To top it off, he already knew he would dedicate it to his father, all but ensuring that it would be popularly received and constructed with great fervor. A loud bang pulled Gaius out back into reality. The room was darker than before, his vision slightly hazy. He looked down, noticing he had been indistinctly refilling his cup while in thought, having had another two. At least he would not have to pretend to be drunk for any witnesses. He turned his head to the side, where the disturbance had come from. A body lay on the balcony, groaning. A naked young man had fallen from the sky. The young man, with not a stitch of clothing on him, pushed himself up, looked around, spotted Gaius and approached with a slight limp. "Hi friend, listen, could you do me a all solid friend," he said, cupping his hands in prayer. "Old Tullius might come through here. If he does, you didn't see me." The man looked terrified. "Why would that old fossil care if you were here? How many floors did you fall down anyway to get here?" Gaius asked. The man, despite being covered in bruises from the fall and love bites, looked contrite, yet also proud. "Well, you see, he was cut off by a bang from above." Gaius in his haze thought they must be shutters being thrown open. "Where is that mongrel? Fucking my daughter, nephew, and nieces in my own rooms. I'll gut him like a damn German. You fucking idiots, search for him, he couldn't have gone far." The stomping of footsteps could be heard overhead. Gaius and the man stared each other down in silence. He didn't know whether to applaud the man for somehow managing to seduce half of Tullius' family at once or label him a fool. Tullius was old but still held influence. Though to be fair, if the man was foolish enough to bring his teenage family members to this cesspit of an island, he had it coming. Even that dead Praetorian walking Marcus under Macro was smart enough to not do that. Even through the cacophony of music, laughter, and general noise of the party, he could hear Tullius' men searching room by room, indignant squawks and screams echoing ever closer. It wouldn't be long till they searched this room. The man looked unsure of what to do, probably contemplating if he should risk diving off the balcony. Gaius saw an opportunity. "Did he see your face?" Gaius asked, swaying to his feet. The man looked back at him, confused but slightly hopeful. He shook his head in a negative. "He saw the back of my head and ass as I dived out the window, but the room was dark." Gaius shrugged off his tunic and grabbed a nearby discarded cloak. "Put these on, hide those bruises, and lay down." The man only briefly hesitated before falling into line, quickly. He positioned himself in such a way that it wasn't obvious he was half naked. He shook physically with fear but put on a face of false bravado. Gaius grabbed the nearest jug of wine and shoved it into the man's hands. "Drink this and shut up, let me do the talking." He swayed over to the balcony just in time for the door adjoining the balcony to burst open ahead of him, two of Tullius' servants entering the open room. Stopping and blanching once they spot him, obviously recognizing him. "Dominus," the men stood at attention. "Apologies, Gaius Caesar, for the intrusion. We're in pursuit of a degenerate on behalf of the esteemed Senator Tullius Calpurnius. He was last seen escaping from a balcony a few floors above this one. Have you seen any sign of him?" Gaius puts on his best acting chops, helped along by being already drunk. "Guards? Guards, yes, of course. What do you want?" A brief awkward silence followed before the man coughed and repeated himself. Gaius blinked slowly, rubbing his forehead as though deep in thought. No, not through here. But over the side." He gestured sloppily over the balcony down into the party below. Yes, a man, all naked, flew off that way, screaming how tubby Tullius wouldn't catch him. He pointed dramatically, nearly losing his balance. "Are you sure, Dominus?" "A young man?" the man asked, skepticism thickening. "Absolutely. Yes, I'm sure." "Sure," Gaius insisted. "Me and my friend here were rudely interrupted, you see. Very relaxing evening all round till he came round." The men hesitated briefly, eyes scanning the room, weighing Gaius' words and authority. Gaius may be out of favor, but did the man dare push a Caesar around? Especially one who was intoxicated. Coming to a decision, the man gestured for his partner to run off, the man echoing orders to other men on the floor to head off in pursuit. "Very well, Caesar. Senator Tullius will be sure to appreciate your assistance. We will leave you and your companion to your night." He gave a deferential nod and left in a hurry. Gaius kept up the act for a moment, the silence settling in. He waits for the distant sound of the guards' retreating footsteps to fade into the background noise of the villa-wide party. Once in the clear he straightened up and marched back to said rabble-rouser. The man sat forward, head in his hands. He releases a shaky breath, clear relief flooding his face as he realizes they're alone. He pulls the cloak closer around his legs, casting an astonished look at his rescuer. He begins to stammer. Thank you. I didn't realize who I was intruding on. Gaius watched the man intently, a faint smirk on his face. Yes, you certainly didn't. Which makes this all the more entertaining for me. And costly for you. The man flushed and went to stand, looking embarrassed. I'll get out of your hair, Caesar. Gaius waved him back down casually. He would not let this opportunity that literally fell onto his balcony get away so easily. He needed to know what he was working with. Gaius took a seat opposite the man. Before you do, just take a minute to rest. They'll be looking for people in the halls, especially ones in your state of dress. First tell me about yourself. What's your name? The man seemed to regain his composure and took a deep breath before meeting Gaius' eyes. The name's Gaius Suetonius Paulinus. A pleasure to make your acquaintance, Gaius Caesar. Gaius' eyes widened just slightly, a flicker of surprise, quickly masked. Suetonius. The future Roman general who will one day defeat Boudicca. Not one of Rome's most famous generals, but definitely an impressive one. If he did not have his modern memories, Gaius would have for sure believed that lovely Fortuna was smiling down on him tonight, blessing his more emboldened resolve. He would have to make an offering in the morning for her, if not just to show off his piety to any witnesses. Well, Suetonius, that was quite a close call, his tone teasing. A bit of a mess, don't you think? Honestly, I could get used to this level of excitement. The man flushed and looked away, coughing into his fist to clear his throat before speaking. Forgive me, Caesar, for bringing such attention onto you tonight. I am new to this island and my father encouraged me to enjoy myself. The man bounced his left knee in a subtle sign of anxiety. Not what Gaius would expect from a successful Roman general, but then his eyes scanned his youthful features. He was not that man yet, it seemed. If Gaius had any say, he would become that man sooner than he had before, only this time under Gaius' command. Please, there is no need for such formalities, just call me Gaius. We are now brothers in arms of a sort, are we not? The man went to speak again, an apology on his lips, but Gaius wouldn't have it. And there is no need for repeated apologies. I would prefer you speak honestly with me. All right, I appreciate that and your help. Gaius. The man was definitely not expecting his night to go this way, but was rolling with the punches well. Tullius Calpurnius is not a forgiving man and would use his political capital to not just harm my father, who's the reason I am here, but also see me punished. I must admit it is bold of you to seduce and then have sex with several of the senator's beloved young family members in the man's own chambers. I'll also admit I'm surprised you managed it at all. While I didn't even know he had a nephew, I have met the other three. Beautiful girls for sure, but as cold as frostbite in personality. Suetonius smirked and took another swig from the jug. Ah well, I managed to win them all over with some poetry, I'll let you know. Poetry I totally didn't steal from a deadbeat uncle of mine. Mirth danced in the man's eyes as he rubbed the back of his head and gave an awkward chuckle. I'll be honest, I didn't think it would go so far. That family is very, very close. Gaius decided to move things on, wanting to probe at his current ambitions and goals. Wanting to find something he could use to get him on side. You said your father has dragged you here? You have to be at least in your 20s, I'm surprised that a man of your physical stature hasn't joined up with the legions by now. Suetonius was tall, broad-shouldered and had a peak muscular physique. Clearly he kept himself in shape. He fell back with a sigh of clear frustration, the emotion clear across his features. My father has it in his head that I need to curry favor with my elders, secure myself a junior magistrate position out in the provinces. Live a life of boredom, managing the affairs of foreign peoples. But if I'm honest, Gaius, you have a good eye. All I've ever wanted to do is fight with the legions. Make a name for myself like Scipio Africanus. Julius Caesar. May the earth rest lightly upon their souls. I could have joined up years ago, but father has hamstrung me at every turn. Bingo. Can I share a secret with you, Suetonius? It will make us even, a secret for a secret. I am sure you have seen how I am treated here and how I have few open friendships. The man nodded, meeting Gaius' eyes intrigued. You are also aware that I am set to someday take over from my great-uncle. Another nod. Well, when I do so, it will be necessary to prove myself in front of the legions, and there are stirrings of unrest in Britannia. Perhaps in a few years it will become necessary to bring the region under the Roman banner. Awoke. Suetonius sat ramrod straight now, eyes glistening with interest and a rising hope. Good, he was smart enough to understand the implications, not unsurprising considering his future achievements. When that day comes, there will be a need for energetic, capable, and loyal Romans to join the army, to lead the army. Do you think such an endeavor would be successful? A probing question, Gaius asked the man quietly. The room held a subtle tension, an electric silence. Suetonius took a moment to think. Intelligence and youthful excitement radiating across his face. Yes. Definitely. I mean, I doubt there's anything that could challenge our. The man quickly corrected himself. Your legions, especially if you had able and keen commanders and officers with you on the campaign. The man's excitement was building, his eyes glazing over slightly. We still don't know much of what Britain is like or what is to be found there in its northern regions. Even if there are challenges, there is excitement in that itself, new enemies to fight. New tactics and experiences to learn from our enemies. It would be a new frontier for the empire. Surely our names would go down in history. Another use of our this time going unnoticed. Gaius kept it up. My father once spoke of conquering Britannia, I would wish to do so in his name. A lie, he had no idea whether his father had ever said such words. But it did the job. Suetonius at first looked confused, but then his eyes widened in recognition and he jumped to his feet and began to pace around in excitement. Your father? Yes, your father Germanicus. Did he truly say such a thing? Well then it must be done. I mean, what a Roman he was, so manly, so virtuous, and so tactfully brilliant. If I'm honest, Gaius, he's practically always been a hero of mine. You don't say? I mean honestly, what an honor it would be for the legions, I have no doubt they'd be all for it. Fulfilling Germanicus' wish under the command of his son. What an honor. Perhaps from there we would march on to Germania, conquer it in his name. Line. Okay, settle down Suetonius, it's clear to me how much of a military nut you are, here, have some wine. Gaius held out a cup and gestured for the bubbly man to retake his seat. The blush from earlier had returned, realizing how lost he had gotten in his excitement for military affairs. Gaius found his earnestness and genuine excitement a welcome quality. It didn't hurt that the man seemed to enjoy Gaius' company also. Too often he had been surrounded by sycophants of Tiberius, fake smiles and fake words, people made up of nothing but lies and illusions. Forgive me, Gaius, I lost myself there for a second. I do not find much care for such matters as I do. There is nothing to forgive, my friend, you clearly have a desire for all things military life, and I think that it would be a great missed opportunity, for yourself and the empire as a whole, were that not to be fostered. You have given me an idea if you would like to hear it. The man nodded eagerly, his attention fully captured. Your time on this island has shown how deeply I am not favored. That was putting it delicately. Yes, I have noticed how you have been treated. He paused and looked down, a tighter grip on his cup. It is shameful to treat a descendant of Augustus, a son of Germanicus, in such a way. Even regardless of that, we have only been briefly acquainted and I see no sign that you are deserving of such a treatment, Gaius. The sight of Gaius that was a schemer was dancing in delight, but he felt honestly touched. He knew from his memories that Caligula was initially beloved by the people and supporters of his father, but it had been some time since someone outside of his family had expressed a positive opinion of him to his face. Thank you, Suetonius, despite my position here I do have one ally who I wish to call upon on your behalf. Prefect Macro has been my instructor for some months now and has significant influence over Rome's affairs. I believe when I next see him I shall let him know of your earnestness. Perhaps I'll set up a meeting between you two and I can advocate for you a position as a military tribune, and have him introduce you to some more senior officers. I have no doubt you would rise through the ranks quickly. Suetonius looked utterly floored. Nothing was said for several minutes. Perhaps nobody before Gaius had expressed such belief or support for his military ambitions. Gaius. I don't know what to say. I am touched by such an offer, but I fear I am not worthy of it. I doubt I have the capabilities for such a position. Gaius again had no doubt he would quickly prove himself wrong. He wanted such a man in charge of his armies for both Britannia and beyond. It will be some years till the unrest in Britannia grows to something we need to worry about. By then my great-uncle, bless his soul, will have likely passed. I will need capable and loyal men at my side when I do. I see potential in you, my friend, great potential. He stood up and reached out to place a hand on Suetonius' shoulder. Despite the man being slightly older than Gaius, he looked up as if up at his own father. I do not know how I could possibly repay you for such an act on my behalf. I mean, I should owe you. After what you have done with me tonight, you saved my skin. Gaius used his spare hand to wave away the air, as if waving away the thought was barely worthy of attention. If you owe me a debt, then consider it paid in exchange for your friendship, Suetonius. So what do you say? The man made to stand, Gaius stepping back to give him some room. Both men chose to ignore the fact that Suetonius still wore Gaius' tunic and that his modesty was protected from a simple cloak. Suetonius knelt upon the cool stone floor. I humbly accept such a generous offer, my Caesar, and in return I ask humbly for you to give me your mighty patronage. In return I offer you my sword in your wars to come, my loyal service and genuine friendship. Gaius accepted and bid the man to stand. The noises of the villa's party had begun to wind down, the sounds of many footsteps could be heard as people returned to their rooms, or sought out the last remaining strongholds for entertainment. I think we best return to our rooms. You'll have a long week ahead of you, Prefect Macro will want to test whether you're up to snuff. Suetonius gave him a nod, and as he moved to leave, Gaius remembered something. Actually, could I get that tunic back? It was a leftover from my father. He looked down at the tunic, noticing it was not just a casual tunic. Oh my god, I am wearing one of Germanicus' shirts. My dreams are coming true. Suetonius. Oh, right, sure. He reluctantly shimmied out of the tunic and handed it over. A brief pause. Would you like the cloak back too? The man went to expose himself. No, no. Keep the cloak, it's not even mine. With a final smile and a nod, Suetonius turned to leave. As he approached the doorway, he yelled over his shoulder, "Thanks for the save tonight, Gaius, I won't let you down." No, Gaius thought, I don't think you will. And Sincor. Thanks for reading. Gaius to Suetonius: in a couple years' time, get in, loser. We're conquering Britain. No one had ever been a better slave or a worse master. Suetonius' Life of Caligula, on the relationship of Caligula and Tiberius. Augustus, 32 CE. Alban Hills, Villa in Tusculum, court of Princeps Tiberius. Gaius Caesar Germanicus. Gaius Caesar was frustrated. He had been sitting in his rooms for quite some time, wasting the day away lost in his thoughts, and had not been able to come to a resolution on a problem. He sat in one of the rooms conjoined to his sleeping chamber. He had converted it into a place of solitude, almost an office of sorts, without anything that would make it appear so to others. Here he wrote his letters, thought of the future, and met privately with visitors, not that he really had any of those, especially here in Tusculum. It was quite invigorating to leave the island of Capri, if only for a month or two. Tiberius had dragged his court with him across Italy to stay at numerous villas at varying times of the year to break Capri's monotony. He still avoided Rome like the plague, despite the fact the current villa was only 24 kilometers away from it. Gaius should probably take advantage of escaping Capri to explore and see new sights, but every time he tried to do so, his mind became occupied with unsolved anxieties. Time was running out on several very important decisions, and he did not know what to do. Tomorrow would be his 20th birthday. There was a planned banquet by Tiberius in which he would be the guest of honor. How dreadful! But it wasn't the banquet or the cold dread of getting older that had him in such a mood. It was something much closer to home. His family. 33 CE was a very tumultuous year for the original Caligula. His brother had been starved to death, his mother too died not soon after. He was given an honorary quaestorship, and he was married off to a 15-year-old girl. Unia Claudilla. There was nothing really known about her other than that the marriage was political. Her father was one of Tiberius' largest supporters, and she would die alongside Caligula's first child in 37 CE in childbirth. Any knowledge of their relationship was lost or unknown. His memories could not help him there. The marriage and the magistracy were not what had him frustrated. The quaestorship was a boon that he could use to his advantage, even if it was only a junior senatorial post. There was also little he could do about the marriage, if it still occurred at all, which was another attempt by Tiberius and his supporters to gain control over Gaius and Rome's future. On that he would just have to wait and see. It didn't hurt that if it was a horrible match, divorce wasn't uncommon in Gaius' family tree. What truly concerned him was the fate of Drusus, his only remaining brother, and Agrippina, his mother. It would only be a couple months before they were to die. That is, if Gaius did nothing to stop it. So the question easily became, did he intervene or not? How could he even do it? What was he risking both now and in the future by daring to do so? How would history change? These questions had consumed his thoughts more and more as the year 33 CE grew nearer. He had lived 18 years with them, loved them for as long as he could remember, and shared treasured moments with both of them. He knew they were innocent of any real crimes, victims of Tiberius and Sejanus. His knowledge of the future only made such thoughts more complicated. Regardless of his love for them, he had to remind himself that they were objectively rivals for power. With them dead, the only remaining heirs to the empire were Gemellus and Gaius himself. If Drusus survived, eldest son of Germanicus, then what would happen? Would he push for a claim? Would the Senate back him over Gaius upon Tiberius' death? The only reassurance in such thoughts was that he believed with utter certainty that Macro, despite the opportunist he was, would not be an ally to Drusus. At 25 he was too old to be molded to Macro's liking in the same way that Gaius or Gemellus could be. He doubted Drusus could trust the Praetorian guards either, at least he doubted he could hide such distrust as well as he himself had managed. He did not want to think about what kind of emperor his brother would be after the trauma of his imprisonment. Macro was the most important key to power in the current regime. Whoever had him on side, had the Praetorians on side, and with both it was all but guaranteed the Senate would fall in line, at least initially. Yet the anxious thought persisted, in the Roman world family members of the imperial household were more than just family, much more. Could he really stand aside and condemn his brother and mother to death for his own ambitions and survival? The hollow feeling in his chest told him that yes, he could, even if he would hate it. When he woke up as a new reborn man, he had a melting pot of Roman and 21st century virtues and sensibilities rolling around in his mind. Both were in ways anathema to the other. Romans, especially the elite, would be horrified at how modern people conducted themselves or what they valued, and vice versa. The rolling had eventually settled, he no longer reacted hotly to contentious topics in the same way he once had. He had settled somewhere in the middle, going native to an extent to ultimately survive, thrive, and not spiral into a deep depression of mental dissonance. What gripped him most was not even the mere idea of Drusus or his mother dying. He had already died once himself, technically twice if one counted the original Caligula's future demise. All things died in the end. What bothered him was how they died. The thought of Drusus becoming so utterly starved, that painful feeling building in his stomach with no relief. That he would be found dead with a mouth full of straws from his bedding was horrifying as a casual observer. It was inconceivable as a younger brother who had once grown up with and looked up to him. As someone who knew Drusus as a person, not just as a tragic figure of long ago history that wasn't even the end of it. To know that Tiberius would then have Drusus' jailer, who had kept a personal diary of his condition and of everything he begged for in his final weeks, read said diary before the entire Senate in a form of public humiliation. His mother dying all alone at the hands of her jailers, having watched piece by piece as her family was slowly destroyed? He did not think he would be able to eat a meal again or look his sisters in the eye, were he to allow such events to occur. One side of himself argued that objectively both were potential threats that could cause trouble if not his own end down the line. They were older, and had their own ideas of how things should be done. The other insisted they could be the greatest of allies if made to understand their place, invaluable loyal assets. In an empire made up of sycophants, jealous oligarchs, and ambitious generals, what else could be more valuable than definitive loyalty? So far all he really had was Suetonius, and that relationship was still new and untested. Everyone else was a risk. Macro and his ambitions, Felix and his bondage, his sisters and the influence of their husbands. He felt a headache coming along and slammed his fist down in frustration. Feeling and probably looking like a whining child. He half-heartedly wished that he had awoken instead as a reborn Diogenes, that life would have been far less stressful and more fun. Have I come at a bad time, Dominus? He looked up to see Felix standing there in the doorway, the small smile on his face giving away that he had seen the little outburst. No, of course not. What is it? He sat back in his seat and relaxed his shoulders. He still had time. 2 men have come to speak with you, Dominus. They are here together visiting from the city of Alexandria to speak to a collection of scholars that our esteemed princeps has invited for tomorrow's banquet. I raised an eyebrow in hopeful surprise. I had been sending letters to a man in Alexandria, though I had not heard back. He was around my age and had not yet acquired his future scientific fame. Gaius raised an eyebrow indicating for Felix to continue. They are Philo Judaeus and his young companion Hero. Should I bring them in? Gaius was satisfied yet shocked he had been right. On one part he had been in contact with Hero and was pleasantly surprised he would have a chance to speak with the man in person. What surprised him was Philo accompanying him, a famous Jewish philosopher who had been chosen to represent the Jews in a dispute against the original Caligula years from now. He wrote a book about it. He was one of the few contemporary sources that survived on Caligula to the 21st century. Yes, yes. Send them in. He stood to rise excited as Felix left the room to fetch them. At least this wasn't leaving him uncertain. He had sent out various letters to the key academics of the time he could either remember or had heard of from the court with some beginning ideas and theories that he knew of or theorized based on his 21st century knowledge. He was no scientist or engineer and would need men like them to take his ideas and make them workable. His only advantage over them was that he knew for certain what was possible and what was not. It would be negligent of him both as a future Roman emperor and a human being of Earth to not use his future knowledge to help push the development of the empire's technology and mankind's understanding of science, mathematics, and other key subjects. Philo looked exactly as Gaius thought he would. By now in his 50s he carried the aura of a well-lived man. Following in after him was Hero, in his early 20s, not yet the grand inventor he would be remembered as. His invention of a holy water dispensing vending machine was one of Gaius' personal favorites. They wore very formal attire, a mixture of golden embroidery and marble white robes. Looking the part of sophisticated Alexandrian scholars. Gaius made to shake hands with them both as they exchanged greetings, holding his palm face up, an accepted sign of respect in Roman culture. Philo, having taken note of the gesture, looked pleasantly surprised. I hope you both had a safe journey and trust your quarters here with us are comfortable. Philo inclined his head, a slight smile on his face. They are more than adequate, Gaius. The hospitality of Caesar and his household is most gracious. The man's voice, despite being raspy and slow, was clear. No slight stumble or ums interrupting him, every word was delivered with precision. It is a pleasure to meet you both, but I must admit my surprise. It was only a month or so ago that I sent that letter to you, Hero, and while I have heard of you Philo as a notable name in certain circles, I did not expect to meet you in person here of all places. The older man chuckles and nods his head to Hero. I am old friends with young Hero's father and he found out I was invited here, so he asked me to watch over his son while also bringing Hero along so he could speak with you. The man goes to continue speaking but is interrupted by his more excitable and younger ward. Okay, that's enough pleasantries. Hero said before slamming both hands on the desk and leaning forward. Excitement shining in his eyes. Gaius. I am so pleased to be here. I must say, your letter has kept me awake for several nights in the last month. He pulled out said letter and waved it around, nearly hitting poor Philo in the face in his joy. I'm pleased you thought so, hero, Gaius said. I trust that my letter fully conveyed the implications of my idea. Hero nodded. Your idea was unconventional, but it grabbed me and wouldn't let go. To shape glass in a way that might alter the way we see objects. This has been done already in mirrors, but you suggested that we focus instead on curvature in glass itself to shift vision. Gaius prepared to speak a half-truth. Exactly. I kept thinking that if a curved piece of metal or polished bronze can change the direction of light in a mirror, why not glass? If we were to refine it, I believe we might create something far more precise. What he said was true, he had thought so. They would just not believe or understand the true source of his knowledge. Philo looked down and frowned, a vein next to his right eye seemed to strain alongside his turning mind. But mirrors reflect light, to my understanding they do not pass it through. What do you believe could happen with glass if it's curved then? Hero quickly interjected, visually bouncing up and down in his seat. I think Gaius is suggesting something almost unnatural, that light could bend as it enters glass, and this might enlarge or distort the image we see. The ambition to theorize such a possibility. Such a lens would change the world. We might see the finest details in a grain of sand or read minuscule inscriptions with ease. He looked over at Gaius, a smirk on his face. Perhaps the future general wishes to peer across great distances more clearly to him. Gaius found an involuntary chuckle escaping his lips. Every time your name has been mentioned to me, hero, it is accompanied by the deepest praise of your relentless drive and quick understanding of complex topics. I am truly grateful to see you agree with me and see the wider implications. This had gone better than Gaius could have hoped for. He needed to continue cultivating such a deep scientific interest, especially when they were about Gaius' ideas. Hero would no doubt prove invaluable in the future. The young Alexandrian took a moment to blush before gathering himself, rambling on. Almost lost in a haze of scientific fever. Imagine the benefits to physicians, astronomers, engineers, all would find new things to discover. Philo, looking puzzled, gleamed at Hero. Would not such experimentation be futile without knowing what shape to use? Glass is not a forgiving material. Crude. Hero waved away the idea. It is crude for now. But, having Euclid's insights into geometry, we have a logical shape that might work, the convex curve. We will make small adjustments to the curve, test it repeatedly. If light behaves as Gaius suspects, the glass should focus it into a sharper view. Gaius eyed both men intently. If Hero is successful, it could change the tools we use across the empire. Hero finally seemed to settle, sitting back as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Philo's quiet breath of relief indicated that the young inventor had likely been a ball of energy for the whole trip from Alexandria. In your letter to me, Gaius, you expressed how you would be unable to test your theory yourself. I am happy to do so for you. I will be sure to write back frequently on the results, and please, if you have any other ideas, share them with me. The man gave Gaius a good case of the puppy dog eyes, but he had nothing on his three little sisters. Gaius went to speak, but before he could, Hero leapt to his feet. In fact, I shall start right away. I will be sure to come see you first thing I have some definite results. The young man said in a rush as he hustled out the door, without so much as a by your leave. Before they could blink, only Philo and Gaius remained in the room. They shared an amused smile. Philo, shaking his head in exasperation, cursed the boy. That one is always in a rush, never appreciates the small things, if he isn't careful he'll march headlong into trouble someday. He clearly held great affection for the young inventor. Unsurprising duo in all honesty. Philo shook his head in exasperation. If I am honest, young Caesar, I can hardly believe it, a member of your family, being as invested in these things as any craftsman or inventor. It is quite novel. The man stood, and bid himself to leave, citing a need to ensure Hero didn't get up to any trouble. Gaius offered to walk him out. He felt it would be a mistake not to get some insight from the famous philosopher. As they approached the entrance to his rooms, he spoke, "Before you go, Philo, I have a question of philosophical nature." The man gestured for Gaius to continue, interest piqued. If a man finds himself in possession of knowledge not fully his own, knowledge that will shape the course of another's life, should he be held responsible for what unfolds from it? Even if what he knows is uncertain, even if his very actions to circumvent it may cause said events to occur. The man took a moment to think. You speak of knowledge as if it were a burden, a curse. The philosopher replied. Perhaps it is, in part. But responsibility, I believe, is not simply bound to what one knows. Rather, it lies in how one chooses to act with what they know, or on the other hand to refrain from acting. Philo pauses, his expression thoughtful. In matters of virtue, Gaius, sometimes restraint can be as noble as action and vice versa. Ultimately the knowledge you possess must mean a great deal to you, I can see its weight upon you, your eyes are ringed by darkness, your skin pale from lack of sunlight. In the end you must weigh if you can live with the consequences of your actions, for once they are made, there is no undoing them. The man looked at Gaius with a piercing gaze. Whoever it is whose life you can shape must be dear to you, so think of your life 10 years from now, can you imagine using or not using said knowledge to change the course of their life? Could you live with never knowing what difference you might make? The men stared at each other in silence for a brief moment. I appreciate your kind words, truly I do. I hope you enjoy your stay with us, I'll be sure to speak with you tomorrow night at the banquet. In all honesty, Gaius wasn't sure the man's words had helped at all. How could they in truth? The man had no concept of Gaius' true situation. He doubted the man had little understanding of Tiberius' true nature either. The pleasure was all mine, young Caesar. If you need to speak with me further I would be happy to oblige you anytime, and congratulations on turning 20, a big milestone in any man's life. The man turned to leave, singing some unknown tune to himself. Eventually turning a corner and disappearing from view. Gaius sighed and turned back into his rooms, deciding some rest would do him good. He had a long day ahead of him, and frankly, he was tired of thinking. Without getting out of his clothing he laid on his bed, it didn't take long for him to fall into oblivion. The world around Gaius was soft, blurry, before he could blink he found himself standing at the edge of a bridge, unsure how it got there or where he was. Despite standing on what appeared to be solid ground, he felt himself sway slightly, the world before him shimmering and uncertain. He had an inkling of where he was. The Rhine stretched before him, the dark water flowing slowly beneath the surface of an extended bridge. He was certain this was outside the town of Vetera. It was a moment from his past, one that had faded over time. This was surely when contact had been lost with Aulus Caesar and his legions, and there was fear that the bridge would be used by Arminius and his forces to invade the town. His mother had convinced them against pulling the bridge down and then brought a young Gaius along to stand at its head waiting for Caesar and the legion's hopeful return. It was only now that he noticed her presence beside him and his own tiny stature. She was dressed in simple clothing, yet it portrayed a regal image. Hair tied up in an elaborately styled bun, not a hair out of place. Her gaze was unflinching from the bridge before them, she looked like a colossus. Gaius had forgotten the weight of her presence. Always seemingly unshakable, even after the death of their father. They stood in silence for some time watching the river flow. Words forced themselves from his mouth, as if following a pre-planned script. One he had little control over. Was this a dream? A memory? Mother, Gaius whispered, his voice young and high-pitched, why are we waiting here? She turned to him, her gaze affectionate. We're waiting, she said softly. We're waiting for them to return. The soldiers? Gaius asked, his brows forced to furrow in confusion. Yes, the men of the 1st, 5th, the 20th, and the 25th, they've been through much and we are here to receive them. But we don't know if they are even still alive, right? That's what the villagers all said. Why wait? What if Arminius and his devils come across and attack us? Or, they aren't like we expect them to be anymore? Shouldn't we destroy the bridge? Agrippina turned to him, her expression thoughtful, piercing through him. Sometimes, Gaius, you have to have faith in others. I have found, my son, that you cannot always control the circumstances you find yourself in, or the eventual outcome, but you can have faith in people. It does not matter whether I stood back and let the villagers destroy this bridge or chose to have it destroyed myself out of fear of the future. I would have condemned the men to death. I would have taken away their hope, and hope is the one thing a soldier carries with him, even when he has nothing else. A deep frustration and fear raced up through his body and spewed out of his mouth in a gush of words. What if by saving them he caught himself, we lose our chance at what we've worked so hard for? Our dreams? What if they've become as traitorous and ambitious as Arminius, and by letting them back in, we're ensuring our own downfall? Agrippina's expression softened, and she touched his cheek gently. You think that destroying the bridge will protect you, but it won't. You can't stop what's coming by making decisions out of fear, Gaius. Sometimes, you have to have faith that things will work out, even if you can't see the way forward. Sometimes, the hardest thing to do is to wait and trust that the soldiers will arrive. That the men will honor their word. Suddenly, the distant sound of marching feet reached his ears. The soldiers would be here soon. Gaius opened his mouth to argue, but faltered. You make it sound so easy? I don't know what to do, Mom. I have always believed in Rome, in the strength of our people, of our family. And in you. If you truly believe that destroying that bridge, of leaving the soldiers to their fate is the right choice, then I will trust your instincts. But you can't control everything, you'll never know what could be unless you trust them. Trust us, Gaius. The rhythmic thud of boots on the bridge echoed through the air, growing louder with each passing second. The soldiers were coming within sight, battered and broken, after their long and harrowing ordeal. It's time, she said softly, more to herself than to Gaius. She turned her attention fully to him, her gaze softening as she knelt in front of him. I am very proud of you, Gaius Caesar, never forget that. She stood and turned. Gaius wanted to speak more, but the soldiers were almost upon them. He couldn't make his body or mouth move. A familiar frustration gripped him, one all have felt when in dreams. The inability to act out simple desires, to be unable to even take a single step in the right direction. The first legionnaires crested the bridge, their faces tired but proud. They were battle-worn, but there was a quiet reverence in their movements as they spotted his mother standing at the end of the bridge, waiting to greet them. She stood tall, a beacon of strength for the exhausted men. As they approached, she moved to meet them, providing encouragement, aid, and food. Gaius watched as they bowed to her with deep respect, speaking with her intimately, making jokes and laughing about their circumstances. Her sincerity and their gratitude was clear for him to see. As the soldiers continued forward, they finally recognized him. Not many young boys followed Agrippina, sweetheart of the legions around, their faces lit up in an instant. Hail Caesar Caligula! They cheered, in a unified cry of joy. The sound echoed across the bridge, and Gaius felt it deep in his bones. As the soldiers progressed, a steady cheer of Hail Agrippina! And Hail Caesar Caligula! Rose up and spread backwards through the marching army. A drowning cacophony in tune with the marching of worn and battered feet. A name which to them was one of camaraderie and affection, not a mocking joke. The memory began to fade and float away in pieces. No, it was too soon. He hadn't figured out what to do yet, he had more questions. Damn it! The last thing he saw was his mother's proud smile beaming at him brighter than any sun before she turned away. Gaius felt a pull at his back that he couldn't resist, eyes falling closed and body loosening as he tumbled into oblivion. His hearing was the last sense to fade. The world roared as one. Hail Caesar Caligula! 31st Augustus 32 CE. The banquet was in full swing, and had been for hours, a somewhat more tame affair than what usually went down on Capri. Gaius had spent the night being subjected to endless greetings and well wishes. For once he was the belle of the ball. His night was filled with shaking hands, and half listening to the offers and whinging of sycophants. You know, I have a daughter that's turning 20 soon as well. I think you both would get on swimmingly. Or the Senate has lost all sense. Back in my day they actually had some dignity. Now it's a bunch of young bulls trying to run ramshot over everything my forefathers built. He found no relief, no matter where he turned to. He had refrained from drinking much, wanting to keep a clean head while being repeatedly bombarded by questions from foreign guests. Fortunately he spotted Tiberius taking an elevated position. It would seem things might be coming to an end. Honored guests! Lend me your ears. Tonight we celebrate the 20th year of life in one Gaius Caesar Germanicus. A roaring cheer went up. He felt himself slapped on the back, more hard than was polite or necessary. For such an spectacular occasion, I have organized outside a small arena and a set of young gladiators under my ownership to fight one another for our entertainment. Or not. Gaius sighed and watched as the room began to empty rapidly, people rushing outside to get good seats. Watching young men fight to the death was the Roman equivalent of football. There were teams, tournaments, hardcore fans and managers. Gaius himself intended to take advantage in an effort to get closer with the masses. When he got around to building the famed Colosseum for himself, he felt tempted to pull a Commodus and fight a lion for the fun of it. Unfortunately such a decision would be too scandalous for the Senate to handle. As he followed the guests outside, he spotted the arena Tiberius had set up, already filled with young men of an age with Gaius, fighting each other with wooden swords. The arena was already half-packed with people shouting and cheering at the men in the ring below. Before he could move to take his own seat he was notified by servants that the princeps wished to sit and watch the fighting with his great-nephew. Gaius cursed internally and hastily moved to where Tiberius sat. He had cordoned off a small section of the stands for himself, lounging alone, his guards and servants far enough that they would have some privacy. As Gaius approached he looked up and smiled. Ah! Caligula, good, come sit with me. The man tried to look like he was full of vigor, but it was clear to see he was losing strength. His 70 years were finally catching up with him. The fact he originally lived for another 4 years either spoke to his ability to cling to life or Caligula's anxiety about killing Tiberius. Gaius smiled back, face the perfect imitation of someone excited to be where he was. You honor me with tonight's festivities, great uncle, I am beyond words. I am glad you have been enjoying yourself then, young Caligula. A lot of effort was put into organizing tonight, it would be rude not to appreciate it. Gaius went to reassure Tiberius but was cut off halfway through speaking. The man held a cup of wine in his hand and inadvertently, or more likely on purpose, his movements made some spill onto Gaius' face. I trust you have been captivated by this spectacle? Tiberius asked, gesturing to the men below. He turned just in time to watch a young boy, no older than 12, get picked up and thrown through the air. Surprisingly these men were not fighting to the death, instead using wooden swords. Yes, it's a day I will always remember, princeps. Gaius replied with careful enthusiasm. The fighters are spirited. To be honest, I had a reason for calling you here, Caligula. The man sat forward and turned finally to look at him, deciding he would give Gaius the honor of speaking to him face to face. You are 20 years old now and I wish to ask some questions of you, I hope you do not mind indulging me. Despite the tone being friendly, it was clear this was not something he could decline. What was the worst that could happen? He had made no overt moves against Tiberius, too focused on building his own power base little by little. Gaius shook his head and indicated he was ready to answer whatever questions Tiberius had for him. Tiberius beamed. Excellent. Well, what do you think of power, Caligula? Tiberius' eyes narrowed slightly in anticipation. The power of ruling over men, controlling them and bringing order. Should one strive to be loved? Feared? What is a leader to do if they are hated by their own people? Gaius paused, gauging the faint gleam of expectation in Tiberius' eyes. The old man wanted a specific answer, wanted Gaius to confirm the beliefs that underpinned his own harsh style of ruling. So Gaius let his eyes narrow as though he were speaking from a well of deeply held conviction. Let them hate me, so long as they fear me. Gaius said with fire in his eyes, that is all that matters. A pleased smile slid across Tiberius' withered face, he nodded in approval. He clapped his hand on Gaius' shoulder, a gesture that might have seemed paternal if not for the possessive, calculating gleam in his eyes. And what, then, do you make of the common masses? Gaius' gaze drifted momentarily, as if lost in thought, but he had the answer ready. Of mankind, we may say in general, he replied smoothly, that they are fickle creatures, hypocritical and greedy for gain. Tiberius' smile widened, clearly pleased with the sentiment. Wise words. Few men understand the truth about the common rabble, let alone one so young. They are a disease upon us all. He studied Gaius, his expression shifting to something gentler, yet the man was not the actor Gaius was. His struggle to keep the expression on his face was clear to see in the small twitches of his eyebrows and cheeks, and the cold look in his eyes killed any sense of the illusion. I hope you don't resent me, Gaius, for what I've done in bringing you to stay with me. All of it was for your good, you understand. Gaius' lips curved into an appreciative smile. Great Uncle Tiberius, I am going to kill you one day. I am only grateful for your great wisdom and the care you have shown me during my stay, he replied, his tone soft, submissive. It is by your hand alone that I have been raised, molded to fit Rome's needs, your needs. The first CE Roman century will be known for two things, the death of Augustus and the reign of Gaius. You will be nothing but a footnote in between. Tiberius paused, he stared intently at Gaius' face, searching for something, unconsciously swirling his cup of wine in a slow circle. He seemed to come to some decision, putting the cup down, as he turned his attention fully to Gaius. I am satisfied with the answers you gave to my questions, and your behavior ever since you came under my care. I have decided in all my generosity to grant you a reward, he said, sounding magnanimous. One wish, anything within my power to give. Consider it a gift of acknowledgement for your consistent loyalty. Gaius' heart stilled for a fraction of a second. His face was serious, to what end this was all for he did not know, but he felt he could trust his understanding of the man, the offer was genuine. A plan sparked in his mind, a gamble that could see him dead in the hour if mishandled. This was a chance to intervene, to save his family, at least one member of it, from Tiberius' tightening noose. Despite how he had debated with himself back and forth for weeks, it seemed now there was only one choice he could have made all along. Philo was right, in 10 years he could live with any mistakes made regarding Drusus and his mother, but he could not live without doing anything to prevent their deaths. He was about to bullshit more than he had ever bullshitted before. He let his gaze fall briefly to the arena floor, his face clouding with a faint shadow as though he were struggling with something deep, conflicted. There is something, he said, hesitantly, keeping his tone measured and subdued, just enough to hint at some inner vulnerability. It concerns my brother, Drusus. Tiberius' expression soured, though he said nothing, his gaze hardening with a clear distaste. Gaius felt a faint tremor of satisfaction at such a reaction, it was what he had been hoping for. What of him? I hope you are not going to ask for him to be freed, he is a dangerous criminal. Tiberius asked, his voice cold, though his interest was clearly piqued. Most likely hoping Gaius would actually ask for such a foolish request. Gaius was not that stupid, hence why he had made no mention of his mother. It would send Tiberius into a rage. Gaius inclined his head respectfully, making it appear as if he was ashamed to even speak of the matter. I worry that his confinement in Rome brings shame upon our house. I find his close presence to us even when on Capri distasteful, those disloyal dogs of Sejanus and in the Senate no doubt have plots and schemes involving using him against us. He glanced at Tiberius, letting a brief flicker of disdain across his face, a look that he hoped would convey disgust at his brother's existence. Perhaps if he were relocated to an island farther away from the city and us, his disposition might improve, and he might bring less disgrace upon Rome and yourself. Tiberius for a few seconds looked utterly gobsmacked. Gaius had surprised him, he then studied his great-nephew intently, his brow furrowing as he looked for any sign of deception, which he would fail to find, and considered the request. You believe this is the best for Rome? Gaius met Tiberius' gaze, letting an edge of cold sincerity creep into his voice. Yes, I do. The city of Rome is the center of everything, he needs to be moved as far out of the way from it as possible, like my mother. Lest any dissenters get any foolish ideas. Tiberius mulled over Gaius' words, his eyes glinting with a mix of suspicion and approval. Finally, he nodded slowly, a faint smile curling his lips. I shall consider it, his tone soft. Tiberius' gaze returned to the arena, a loud roar from the crowd covering the sound of Gaius' subtle exhale. Perhaps, for the first time in months, Gaius felt a flicker of control, the faintest taste of victory. Tiberius' voice cut through it like the crack of a whip. You've grown up into quite the man, Gaius. Tell me, how has your training progressed? Macro speaks highly of your efforts. Gaius tilted his head down in modesty. I do what I can to honor his teachings. He is a harsh taskmaster, but thanks to him I am the fittest that I've ever been. Tiberius' lips curved into a sly grin. Honor, yes. Words mean little without action, do they not? An idea strikes me. The reward you asked for is quite interesting, but one I am personally against. I will fulfill it, but believe it necessary that you prove your sincerity and loyalty to me first. Gaius tensed beneath his tunic, though he allowed no hint of hesitation to touch his face. Whatever you will shall be done, Princeps. Good, Tiberius said, voice thick with pleasure and false benevolence. Then why not step down into the arena? Prove that you have been dedicated to the training I personally arranged for you. Prove your mettle before the gods and the people alike. If you succeed, then Drusus shall be moved out of Rome by morning. Gaius' stomach clenched, but his face remained smooth as marble. If it is your desire, Princeps, then it shall be done. He internally rolled his eyes. Nothing could just go his way, could it? He supposed the original Caligula's bad karma was coming back to haunt him. Tiberius rose and spoke to the crowd at large, announcing the spectacle. As Gaius rose from his seat, there was a mixture of approving roars, teasing jeers, and concerned looks thrown his way. He descended down towards the arena with a measured pace, his mind racing beneath the calm surface. Near the base of the stands, a familiar figure broke through the crowd. Suetonius, his newfound confidant, Macro had come through and gotten him a post as a military tribune. He would not be returning with the court to Capri, instead heading to wherever in the empire he was assigned. Gaius was certain he would rise through the ranks quickly. He gripped Gaius' arm, his voice urgent and low. What madness is this? You can't seriously be going through with it, Gaius. He's setting you up to fail. Gaius gave him a faint but reassuring smile. Relax, my friend, he said, voice calm but firm. No matter what, you are not to intervene. That is my will. Suetonius' brow furrowed, his concern obvious, but he nodded. Gaius clasped his shoulder briefly before stepping into the arena proper. He had come to admire Suetonius in their short acquaintance, his loyalty and willingness to defend him even at personal risk. Gaius could not allow such loyalty to lead him to ruin. A part of him was growing excited with each day, waiting for the time they would march together at the head of an army. The hot sand beneath his sandals was coarse, rough, and irritating, and frankly getting everywhere. He didn't like it. He stripped down to a simple subligaculum, a gladiator's loincloth, leaving his torso and legs bare. He had eventually regained his Roman feelings regarding modesty despite his modern insights causing initial discomfort. A murmur rippled through the crowd, mixed with admiration and interest. Gaius felt their eyes lingering, some on his chiseled physique, others on the confidence in his stride. Holy Jupiter! Look at that chest. He's half your age, Julia, calm down, Nutta. Mama likes what she sees. Man, since when was Gaius that fit? Thanks man, I didn't think anyone had noticed. What? No, I meant Gaius, not you. But my name is Gaius. Yeah, I meant the other Gaius. Really? Me? Thanks man, it means a lot. No, not you either. I meant Gaius. Half of the people here are named Gaius, you gotta be more specific. His gaze swept across the gathered gladiators, a mix of freedmen, sails, and volunteers, all hardened by years of bloodshed. They eyed him in turn, some warily, others with curiosity. He could see them assessing him, deciding how easy he would go down. Tiberius stood arms spread wide, the kindly mask had slipped entirely, revealing the cold hunger for amusement that simmered beneath. You shall face 3 opponents, Tiberius announced, voice carrying over the crowd. The first will be unarmed, like yourself, a test of physical strength. The second will be against a man with a wooden sword, enough to bruise, perhaps break, but not to kill. The third shall be the same except against one of my most seasoned gladiators. The look in the man's eyes was intense. Entertain me and succeed and I will grant you this one favor. Gaius thought it was bullshit that Tiberius offering to grant him any request still somehow ended up with him half naked inside the arena. The first challenger came out with little fanfare, he was of the same build and age as Gaius. Half the crowd roared in excitement, the other half seemed a mixture of people not knowing what to do and others showing great disapproval. They didn't even exchange names or anything, just got right down to it. Gaius refused to lose. The first punch sent him staggering, breaking his momentum and his poise. He had been watching the man's face, trying to read it. It had become a key tool for his survival. He probably should have been focusing on the man's fists instead before one slammed into his face. The crowd gasped with him. He felt a rising pain in his cheek, surprisingly invigorating. Seems they weren't going to be holding back on him. The man was relentless and fast, it took all he had just to evade his following grabs and jabs. Gaius leaped aside and backed away from another strong swing, trying to give himself room. He dodged where he could, raising arms to block and ducking nimbly under blows, his wrists and arms aching from the punishment. His opponent was growing confident in his victory, too confident. Probably rightfully assuming that princelings like Gaius couldn't fight for shit. He took a deep stride forward, rocketing his arms out to make a grab. Gaius sprang to side, using his left leg to kick the man's right knee as hard as he could. The gladiator fell down and before he could recover Gaius was on him. He struck furiously with a fist to the man's temple, the man's head jerked to the side. Spit flying into Gaius' face. His opponent only had a brief second to release a cry of pain before Gaius had driven his knee mercilessly into the man's nose. He went to raise his fist to strike again when he realized the man was down, and tapping for surrender. Blood flowed from his face. Gaius must have broken his nose. It ended almost as quickly as it started. He didn't know what he had been expecting. He had always imagined fights as long drawn-out affairs, not the quick brutality of what had just occurred. He looked up at Tiberius. The man looked as if he was drowning in ecstasy. Gaius just hoped it was because Tiberius was a dick and not because of some new fight play fetish he had discovered. Sweat ran down his face, fat drops slithering to the ground. He huffed with exhaustion. A servant ran over and gave him a flask of water. He snatched it with a quiet thanks and downed it before pouring the rest over his head to cool himself down. The same servant handed him a wooden sword which he gave a few practice swings. He could admit he wasn't bad with a sword by any means, but he had too little experience with a real one, to know if he was anything other than mediocre. He was about to find out either way. What a showing from young Caligula! Who knew he was capable of such brutality? Tiberius belted out. People were looking at him in surprise and it was easy to know why. The man's tone of voice had never been so bright in all the time Gaius had known him. Gaius really wished he had woken up as Diogenes. The next challenger had a name, it seemed, Lodi, several of his buddies calling it out, cheering for his victory. He was lean, very lean. He was acting very casual about the whole affair. Fighting like this had probably become routine for him. Fuck him up, Gaius. He knew who that was and was glad to have his support. I've got good coin riding on this. God damn it, Suetonius. Begin. The fight was slower this time, as both men circled one another. Gaius made the first move, lunging at the bastard, who just swiftly moved aside. He turned and thrust towards the man's stomach. Wood clacked as Lodi caught it with his own wooden sword. Gaius tried cutting at him viciously but somehow Lodi blocked or evaded every move. He danced around Gaius, face showing little sign of effort. With another clack of wood ringing out they crossed swords, Gaius pushing with all his strength, wood biting into his nails. His legs strained and pushed against the ground, he felt an ache in his elbows. Every muscle was in use. For that mere moment their faces were almost touching. Gaius reared his head back for a headbutt but found himself tumbling forward instead during the follow-through. A force hit him in the back strong enough to send him tumbling across the arena floor, kicking up sand and dirt. He heard a loud echoing gasp from up above. Get up, Gaius. Give him a good thrashing. Surely this goes too far. He lost sight of the man as all his focus went into trying to reorientate himself and get back upright. As he struggled onto one knee he heard the sound of feet rushing on sand. Sensing the man's approach, he acted on instinct and the sound of a wooden clack let him know he had deflected the blow. Lodi stood over him, pushing down with force to drive him into the dirt. Had that connected he would have been out for the count. Despite the intense physical struggle a thought came to him, fuck this. This wasn't some duel of chivalry, he didn't have the training to beat these men fair and square. Gaius quickly came to the conclusion that if he wanted to win he needed to emulate Tiberius. Become a dick. As he strained against Lodi's full body weight he reached down with his left hand and grabbed a clump of sand and dirt, just as fast he threw it up into the gladiator's eyes. Lodi let out a yell and staggered back, clawing at his face. Gaius didn't let him get far. He grabbed the man by the back of the leg, flipped his sword around and drove the wooden pommel into the man's groin. As Lodi stumbled back, a look of utmost betrayal flashed on his still sand-covered face. The crowd let out an echoing "oh." He had only been training for a few months. This man his equal in age had probably for half his life. He did his best to appear unaffected as he rose to his feet and advanced on the man. Lodi swung out in desperation, the blow arcing towards his right shoulder. Gaius parried the strike with barely any effort. The gladiator was on the back foot and seemed to have lost his edge. The wooden pommel to the balls really had done a number on him. Gaius picked up speed, springing forward, flicking another swing aside, then another. Block right, deflect left, on it went as they slowly fought back across the arena. He felt himself almost sink deeper into himself, a state of mind purely focused on physical stimuli and instinctual movements. There was another loud clack of wood on wood as he flashed forward in a final strike. His sword flashed faster than his eye could track as he knocked Lodi's sword from his hand. He followed it up with a powerful Spartan kick to the chest. On instinct he chanted the famous line in his head, "This is Sparta," and sent the lithe man tumbling backwards across the dirt floor. He was unconscious, having hit his head on impact with the ground. He was quickly carried off by his fellow gladiators. Some held hands in front of their groins protectively, as if Gaius was a threat to their virtue. God damn it, this event is going to end up written down by Cassius Dio or some other gossip historian, and I'll be remembered as the ball-punching emperor. To Gaius' relief and annoyance, his great-uncle indicated that there would be a brief intermission, giving guests a chance to relieve themselves or get some food. Gaius was reluctant to admit that a part of him found this fun. His screaming and aching body told that small part to go die in a fire. Gaius slumped onto a bench near the arena's edge, chest heaving as he wiped sweat from his brow. Felix appeared as if from nowhere, quick fingers probing the light bruises scattered across his torso, face, and arms. The sand clinging to his skin stung where it met the scrapes, but he made no complaint. "You've done well, Dominus," Felix murmured. "Your movements are sharp, precise. You've had everyone on the edge of their seats." Gaius somewhat doubted that, but he appreciated the false praise and genuine encouragement nonetheless. "And the crowd? What do they say about it?" Felix hesitated, glancing over his shoulder toward the closest mass of spectators shouting and gesturing from above. "Mixed, Dominus. Some adore it, seeing Germanicus' son fight gladiators has them in awe. Others are horrified, unable to act but displeased with what the princeps have subjected you to. Especially when it was revealed the reason you are doing so is to have your brother moved from the cells of Rome, that has made you popular. Regardless, it's clear your presence here stirs a reaction in nearly everyone." Gaius leaned back, closing his eyes briefly. "And my peers?" "Split," Felix replied. "Some are envious, some look in awe. They admire your physique, your ability to beat opponents who are clearly your superior in fighting skill. But there are those who think this little more than a mockery, a spectacle unworthy of your station." "And the women?" Gaius asked, his tone sly despite the ache in his body. Felix opened his mouth but was interrupted by a chorus of high-pitched voices calling down from the stands. "Gaius! Over here!" He looked up, spotting a small group of young women waving excitedly in his direction. Their laughter was loud and unrestrained, their cheeks flushed with delight. Gaius tilted his head, mustering a roguish grin. "Hey, ladies!" he called back, his voice carrying just enough warmth to elicit a fresh wave of giggles. They quickly scattered among the stands. Gaius chuckled softly, his exhaustion momentarily forgotten. But the brief respite ended as Tiberius' voice thundered over the arena. "For the final round, I present to you one of my finest, the Avenger." A towering figure stepped forward, an older man, his face weathered with cuts and sores. His body was pure, thick muscle, his bare chest rippling outward with scars. He carried his wooden gladius in a bulging grip in one hand and a shield in the other. Gaius found his own shield shoved into his free hand. Gaius stood, his fatigue momentarily overridden by the sight of the man. His mind raced as he studied him, an older man. Slower, perhaps. But a lifetime of experience to compensate. He cut an intimidating figure. As they approached one another in the center of the arena, the crowd hushed, anticipation thick in the air. The Avenger stopped a few paces from Gaius, assessing him. Then, in a low, gravelly voice, he offered a quiet blessing. "May Fortuna smile upon you, young Caesar. Fight well. Begin." Avenger surged forward like a wave, slashing away in a series of strokes that Gaius barely held back with his new shield. One blow passed so close to his right side that he swore he felt it carve a line in his face, even if it failed to connect. Avenger pulled back and flung his sword into a sideways sweep at neck level. Gaius spied an opening, ducking underneath the sweep he moved to the man's undefended right side. But before wood met flesh, the man had spun and blocked the wooden sword with his shield. Gaius went to step back but it was too late. The older man dipped low with his shoulder, then flung Gaius away with a heave. He got some minor airtime before slamming backwards into the dirt, all air left his body, he gasped desperately and half-heartedly raised his shield instinctively through the pain but no blow came. He struggled for a few deep breaths, eyes scanning the world around him. "Get up, boy," Avenger called out not having moved, his voice carrying neither mockery nor disdain. "You've got more fight in you, I can see it." After a moment he rose to his feet and settled back into a fighting stance. The man had not needed to do that, he could have ended the fight then and there, he clearly outclassed Gaius. He shook his head and darted forward at a sprint. He would give it his all anyway, his family's lives deserved nothing less. Gaius fell into a pattern for several endless minutes, time blurred, as he dodged when possible, relying and preying on his shield to block what he could not avoid. The man had a solid defense. Gaius had grown tired from 3 consecutive fights and honestly lacked anywhere near the skill or experience needed to even challenge this man in any true sense. Avenger could have ended the fight from the beginning, but the man never took advantage and often gave small guiding tips as their blows connected. He left Gaius feeling puzzled but relieved. He tried to bash the man's gladius aside with his shield in a parry, but instead found himself tumbling across the ground again. He had lost count by now how many times his face had met the ground. The dirt and sand had begun to become one with his face, sweat storing clumps of both across his body. Gaius' vision blurred in pure exhaustion for a moment, but he clenched his jaw and pushed himself upright. Thank the gods I did not reawaken as Spartacus, this fucking sucks. Gaius studied the man's face. His eyes shifted subtly with each feint, telegraphing his intent. He knows clearly what he'll do before he moves, and his face broadcasts it. Avenger lunged again, gladius cutting through the air in a wide arc. Gaius sidestepped, just in time, reading the slight tightening at the corner of the man's mouth. He spun and struck out at the man's vulnerable side, scoring a hard glancing hit. Well done, the older man grunted in pain, a hint of pride in his voice. Keep at it. He slowly built momentum, getting glancing hit after glancing hit, but it wasn't enough. The man was just too solidly built and physically hardened to be defeated in this way. Gaius' eyes flicked to Avenger's grip. The man had loosened his grip as the fight went on, confident in his strength. If Gaius could force him to overcommit. He rocketed forwards, feinting with a thrust aimed at the man's chest. Avenger raised his sword to parry, exactly as Gaius had hoped. Instead of following through, Gaius twisted his blade downward, locking it against the ledge of his wooden gladius' tiny hilt. With all his strength, he wrenched the man's weapon to the side. Wood scraped against wood. The move wasn't clean. It jarred Gaius' arm painfully, but it worked. Avenger's wooden sword flew from his grasp, clattering in the sand. Before anyone could react, Gaius surged forward, slamming his shoulder and shield into Avenger's chest. It was like hitting a brick wall, but the force was enough to unbalance the older man. Gaius hooked a foot behind the gladiator's ankle and shoved again before the man could pull his own shield down on Gaius' back. The gladiator fell backward, landing heavily on the sand. For the first time, the crowd was fully silent. Gaius stood over him, breathing hard, his gladius pointed down in victory. The older man's chest rose and fell as he looked up with a faint smile. Well played, he said quietly, raising a hand in surrender. Silence. The silence was broken by the sound of clapping, accompanied by a rasping chuckle. Well done, my dear Caligula. You have truly proven yourself tonight. I shall keep my word to you. Your brother Drusus shall be moved from Rome to a distant island. As a reward for that brutal display, I'll even ensure he is nursed back to some form of pitiful health. The old man let out a rasping cough as he struggled to stand. Hell. I'll personally send a letter to your filthy traitor of a mother to tell her the good news. She will be thrilled to hear about tonight's events, I'm sure. Gaius looked down at the defeated gladiator at his feet. Both of them were breathing heavily, utterly exhausted. He lowered a hand to help lift the man up. The man looked surprised but touched at the gesture and made to link their hands when Tiberius' voice rang out. Not so fast, my dear Caligula. I'll need you to do one more thing for me if you really want me to fulfill your wish. Gaius felt a small trickle of dread build within his chest. But he had come too far to stop this train wreck now. I live to serve you, great uncle. What is it you wish me to do? He turned away from Avenger to glance at Tiberius and froze. The sky above had grown darker, leaving deep shadows. The only lights were those on wall-mounted torches, evenly spaced out around the arena. It bathed the stands in patches of mixed shadow and malevolent red. From this angle they cast wicked shadows across Tiberius' face. His malevolent grin flickered in and out of the pooling darkness, stretching almost endlessly. His eyes shined with an unfamiliar glee, almost glowing red as they reflected the nearby light. His body was sagging, almost boneless, robes dirty from excess drink and food, gluttony given form. Gaius thought he must be looking up at the devil. You are the victor and thus your task is simple. Kill him, he said with a smile on his face. He gestured for a nearby Praetorian guard to approach. As they did so they unsheathed their sword and forcibly placed it in Gaius' hands before walking away. Kill him and I will do as I promised. He thought he had misheard. Was Tiberius really willing to go so far? The man, despite his evident low social standing, had clearly surrendered. With witnesses from all over Rome's territories present. Some of the visitors, especially some of the scholars, looked downright horrified at the direction the knight had taken. He glanced Hero and Philo out of the corner of his eye, both looking somber and downcast. Many seemed determined to walk away from the stands with a mixture of them in clear good spirits and others displaying troubled expressions. Especially those with children or women headed back inside, not wanting to spoil the mood of the party with a violent execution. There was nothing he could do. If he refused, then he would be for the first time openly defying his great uncle, letting slip that he wasn't the obedient, meek, and ruthless heir Tiberius thought he was. He had come this far in a desperate gamble to save his family. He was so close. His knuckles tightened around the smooth hilt in his hand and he stepped over the downed man. "As you command, Imperator," he yelled. Tiberius began to laugh again, but it felt distant to Gaius' ears. All his focus was on the man before him. He had never killed someone before. He knew it would be easier to physically kill this man face to face, who had gone easy on him, been honorable and thus saved Gaius' brother, than it would be to receive a letter of his family's demise. He wondered what that said about him, about who he was. Despite his strong stature, the man looked terrified, yet resigned. Men in his profession had come to grips long ago that death was always a moment away. The man had no options, he could resist but his fate was sealed. His value no longer lay as a gladiator to Tiberius, he would die either way, now a pawn in their little game. But Tiberius would not make it quick or painless. "What is your name?" Gaius asked the man gently. Whose eyes widened in shock. When he spoke it was with a calmness that Gaius could not place with a man who knew he was about to die. "Silvanus. My name is Silvanus. Named after the deity who protects the forests? Do you have any family, Silvanus?" Gaius asked in a voice only the two of them could hear as he raised his sword, ready to plunge it down into the man's neck. He found his hands were shaking, he had to actively hold one in place with the other lest he drop the sword. "Yes. A woman, Flora, and 3 children. They live at the end of a dead-end alleyway on the eastern side of the lower town, 2 streets away from the forum. They will be well taken care of, I will make sure of it," Gaius promised. Silvanus subtly glanced up at Tiberius who, without needing to look, Gaius could feel was growing impatient. Silvanus looked back at him and seemed to fully grasp the situation they were both in, that seemed to give him some resolve. "Swear it on your father's name." Not surprising that a fighting man like this would value an oath connected to his father. Sometimes Gaius was taken aback by the fact that his dad was, despite being dead for 13 years, one of Rome's most popular celebrities. Their darling prince. The power of what-ifs, of missed potential. "I swear on Germanicus himself, that I shall have my agents, Macros agents realistically. Watch over Flora and her children, and that before I dare set foot in the city of Rome again, I shall visit them and ensure that they want for nothing for the rest of my days," Gaius vowed. Silvanus relaxed into the dirt, looking as if all his troubles had floated away. "Thank you, Caesar. Make it quick." He closed his eyes. Gaius hesitated for a second before mustering his own resolve, making the man wait and doubt when the blow would come would be cruel. Gaius' feelings had become secondary. He tightened his grip around the sword's hilt and plunged it down into the man's neck with force. An audible crunch, the wet feeling of blood on his face. Killing a fellow Roman was far easier to do than he had expected it to be. Gaius knelt on the ground feeling a bone-deep exhaustion. Strangely, the first thought that occurred to him was not about tonight's events all but how he needed to get fitter and stronger. If he was going to be leading legions into battle in a few years' time, he had to be at peak fitness. Lest some Celtic warrior get the better of him. He had been tossed around like a rag doll by all 3 opponents tonight, he had a long way to go. Silvanus' body was carried away, to be entombed on Gaius' orders. He looked up to see a lot of the guests had left, Tiberius himself had also gone. A fitting end for his 20th birthday celebration, alone covered in grime and blood, and all things considered it could have been worse. He did not think Tiberius would go back on his word, he had looked oddly serious tonight at times. He just hoped it was enough, and that it was the right decision. Tiberius could still turn around and kill them both at any time as long as he lived. He, himself, was far from safe, now more than ever Tiberius would be watching to see any cracks in the masks he wore. Gaius needed to up his timetable. He needed to be tied to Macro, have the man's full support before they moved to eliminate Tiberius. Fortunately, Gaius' insight let him know what Macro would do. In both lives Macro thought young Gaius held the common weakness of all young men. Beautiful women. He had, and Gaius suspected would once again, ordered his wife to seduce the inexperienced original Caligula, who eventually had fallen in love with her. Gaius would not fall for the same scheme. In fact, he felt a sly smile come to life on his face, he thought it might be something he could turn around to his advantage. Despite his body being a green bowie in such matters, his memories gave him ample knowledge to compensate. He spotted Suetonius and Felix approaching, the old servant looked as if he had swallowed something sour. He was nodding along as Suetonius, who had thrown an muscled arm around the old man's withered shoulders, made wild gestures and sounds, recounting Gaius' brave acts in the ring with great exaggeration. He would have to make sure Macro's men took a letter along with them when they went to Rome, he needed to make things very clear with Drusus on where they stood and what the future of Rome would be. He loved his family, but they would fall in line, one way or another. Navius Notorious Macro, 53 years old. Prefect of the Praetorian Guard. Macro sat in his chambers, the low flicker of the candlelight casting deep shadows on his lined face. He leaned heavily against the edge of his desk, his body aching from years of service and strain. His thoughts, however, were as sharp as ever. He had clawed his way to the top through grit and guile, but time, that cruel witch, had started to weigh him down. His reflection in the bronze mirror confirmed as much, grey hair at the temples, wrinkles etched across his brow. It didn't matter, not as long as his mind remained keen and his ambition. As the days passed, his old age, and the weaknesses it forced upon him, became more apparent. Macro was pleased that despite his body's decline his mind was as sharp as ever, still able to catch the smaller details that others often ignored or failed to see entirely. Gaius Caesar had changed. Over the last year his relationship with young Gaius had adapted to meet these changes. There was more to Tiberius' heir than many understood. The boy's well-hidden but natural charm and intellect, his skills at evading Tiberius' punishments and those cold calculating eyes Macro had only glimpsed for a brief moment. He had seen Gaius a few years prior and now in hindsight the changes were astounding. Capri truly had transformed Gaius almost completely into a new person. While he served as Sejanus' second in command he had spied the boy from a distance during a religious ceremony. Thin and clearly shy at the large crowd, the boy had hid behind his elder brothers. At the time he gave Gaius no deeper thought, he was of no real importance. An insignificant pawn in Sejanus' large schemes. The thought of Sejanus' demise caused Macro's lips to flicker into a brief smile. His former commanding officer had always been a bit too greedy for his own good. Macro would not make the same mistakes, he was smarter than Sejanus ever was. The next time he saw Gaius was in the year when Tiberius Caesar and Lucius Aelius Caenus were consuls. He had been a part of the party assigned to welcome the boy to Capri and escort him to Tiberius. The boy had even then looked different, as if the weight of the world rested upon his shoulders. There had been a depth to his eyes that Macro had not seen before. It was unsurprising, considering that by the time of his arrival most of the Caesar family, especially those of the older generations, were dead or exiled. Leaving Gaius, his fool uncle Claudius, and a handful of young girls as the only remaining members. When it was made clear that Gaius was Tiberius' heir, Macro moved quickly to learn all he could about the boy. What he found was surprising. The boy's fear was clear for all to see, never daring to let any of his true thoughts or feelings slip lest Tiberius decide to punish him for it. Macro as the year had progressed found himself at times watching in slight awe. To survive the boy had become a natural actor, able to hide his true self behind a facade. Always meek in the presence of the Imperator and always agreeable to his punishments. He was able to fool almost everybody, except for Macro himself. With his superior intellect it was no trouble seeing past the facade to who Gaius truly was. The boy was smarter than he let anyone know. Macro read and checked all of the correspondence entering and leaving the island, Gaius' personal letters included. He had taken note of the letters Gaius sent out to numerous scholars across the empire. While Macro had not bothered to understand what was being discussed, it was clear Gaius had the mind of a scholar himself. He too had a natural charm, though he did his best to hide it in Tiberius' presence, always speaking a kind word to his lessers, ranging from servants, messenger boys, and working laborers. It had been a sign that he was building up a support network on the island to better ensure his own survival and well-being. When Gaius approached Macro and petitioned for his new friend, Gaius Suetonius Paulinus, to be given a junior military position, everything had clicked into place. Gaius Caesar was going beyond fighting for his survival, he was making preparations, he wanted to be Rome's imperator. He was smart enough to know Macro was his best chance of attaining the title, and they quickly formed an unofficial partnership. Gaius spoke well of Macro to others and Macro calmed Tiberius down from punishing his great-nephew too severely. By scratching each other's backs they gradually built up rapport and trust. Macro had thought the boy, despite his gifts, could be brought to heel with little trouble, easily molded. He was only just turning 20 and no matter how good his acting skills were or how intelligent he was at the end of the day a young man, riddled with lust and bravado. Prone to the mistakes of youth that they all were at that age. Tonight, though, even Macro was unsettled. Gaius had without any prior warning changed the game. The boy, no, the man had demonstrated not only daring but a reckless strength that unnerved him. That display in front of the court, fighting the gladiators, was madness. But it had also been a message. Gaius Caesar had conviction, and was not afraid of risking his life to prove it. It also showed he was prone to making foolish gambles. Gaius must have known making such a request of Tiberius could never end well, yet had done so anyway. For what? That insolent knob Drusus? Macro almost spat in disgust. Tiberius, on the other hand. Tiberius had grown mad tonight, even for him. Making his heir, his great-nephew fight for entertainment against gladiators, especially one so renowned as Avenger in front of the entire court? Some very prominent names were present, not used to Tiberius and his usual disregard for decorum and decency. How depraved he could be, their horror had been broadcasted on their faces for all to see. Macro's spies across the empire let him know often that Gaius was popular, more than most would realize. When the news broke of tonight's events the common people and even the Senate would not be pleased. Though he doubted Tiberius would care. The soft knock at the door pulled him from his thoughts. Enter, Macro said, his voice gruff. The door creaked open to reveal his wife Enia Thrasilla. She stepped inside with the poise of someone much older, though her youth was unmistakable. Her beauty was striking, clear skin, dark hair cascading down her back, and a grace that belied her years. Macro's lips twitched into a faint smile, though it didn't reach his eyes. She moved with a youthful grace that made Macro acutely aware of his own age. Her beauty that he had once desired now seemed almost an affront to him, a reminder of what he no longer possessed. Enia, we need to talk, he greeted, gesturing for her to sit. She remained standing, her gaze steady and assessing. There was a confidence in her stance, one that often irked Macro. She was young, barely younger than Gaius, and yet she carried herself as if she were his equal. He supposed that was part of what made her equally frustrating and valuable. What about? She asked, her voice light. Gaius Caesar, Macro replied, leaning forward. His back protested the motion, but he ignored it. He's becoming unpredictable. Dangerous. If we're to stay ahead, we need to act now. He had married Enia for her pretty face, but had been pleasantly surprised to discover she was of a similar disposition to himself. She loved luxury, prestige, and she always hungered for more, never satisfied. Enia arched her brow, folding her arms, causing her silk garments to glide and flow in waves. And what exactly do you expect me to do about it? Macro studied her for a moment, his gaze hard. Despite her youth, she was no fool. She had learned quickly in their time together, adapting to the political games of Rome with a sharpness that often surprised him. But she was still young, still impressionable, a tool he could shape and wield if necessary. I want you to get close to him, he said, watching her reaction carefully. Her lips twitched into a faint smile. Close. Closer than anyone else, Macro clarified. Use your charm, your beauty. He's young, he'll be drawn to you, like a mule to water. If you can make him trust you, confide in you, then we'll know his thoughts before he acts on them. Enia laughed softly, shaking her head. You think I'm some kind of Aphrodite? That Gaius, of all people, will fall for a pretty face and sweet words? You've said yourself he's smarter than that he's always looking out for traps laid by the Imperator. Macro's jaw tightened. He's smart, but he's still a 20-year-old man. He's ambitious, impulsive. Tonight's events showed that. And you're exactly the kind of person who could disarm him. He won't see you as a threat. Her smile faded, replaced by something colder. You're asking me to seduce him, despite the risks. I'm ordering you to do what's necessary, Macro snapped. He took a deep breath, reining in his temper. This isn't about us, Enia. It's about survival and our future. If Gaius rises, we rise with him. He needs me to become the Imperator. But if he sees me as an obstacle... He let the implication hang in the air. Macro was in a stronger position to Gaius, but the young man would not make things easy for Macro if they could not find some common ground. He was growing more popular in various circles, making connections that could one day bloom into alliances and friendships. Enia's gaze softened slightly, though her expression remained guarded. And what if he sees through it? What if this comes back to bludgeon you in the face? He won't, Macro said firmly, though a sliver of doubt gnawed at the edges of his mind, and his resolve. He can't afford to. Tiberius is growing more erratic by the day. Gaius needs allies, and he needs them now. You'll make him think he has one in you. What he didn't say was that he was quite certain that even if Gaius caught on to Enia's schemes that he would not mind or make a huge scandal of it. Macro felt certain in his reading of the young Caesar, whenever they met or happened to run into one another Gaius had tried and failed to keep his eyes from roaming to the women around them. Macro covered his mouth to hide a smirk, for all his mental faculty it would be Gaius' body and its impulses that would be his undoing. Enia hesitated, her youthful features betraying a flicker of unease. But then her lips curved into a wry smile, and she tilted her head. He is handsome, she mused, her tone light but calculated. And not without charm. Perhaps this won't be such a chore after all. Macro's lips thinned. Don't get ideas, he warned. She was still his wife, her loyalty in the end was his and any signs to the contrary would not end well for her. She laughed, the sound low and melodic. Oh, husband. You're worried he might steal me away? Don't flatter yourself. Despite himself, Macro chuckled, the tension in the room easing slightly. But as Enia turned to call for a servant, he felt a pang of something he couldn't quite place, doubt, perhaps, or the creeping realization that he was underestimating the man he sought to control. A cold pair of calculating eyes staring up at his subordinate flashed in his mind. He shook his head and scoffed. What did he have to fear from Gaius? He was the leader of the Praetorian Guard. Macro had seen glimpses of the Imperator that Gaius could one day be, but he would only get there under Macro's strict guidance and supervision. He could see it now, a grand legacy. The man who forged the great-grandson of Augustus, son of Germanicus into a worthy man and leader. His name would be remembered for all time. Despite his growing excitement, his shoulders felt heavy, the back of his neck strained in discomfort. For the first time in years, Macro felt the weight of his age not just in his body but in his soul. Epitaph of the gladiator Silvanus, on the outskirts of Tusculum, 1st century CE. Traveler, if you decide to take your rest here, look upon this tomb to your right, it contains the bones of a warrior who was merciful at the cost of his life. I, Gaius Caesar, son of Germanicus, great-grandson of Augustus, beg you, traveler, please do not spoil this monument. The honorable gladiator Silvanus, beloved husband to Flora, who I owe more than I could hope to ever repay, lies at rest inside. No friend ever served me, and no enemy ever wronged me, who I have not repaid in full. Gaius Caesar Germanicus, borrowed from Sulla. November, 32 CE. Island of Capri, Villa Jovis, court of Princeps Tiberius. Gaius Caesar Germanicus. The room was warm, suffused with the golden oil lamplight that spread outward to its farthest corners. Gaius sat reclined with his personal copy of Caesar's Gallic War, his voice steady and soft as he quietly read aloud. The people are countless in number, and they have many buildings, mostly like those of the Gauls. They dye themselves with woad, a bluish color, giving them a more terrible appearance in a fight. He paused, letting the words settle. His eyes traced the text, and he huffed in amusement. He wondered how his contemporaries would feel if they discovered that such a small island had in another future grown to eclipse Rome as the world's grandest empire. They'd think he was mad. That thought made him chuckle. His divine ancestor, O.L. Julius, painted quite the vivid picture. Gaius hoped that reality would live up to it. The sound of footsteps on the polished floor drew his attention. He looked up, his expression a perfect mask of pleasant surprise, though the interruption was anything but unexpected. "Forgive our intrusion, young Gaius," said the leader of the group, a tall, weathered man whose military bearing was unmistakable. Glancing at his face, the man's name surfaced almost effortlessly in Gaius' mind, Titus Vibius, a veteran of the Germanic campaigns that had gone on when Gaius was a boy. Behind him followed two senators, their faces displaying shrewd interest. Rising to his feet with youthful grace, Gaius smiled warmly. "My friends," he said, addressing the first man by name. "Titus Vibius. You honor me with your presence." He extended his hand, palm up as a gesture of respect, almost submission. "Come, there's no need for apologies. Please, join me." The three men exchanged glances, their surprise poorly concealed. Titus, the elder of the three, furrowed his brow. "Forgive me, but, have we met before, Gaius?" Gaius tilted his head slightly, his boyish grin unwavering. "Not in the flesh, perhaps, but my mother often said, a stranger is simply a friend you haven't met yet." He clasped Titus' hand firmly. "And I've heard much of you all through others' praises." He turned and once again grasped the hand, palm remaining skyward, of the man to Titus' left. "Appius Cornelius, a young hero of the Bellum Battanianum, Illyrian revolt. My father spoke highly of your tactical mind, when I was a boy. I recall stories he told of your bravery in Illyricum." Appius blinked, startled, and a flicker of pride passed over his weathered features. "You flatter me, young Gaius." Turning to the last man, he added with an easy familiarity. "And you, Appius Vetlius, I've heard from several members of the court that you are a true man of the people. Always looking out for their interests, something worthy of respect." Appius raised an eyebrow, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "The people have short memories, Gaius." "Not when the deeds endure," Gaius said with the determination of youth. "My childhood in the legions taught me that the mark of a man is measured by his actions, not his years. Yours are unforgettable." If Gaius had inherited anything supernatural from Augustus, or perhaps gained it through his own trials, it was his uncanny talent for reading faces and memorizing their very twitch, every fleeting glance. Coupled with an ability that had been forged through pure necessity, to ensure his survival against Sejanus purges and later Tiberius treason trials. His own face could become an unyielding mask at will, effortlessly projecting whatever emotion he desired while betraying nothing he did not intend. The skill had come at a cost. In those first fevered months after he fell ill, the fractured memories of two lifetimes colliding into one, he had stumbled. Where once he had been average, sometimes terrible, at recalling names or faces, now he saw every contour with painful precision, every expression's true meaning more easily readable. It had been overwhelming at first, but over time, the chaos sharpened into clarity. It was with this sharpened clarity that he now read the expressions of the men before him. The carefully cultivated humility in his words had caught them off guard. Appius looked faintly disarmed, his initial shrewdness softening into something more open, if not entirely convinced. Appius, the youngest and most popular, seemed intrigued, his eyes betraying the faintest spark of curiosity. They hadn't expected this, not from the young princeling Tiberius kept chained on Capri. Tiberius, because who else would bother, had spread rumors over the months of his own deviancy, his audacious acts during parties, his need to be kept in check. The contrast between said rumors and Gaius' apparent warmth and respect would be striking. Even more so was the mention of his mother. Despite her exile, she was still respected by Rome's elite and legions. It was subtle, effective, and like this surprise interaction, it was planned in advance. In the Roman Senate there were three core informal factions of importance to consider. The first is the princeps' inner circle and their bands of loyalists. The princeps asks them to jump, they say how high and for how long. Currently dominated by men who Tiberius has cultivated throughout his long life. The second are the Republican senators who love to talk and daydream of the Republic, essentially desiring a return to the times when there was no sole ruler over Rome, despising open reminders of their current inferiority. They are who Gaius will have to watch, the ones most likely to stab him to death. Appius, Titus, and Epirus belonged to the third group, the largest in the Senate. Tiberius' inner circle of loyalists had limited spots to offer, and many senators were amicable with the current regime or did not particularly care too strongly for a return to long-forgotten republican values. These were not truly formalized groupings or parties, more akin to informal social groups of shared interests. The third group in particular was in essence not a single group but a bunch filled with the leftovers, a melting pot of senators who were populists, neutrals, conservatives, and opportunists all seeking elevation, status and popularity. Going to senators who were loyalists or republicans would be foolish, possibly fatal to Gaius' health. The third group though was a large pool of potential allies and subordinates. Men who had struggled get in with the current regime, who could be persuaded to see potential in supporting the one soon to take power. Potential in supporting its leader's goals. Gaius guided the men into places to lounge, acting the charitable host. Titus spotted his copy of Julius Caesar's famous Gallic war commentaries and smiled, eyes shining with clear interest. Your ancestor truly was a man amongst men, Gaius. I remember when I was your age sleeping with a copy of his work at my bedside. The man shook his head in fond remembrance, before turning to Appius. I distinctly remember you used to read it every morning in some kind of ritual. Appius, bit of a fanboy. He smirked as Appius looked away, gaze searching the room for something to change the topic of conversation. Epirus broke the rhythm of their banter, cutting through their amusement. Is there anything in particular that has caught your interest, Gaius? Or is it merely your first time reading it? I myself read it at your age. His posture was one of nonchalance, but his gaze betrayed a sharp attentiveness. Gaius looked up from the worn pages, letting a deliberate pause hang in the air. His hesitation, subtle yet palpable, was meant to draw their attention. As three pairs of eyes turned toward him, he spoke, his voice even but tinged with youthful enthusiasm. My thoughts have been fixated on the author himself, Julius Caesar, Gaius admitted. He is my ancestor, and there is much I can learn from him. His time in Britannia, in particular, has captivated me. His descriptions of the land are vivid, alive, unfortunately unfinished, and they stir something within me. Appius scoffed, more bemused than derisive. Britannia? A barren, rain-soaked island filled with painted savages? Hardly worthy of such romantic notions. Titus arched his brow, trading a glance with Epirus. Unfinished? Is that how you'd describe a failed invasion? A smile ghosted across Gaius' lips, faint enough to seem private. It may have been a failure, true. Caesar's circumstances didn't allow him to linger, but he saw potential. It's what he left unwritten, what he himself did not discover that fascinates me, the chance to see with my eyes what he only imagined. Potential, Epirus murmured, the word heavy with his skepticism. You're talking about an island of mud and even more mud, Gaius. Its value to Rome ends where the channel begins. Gaius looked down, his tone quiet. I admit, the idea stems from growing restless. I am 20 years old and yet I am still on this island. I dream of marching with the legions as you all have done, of writing back to the Senate my own commentary de bello Britannia. He infused his tone with the ambitions of youth, yet tempered it with a more serious expression. Titus exchanged a glance with Appius. The two veterans had seen enough of war and ambition to recognize the spark in Gaius' demeanor. Titus leaned forward. I know that feeling, Gaius. It's the same one we all had in our youth. The call of adventure, of conquest. But Britannia. He scratched at the stubble on his face and eyed Gaius from head to toe. Let me ask frankly, your time will come regardless, I have no doubt, Gaius, but when it does. You seem set on it. How far does your desire go? Is it mere fancy? Or are you serious in what sounds to me like the beginning desires of something that should not be done without careful thought or consideration? Desiring conquest for the sake of it would not look in the eyes of many senators. It would have to be pitched with care, when he finally officially got around to it. I have thought about it, I do not bring up such talk needlessly. He hesitated and looked around as if wary of listening ears. There were none. The area had been silently cordoned off by Macro, not that anyone but the two of them were aware. Things have been down lately, for Rome. I feel that it needs something to be inspired by in these troubled times. I also feel that I need to finish what Julius Caesar started, make my father proud. The mention of his parents and Julius Caesar acted like a double whammy. military men revered Caesar and read his commentary almost religiously. Even men like these who were not weak-minded would feel influenced and somewhat inspired. His parents too commanded great respect, and through mentioning both Gaius hoped to cultivate an image in their minds, in the mind of any who they told of this conversation. Beloved Germanicus' son who has been locked up on Capri by the boorish, abusive, and lustful Tiberius desires personal liberty, not only for himself but to finish what his great-great-grandfather started and make his father proud. It had all the tellings of an Alexandrian epic. It would, Gaius believed and hoped, stir hearts and minds. So that when he proposed the idea officially it would be met with loud fervor and support. Even mentioning writing his own commentary was meant to stir their hearts. The Romans of the late Republic had been utterly fascinated by Caesar accounts of his time in Gaul, so too were the Romans of the current era. Everyone loved a good sequel to a favorite book series, of the journey being continued. What was more enticing to the Roman elite, to the readers across the empire than the idea of Caesar's young descendant finishing his mission, reporting back new unseen lands and people? In his current circumstances he could not do much more than inflame an interest in these men on the idea and make clear in private conversations his desire and future intention to see it fulfilled. Make them like him, accept him, make them in turn amicable to his eventual succession, eventual reforms. Let them think it was a youthful man full of ambition and wanderlust seeking to emulate the great heroes of his house. The smartest among the Senate would know its true purpose, to gain military experience and build loyalty with the legions. The opportunists or war-hungry among them would see opportunity for further glory or prestige. Appius leaned forward, his tone taking on a teasing edge. Speaking of ambition, there's a tale I heard recently. Something about an arena? You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you? Titus smirked, his eyes narrowing. Ah, yes. The story goes that you fought in the sands like a gladiator. Is there truth to it? Gaius' expression faltered, a faint shadow passing over his face. It is true, he admitted. I did what was necessary to secure my brother's release from those horrific cells in Rome. He is still confined far away but under better conditions. He may be our enemy but he is still a Roman and my brother. The room grew quiet. Epirus studied him closely, his gaze skeptical but not unkind. A noble act, perhaps foolish if one desires to keep their head, one that also speaks volumes about the state of things. Titus and Appius sharply looked at the man, warnings blaring from their faces. Oh, cut it out you two, you know I've always spoken my mind on such matters. It's not like Gaius is going to run off to Tiberius now, is he? He snarled, unwilling to back down. The man had balls to even imply such things in Tiberius' own house. Gaius opened his mouth to respond, but the shuffle of feet and the familiar voice of his ever-near servant interrupted him. Dominus, I apologize for the interruption, but you have that appointment with... Gaius cut him off, his cheeks reddening as he stood abruptly. Thank you, that will be all. Turning back to the three senators, he smoothed his tunic, adopting a polite smile. My apologies, gentlemen, but I must keep my appointment. It has truly been a pleasure. I only wish that I had time to hear about your own exploits. I'm sure you all have remarkable stories to tell. Titus waved him off with a hearty chuckle. It's quite all right, Gaius. This conversation was a surprise, to be sure, but a welcome one. His eyes twinkled in combination with a teasing smirk. Let me guess, a lady friend. Gaius avoided meeting the older man's gaze, his ears burning. Titus erupted in laughter. Ahaha. We've all been there, Gaius. Don't let us keep you. Go on, go. Gaius turned to leave, but Appius called after him. Wait. He held up Gaius' codex. Best not leave this behind. Gaius accepted the book with a graceful nod, murmuring his thanks. Appius turned to Titus with a thoughtful smile. You've inspired me, Gaius. Perhaps I'll have to dust off my own copy and see what Caesar had to say about that faraway island. Who knows? There might be something worth revisiting. Once out of sight of the senators, Gaius let out a breath, his entire posture shifting. The stiffness in his shoulders melted away, replaced by a loose, casual confidence. He glanced at Felix, smirking. Well? How did I do? Felix lifted an unamused eyebrow. Brilliant, Dominus. Truly. The blush was a masterstroke, enough to make Venus herself believe you're a lovesick boy. Gaius was glad for the honesty and humor. He was also glad that his treatment of Felix had shown positive results. Over the months Felix had grown used to Gaius' style of using his name often in a friendly manner, engaging him in personal conversation and asking for his insight. He was the only one around that Gaius felt he could be himself around, to an extent. Gaius chuckled, running a hand through his hair. Subtlety is an art, Felix. Embarrassment softens them. They'll be laughing about young Gaius with their wine tonight. It'll build an image in their mind. That's all well and good, Gaius schemer Germanicus. Felix said dryly. But you might want to apply that same subtlety to your tunic. You look like you just fell off a chariot. Gaius rolled his eyes. It's fine. Felix circled him like a predator. Fine? Enia Thrasilla is not a woman who accepts fine, nor is she one to wait for a man, not even one as subtle as you. Felix had taken Gaius' growing closeness with the woman in stride, whatever thoughts he held he kept to himself. Gaius decided he would adhere to the man's advice on this one. Laughing, he clapped Felix on the shoulder and strode away to get changed, the feigned humility of moments ago replaced by a confidence that matched his sharp stride. Best not keep Macro's wife waiting. Enia Thrasilla. The gardens were alive with the soft rustle of laurel leaves and the gentle perfume of blooming roses. Marble statues, their forms half shrouded in ivy, seemed to watch over the pair as they strolled. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting golden light across the path where Gaius walked beside Enia, his hands clasped nervously behind his back. Enia, however, was far from nervous. Her husband, Macro, trusted her to ensnare this young Caesar, to make him pliable and receptive. Her green silk tunic flowed around her like water as she moved, her every step calculated to project ease and grace. She glanced sideways at Gaius, who was speaking animatedly about the latest work of poetry he'd come across, his words tumbling over one another in his eagerness. And what I find most remarkable is how the poet wove the imagery of the Trojan War into the mundane. As if to remind us that heroism and tragedy walk among us daily. Gaius stopped abruptly, releasing he'd been rambling. His cheeks flushed. I apologize, Lady Enia, I must be boring you all this talk. Enia smiled, her lips curving in a way that was as predatory as it was kind. Not at all, Gaius. Firstly, what have I told you? It's just Enia to you. He blushed even harder and nodded. I find it refreshing to see a man speak so passionately, I find it flattering you deem me as someone to share your passion with. And here I thought young men your age only found interest in strength and swords. As intended, the compliment made him stammer out a reply, and Enia's amusement deepened. She had met men like Gaius before. Young, wide-eyed, and eager to impress. The kind who melted under her gaze and stumbled over their words when she leaned in just slightly closer. You have a poet's heart, Gaius, she said, smiling. Do you write as well? He laughed, a clear, youthful sound. Not well enough to read it aloud. My words don't really compare to the likes of Quintus Ennius, your esteemed ancestor. She arched her brow. You know of my lineage. Of course. He met her gaze, sincerity shining through. Your family's contributions to art and knowledge are breathtaking. Thrasillus was a true genius, and I dare say some of that brilliance resides in you. Her cheeks warmed, not from flattery, but from how earnestly he delivered it. Gaius seemed to see her, not as a tool of a conquest, but as a person worth knowing. That was new. Unexpected in one so young, who tried subtly to take glances at her body's curves. She had expected him to desire her for a quick fuck and nothing more, it was to her advantage that she was mistaken. They reached a fountain, and he gestured for her to sit on the low stone bench available. He remained standing, gazing into the water's rippling surface as if searching for secrets. You seem to have much on your mind, you are restless, she guessed, folding her hands gently in her lap. Does the weight of your position trouble you? She infused her voice with sympathy, drawing him to think of the pressure of being kept on this island. He hesitated, his reflection shimmering in the pool. It does, sometimes. But not tonight. And what makes tonight different? She leaned forward slightly, her voice softening. He turned to her, his boyish demeanor tempered by a flicker of something deeper. Because I am in the company of someone who listens. Do you say that to every woman who walks through this garden with you? No, he said simply, sitting beside her. I've only walked this garden with you. And yet, she said, tilting her head, you remain a mystery to me, Gaius. Tell me something about yourself. Something no one else knows. He chuckled nervously, rubbing the back of his neck again. Well, I'm not particularly good at secrets. But... He trailed off, his brows furrowing. I suppose I often wonder if I'll ever be known for who I am, rather than what people think, and will think, I represent. His words struck a chord she hadn't anticipated. And who are you, Gaius? She asked gently. He gazed into her eyes, and grasped her hand. Someone who is deeply interested in you, Enia, in your life. You mentioned your father was an astrologer, what was it like growing up in such an environment? Enia paused, Macro had never truly asked about her past. Her lineage was occasionally invoked to bolster her standing in political circles, but Gaius' tone carried no such calculation. He seemed to be asking simply because he wanted to know. It was. She hesitated, unsure how much to reveal. It was unique, I was more a spectator to his brilliance than a student. Gaius frowned slightly, as if genuinely disturbed by the notion. A waste, I imagine you would have made an exceptional scholar. The comment, delivered so casually, amused and stunned her. Her husband and most men she had met among Rome's elite class would have dismissed the idea of her engaging in such scholarly work. Gaius himself was smart enough to know the difficulties faced by astrologers, yet seemed to believe she was truly capable regardless. "Do you really think so?" she asked, unable to keep the edge of incredulity from her voice. "Of course," he said, eye contact between unbreakable, his thumb caressing her hand. "Intelligence isn't confined by gender, it's absurd to think otherwise." Was he naive? Or was this a calculated move, designed to draw her closer? She studied him for a moment, searching for the telltale glint of manipulation in his eyes, but found none. "Tell me more about your mother," he said, interrupting her thoughts. "You said she was of Armenian and Greek descent? That's a fascinating combination. Did she ever share stories about her homeland?" Enya blinks. When had she mentioned her mother's heritage? She recalled a passing remark days earlier, one she'd assumed he hadn't heard, let alone remembered. "She did," Enya admitted slowly. "She spoke of the mountains of Commagene and the festivals of her youth. She had a poetic way of describing things, every story felt like a myth came to life." "That sounds beautiful," Gaius said, leaning forward slightly. "I'd like to hear one of those stories someday. You may be disappointed. My mother's poetry has grown gazy in my memory. Besides, I'm sure you have far more pressing matters to occupy your time." "Not at all," Gaius said firmly. "If anything, I think we lose something vital when we stop listening to stories from the past. They shape us, don't you think?" The earnestness in his voice disarmed her, she grew more relaxed around him with each meeting. "You're very unusual, Gaius," she said after a moment. He titled his head, feigning confusion. "Unusual? How so?" "You listen," she said simply. "Most men I've met don't listen. They speak, they demand, they conquer. But you ask questions as if the answers truly matter to you. Surely there are younger, more suitable women who would throw themselves at your feet without hesitation." "The answers do matter," he said, his expression softening. "How else am I to know you?" The evening deepened as they set back off, eventually arriving at a secluded pavilion. A servant girl had already prepared wine and fruit, the arrangement casual yet inviting. Gaius poured for them both, his hands steady despite the flickering torchlight. They drank, the wine sweet and heady. Enya reached out, brushing his hand with hers. "You seem nervous," she said softly. He looked down, shy. "It's just, you're so captivating, Enya. I fear I'm out of my depth here." Her heart skipped. Whether it was his innocence or the idea of teaching him, molding him, she couldn't say. But her resolve was firm now. She set her cup down, her eyes locking onto his. "Perhaps," she said, her voice a purr, "you'd let me guide you." Gaius swallowed hard, his breath catching. He nodded, his expression equal parts fear and anticipation. Enya leaned in, her lips brushing his ear. "Then let's retire somewhere more private." He rose, extending his hand to her. As they disappeared into the shadows of the villa. Little did she know, the hunter was becoming the hunted. At first, he had been pliable, and embarrassed. She had used every weapon in her arsenal of seduction to ensure his first time would be one he never forgot. He was clumsy, eager, and nervous. It had amused her, but her amusement began to turn after the first round, and the second, and third. Her surprise built as the hours lingered on, almost as if without end. Somewhere along the way his clumsy attempts had become refined, his eagerness to feel pleasure had reversed back into enraging desire to see her satisfied. Somewhere along the way Enya had gone from the dominant partner, an older woman guiding a young man eager to please, to her current situation. Enya threw her head back, moaning like a common whore. It was all so good, she could barely concentrate. Her cunt tightly gripped his cock and the hold of her legs and hands around Gaius' frame became unbreakable. She had submitted to the pounding she was receiving, already having had numerous orgasms at his hands. She was certain hours had passed but couldn't say how many, yet she felt as if another release was close. Gaius reached to the back of her neck and pulled her in for another slow and passionate kiss. Her eyes lidded as she came again, her walls milking and squeezing his cock as it rammed its way through her. Her face was blushing uncontrollably. Her grip on his broad and powerful shoulders held firm, refusing to let him escape. He was still pounding away, grabbing her tight ass to use as leverage. If he expected her to simply lay back and take it until he brought her to her next release, he was mistaken. She may be older than him and lack his stamina, but she was still not to be underestimated. In a burst of strength she flipped them both over before slamming down with a sudden strong thrust. She could feel a depraved smile stretch her lips, as she bounced in a slow rhythm atop his powerful frame. He raised an eyebrow at her and decided to challenge her. He slowed his speed and thrust upward with vigor. She met him each time with a strong bounce of her own. Without speaking they went on like that. Time passed in a blur, each intent of upping the power of their thrusts, hoping to outdo the other, both wanting to see who could make the other come first. A smirk came over his features. Before she could question it she felt a sharp sting on her ass. The cheeky bastard had spanked her. It had been hard too, just the way she liked it. A small part of her brain function returned and fed her passion further. He had marked her. When she met with her husband tonight it would be with Gaius' handprint on her toned ass cheeks. The thought made her giddy. This young man was bringing pleasure and sensations out in her that she had not experienced for a long time, if ever. She gasped as he grabbed lower, lifting her ass. He pushed her up and she got the hint, raising herself up until she was right on his face. Grabbing both of her cheeks, he held her firmly in place, his strong hands digging deeper into her soft behind. With his head still lying on the soft bedding, Enya was sitting upright against the bedpost. She held on for dear life as his tongue dug inside of her cleft. She threw her head back, bright lights flashing in the corners of her eyes. He held her secure, firmly in place atop him. She felt safe she wouldn't fall. She lost all form of control. He was going down on her in a way that any other man had never dared. Despite the grip he had on her burning cheeks, she moved her hips forward in a hitched rhythm, smacking her delicious cunt into his handsome face. She heard a muffled chuckle at her efforts. It didn't take long for him to bring her to climax. He had proven tonight he was a quick learner. He knew her body in and out. She laid atop him, spasming in place, hands desperately clutching at his hair as he tasted her essence. She fell back onto the bed. Barely aware a world beyond these feelings existed. Her head rested half off the bed, taking deep breaths. She had expected a blushing virgin, a quick round. She had gotten it, but then more had come after. Gaius' cock, coated in their mutual juices, hovered inches from her mouth. Such a selfish lover, Enya. To make up for it, why don't you clean me? He teased. She leaned forward, licking at his cock. She started sucking at the head using only her plump lips. The room was filled with a pronounced sucking sound. It didn't take long for her to draw out the taste of his sweet nectar as he pulsed in her mouth. She swallowed the essence filling her mouth and felt herself manhandled into position. He sat up and cradled her, panting in exhaustion. She leaned back into his toned chest, feeling it rise and fall as she stared at the ceiling. She stretched out her legs and arms across the soft bedding, interlocking them with his. Her head felt as if it could drift completely off her shoulders as she relaxed in his arms. There was a dumb grin on her face from cheek to cheek. For someone who insisted this was his first time, his skill had caught her entirely off guard. Initially full of stumbles, it had grown controlled and unrelenting. She tilted her head up, a wry smile playing on her lips. "You're sure you haven't done this before?" He smirked faintly, brushing a strand of hair from her face. "Positive. Does that disappoint you?" "Disappoint me?" She laughed softly. "Let's just say you exceeded all my expectations." "You truly surprise me," she said after a beat, her voice soft but teasing. "Not just with tonight's performance, but in general. And here I thought I was an open book." His voice rumbled in her ear, sending shivers up her spine. She laughed, light and airy. "Hardly. You're a riddle wrapped in a Roman toga. Scholarly smarts, a lover of poetry, a good conversationalist, and yet also one of the most bashful people I've ever met." His hands brushed down the dip in her thighs, brushing her core. "And here I thought you only cared about my other talents." She felt heat rise to her cheeks and laughed again. It's possible to appreciate both Gaius. It wouldn't do to tell him he was a great fuck. No young man should be told such a sentence. They'll let it go to their heads. Gaius turned onto his side, maneuvering her so they both were cuddling but also facing each other. He studied her, a softness in his gaze that almost made her believe it was real. "Tell me something, Enya," he began, voice low and conspiratorial. "Do you think I could ever be free of this place? Of Tiberius?" Her smile faltered. She hesitated, not wanting to give the wrong answer, or worse, the right one, but too soon. "I think." She kept her tone measured, her words soft yet delivered. "That you're far more capable than you let yourself believe. If anyone can shape their own future, it's you." They talked like this for hours, their words weaving between light-hearted banter, teasing caresses, and something heavier, more intimate. Enya found herself caught in the strange pull of him, the way he could switch from charming, to bashful, to brooding in a heartbeat. She knew she should be wary. Macro would want every detail, every stray word, but there was a part of her, buried deep, that almost wanted to believe the sincerity in Gaius' voice. When the moonlight began to wane, she finally slipped from the bed, dressing quietly while Gaius watched her with an unreadable expression. Her fingers trembled slightly as she fastened the ties of her tunic, a part of her reluctant to leave but knowing she had to. Her husband would want a report, and she needed distance to quash the dangerous warmth stirring in her chest. "I should go," she said, glancing over her shoulder. Gaius sat up, maybe knowing that approaching her now would startle her, resting his forearms on his knees as he watched her. His smile was faint, fond. "I'll miss your company." She hesitated, then gave a soft laugh, brushing off the sentiment with practiced ease. Flatterer. As she left the room, her mind chromed with thoughts of what she would tell Macro, and what she wouldn't. She was too preoccupied to notice the way Gaius' expression shifted the moment she turned her back to him and walked towards the door, his gaze sharpening, his lips curving into a satisfied smirk. Men are so simple of mind, and so much dominated by their immediate needs, that a deceitful man will always find plenty who are ready to be deceived. Niccolò Machiavelli. A recovered letter from Gaius Caesar Germanicus to Tiberius Claudius Nero. Dated to December 32 CE, 1st century. Gaius Caesar sends warmest greetings to Tiberius Claudius Nero. My dearest uncle Claudius. Receiving this letter likely comes as a great surprise to you, regardless I hope it finds you in good health and spirits. I write to you from Capri, where the days pass with a monotonous regularity that offers little comfort, though it has afforded me time to reflect on many things, chief among them, the bond we share and how I have neglected it. I owe you an apology. In my youthful ignorance and misplaced pride, I failed to see the strength you have always carried within. I regret every slight I allowed to pass unchallenged, every moment where I did not stand beside you as family should. These were the failings of a boy too caught in his own insecurities to appreciate the wisdom of a man who, despite all odds, has endured far more than most in this family could imagine or survive. You have been the subject of jest in our family for too long, the condition of your health turned into an all-encompassing shroud upon your character. I wish to make something clear, your condition does not define your worth, Claudius, not to me. I know with full certainty that you are capable of more than you can possibly imagine. I would not write this if I did not believe it to be true. I find myself wondering what occupies your mind and hands these days. Are you still immersed in the histories you so love? I have heard of your Tyrannica, Etruscan, and Carchadonica, Carthage, histories and desire to read them. Truly interesting civilizations. I hope you will write to me, uncle, and tell me of your work, your thoughts, your hopes. Capri is isolating, and though I am surrounded by people, their companionship is but a shadow to what I would find in a letter from you. I await your reply eagerly, and I hope that in time, we may both look back on this letter as the first step toward a bond unbreakable. Farewell. Gaius Caesar. Ioannurius, 33 CE/ in the first month of the 19th year of the reign of Tiberius. Island of Capri, Villa Jovis, court of Princeps Tiberius. Navius Notorious Macro. Macro was a fond student of history. In his spare time he enjoyed reading and or listening to official histories, produced by enthusiasts and scholars. He also enjoyed learning history through less official channels, gossip, passed down oral tales, unofficial and secretive works created for a selective few. These less official and less popular histories were what truly grasped his attention, and his heart. They stirred feelings of excitement and awe, the same ones that come after one gets away with committing a devious or illegal act, a high only achieved through self-acknowledged unlawfulness. There were some historical subjects deemed unacceptable or offensive to write about under the current order. One man had shown all of Rome's elite circles the potential folly and dangers of studying and presenting certain historical works. Claudius, 43-year-old nephew to Princeps Tiberius, infamous for being in possession of a foolish mind and a disgusting physical appearance. Macro over the years had very limited contact with the man, for three very good reasons. The first was that Macro could not stand the man in conversation, with all his stammering and head shaking. The second was perhaps an irrational fear that he would catch whatever affliction had hold over the man's mind and body. Being around him made many a senator uncomfortable. The third was overall the most important, the fool had irreparably damaged his political prospects, essentially being exiled from taking part in public life through his historical writings. Claudius had attempted to write on the civil wars that had occurred prior to divine Augustus restoring order to Rome and the world. A sensitive subject still fresh in the minds of many Romans, despite many of them not even being alive or adults during those most tenuous years. Macro did not know what the man had tried to write, but he suspected the fool had done something idiotic, such as being too critical of Augustus' decisions or not presenting a more biased work. Everyone knew to an extent why those years were a sensitive subject, whether or not they would admit it to themselves or aloud to others. The lack of unbiased accounts did not stop Macro from piecing events together from other sources of information, veterans telling war stories, popular gossip passed down the generations. It was through gaining understanding about the recent civil wars, about the men who were at their forefront, that Macro had come to a realization: history was repeating itself once again. The position he was in had been seen before, at Lucca, at Bononia, at Reni. The gatherings at these locations had been well known and gossiped about across Italy for decades. Meetings clouded in mystery that defined the history of Rome and the world. Held between a few ambitious and powerful men, Julius Caesar, Pompey Magnus, Mark Antony, Octavian, young Augustus, who decided the fate of everything. The bargains struck going against the will of the Senate and the will of Rome's long-standing institutions and traditions. The thought of what occurred during these meetings set Macro's heart racing. And now he himself was about to take part in the next one that would likely not become recorded history. People would still talk though. The only downside? The location of the meeting. Macro had hoped for something more grand when the meeting had been proposed, something that would give weight to the moment. Instead he found himself sitting in a chair inside a small storage cupboard. Underwhelming to say the least. Looking around the candle-lit room, calling it a room was generous, he spotted cramped boxes and crates full of ingredients. Piles of sacks, stacked unevenly spilling onto the floor. Suspended on the white walls was an assortment of tools and utensils, mixed together with the occasional hanging pot or plant. The cupboard was large enough to fit 2 chairs sitting 2 strides apart facing one another. It was here that Macro waited. Sitting back in his own chair with a sigh, he reflected on his own situation and how this meeting had been set up. He had only been the Praetorian prefect for little over a year, being promoted to remove and replace Sejanus. Having spent a majority of his time on Capri, picking up more and more duties as Tiberius grew more lax and uninterested in the runnings of Rome's affairs. His life had turned for the better thanks to Sejanus. He had gotten a promotion in position and social status. He was better paid, better respected, and in some ways the most powerful man around. The Praetorian Guard were not a group one could ignore, and Macro was their sole leader. He already had a long stint with the Guard before becoming prefect. It hadn't taken much to elevate friends to positions of influence and remove or displace potential troublemakers. He tried to not let such thoughts get to his head and proudly failed every time. He wished that he had more time to relax and enjoy his newfound pleasures. Tiberius actually giving a shit would in many ways both hinder and help Macro's goals. Everything had been going well until he had come to 2 realizations over the course of his stay on Capri. Some men when they got older managed to do so with dignity, either with a continued strong physical presence or a fortified wise mind. Tiberius had neither, losing himself in indulgence more with each passing day while also in turn growing more isolated and anxious. He would not last much longer. He was dreadfully old, unloved, feared, and bored. A terrible combination for prolonged life. Tiberius would die soon, and with him the entire order of things would be thrown into chaos. After realizing this, Macro knew if he wanted to maintain what he had gained he needed to look for and saddle up with the next man in charge, for there would be one whether certain elements of the Roman Senate wanted there to be or not. Thankfully for everyone, Tiberius had done a decent job in making it clear who it would be, at least initially. Gaius Caesar Germanicus, his grandnephew, would be his successor. There had been talks of young Gemellus being made a joint successor, but nothing was yet to be made concrete on the matter. A small mercy, that could still be a potential headache. Despite being his heir, all on Capri had watched as the boy, who had been forced here against his will, was day by day subjected to various forms of abuse, torment, and disrespect. Often by Macro's men under orders from the princeps himself. Macro commended Gaius on his initial resilience. He had put on a brave face in those first few weeks. Losing his elder brother, living in fear of Sejanus and then soon after his own granduncle, and recovering from what Macro heard was a brutal illness in such a short span of time must have been harrowing. Macro had seen the boy turn that brave face into a solid mask. Macro, being often in close proximity to Tiberius, witnessed and understood that the boy had done so as a factor of survival. Taking his punishments without complaints, ever the loyal servant, all to ensure Tiberius did not have him thrown to his death. It was knowing that Gaius was the soon-to-be heir alongside Macro's insight into his survival persona that made him decide to covet a relationship with him. Gaius was the key to his continued prosperity, but more importantly for the potential to rise even higher. Over the course of a year it had been a slow process, as Macro while carrying out his orders always ensured he conveyed to the young man that he was reluctant and supportive. Someone who was not responsible or did not take pleasure in the acts that he enforced. Macro was fully certain the way he presented himself, alongside consistent positive reinforcement during training sessions, led to Gaius viewing him in a more positive light. He had once seen the look in the boy's eyes behind his mask aimed at someone he despised, and he had never looked at Macro with such an expression, only ones of relief and gratitude. It had all been going smoothly until the incident that occurred on the boy's 20th birthday. The Roman public had been in uproar for weeks. Members of the elite had been utterly aghast at the situation. The great-grandson of Augustus fighting in an arena? For Tiberius' entertainment? Unthinkable. Of course such uproar changed in tune when it came to light that in exchange his elder brother Drusus had been moved from his cells in Rome. Macro could admit to himself privately that the one thing he truly respected about Gaius was his devotion to his family. Despite his young age he had put himself physically on the line for them, despite the potential risks to his life. He had displayed his martial abilities in front of the whole court, something any Roman man with martial leanings could appreciate and respect. One thing he truly despised about Gaius was his penchant for gambling, and not in a fun way. He was getting bolder, more open with his opinions, and having Macro cover for pre-planned meetings with senators and military men. Macro needed Gaius on a tighter leash. That's where Ennia stepped in. Macro knew it wouldn't take long for her to get Gaius hooked on her, making him pliable to spill his secrets. Every once in a while when he needed information or insight into Gaius' actions and plans he would send Ennia. She would put up with the inexperienced boy's affections for a night before incentivizing him to relieve his burdens on her. He was uncertain whether the young man suspected she was there on Macro's orders or not. From what he had seen in many of his outgoing correspondence, Gaius was smart. Though fortunately his skill set seemed to lie more in scientific pursuits and theorizing than that of deep political maneuvering. From Ennia's side of things the boy did not suspect and was hooked on her body, growing more attached to her after each meeting. Ever the dutiful wife, she had gone ahead and met with Gaius on occasion without Macro even needing to order it. 2 nights ago, she had come to Macro looking pleased. The news she gave him revealed why. Gaius had confessed he was growing tired of his current situation and was thinking of doing something drastic, that he intended to meet with Macro himself and come to terms. Gaius apparently was reluctant at first, feeling guilty for having sex with his wife. Ennia had done her job well in reassuring him. What she had told him Macro did not know, but the meeting was easily set up. The sounds of approaching footsteps from outside let him know it was about to start. This section of the villa had been cordoned off on Macro's orders. The storage cupboard would act as a further buffer against potential eavesdroppers. The heavy wooden door opened and then was quickly shut with a slow groan. Macro briefly tensed before relaxing. Gaius' bearing was unmistakable. Macro's training had shaped his physique into something sharp and lean, clearly visible through his tunic. As he took the seat across from Macro, Gaius spoke with a teasing tone to his voice. My. Macro. Meeting a young man all alone in a storage cupboard, what would people say if they knew? Macro rolled his eyes, but internally was gleeful that they had built enough of a rapport for Gaius to make jokes with him. They'd say how you seduced me with your charms. I've noticed a steadily growing number of witnesses to our training sessions, young and old, sighing and fanning themselves every time you manage to so much as stretch. He shook his head, before leaning back and putting on a more serious expression. They had limited time before they would both be missed. Gaius, quickly sensing the change of mood, took a deep breath and leaned back in his own chair. Macro waved his hand, indicating he would listen first. Gaius took a moment to collect himself before coming out and stating the purpose of this meeting. I want your help to kill Tiberius. His voice calm and collected despite speaking aloud the most dangerous and traitorous sentence possible. The tension in the air grew thick. Macro had to swallow before speaking, fearing he might choke on his words. Why do you think I would help you commit treason? Why, Gaius, should I not arrest you now and take you to Tiberius? Macro said, eyeing the young man's face carefully. No deep nervousness was clearly visible, only a slight apprehension. He looked determined. It seemed he had come to Macro with the full intention of getting his support and thankfully was being serious about it. The moment the idea of a meeting between us was brought up, you would have known this was coming. If you were going to report me, you would have done it by now. You should help me because I am going to do it with or without you, and with you it becomes smoother for everyone. Gaius wasn't wrong. Without Macro's support he would have a harder time of it. Why would I help you kill Tiberius at all? He is an old man who will live for years yet. He has given me my current position, which I quite enjoy. Killing him throws all that into disarray. He was probing Gaius. What did he truly want? What was he willing to offer to get it? What else did he want from Macro in return? Gaius sat forward with a look of frustrated determination coming over his face. What happens when he randomly drops dead of old age or sickness? Are you prepared for it? You are currently in one of the strongest positions in Rome's hierarchy, but in the chaos of an unassisted transition opportunists will seek to eliminate you. Gaius held Macro in a piercing stare. He found himself unable to look away as he thought about it. Gaius wasn't wrong. Many upon Tiberius' death would assess the evolving political landscape and seek to rise the social and political ladder. Macro would be a delicious potential target, unless the new princeps made it clear he was a member of his inner circle. Who's to say I won't support Gemellus? He's young and more likely to follow my advice than you, Gaius. I'd probably hold even more influence than I do now if the Praetorian Guard were to back him to become princeps. He was bluffing, of course. Macro doubted anyone would seriously back Gemellus when Gaius had him beat in almost every aspect. Popularity, connections, proven martial skill, resilience, he could go on. The only potential problem was that Tiberius would not fully back either of them. Over time he had grown to distrust, doubt and dislike Gaius and Gemellus equally. Tiberius had in moments of drunkenness broached with Macro a potential CO inheritance between them which could become a problem, though the topic of this meeting may very well prevent it from coming to fruition. You would not find it easy under Gemellus. Macro, he is a boy, he cares only for adventure, good food and daily excitement. Giving a boy like that power, even just considering his age, over Rome's armies and key provinces would be a mistake. Beyond that, we both know your attempts to mold him would be harder to conceal. He would not take your advice as well as I would. Gaius leaned back and crossed his arms, raising an eyebrow. You know how the Senate thinks, what they would think of you whispering in the ear of a boy princeps. They will see Sejanus come again and do all they can to seek your destruction. The truth in his words made Macro's stomach tighten, his fingertips tingling in brief anxiety. I am going to kill Tiberius. You don't have to help me. I am willing to go ahead, despite the risks, without your support. But if you help me commit the act and then help me further in becoming princeps, I have much to offer you. Macro, despite the stirrings of temptation and greed in his chest, held up a hand and asked the question that had been on his mind since the topic of assassination was brought up. Why now? Why kill him now, Gaius? Tiberius is old, frail. He's not going to last much longer. A few years, maybe less, and he'll be gone. I can wait that long. Can't you? Wait. The young man scoffed, no, I can't wait, Macro. Every year I'm here, every month, every day, the risk grows. For me, my family, and anyone associated with me, he needs to go before he decides he has had enough of us all and does away with us. Besides that, I've grown tired of being that bastard's whipping boy for his every whim. I won't stand for it anymore. The snarl on his face told Macro all he needed to know. Gaius had inherited the famed pride found in the Julio-Claudian family. You're asking me to risk everything, my station, my life, my family, for a gamble. What if this fails, Gaius? What if someone speaks out of turn? You can't undo this once it's set in motion. I didn't come here without something to incentivize you, Macro. You've been one of the few men on this island to treat me with dignity. You've been kinder to me than my own blood. You and I, we both want more than this. Macro decided it was time to stop pussyfooting around and find out what Gaius was willing to pay him in exchange. And what do I want, Gaius? What are you willing to give me? Tiberius has built 12 villas on this cursed island. I'll give you personal ownership of 6 of them, including this one. The island will be split between us, though I doubt I'll ever return once I'm free of it. Macro's eyebrows rise slightly, a flicker of interest breaking through his guarded expression. A good start. The prestige he would gain from being gifted such prizes alone would be considerable, not to mention the potential coin he could bring in. He looked at Gaius with an expression that said, "Is that all?" "Of course not. Once I've secured my position and the political climate has stabilized, say a few years, you'll have governorship of a prominent province, full control." Macro felt saliva build in the corners of his mouth at such a prize. Gaius uncrossed his arms and leaned forward on his knees. "And more than that, Macro, I need your counsel." That however brought him up short. "My counsel? You've been in the political arena longer than I have. I can learn much from you. I'm not naive, I'll face schemes, threats, and potentially betrayals from multiple directions. I need an advisor who knows how to navigate Rome's political circles. Someone I can trust." Trust, a dangerous word. Gaius continued on, "Let's be honest, we both know I need the Praetorians. You hold their loyalty, their swords. But you need me too. Without the House of Caesar, what are you, Macro? Another prefect in a city that devours and despises the over-ambitious. If we do not work together, things will not work out for either of us. This way we both win." "Fine. Say I agree." To smooth things over, there were other things Macro could offer. Perhaps we should also address the Praetorian Guard itself. Some among them, let's call them unpleasant, have no loyalty to the House of Caesar. They're more interested in lining their pockets or lording their power over others. Perhaps a few replacements would be in order. A few names and faces were already coming to mind. Perhaps replaced by the men who I know revere your family as sacrosanct, it would ensure there's no discontent among your protectors. Gaius smiled, looking more relaxed as the meeting progressed. "You have a lot of influence, but what about your family and friends? Perhaps once I gain influence I can act as a middleman and assist you in securing better connections and marriages." He clicked his fingers as if having an epiphany. "Why stop there? I believe a pay rise for Rome's most loyal and steadfast men would be appropriate." Macro found himself enjoying Gaius' company more and more as the meeting progressed. This was someone who Macro could be a partner with. And if the time came that he proved to be pulling away, he had any ready in reserve. Everyone had their weaknesses. Macro felt confident he could outmaneuver a man in his early 20s, future princeps or not. "What about your family? Drusus and Agrippina? They too are potential risks, alongside your sisters," he went to continue but stopped. Gaius' face had turned cold. Macro had hit a sensitive topic. Gaius' voice came out more solid than Macro had ever heard it before, no room for misunderstanding or resistance. "I want there to be no interference with my family from you or your subordinates. The affairs of the House of Caesar will be my purview alone. Your job will be to protect them. If any issues or vital information comes up, you bring it to me immediately and let me handle it. I will not suffer another Sejanus who thinks he can take liberties with my family." The message was clear in Gaius' tone of voice. "If you do not agree to this, then I walk away, taking my promises with me, and if you agree and I later find out you disobeyed me, there will be consequences." The eyes he had seen aimed at Marcus flashed in Macro's mind, and he felt a small chill writhe down his spine. Devoted to his family indeed. He took a moment to think over everything Gaius had promised, thoughts drifting to what could come later, bigger gifts, several governorships, and his family elevated to higher status. In the end it wasn't much of a decision at all. He wanted to haggle for more, but they were running out of time. They would both soon be missed. He informed Gaius of this, and the young man's shoulders tensed as they both made to stand. "So." A moment's pause, both men eyeing each other up. Macro internally relishing that the future of Rome was in his hands at this moment, he felt high on the feeling. Macro reached out his hand. I will help you kill Tiberius and then we will work together with our contacts in the Senate to ensure a smooth transition of power. After that I will expect you to fulfill your obligations to me, and I in turn will fulfill mine to you. Deal. Gaius' smile almost lit up the darkened room. They shook hands in the candlelight, their shadows dancing on the walls. Gaius had more to lose if things went badly, but Macro had far more to gain if they went right. As they made for the door, Gaius asked one last question. I know we've run out of time, but how do you think we should do it? Macro, sensing his apprehension, threw an arm over the young man's shoulder. Killing the old fool will be the easy part, Gaius. There's a variety of ways we can go about it. It's what comes after that you should be thinking about. They soon parted, both satisfied at coming to an agreement. Macro watched the young man walk away. They would meet in a couple days' time to prevent anyone growing suspicious and plan out the assassination. There they would decide on a plan of attack both on Tiberius himself and any potential troublemakers in the way. Did he feel guilty for betraying Tiberius? No, not really. Did he now feel utterly loyal to Gaius? No, not at all. In the end the younger man had just made a better deal, he had the right temperament, and out of all the options Gaius was the one Macro had the most leverage over via Enya. He doubted Gaius would go back on his promises, he didn't seem the type. Alongside that, Macro knew he was intimidated by the Praetorians due to how they had tormented him. He was confident Gaius wouldn't dare do something that could result in Macro sicking them on him. He turned to leave. Tiberius was currently partying at another villa adjacent to this one. He was expected to check on him every once in a while, to satisfy the man's growing need to assess the island's security. The sun dipped low over a shadowed garden path. Macro, now flanked by 2 Praetorian guards, walked amongst the hedges and ivy on his way to the villa that Tiberius was currently staying at. He could see its lights glowing in the distance. The silence was broken only by the muffled crunch of their footsteps and the distant cries of a party well underway. Until from the shadows, a desperate voice hissed out. Prefect. Macro. Please, just a moment of your time. Macro halts abruptly, his brow furrowing. His guards exchange glances, hands subtly shifting toward their swords. A man steps out from the darkness, a disheveled figure with sunken eyes and trembling hands. His toga is worn, his face is pale. Who are you? And what in Pluto's name do you want? Macro asked, voice tense. It's me. Cassius Priscus. Don't you remember? We were friends, loyal brothers in Tiberius' service. Until Sejanus destroyed my reputation, my family. My wife, my son. I remember. But I fail to see why that gives you the right to interrupt me. Speak quickly, or I'll have you dragged away. He did remember the man, one of the few utterly devoted to Tiberius, and yet he was brought low by Sejanus and later accusations made during the treason trials that Macro himself had helped helm. He hadn't given the man another thought, too focused on his own rise. I had to speak with you. It's about him, the boy, Gaius Caesar. Macro kept his face utterly blank. What of him? The man looked utterly incensed, venom spitting forth from the uneven gaps in his teeth. They're calling him pious. Have you heard of it? The people are whispering about his devotion to his family, his bitch mother, and that bastard Drusus. They say such devotion to family in the face of his suffering under Tiberius makes him noble, virtuous. Rumors. The people love to weave tales. You risk much, Cassius, repeating them. No. It's more than that. His popularity is growing, even among the Senate and the legions. They see him as a sign that we are returning to the days of Augustus. They blame Tiberius for every small problem and yet get on their knees for the little whelp. They'd wipe his ass if he so asked it off them. Macro. Cassius hesitates, his voice faltering as he glances at the guards. Macro's expression darkens. He gestures for the man to speak. Out with it. He doesn't bother holding back the frustration in his tone. You stand closest to Tiberius. Surely, you've seen it, the way the old man's grip is slipping. His enemies are multiplying. His own men whisper about Gaius behind his back. And I fear, no I know, that Tiberius' life is in danger. Macro's eyes narrow, his jaw tightening. The guards shift uneasily, sensing the tension. He slowly steps closer to Cassius, lowering his voice. And who have you spoken to about this? No one. I came straight to you once I opened my eyes to what was going on. Who else knows you're here? No one. I came alone. I've kept it hush in case any of Gaius' spies overhear, I swear. I just thought you, someone as loyal as you, could warn Tiberius, he would trust it coming from you. Macro stares at Cassius' haggard appearance, his mind racing. His words are dangerous, if they spread, they could unravel everything. Worse, they suggest Cassius has been listening far too closely. The deal Macro just struck with Gaius less than an hour before flashes in his mind, and he knows the man standing before him is a threat that cannot be ignored. Macro's face hardens. He motions to his guards, who step forward silently, closing in on Cassius. Cassius' eyes widen in panic. Wait. What are you doing? You don't understand, please, I only wanted to. Macro raises a hand, silencing him. He speaks calmly, coldly. You've said enough. The guard seizes Cassius by the arms. He struggles, his pleas falling on deaf ears. No. Please. Macro, I swear, You shouldn't have come here, Cassius. You shouldn't have spoken. As one of his men moves to cover Cassius' mouth, they turn to him for orders. Dispose of him. Quietly. And make sure there's nothing left to find. The guards nod, dragging Cassius back into the shadows without a word, his muffled protests and pleading fade into the distance. Macro adjusts his cloak and resumes his walk, his steps steady, his face grim. Pious. There are worse labels and titles to be given by the people, humph. Let's see how far devotion gets you, Gaius. Recovered correspondence between senators during the opening days of the financial crisis. Dated c. February 33 CE. Marcus Servilius sends greetings to Lucius Calpurnius. My most esteemed colleague. I find myself compelled to reach out in confidence to you, one of the few I know whose judgment I still trust in these turbulent times. You, who so often has an ear to the ground, are no doubt aware of the chaos spreading through the streets of Rome. The enforcement of divine Julius Caesar's law has ignited a fire in the hearts of debtors and creditors alike. I have witnessed scenes that chill me to the bone, men of standing reduced to beggars overnight, beggars Lucius. Once proud estates of wonder sold for sums so pitiful they seem a mockery of the wealth they once held. My own investments, which you well know I have kept carefully balanced between the fields of Campania and the trade routes of Gaul, have suffered grievously. The recall of loans has left me scrambling to meet obligations I had thought well secure, and even now, I feel the noose tightening around my neck. What utter madness drove this course of action, to enforce a law long forgotten? And what do our peers in the Senate or Tiberius do to resolve this issue? So far I have heard no news from either. The Senate, as you are aware, fights in indecision. The princeps sits on Capri and ignores the concerns of our great city, of his fellow Romans. Is he so consumed with his efforts to embarrass and harm the young Caesar, one we all know is of pious character, that he has forgotten his responsibilities? The stories I have heard of Tiberius on that island, Lucius. If even half of them are true, then truly we live in a mad age. I pray you write back to me with some wisdom, some reassurance. Yours in mutual concern. Marcus Servilius. Lucius Calpurnius. Greetings to Marcus Servilius. My honored friend. I am afraid your letter has reached me at a moment when despair has already begun to take hold of me. Upon receiving your correspondence I felt a burst of hope, but that soon withered. I will speak plainly, old friend, for there is little comfort to be found in embellishment. My life has been uprooted, the very foundation of my household brought to ruin. My estates in Etruria, once the envy of our peers, are now in the possession of mongrels. The creditors came as wolves, demanding repayment I could not muster without selling land that has been in my family for generations. The pride and joy of my ancestors, all the history of my glorious family brought low and gifted to scavengers by my own hand. Oh, how I wept, Marcus! I held out as long as I could, but in the end, the choice was taken from me. Do you know the feeling, Marcus, to see your legacy and dreams crumble before your eyes? I hope not, old friend, for it left me feeling a hollowness in my stomach I cannot put to words. I confess I have taken solace in wine more often than I should. It dulls the ache if only for a brief time. I see no end to this nightmare. Even the markets in Ostia have grown quiet, as traders hold their coin close, fearing what is yet to come. Those we have put our faith in take no action. I doubt Tiberius is even fully aware of what has been done to us. What hope remains for men like us? No man provides a solution. The sun is setting. I find myself more afraid of the coming dark with each passing day. Forgive my despair, but I have little else to offer. I am struggling to find a place of accommodation. It seems I may soon join the ranks of beggars filling the streets. Still, I remain your friend and ally, though the world around us seems to crumble. Yours in shared endurance. Lucius Calpurnius. Thanks for reading. History lesson: if confused or unaware, in 33 CE, Rome faced a severe financial crisis triggered by the enforcement of a long-ignored law regulating loans. Lenders called in debts early, causing a credit crunch and crashing real estate prices. Banks failed, interest rates soared, and economic activity slowed dramatically. It was resolved eventually by Tiberius by providing 100 million sesterces in interest-free loans to struggling landowners, stabilizing the economy. Here's the Wikipedia page, https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/financial_crisis_of_33. In this new timeline, this crisis coincides with Gaius and Macro's scheming to kill OL Tiberius. Next chapter will step back and leave the two men to their schemes and explore how this crisis is affecting Rome and its people at different social levels. Multiple primary accounts, which mention little of economics, bring this event up, leading historians to deduce it must have had a great impact at the time. This is a tumultuous year for Rome, even more so than it was IRL. While this isn't a quest, I am always pleased to see the deep historical interest and knowledge on display when you guys discuss and debate Gaius' future choices, one of which I require assistance with. I intend to give the numerous Bataverum, Imperial Germanic bodyguard, a role in this story, yet despite looking around I can't find a source that details what exactly they were up to during this period, after the Battle of Teutoburg Forest, if one exists at all. If anyone here knows, then I'd appreciate you letting me know. If you're curious, their Wikipedia page is pretty small, a very fascinating part of Roman history. https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/numerous_Bataverum. Upcoming indexes detailing Praetorian Guard, key provinces, and dramatis personae of the imperial family. Februarius Martius, 33 CE/in the second and third month of the 19th year of the reign of Tiberius. The Senator. The room smelled of ink, beeswax, and the faint bitterness of failure. Senator Publius Caesanius Paetus stared down at the wax tablet on his desk, its surface scored and blurred with the repeated attempts to calculate the impossible. His estate manager had sent a final appeal: sell the Etrurian lands or risk complete ruin. The numbers made his head ache, and the quiet of his study pressed on him like a weight. This had been his father's desk. The grain of the wood was worn smooth by years of use, a testament to generations in service to the Republic. Publius' family had been a member of the senatorial elite for generations, a family name spoken of with dignity in the Senate. But now, that name was being sullied with rumors. The Caesani were drowning in debt. Publius had once been a man of considerable means, his estates sprawling across the fertile fields of Etruria. His clients, freedmen, farmers, and merchants, once came to his home in droves, lining up in the atrium to pay their respects and beg for his patronage. In those days, his tunics were woven from the finest wool, and his banquets rivaled those of his most esteemed peers. Then this fucking crisis had changed everything. The financial crash had struck like a bolt of Jupiter's wrath. The banks refused further loans, and then before he could properly react, his creditors began to circle like vultures. Publius hoped that Tiberius, the princeps, would intervene. Yet he remained on Capri, issuing cryptic orders through letters and ignoring the plight of Rome. Publius sighed and pushed the tablet aside. His fingers, calloused from years of writing decrees and delivering speeches, gripped the edge of the desk. There had to be a way out of this nightmare. A soft knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. His wife, Livia, entered, her face pale and tight with suppressed anger. She wore a simple stella, far plainer than the embroidered silks she had once favored. "The boys are asking why they can't visit the villa," she said, her voice brittle. Publius avoided her gaze. "Because it's no longer ours." Her silence was more cutting than any words. Livia had stood by him through years of marriage, enduring the rise and fall of his fortunes with grace. But it seemed this crisis had strained even her patience. "And what will you tell them when they ask their father why we're living like plebeians?" she demanded, her voice rising. Publius slammed his hand on the desk. "Enough, Livia. Do you think I don't feel the shame of this? Do you think I haven't tried to fix it for us? For you?" She stared at him, her eyes glistening with tears she refused to shed. Without another word, she turned and left the room, her footsteps echoing down the empty hall. Publius slumped back in his chair, the fight draining from him. His sons were too young to understand the complexities of Roman politics and economics. All they knew was that their father, once a man of power and influence, could no longer provide the life they were accustomed to. He thought of his peers in the Senate. Men like Lucius Calpurnius Silanus, who had quietly sold his daughter into marriage with a wealthy freedman to settle his debts, or Marcus Junius Piso, who had fled to his countryside villa to escape his creditors. Unlike those two, Publius still had his pride. Damn those who said otherwise. Said pride was tested when his steward, Antigon, entered the study. The man was old and bent, his face lined with decades of service. "Dominus," Antigon began hesitantly, "there is a buyer for the last vineyard in Etruria. A freedman named Gaius Proculus has offered to purchase it." "A freedman?" Publius spat the word like a curse. Antigon nodded. "He is offering a fair price, given the circumstances." Publius closed his eyes, his jaw tightening. Selling the land to a freedman, a god's damn former slave, was an indignity he could barely stomach. Yet what choice did he have? The vineyard would rot in his hands without the money to maintain it. "Fine," he said at last, his voice hollow, "sell it." Antigon bowed and left, leaving Publius alone with his thoughts. As the sun set, casting long shadows across the room, Publius stood and walked to the nearest window. Below, the streets of Rome bustled with life. Vendors shouted their wares, beggars pleaded for alms, and children darted between carts and horses. And Publius Caesanius Paetus, once a proud senator, was just another man among them trying to survive. The plebeian. The insuli were loud tonight. Claudia could hear the shouts of a neighbor quarreling with his wife, the bark of a stray dog, and the distant clatter of a cart on the cobblestones below. She sat on the edge of her straw-stuffed mattress, sewing a patch onto her eldest son's tunic. The fabric was threadbare, but it would have to last another season. In the corner, her youngest son, Titus, lay curled up under a tattered blanket, his small body racked with coughs. The sound was a constant reminder of her failures. She had tried everything, herbs from the market, prayers to Apollo, even the healer who charged far more than she could afford. Nothing worked. Quintus, her husband, entered the room, his shoulders slumped and his face drawn. He carried a sack of grain, smaller than the one he had brought home the week before. "This was all I could get," he said, dropping it onto the table. "The prices." He trailed off, his voice heavy with shame. Quintus was a traditional man, always needing to be a strong provider. She had never seen him so lost. She herself had struggled to find anything they could afford. Just earlier that day she had walked through the market stalls with her 2 children clinging to her tunic. The air had reeked of smoke, sweat, and desperation. Every vendor she passed seemed to shout louder than the last, hawking bruised vegetables and stale bread. 3 asked for a single flat bread. She had cried, her voice breaking. It was 2 last week. The baker's face was burned into her memory, a handsome man by all accounts, his beauty only ruined by the sneer across his face. It turned charming features ugly. He had practically spat at her. "Then eat last week's bread, woman. Take it or leave it." Claudia had been forced to walk away, pulling her children along. Her husband, Quintus, had once been a mason, but work had dried up with the crisis. Now, he spent his days scouring the city for jobs that no longer existed, returning home defeated and hollow-eyed. Claudia rose and embraced him, her fingers brushing the rough fabric of his tunic. "We'll make do," she said softly. Quintus shook his head. "It's not enough." The children she cut him off, burying his face in her shoulder. "We'll make do," she repeated firmly. Their eldest son, Decimus, returned from the street, his face flushed with excitement. "Mama, Papa!" he cried. "I heard something today. People are saying that Gaius Caesar, son of Germanicus, fought in an arena a couple months ago. Apparently it was just him against a group of 10 gladiators and he beat them all single-handedly." Claudia rolled her eyes at her son's antics, men and their fighting, yet she couldn't help the smile tugging at her lips. The distraction was good for him. Neither could Quintus resist as he ruffled their son's hair. "And what else are the streets saying, son?" Decimus squawked in outrage, always delicate about his hair. "They are saying that Caesar himself is doing nothing to help Papa. That he's too busy far away having parties to notice what's going on, but that can't be right, can it?" The playful expression left her husband's face, replaced by anxiety and reprimand. "Don't speak of such things," Quintus said sharply. "It's dangerous." Decimus looked confused and disappointed but nodded. He climbed onto the mattress beside Titus, curling up beside his brother. Claudia watched her children, her heart aching. The crisis had taken so much from them, their savings, their dignity, their hope. But it had not taken her love for her family. Later that evening Claudia knelt before the crude wooden altar in the shadowed corner of her insula's cramped courtyard. Her fingers fumbled at the worn edges of her tattered shawl as she pulled it tighter around her thin shoulders. Above her she could hear the faint cries from the winding streets of Rome, a grim reminder of many like herself who were drowning in feelings of hunger and despair. She closed her eyes. Her son's earlier excitement had reminded her of rumors and tales she had heard herself, and so now she sought solace in praying to a man she had never met and likely never would. "A pious man, or so they said." "They say you love your family," Claudia murmured, her voice trembling but earnest. She glanced at the small figure of Vesta atop the altar, its clay chipped and faded. "They call you pious. They say you tear the world apart to protect those who bear your name. Oh, that you might love us the same." She bowed her head, tears pooling in her eyes. The roar of a crowd in the distance grew louder, another angry mob crying out for salvation. She imagined the countless faces of Rome, hollow-cheeked and desperate like her own, praying for salvation from the decay that had seeped into every corner of their lives. "Gaius Caesar," she whispered as though the name alone could summon his spirit. "When you become Pater Pateri, the father of the nation, will you care for us as you care for your kin? Will you lift the burdens that crush us? Will you see us not as faceless mouths but as your children, crying out for deliverance?" Her hands trembled as she pressed them together. "They call Rome the mother of all the world, but she is sick and dying, her people starving in her streets. Please Pater, if you love her, as a father loves his home, then save her. Save us. Give us reason to cheer again. If you do, then on the day of your ascension I promise you we will drink and sing in joy for all the world to hear." Claudia shuddered, but in her heart, she clung to the hope born of the young Caesar's reputation. She dared to dream that he might be different, that he would not abandon them like Tiberius Caesar had done. She remembered when news had broke that Germanicus was dead. Her father had fallen to his knees and not gotten up for 2 whole nights. She remembered his cries as he clawed at the wall, begging Germanicus not to leave him, leave them all behind. She was glad he was no longer alive to see what had become of Germanicus' family and hear what was being said about Germanicus' son. It would have broken his heart. Rumors spread like a wildfire of what Tiberius was doing on that island he had fled to, what he was doing to poor Gaius. She leaned her head down lower and clasped her hands so tightly they felt as if they would fuse together. Pater Patri, she repeated, as if willing the words to find his ears. Be a father to us all. As she lay down beside Quintus that night, listening to the sounds of the city, she allowed herself a moment of fragile optimism. Maybe, just maybe, things would change. For now, all she could do was endure. The freedman. Gaius Proculus leaned back on the coarse leather couch in the atrium of his newly acquired villa, swirling watered wine in a clay cup. He'd foregone the ornate goblets his wealth could now afford, the simplicity, he felt, served as a reminder. Not of humility, but of how far he'd climbed. The villa was modest compared to the sprawling estates of the senators who had once scoffed at freedmen like him, but it was his. The idea of ownership never failed to send his heart racing. The chipped marble columns, the faded mosaics, even the faint scent of dampness in the air, all of it a testament to his victory over the old order he despised. This villa had been the home of a patrician, a name that once carried weight in the Senate. Now, the man and his family had been stripped of their land, their legacy, their dignity, victims of the same financial crisis that made Proculus rich. It had been an utter steal, he'd paid a fraction of the villa's worth, pocketing the difference, sitting back and watching others drowned in debts they could no longer repay. Setting his cup down, he let his gaze drift across the room. The atrium was alive with the clink of tools and murmured orders as his slaves worked to restore what had been neglected. Now he was the master, the one who held the lives of others in the palm of his hands. They reminded him of himself, once bent and silent, barely daring to hope for freedom. In a way they were living art pieces to his past pathetic self, a reminder never to fall so far again. He remembered the cost of his own freedom. Years of toil, of swallowing pride, of learning to navigate the world of his Roman betters, those memories still lingered like old scars. Proculus smiled, thin and self-satisfied. He'd seen the signs of collapse long before others had. The moment whispers had spread of Caesar's old usury law resurfaced, he'd started liquidating assets and calling in debts. The patricians, arrogant and complacent, had not believed the courts would enforce it. Proculus had naturally known better. The first shock had come when a prominent bank collapsed, its refusal to bail out a failing competitor triggering panic among Rome's elite. Credit dried up overnight. Debtors scrambled to sell their properties, driving real estate prices into a steep fall. Proculus had waited, biding his time as others lost their fortunes. He'd swooped in like a wolf among sheep, buying land, homes, and even businesses at laughable prices. Oh, what a day it had been! The ecstasy he had felt. He rose from the couch, strolling into the open-air courtyard. The evening sun cast a golden hue over the unkempt garden, where a young slave struggled to prune an overgrown laurel bush. Proculus frowned. Do it properly, he barked, his voice sharp enough to make the boy flinch. If you can't handle a bush, what use are you? The boy looked utterly terrified, nodding frantically, his hands trembling as he resumed his work. Proculus watched for a moment longer before turning away, the boy's pathetic frame drawing his mind to the past. Once he had been in that boy's position, a nameless shadow under a domineering master. The child was lucky he was now under the ownership of Proculus, someone who understood, someone generous. He had been born into slavery in the household of a merchant, he'd spent his youth running errands and absorbing every snippet of information he overheard. He'd memorized market trends, trade routes, the flow of coins through Rome's numerous veins of business. When his master freed him, recognizing his sharp mind, Proculus had already begun plotting his rise to greatness. He returned to the atrium, where a messenger stood waiting. The man handed him a sealed scroll, bowing low before retreating. Proculus cracked the wax with practiced ease, scanning its contents with a trained eye. Another random senator pleading for a loan, offering the deeds to his estate as collateral. He felt his lip curl in satisfaction. The desperation of Rome's elite never failed to make him feel truly alive. Too proud to lower themselves to the work that sustained him and too blind to see the opportunities that this chaos presented. He carelessly tossed the scroll onto a nearby table, pouring himself more wine. He would always be looked down upon, his freedman status a blemish on his name, regardless of the wealth he amassed. Barred from the Roman elite's magistracies and their powers. But the wealth brought power of its own, and Proculus intended to wield it. Let the patricians cling to their decaying traditions, men like him would inherit the real empire. The sound of footsteps drew his attention, and he turned to see a fellow freedman, Servius, entering the atrium. Servius was younger, eager to please, and had a useful willingness to handle the more distasteful aspects of Proculus' ventures. He wasn't against getting his own hands dirty, but in truth he was now of higher stock and needed to act like it. Let those beneath do what he no longer could, let them dream of matching his own talents. Dominus, Servius said, bowing his head. The grain shipment from Alexandria has arrived. We've stored it in the warehouses near the forum. Croculus nodded, his mind already making calculations. Grain shortages had worsened the crisis, driving prices sky high. He'd smuggled the shipment in through back channels, avoiding the heavy taxes that drained others' profits. He could sell it at a premium or hoard it until the shortages grew even more severe. Egypt was a province full of potential, many were too fearful of the princeps to dare take any action there, afraid it would draw his attention. Croculus was not, the princeps had proven to be inattentive, he would not let the opportunity slip him by. Well done, he said. See that it's rationed carefully. We don't want to draw attention, Servius nodded and left with a grin. Croculus leaned back against a column, savoring the irony. The patricians would call him a parasite, a profiteer feeding on the empire's misfortune. Yet it was their own greedy hands and foolish short-sightedness that had brought Rome to this point. He was merely filling a void. Croculus drained his cup, setting it down with a soft clink. He had survived worse than this crisis. He had endured fucking slavery, clawed his way to freedom, and had begun building an empire of his own from the ruins of others. Whatever the future held, he would adapt, just as he always had. Nobody would stand in his way. Rome was going to be his. The air. Far away on Capri, Gaius Caesar stood on a balcony overlooking the sea, the wind whipping his hair. A messenger had just delivered word of the ongoing crisis in Rome. It had not been entirely coincidental that he had decided to move against Tiberius as the financial crisis of 33 CE was getting underway. He felt for the suffering of the people, his people, yet he couldn't deny the chaos had strengthened his position. It helped solidify a narrative he intended to build. Help establish a deeper contrast between his own reign and that of Tiberius. The crisis had emerged in late January and Tiberius at the moment had not yet taken any action, the Senate was scrambling for a solution. There was a genuine growing, and ongoing, panic amongst all the social classes. He had already held a meeting with Macro, making more deals and concessions. This crisis would prove useful in removing unwanted or troublesome members of the Praetorian Guard and from Tiberius loyalists. To be a Praetorian Guard meant one was paid extremely well, and thus more likely to spending recklessly. Already Macro had used it to clean house of some names who were steadfast Tiberius supporters. Gaius too had used his growing contacts in combination with his growing social status to socially shame some of Tiberius' most loyal supporters. They would not take well to Gaius becoming princeps and needed to go. He knew thanks to his own actions and that of Macros that men were dying, families were being disrupted. Both parts of him felt in a small way horrified, these were people with lives and dreams. Leftover feelings and emotions from an ignorant fearful boy and a mundane, innocent man. He knew what needed to be done, what he would have to see through if he wanted to live this life to its fullest. One could not become a successful Roman emperor if they in some way were not selfish, not willing to let their ambitions override the will, happiness, and prosperity of millions of others. Once Tiberius was dead, the real work would begin. It would be time to prove he could stomach and meet his own ambitions. The empire's current administrative, economic, and military state of affairs would need to be assessed, the key players and their strengths and weaknesses would need to be documented, and he would need to consolidate his power and build up his auctoritas in the eyes of the Senate and people. Tiberius' reign would come to an end amongst one of Rome's most memorable financial crises. How fitting! With a smirk Gaius turned and strode inside, the rising sun casting his shadow long against the marble, a herald of a new era dawning. It would soon be time. All the world's a stage, he mused, and it was time for Gaius Caesar Germanicus to make his entrance. Thanks for reading. Hope you enjoy 2 chapters in one sitting. I do think that Gaius would be quickly labeled/titled as pious once the people and Senate learned how devoted he was to his family. Which I'd like to think is a universally respectable trait both then and now. Even if just because to them it would contrast so much with Tiberius and how he has treated his family. The story of Gaius fighting and struggling in an arena for his brother is something out of a Greek legend or folk tale almost. Some of the titles that Roman emperors earned/had are just so utterly cool, my favorite being Aurelian's, the restorer of the world. Augustus is an obvious classic, Julian the Apostate is dope. Justinian the emperor who never sleeps is also cool. If anyone has any ideas of ones either future emperors used or completely original that could potentially fit Gaius, or other key characters like Best Bro Suetonius, in the future I'd love to see it, would be useful inspiration for later chapters. As you can see it's picking up. The die is cast. Julius Caesar. Recovered graffiti from the island of Capri 33 CE. A marking attributed to a remaining and unpopular Tiberius loyalist, located near the Jovi's villa. The graffiti was uncovered in the 18th century, the fate of its creator is unknown. Celadus Sabinus was here the day Caligula slew the princeps. January-April 33 CE/the final months in the reign of Emperor Tiberius. A bundle of crates traveled under the sweltering heat of the sun, their wooden frames rough but sturdy, lashed tightly with ropes and adorned with the symbols of trade. To the unsuspecting eyes of passing merchants and porters, they were unremarkable, one shipment of goods in an endless sea moving through the empire's thriving veins of commerce. Even the man who had packed the crates was left unaware of the weight of what lay within. The almonds were first purchased from an unsuspecting vendor in the bustling markets of Antioch, where the air swelled with the pungent aroma of spices and acrid smoke of street fires. The buyer, an old rough man with a weather-faced and calloused hands, was a specialist in rare goods, though he too had no notion of the deadly purpose the seeds were intended to serve. His bones ached in a familiar pain. He had done this thousands of times. To him this was simply another order, an exotic luxury requested by an anonymous wealthy patron. With a dutiful eye he oversaw their preparation, ensuring the sacks were sealed and their weight tallied precisely before turning them over to the care of a caravan master. The caravan itself was a collection of disparate souls, a chain of men, women, children, and beasts weaving its way westward. Some were lifelong travelers, others merely down on their luck, a few were criminals on the run, all with rich stories to tell, a mere dozen in an empire of millions. All having a small part to play in the epic of their age though they would never know it. By camel and mule, the almonds passed through the dry, wind-swept valleys of the Levant, through desert settlements where the locals traded small loaves of flatbread for scraps of news from passing travelers. The sacks were stacked carefully alongside jars of date honey and rolls of dyed silk, hidden beneath layers of mundanite. In Tyre, a major city of the province of Syria, the cargo was unloaded and set upon a ship bound for the sprawling ports of Ostia, in Italy. The sailors, another melting pot of individuals, worked tirelessly, hauling crates and barrels under the barking commands of their foreman. A small bitter man, feared for his sharp tongue, and mocked for his high-pitched voice, akin to that of a young girl. The almonds, by now almost forgotten among the myriad of goods, found themselves crammed into the ship's hold, wedged tightly among amphorae of olive oil and casks of salted fish. Overhead, gulls wheeled in the air, their cries piercing through the groaning of timber and the rhythmic slap of waves against the hull. The caravan left without ceremony, continuing its methodical and endless journey across the empire, fading into the sands of time, their part in the play concluded. The voyage to Ostia was uneventful. The weather remained calm, the wind steady, and the sailors spent their days scrubbing the deck or sharing bawdy songs over watered-down wine. None dared mess with the cargo they carried, too afraid of potential punishment. The men had grown old, dainty hands of youth growing withered and ruined under an adventurous and routine life at sea. No thought was given to the crates below, simply another item in transit. Upon arrival at Ostia, the crate was claimed by another courier. His orders were explicit and reinforced with a heavy purse of coins: deliver the goods to the island of Capri without question, avoid inquiries, and never open the cargo. If the instructions and coin weren't enough to stow the man's hand, then the rumors of what occurred on the island were. The sexual depravity and excess that occurred on a daily basis was well rumored, to the jealousy of young men and the contrite of old mothers across all of Rome's vast territories. The courier, once a devout religious man, made a small prayer to the gods. The items within almost certainly were to be used in some loathsome sexual act. The pull of coin had once more led to the further debasement of his soul. He adhered to the instructions with a combination of fear and diligence, guiding his mule-drawn cart along the coastal roads that hugged the Mediterranean Sea. The journey was slow but steady, marked by the rhythmic creak of wooden wheels and the occasional shout of a passing traveler. In Naples, the courier transferred the goods to a hooded man, old yet tough in stature. The servant, a solid man with square features, carried the crate aboard a small boat bound for Capri, smuggled in by two escorting Praetorian guards. It was here, traversing the rocky waves beneath steep cliffs and sharp rock faces, in the shadow of the emperor's own villa, that the almonds arrived at their final destination. Delivered directly into the hands of Gaius Caesar Germanicus. Gaius dismissed Felix with a curt nod, locking the doors of his private chambers behind him. The night was quiet, a night of rest to prepare for the coming week of festivities. The spacious and Spartan room was dimly lit, the air thick with the smell of oil lamps and damp stone. It was a sanctuary, a place of solitude and relief on an island that had given Gaius nothing but paranoia, hardship, abuse, and a raging internal fire. The periodic inspections by the Praetorians had begun to be handled by more respectable men, leaving his rooms relatively unscathed. Gaius set to work, opening the crate and spreading the almonds out on a wooden table, their bitter aroma faintly sweet but unmistakable. Gaius' hands, steady and precise, moved with the confidence of someone who knew the weight of every action, the weight of the cost of failure. He ground the seeds into a paste, the pestle scraping against the mortar with a rhythmic intensity. He fell into routine, the diligent monotony being occasionally broken from the occasional bird call and rustle of trees blowing in the wind. His tools were simple, but his knowledge was not. Gaius knew for certain what his fellow Romans did not or merely suspected: the latent poison hidden within the seeds could be coaxed out, the tool for his liberation. Steam rose from earthen pots as he heated the mixture, extracting the essence of the seeds with the care of an alchemist crafting gold. He worked alone in the dark, his preparations guarded even from Macro, his co-conspirator. They were allies of convenience for the moment, but Gaius would be a fool to give the man too much potential ammunition for a future betrayal. Macro would serve loyally as long as he got what he was promised, and more importantly maintained his influence over Gaius' affairs. Considering he had no intention of letting Macro or the Praetorians hold sway over him for long, it would be bad for his health to bring them in on the poison-making business. Maybe he was being too paranoid, knowing the Praetorians they'd likely use their daggers on him regardless. When the extract was finally complete, it was a liquid of pale amber, shimmering faintly in the light of the table's oil lamp. Gaius held the vial up to the light, the culmination of months of planning distilled into a few drops of poison. His reflection stared back at him. Over the course of his imprisonment he had snuck into the kitchens on occasion to observe the cooks and herbalists at their work. He had the knowledge in his head but knew it would not transfer into physical skills so easily, thus he watched and learned. In conjunction one night he had plied a scholar from Rhodes with wine, trading silver and silence for useful knowledge, until he was certain he knew enough to take the risks of creation himself. The culmination of it all lay in his grasp, its potency locked within the confines of glass. It was a creation born of bitterness, not just from the almonds but from Gaius' own heart. He allowed himself a fleeting, grim smile as he held the vial up to the lamplight once more. Hydrogen cyanide, he mused, in its distilled form just a few drops slipped unnoticed into wine or honey would be enough. He exhaled, setting the vial down carefully. There was no turning back, Tiberius was going to die. The poison would be delivered in the coming days, disguised within a simple dish or a goblet of wine. Rumors would abound but compared to modern murder investigations the Romans would come up lacking. The method on how to best kill Tiberius had been the subject of multiple meetings between Macro and himself. They had quickly decided against taking any overt action. Despite being unpopular, resented and openly mocked by Romans in public and private, Tiberius was still the princeps with a dedicated power base of loyal supporters. Alongside this he was Gaius' great uncle, they had a familial connection. If he took open action against Tiberius it would help destroy the image and reputation he had carefully crafted around himself. That of the pious family man. Gaius also privately feared that it would set a precedent, that princeps could be openly harmed in such a manner. Gaius needed plausible deniability, people would gossip regardless, but if he could be physically distant at the time of the cyanide's ingestion then he could have an alibi and a deeper control of the narrative. The plan frankly was simple, despite the thought that went into it. Tiberius had become a steadfast recluse, growing ever older and more sickly. He refused to eat in the presence of others, often spending hours alone in his rooms. A trusted yet ignorant servant would unknowingly deliver poisoned food and drink to Tiberius, who would pass away alone in his rooms within minutes. Macro would clean up the scene and ensure he lay undisturbed for hours, making it more difficult to pinpoint a determined time or cause of death. While this occurred, Gaius would spend the hours before in full view of hundreds attending various gatherings across the island. Socializing with influential senators, flirting with women, and bantering with his peers, at least those that did not resent him. He would use the time to gush about his sisters. It would often have the effect on the women in attendance, making them awe and swoon. To his detriment it made the fathers and mothers in attendance look at their own sons in disappointment, who in turn looked at Gaius with nonplussed expressions. Numerous witnesses, planted and fully genuine, would account for his whereabouts for the full day leading up to discovering Tiberius' corpse. The thought of death on his mind caused Gaius' mind to turn. He walked to the window and sat, taking in the quiet stillness of his chamber. He leaned back, rubbing sweat from his forehead, the soft material of the chair standing out on his skin in the sensory-dampened hours of the night. A great variety of events of importance were currently underway, shaping the future of everything. The financial crisis was still ongoing, Macro having pulled strings to keep things, and Tiberius, in a state of chaos and disorder. In the coming days Gaius would swoop in and save Rome from the crisis, earning great respect and popularity. A pang of guilt shot through Gaius' side. He felt empathetic to the people who suffered. He truly did. He could have gone to Tiberius with a solution straight away, but it was too good of an opportunity to pass up. The Senate could not come to a resolution. None of its members wanted to commit to any action lest their idea result in failure. Many were too occupied with their own struggles to even attend Senate meetings at all. Tiberius, influenced by Macro, had so far ignored the problem, to the enmity of all of Rome's elite and citizenry. Senators had sent Gaius letters or come to personally speak with him in secret. He gave them promises and assurances that he believed he had a solution and was trying to get Tiberius to enact it. He was more popular than ever. Unsurprisingly, Tiberius had never been so unpopular. He had full intention of utilizing his current stardom to its full effect. It would be useful in establishing his initial connections, alliances, reforms, and assessments of Rome's political sphere. Instinctually he began tapping his left foot in rhythm, a new physical habit he had inherited from his modern self, his eyes drawn onward to the distant dark horizon, barely illuminated by the overhead moonlight. Staring out at the dark void of the ocean frightened him on an instinctual level, those dark depths drawing him in. Capri was silent, save for the soft lapping of waves against the rocky shores below and the occasional rustle of wind through the mastic trees. He placed his hand on the stone windowsill, his fingers brushing against the cool, rough surface. A faint chill lingered in the air, the abyss of the ocean looming outward before him, unending. The stars above ancient and unchanging, mocking his brief mortality. It wasn't just the assassination that was on his mind, or the financial crisis. Jesus of Nazareth was dead. The crucifixion haunted him, not for the act itself, he felt no personal allegiance to the man nailed to the cross nor any deep sympathy for the burgeoning religion, merely its people. It was the opportunity he had squandered that gnawed at him. He, a man with foreknowledge of the centuries to come, had stood by and let history play out unchallenged. Why? Perhaps fear, he mused. Fear of meddling with forces in a historical event beyond his comprehension. He had told himself that altering such a linchpin of modern history could unravel threads he wasn't prepared to untangle. But even now, that excuse felt hollow. He was willing to change his own fate and kill a Roman emperor despite the consequences, but when it came to the death of Jesus he had hesitated. His hesitation wasn't born of wisdom or caution but something darker, more insidious, cowardice. A familiar prideful heat surged from within his chest, one that came after each instance of mistreatment and disrespect. Only now it was directed at himself. His modern self, the self who had wasted years on indecision and hollow dreams, would have justified such inaction with questions and doubts. What if I changed things for the worse for mankind? What if the crucifixion's consequences are necessary for the empire's long-term survival? Should I care about the human race's future, one I will not live to see flourish? But Gaius, this new Gaius, was not that man. Or at least, he didn't want to be. It unsettled him, how deeply that old fear still lingered, like a phantom whispering in the back of his skull. He wanted to grab life by the horns and truly live, in a way that both original lives had failed to achieve. He had promised himself that his second chance would not be squandered. He would live boldly, without the paralyzing maybes and what-ifs that had defined his life in the 21st century. Nor would he allow himself to be so utterly consumed by fear and fickle jealousy as the original Caligula had done. And yet, he had faltered. Was his hesitation a crack in his resolve? Would it resurface when Rome's stability, his ambitions, or even his survival hung in the balance? The thought caused tingles to erupt across his knuckles. The answer eluded him, no answer springing forth inspired by the calming lamplight, or cold night air. Memento homo, he whispered to himself, fists clenched, the familiar phrase surprisingly reassuring. Memento mori. Remember, you are only a man and remember that you have to die. On the day of April 3rd he had awoken knowing what would occur, expecting to feel something. An historical event of great importance was about to happen, and yet when 3 p.m. rolled around, there was nothing, the denizens of Capri unaware of what was occurring on the other side of the empire. Had Gaius told them they wouldn't have cared either. Christianity was a juggernaut, an inevitability he could neither halt nor redirect. That enormity of that had intimidated him, potentially always would to a degree. Gaius straightened, rolling his shoulders as if to shake the unease away. He had been Roman once, wholly so. The gods of Rome had been real to him, as tangible as the statues that adorned the temples. But now, after undergoing a memory blender, he found himself agnostic, untethered from faith. Something, someone potentially, had cast him into this strange existence, blending past and present within him. What force could do this? No answer came to him, no divine revelation to anchor himself with. He turned back to the void of black beyond his window. A part of him burned with curiosity. The historian within his soul had longed to speak with the now dead Jesus, to understand the man behind the myth. What would he have learned, had he dared? It was not just Jesus either. He imagined conversations with people not yet born. Trajan, Hadrian, Pliny the Younger and Domitian. What would it be like to speak to such men personally if he could? How would his actions affect such titans of history? What could he learn from them, or they from him? It would not be Gaius who defined Christianity's path. It would be those who came after him, emperors full of Roman temperament, untainted by the modernity that bled through his veins. For all his posturing, Gaius knew he was neither truly Roman nor wholly modern. A chimera of two distinct eras, unsure about his place in either. A gust of wind tugged at his robe, and he sighed, pulling it tighter around him. He stood, turned out the lights, and went to bed. Gaius snorted, a grim chuckle escaping his lips. Que sera, whatever will be, will be. Septimus Corvinus. The sunrise on Capri was almost enough to make Septimus forget how unclean he felt, figuratively and physically. The horizon was aflame with gold and crimson, and the sea shimmered like molten metal under the growing purifying light. He sat on a low stone bench overlooking the bay, his hands clasped loosely between his scuffed knees. His tunic was stiff with sand and patches of dried sweat. His skin faintly smelling of wine and sweat carried the remnants of last night's excesses. He looked as he felt, like shit. The snap of twigs told Septimus that he wasn't alone. The approaching footsteps were soft but distinct in the still morning air. He glanced back and saw a figure silhouetted against the dawn. A man, younger than himself but with an air of quiet authority, his short hair tousled by the breeze. He was dressed plainly and cleanly, his bearing confident but unassuming. "Mind if I join you?" the man asked, his Latin crisp, but unhurried, each word weighed and deliberate. Septimius gestured to the empty space beside him. "It's not mine to forbid." The man inclined his head, a flicker of amusement crossing his features as he took the seat. For a while, they sat in silence, the only sound the faint lapping of the waves below. It was a kind silence, free from any degrading awkwardness. "You're up early," the man said finally, his tone light, teasing but probing. "Or perhaps you never went to bed." His eyes gave a quick sweep of Septimus' form, what he found he did not share, though his eyes held no judgment. Septimus exhaled a dry chuckle. "Both, I think. Capri I've found has a way of stretching out the hours until they blur together. Though I suppose you'd know that." He rubbed a hand down his face, to clear a building headache. His own face felt dirty and covered in grime. He stared down at his own dirt-covered hand, he really needed to pull himself together. "I know it well enough," the man replied, his gaze fixed on the horizon. "Though I find mornings like this a welcome reprieve. The island can be overwhelming, especially to the uninitiated." "You look troubled, friend," the stranger said suddenly, his voice steady but warm. "I'm willing to listen if you wish to share the burden." "Friend?" Septimus scoffed. "We aren't acquainted." The man chuckled, unfazed. "My mother always told me a stranger is just a friend you haven't met yet." The words sounded sincere, yet rehearsed, a line the man repeated often much to his own amusement. Septimus thought his mother must be a fool, or naive to spout such an idea. Across the sea, Agrippina the elder's eyes narrowed. Someone was speaking ill of her. Septimus scoffed, "That's one way to put it." He leaned back, inspecting his hand briefly before clenching it into a fist. "I came here hoping for an escape. Instead, I found more of what I was running from, my own mind won't let me rest." "And what is it that you are running from?" Septimus hesitated. He didn't know this man, didn't even know his name or family, being so honest could be dangerous. And yet, something about the stranger's presence made him want to speak, though he couldn't say why. "Expectations," he said finally. "A family that demands answers I don't have. I've fled a life that felt like a never-ending performance that I'm too weary to continue. I thought indulgence in drink and women would drown the noise, but it's done the opposite." He felt a simmering in his heart, a frustration long brought to heel resurfacing unbid. "I came to resent my family," Septimus admitted, his voice tight with shame. He stared at the horizon, as if the words were easier to say to the uncaring sea than the man's face. "Not out of anger, but fear. Fear that every conversation would drift toward things I couldn't answer to their satisfaction. Questions I wasn't ready to face. So, I stayed silent, and as the days passed, the silence grew into a wall between us. Eventually, we hardly knew each other at all." His brow furrowed, the frustration etched deeply in his haggard expression. "Have you ever had someone argue with you, not speak to you, but at you, and in the moment, every fiber of you wants to respond, to defend yourself, but you find you have nothing to say? No counter, no strength to match them? It's maddening." He shook his head, bitterness coloring his tone. "Knowing you couldn't win, even if you tried." The man beside him nodded slowly, his youthful face cast off the sunlight, suddenly shadowed by weariness beyond his years. For a moment, his carefully held composure cracked the weight of something unseen pressing down on him. He drew a slow breath and let it out, the sound almost like a sigh. "Arguing against one's family," he began, his voice quiet but heavy. "It's a struggle I know too well." Septimus turned towards him, sensing there was more soon to follow. "There's a man in my family," his gaze fixed on the waves below, "who said and done things to me I'll never forget. Things meant to wound, to strip me bare. And every time, I kept my face blank, my voice still, giving nothing away. Not because I agreed with what he said, but because I knew speaking up would change nothing. It would not end well. Some men cannot be reasoned with." He paused, his lips pressed into a thin line. "And yet, I've repeatedly told myself that what truly matters was achieving my goals, but honestly I've never wanted anything more than to tell him exactly what I thought. To carve my honest words deep into his pride as deeply as he's cut into mine." The stranger huffed a humorless laugh, running a hand through his short dark hair. Septimus studied him, the sharp pain in the young man's voice striking something within him. There was no mistaking the bitterness, the ache of loss in his words. Septimus hesitated, unsure what to say, if words could soothe such wounds at all. Before he had a chance the man continued. "Over this last year I have learned that silence has its own price. The bitterness of regret I have felt lingers far longer than the possible sting of confrontation." Septimus frowned, his fingers tracing idle patterns on the bench. "Easy to say in hindsight. In the moment, I've always felt the risk feels far greater than any possible reward." "True," the stranger admitted. "But we are Romans, are we not? Our ancestors didn't tame the world by avoiding risks." Septimus smiled faintly. "You speak like a philosopher." He had met a few in his time, their words often left him frustrated and aggravated. But not this man, far younger than any philosopher Septimus had met or knew of. And you speak like a man caught between what he wants and what he fears, the man countered. Tell me, if you could do anything, without fear or consequence, what would it be? The question caught him off guard. He opened his mouth, then closed it, no answer coming to mind. I don't know, he said finally. That's the problem. The man leaned back, his gaze softening. Then start small. Take one step. Action begets clarity, and clarity begets purpose. Then what about you? Septimus asked, turning the question back on his companion. You speak of action and purpose despite letting that man in your family speak ill of you. Do you practice what you preach? The man's smile was faint but tinged with something heavier that Septimus could not read. Not always. Lately, I've found myself too often paralyzed by doubt. Events unfold around me, decisions demand my attention. In a way I also fear those questions and their eventual answers, that I am not ready to face. Septimus studied him, intrigued by the vulnerability in his tone. It was a rare man to be so open with his thoughts and feelings, especially to a stranger. Perhaps you need to heed your own advice. Perhaps I do, the man conceded. And perhaps you and I are not so different after all. The sun rose higher, the sky shifting from gold to pale blue. Septimus felt a strange sense of calm, as if the conversation had lifted some of the weight pressing on his mind. It was a nice morning he found, the kind where you stopped and stared out at the world and took a moment to admire its beauty in full. Thank you, I shall not forget your words, he said quietly, surprising himself with the sincerity of the words. For the first time since he had arrived on this island he had genuinely enjoyed being in another's company. An island full of spies, sycophants and opportunists offered little chance for one to engage in genuine conversation. The man inclined his head. We all carry burdens. Sometimes, sharing them is the first step to laying them down. They sat for a while longer, the silence now companionable. When Septimus finally stood to leave, he glanced back at the stranger, a question lingering on his lips but left unspoken. The man simply nodded, his gaze returning to the horizon. He felt tempted to ask the man his name, but felt, self-consciously, that it would ruin the moment. The man had the air of a long-term resident regardless, they would be sure to meet another time. As Septimus walked away, he couldn't shake the feeling that he'd just met someone important, though he couldn't say why. Gaius Caesar Germanicus. The evening was alive with the sound of laughter, the clink of goblets, and the soft hum of lyres drifting throughout the open courtyard. The party had been in full swing for hours, and Gaius stood at its center, an easy smile gracing his lips as he moved effortlessly among the gathered senators, equestrians, and matrons of Rome's elite society. His day had been taken up with endless conversation. If one had paid close attention then they would have noticed how he had talked with a countless number of individuals and groups tonight about a variety of topics, often in full view of many witnesses. Each conversation brought a new wave of concerns and whispers about Rome's current financial crisis, which had grown even more destructive as the months passed, leaving many prominent men and families in utter ruin. Gaius met them all with an unwavering confidence that seemed to ease even the most fretful among them. Your solution, young Caesar, could very well save us all, one older senator declared, his voice earnest as he grasped Gaius' arm. The princeps has been blind to the struggles of the people for too long, I hope you will make him see sense. Ah yes, many had expressed their concerns for the common people, Gaius Ironwool was the only thing preventing him from dramatically rolling his eyes. Gaius inclined his head, the corners of his mouth lifting just enough to exude both humility and assurance. You give me too much credit, Senator, I only wish to restore the dignity of our great imperium, he replied. When I bring this proposal before my great-uncle, I believe he will see its merits, it will not be long before such harsh times are long behind us. Truly we are lucky to have you, Gaius. The senator said, releasing him with a respectful nod. Others echoed the sentient as Gaius moved through the crowd, pausing to exchange pleasantries, offer reassurances, or accept the flirtatious smiles of Rome's elite women. Ennia was suspiciously absent, though it was not surprising considering tonight's ongoing activities. 1. A striking woman with dark, curling hair, leaned close, her perfume heavy and intoxicating. The daughter of an established senator who had fallen on hard times, seeking to latch on to him and his promises for salvation, a loyal girl to her family. Gaius could respect her dedication. You carry yourself with such certainty, Gaius, she murmured, her hand brushing against his arm. It's no wonder all those little girls are so drawn to you, she spoke aloud with purpose, and turned to gaze at the myriad of women watching them like hawks, waiting for a moment to come speak with him. She began to speak again, caressing his arms and shoulders and attempting to elicit exciting reactions from his body. His smile didn't falter, though his mind was elsewhere. By now, Tiberius should have ingested the cyanide. The thought sent a ripple of tension through him, quickly masked by his practiced charm. Every gesture, every word, was part of the facade he has been playing all evening, and frankly every day for the last year. A dutiful nephew enjoying the evening, oblivious to the deadly machinations he had set in motion in a separate nearby villa. Since the start of the year he had been for months building up relationships, attending more parties and private gatherings, piece by piece creating long-term character witnesses in a recognized pattern of behavior. Gaius took a sip of wine, letting the warmth of it steady him. He had debated endlessly with himself about this moment. Should I have let him suffer? Let him choke and writhe in utter agony, knowing it was my hand that orchestrated his demise? Should it be a public spectacle or a private death? How would it be interpreted by others? Did it matter considering he would be princeps afterwards regardless? The risks had outweighed any potential satisfaction he could gain from a more intimate assassination. A clean, swift death from a lethal dose of cyanide poisoning was safer, less open to suspicion. He had put his thirst for revenge aside and decided the sweeter reward would be a long-term triumph instead of surpassing Tiberius in every way, casting the old man's legacy into oblivion. A soft laugh escaped his lips at the irony of it all. The woman clinging to his shoulder assumed it was in response to her flirtations. His musings were interrupted by a tall, lean, man stepping out from amongst the surrounding groups of people. His face was familiar, his plain tunic marking him as a praetorian despite the lack of formal uniform. Gaius excused himself to the side as the man approached and leaned close, his voice a low rumble. Dominus, there has been a complication. Gaius stiffened, his heart pounding once, ringing in his ears, before he forced calm. Taking a deep breath, speak. It worked, he whispered. But he left his quarters before it could take full effect and collapsed before a gathering of nearby senators. He's weak, unable to speak coherently or be moved, but he's asked for you. Gaius' world seemed to tilt for a moment. Of course, Tiberius couldn't simply die quietly, he had to drag the whole affair out. Anxiety clawed at Gaius, but he swallowed it down, his mind already racing at the possibilities. With the amount he should have ingested it would not take long for Tiberius to die. Gaius just had to ensure nothing went wrong before he finally expired. If there were senators present, the news would spread. He had to act as the dutiful grandnephew. Thank you for informing me, he said smoothly, clapping the man on the shoulder. Then, raising his voice for the benefit of those nearby, he exclaimed solemnly, my uncle is unwell? I must go to him at once. Please escort me there, I cannot enjoy myself when he may be in need of me. The declaration drew murmurs of approval and admiration from the crowd. To many, it had become an accepted fact that Gaius was a loyal family man, a defining aspect of his perceived character that was unshakable in their minds. To some a defining strength, to others a debilitating weakness. It was particularly beneficial in the case of his relationship with Tiberius as it put the familial abuse he had suffered into the spotlight, a seemingly tragic irony. Some had long disapproved of Tiberius' treatment of his supposed heir, while others, many of them surrounding Gaius now, opportunistic as ever, feigned disquiet in an attempt to curry his favor. He turned to the growing crowd around him, the news of the princeps falling ill having drawn attention. My great-uncle Tiberius has fallen ill, he shouted. I shall go see him now and be with him in this moment of hardship, but in my absence I kindly ask all of you to make a small prayer to the gods on his behalf. He didn't stay to hear their answer, following the praetorian with purpose. Their collective eyes followed him by the hundreds as he exited. The walk to Tiberius' villa felt both endless and far too brief. By the time Gaius arrived, a cluster of senators and attendants had gathered outside the room he had collapsed in. He pushed through them with a commanding cry of make way. Until he reached Macro, the prefect, in what could only be an act, looked genuinely sorrowful. Macro's expression was grave as he met Gaius' gaze. He spoke in full hearing of the surrounding men and women, his words for them more so than for Gaius. Gaius, you have my deepest sympathies. It appears he suffered a heart attack. He's struggling to breathe or speak, and any attempt to have him moved causes great pain. I do not think he has long. If there is anything final you desire to say, now is the time. Gaius nodded, stepping past him, the whispers of the crowd fading behind him. Tiberius lay a small distance away from the crowd, sprawled on a couch, his once imposing frame now frail and trembling. His breaths came in shallow gasps, his lips pale and tinged with blue. For a man who had ruled Gaius' life with such cruelty and fear, he looked pathetically small. Uncle, Gaius said softly, kneeling beside him, his back to the crowd. His voice was laced with carefully cultivated emotion, loud enough for those lingering at the door to hear. I came as soon as I heard. Tiberius' eyes flickered open, clouded and unfocused. He mumbled something, his voice barely above a whisper. Leaning closer, Gaius caught the word. Germanicus. The name stabbed at his heart. For a moment, the mask slipped, and genuine pity for the frail creature before him coursed through him. He thinks I'm my father. Emperor Tiberius Caesar. The room swam in a thick haze, the pale light from the window falling dimly across Tiberius' gaunt features. He felt the weight of his own body pulling him down, deeper into the soft embrace of the couch, as though the earth itself sought to claim him early. His breathing came in ragged heaves, each gasp a desperate tether to life slipping further away. He lay at an awkward angle but lacked the strength to rise, he could barely turn his head. He was trapped in his failing flesh, a body so often majestic reduced to a trembling husk. The shadows lengthened across his vision, stretching grotesquely as his mind faltered. His mind felt clouded and confused. To his brief surprise a name came to him. Germanicus, he thought. The name surfacing unbidden, bringing with it a faint warmth, a flicker of solace that licked at the edges of his terror. A figure knelt over him, blurred by the veil of fever, and for a fleeting moment, he saw his nephew and adopted son. The man who had embodied all the virtues and public love that Tiberius had longed for. He's here, seeking my forgiveness. He forgives me of all I've done. But the vision shifted, sharp and cruel in its clarity. It was not Germanicus. The haze thinned, and the figure leaned closer, the dim features resolving into Gaius Caligula. The ungrateful child Tiberius had sheltered and despised in equal measure. A chill crept through his limbs, more profound than death's grip. In his brief clarity he knew what had happened. Despite all he had done for Caligula, the ungrateful boy had betrayed him. Tiberius tried to move, his arm trembling as he raised it. The weight of the signet ring dragged against his bone-thin hand, a ring that symbolized his power, the seal of Rome's ruler. He refused to let it fall into the clawing hands of Caligula. His lips quivered as he tried to speak, call for help, but no words came. He pushed through the pain, raising his arm in a silent and final defiant accusation, his shaking hand struggling to form into a sharp point toward the boy above him. But Caligula moved with disarming gentleness, his long fingers encircling his feeble and disgusting hand and lowering it. He cradled it as though in reverence, the soft caresses of his thumb sent sharp pain through Tiberius' sensitive body. Tiberius ignored the pain, for Tiberius' dimmed attention was fully focused on his face as it loomed nearer. In the dim light, Tiberius saw it shift, or perhaps it was the fever twisting his perception. The boyish charm gave way to something sinister, an expression not of pity but triumph. The eyes burned with cold gleeful fire, and the lips curled into what could only be described as a smirk. Tiberius swore he heard whispered words right beside his ear despite Gaius' physical distance. I wanted you to know it was me. Tiberius' pulse thundered in his ears, a deep pain erupting across his chest. This was no man above him, it was a demon, come to reap the spoils of his destruction. The fever blurred the truth, painting Caligula into a haze of shadow and light. Tiberius' strength ebbed. The world receded, sound and light folding into distant echoes. His body felt weightless now, his limbs slack, his breathing shallow. The last sense to leave him was hearing, though it, too, was fading into the void. Voices echoed distantly. His suffering is over, he has passed and is now at rest. Someone murmured. And then, louder, clearer, triumphant. Hail Gaius Caesar Augustus Germanicus Pius, Princeps of Rome. Tiberius heard no more. Darkness enveloped him entirely, and with it came an end to pain, to the bitterness, to the weight of duty that had consumed him. His last thought was of relief and glee, a final curse flowing through his mind as he sank into oblivion. Curse you Augustus, you ruined me, your precious Rome will burn under Caligula, and I lit the fire. Gaius Caesar Augustus Germanicus Pius. Third Emperor of the Roman Empire. 33 CE/ the first year in the reign of Emperor Gaius. The sea breeze carried the tang of salt and the faint cries of gulls as Gaius stood at the harbor, the horizon dotted with ships being readied for his departure. The weight of his signet ring pressed heavily on his finger, a tangible reminder of his ascent, passed from Tiberius' lifeless hand to his own. The Praetorian guards had knelt before him without hesitation, proclaiming their loyalty loudly and swiftly. The people of Capri, both senators and servants alike, had followed soon after, acknowledging him as princeps. Gaius knew this was only the beginning. The enormity of what he had done settled over him. He had altered history, ascending to power at the age of 20, far younger than Augustus at 35 or Tiberius 54. His path, now so carefully orchestrated, diverged wildly from what it might have been. His mother and brother were still alive, he was unmarried, untethered by family obligations, and had taken no oath as quaestor, but the purple robes of empire now draped his shoulders. A strange relief washed over him. The abuse, the sleepless nights, the anxious anticipation of Tiberius' dagger poisoned over his head, all of it was over. No one would ever hold such power over him again, he would never allow it. Yet the peace was fleeting, for now, Rome awaited. A city of snakes, its senatorial class teeming with intrigue, its people suffering in poverty, its challenges innumerable. The easy part is over, he thought grimly. Now the real test begins. Nearby, Felix lingered, his sharp eyes scanning the bustling scene, ever vigilant. Gaius took a step closer to him, his voice quieter now, cutting through the noise. Felix, he began, glancing toward the servant, do you know why I've kept you close this past year? Felix smirked lightly. I assumed it was my charm. Or my uncanny ability to find decent drink in the worst corners of Capri. Gaius huffed a short laugh, shaking his head in amusement. That, and more. You've been more than a servant. More than anyone in my life, Felix, you've been loyal. A friend. Not out of fear or obligation, but something rarer. And for that, I owe you more than mere gratitude. The older man tilted his head, his humor faltering as Gaius placed a small pouch of coins into his aging hands. The weight of it caused his fingers to curl reflexively around it. Take it, Gaius said firmly. Your years of service are over. As of today, you are a free man. Your family are free also. Free to go wherever you wish. Do whatever you wish. For a long moment Felix stared at the pouch, then back at Gaius, his face unreadable. When he finally spoke, his voice carried a mixture of disbelief and restrained emotion. And what if what I wish is to stay? He asked tentatively. Gaius raised an eyebrow. As your man, you have treated me with more kindness and respect than any other, Felix clarified. I've been through too much to leave now, Dominus. I may no longer serve you in chains, but I'd serve you all the same. He smirked teasingly. Someone has to ensure you don't get into trouble. Gaius considered him for a moment, the faintest smile touching his lips. He was pleased, he had been fully prepared to assist the man in setting up a life wherever he desired to go. Very well. But you'll call me Gaius from now on, not Dominus, not Princeps. You'll receive a fitting pay rise. I would also ask if you knew any others like you. Men of loyalty, who could earn their freedom as you have, and their place by my side. Felix looked momentarily at a loss, before recovering with a sly grin. You drive a hard bargain, Gaius. But I suppose I'll accept. Though I hope this generous pay rise of yours includes wine allowances. Loyal men, after all, require loyal spirits. Gaius chuckled, the tension of the moment easing. Find me the men first, Felix. Then we'll talk wine. So, Felix broached, where do you plan to start? What's our first move? Gaius exhaled, turning fully to face him. The funeral procession first. Tiberius will be laid to rest in the family mausoleum of my great-grandfather in Rome. It's tradition, and tradition will help settle nerves. He paused. Then the Senate, I'll propose my solution to the current economic crisis, in exchange for numerous backroom and public concessions and obligations. Said obligations will be central to getting my early reforms passed with little issue or complaint. He crossed his arms, another new physical tic he had gained from his modern self. Pardoning the exiles comes next, undoing the harm and easing the fear Tiberius has done with his treason trials will be good for my image. After that, a census to understand what state Rome is really in, what we are working with. He began to pace slightly, his hands clasped behind his back. Then, I will take stock of the city itself. Who are the key players, what do they want? And what might they fear? I'll need to understand them before they can understand me. Felix quirked an eyebrow, clearly impressed and concerned. Is that all? We'll stop in Tusculum before Rome, Gaius said abruptly, there's someone I must see. A promise I made to Silvanus, his wife, Flora lives there. Felix raised an eyebrow. You'd delay Rome for a promise. Gaius stopped, turning back to meet Felix's gaze directly. His voice displaying an often well-hidden vulnerability, an unmistakable glint of longing. Of greatest importance is keeping to one's promises, Felix. A smiling face flashed before his eyes, the face of a dead brother. There's another promise I have to fulfill, at the island of Pontia. I will go there to collect my brother Nero's ashes. And travel to the islands of my exiled mother and brother, by then pardoned, and bring them back to Rome. The ship's gangplank groaned as the crew prepared to cast off. Gaius turned to look one last time at Capri, the rocky island that had been both a prison and a crucible. Before long the cliffs of Capri faded into the horizon, and with them, the last chains of power that Tiberius had over him faded away. He was free. A wonderful feeling. Thanks for reading. The Capri arc is at an end, roughly 50k words later, and it's been fun. Chapter 1 was written almost on a whim, so going beyond and completing the first arc is just plain awesome. I hope Gaius being mistreated/abused wasn't too much or too little. I know it can be rough to read the MC getting dunked on chapter after chapter. It was no doubt a big part of the real-life Caligula's personality and I wanted it be represented here. The events on Capri have definitely shaped Gaius for good or ill. Time for Rome. A new series of challenges, victories and intrigues await. In regards to Gaius having a relationship with his sisters, I do agree with some commenters that it's best not leave people in suspense getting their hopes up since this is on QQ and some will be expecting it. This story will probably be far tamer than a good lot of stories I've seen here. I am leaning towards a negative on any incest. I personally see any mentions of it in the historical sources as a clear form of slander on the accused Caligula and think it would be unnecessary when there are other women, historical or ox, who would be available in this story. I do want Gaius to have a complex relationship with Drusilla and his sisters/family, and adding incest into that I feel will be detrimental. The only way I've considered doing it would be solely with Drusilla, and it would not be a simple thing at all. It would have to be something complex, intriguing, and perhaps even a clear detrimental/flawed decision with consequences for Gaius to face for me to include it. Something more than he bangs his sister 'cause she's hot kinda thing. Ultimately I am undecided but heavily leaning towards a negative at the moment. I'm also undecided on Ennia's future in this story. Once I have that more locked down, then I'll go back and rewrite chapters 4 to 5 to fit the new direction. I'll let you know when those rewrites are done. This thread has been filled with people interested in Roman industry/uplifting. As a part of making this FIC, I watched a fantastic video by Invicta recently that broke down the question, how close was Rome to an industrial revolution? Has definitely given me a lot of new insights. Here it is for anyone interested. It's 1 hour 50, but is divided into sections to skip through if you don't want to watch the whole thing. A bronze tablet found in 1881 at Assos, in which inhabitants of Assos swore to Emperor Gaius when he gained power. Decrees of the Assyrians by the vote of the people. Since the announcement of the coronation of Gaius Caesar Germanicus Augustus, which all mankind had longed and prayed for, the world has found no measure for its joy, but every city and people has eagerly hastened to view the god, as if the happiest age of mankind, the Golden Age, had now arrived. April 33 CE, in the 4th month of the first year of Imperator Gaius' reign. The lower town of Tusculum, Alban Hills, Latium region. Imperator Gaius Caesar Augustus Germanicus Pius. Gaius sat in quiet contemplation, awaiting news that his dispatched praetorians had located the house of Silvanus' wife Flora. He was in Tusculum to meet her and fulfill his promise to the man. After this visit he would be on the final stretch to reaching the city of Rome proper. After landing in Misenum, the funeral procession had been long and tiresome. 2 weeks of traveling had given him time to think. He had finally done it. He was a Roman emperor. Master of the Roman world. It had taken a mere 2 days for the Senate to hail him imperator, acknowledging his authority, and make him the sole leader and paterfamilias of the Domus Caesaris, Caesar's household. Regardless of his mother and brother's ages, he was now in full control of their family's affairs and resources. Gaius, despite his new responsibilities, felt truly unburdened for the first time in a long time. Somewhere along the way Gaius had forgotten what it was like to walk around under his own power, unafraid. Tiberius' death did not mean a complete end to his worries or his wariness, but it was an end to his fear. A fear that had eaten him up inside. The sheer maliciousness he had felt radiating off his late great-uncle every time they spoke had at times left him paralyzed, as if he were a startled animal. Never before, in any life, had he feared another human being like he had feared Tiberius Caesar, and now that the monster was dead he would never fear another like him again. Freedom felt good, who knew? Gaius tried and failed to ignore the errant thought that came soon after, that he was now the master of the world's most infamous slave empire. He tensed his hands in frustration. Such thoughts often unbidden floated to the surface of his mind at inopportune moments, reminding him of his complex and jumbled worldview. He could admit to himself in his most quiet moments that it was at times a truly lonely feeling, knowing he held opinions that he could never voice, lest his fellow Romans judge him a fool or a madman. How did a man fulfill his ambitions when those very ambitions conflicted with how he believed the world should work? Gaius did not have an answer and doubted he would ever find one. After he had stirred from his turbulent rebirth he had become struck with indecision about his future. He remembered even now the feelings of uncertainty and the way he had almost paced a hole into the floor. He had been terrified, his mind still recovering with memory dissonance. In one moment a young 18-year-old, already living in fear, had learned of a future of abuse, betrayal, and brutal death and wanted nothing to do with it. In the next, a more mature mind had looked out at an alien world, in utter disbelief. A world far away from the one he knew, the one he had come to call home. He had contemplated running away, escaping into a quiet corner of the world to spend the rest of his days. Damn the consequences, he simply didn't want to deal with it all, didn't want to die bloody. But he had changed his mind. His family had changed his mind. Perhaps that was why he was willing to go so far for them at such great risk. They had noticed his distress, believing it was related to his illness, and had grown concerned, spending time with him and helping him get back on his feet. In those early days he learnt a valuable lesson. Through their efforts and his own contemplation he had become enlightened to a new internal philosophy on how he truly wanted to live his life. Hesitation is defeat. Hold nothing back, keep moving forward. He had done the opposite once. The memories of that man bubbled to the surface. For decades that man had longed for greatness, had dreamed of it during lonely nights in a cramped apartment filled with the quiet hum of a ceiling fan and the mundanity of a quiet unnoticed existence. Gaius refused to return to that pit of despair. He would rather die first. He had made his choice. This life, this power was his. He would have it all. There was no going back. He had fought to get here. He had killed to get here. And now, even though a small part of him still, and probably always would, recoiled at the brutality of it all, he understood. The world he had inherited was not a world for ideals, not for easy answers. It was a world that demanded action, that punished weakness. If he did not adapt, beat the Romans at their own game, he would be destroyed and forgotten. Knowing that truth did not calm his turbulent mind, much to his frustration. He was against slavery. Every man and woman born into this world should have certain rights. Rights by virtue of existence, not privilege. Yet was he willing to tear apart the scaffolding of a civilization to see these beliefs realized? Knowing what it would cost? No, he wasn't. He wasn't sure if that made him evil or not, at least his fellow Romans would not judge his choice. Gaius knew what he had to do. He would rule, yes. He would take the mantle of emperor, not as a tyrant, but as a man with a duty to his family, his people, and the empire. Unlike countless emperors from the original timeline, he would take his role as imperator seriously. Prioritize it above all else, besides his family's security. He would preserve Rome and give decades of prosperity to all its people. He would compromise, changing what he could, where he could, without destroying the fragile balance that kept Rome from fracturing. A quote came to him from a future theologian, a religious prayer. He was agnostic but found it could not be more apt. God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. He hoped it would be enough. The sound of sandals marching on a cobbled road drew his attention. He turned to see the pair of Praetorian officers he had sent in search for Flora's residence were returning. These men would not think to abuse or mistreat him as others in the guard had done. Macro had made sure of it. He had also made sure they reported everything Gaius did back to their prefect. It was almost flattering how much effort Macro put into having Gaius' every breath and shit monitored. End of a dead-end alleyway on the eastern side of the lower town, 2 streets away from the forum. Those were Sylvanus' directions. Gaius moved to meet them, his morning garb swaying in the wind, the rest of his guards following behind him. This visit would have to be brief. It was holding up Tiberius' funeral procession and the Senate was urgently waiting for him to present his solution to the financial crisis. Knowing them, he wouldn't be surprised if they rushed him through giving Tiberius' funeral speech just to prevent losing any more estates and assets. Imperator, both men greeted with a respectful bow of their head. We've located the Insuli, it's as you said, the last house of an alleyway. We asked some locals, and they believed she'd be home. Good, lead me there, he said in response. Hopefully they would not have to go searching for her. Macro would have called this whole endeavor a waste of time. Thankfully he wasn't here. He had gone on ahead to Rome in haste. Gaius' opening meeting with the Senate would have to be a carefully orchestrated affair from behind the scenes to get the best outcome possible. Macro would be meeting with the 2 consuls, Lucius Livius Ocella Sulpicius Galba, and Lucius Cornelius Sulla Felix, alongside other influential senators on all sides to prepare for his arrival. Yes, that Galba. Gaius felt grim at the thought. The man who would in another life one day topple the Julio Claudians after Nero and briefly claim the purple in 79 CE, the year of the 4 emperors. If Gaius had his way, the Julio Claudians would not be so easily destroyed this time around. He hopes to still be alive and ruling in 79 CE himself at 67 as an old fossil. Though if his memories taught him anything, it was that Roman emperors rarely lived long. He could only hope and plan. As you command, the Praetorian replied before pulling an about face and marching back the way he came. Gaius followed with the rest of the Praetorians, forming a boundary around him, watching every angle. The chances of him being attacked were low but never zero. He was the most popular man currently alive in the empire, yet it was an empire filled with starving, financially broken people, who were growing utterly desperate. Crowds of people were watching them the whole way, many smart enough to keep their distance. The 2 leading officers brought forth a detachment to lead the way through, shouting out, "Make way! Make way for Imperator Gaius!" Tusculum had changed somewhat since he was last here. The air was still heavy with a mingling of spring blooms and the acrid smoke of cooking fires rising from clustered homes. Yet the main avenue, flanked by the imposing colonnades and carefully maintained villas, was clogged with the destitute and their filth. He could hear the distant hum of life, merchants arguing over prices in the forum, children playing with sticks carved to mimic soldiers' weapons, and the whisper of awe at his appearance and despair at the circumstances of the times, hushed conversations behind shuttered windows. The Insuli was a towering structure of worn brick and plaster, wedged between others in a dense, chaotic cluster. Smoke from communal cooking fires lingered in the air, mingling with the pungent scent of compacted human life, sweat, stale food, and the faint acrid tang of urine from the shared latrines. Gaius wondered if his future successors would ever think of walking amongst such squalor. Knowing the pattern with Roman emperors and their opulent palaces, he doubted it. The narrow stairwell leading to Flora's apartment was dark, lit only by weak shafts of sunlight filtering through the wooden shutters of the neighboring Insuli. The Praetorians were diligent in clearing a path, keeping the wide-eyed citizens out of the way. Even in his morning clothes he knew he struck an impressive figure, mostly just for how clean he was in comparison to the city's inhabitants. He rigorously kept up with his hygiene routine every day and night. It kept him calm. He was already working on ways to improve Rome's hygiene beliefs and technology, if only to calm his anxieties about dropping dead from disease. Ideas had been sent off to Hero. Gaius paused as he stepped inside, his sandals creaking against the uneven, dusty wooden floorboards. The hallway was cramped, the ceiling was low enough to force him to bow his head slightly. After gaining his new memories at 18 he had shot up in height, a couple inches from 5'7". He had memories of being 6'0" in a world of taller people, so being shorter had been a weird initial adjustment. The walls bore the stains of water damage and the fingerprints of countless tenants over the years. Despite the poverty of the place, there was a sense of resilience here, flower pots precariously balanced on windowsills, child's drawings and art staining the wooden walls, and the occasional drape of cloth that served as a reminder of occupancy. A place oozing humanity. How many places like this resided in this city? Across Italy and the wider empire? While nowhere near as extreme, Gaius knew what it was like to live in such a cramped space, isolated from the wider world. A part of Gaius wanted to sit and listen to all their stories, write them all down. A people's history, he wondered if Claudius would find the topic interesting. The future historians would never think of it, all too occupied with the gossip surrounding his family and military affairs. Flora's door was marked with a wreath of dried olive branches, a gesture of both mourning and quiet pride. Gaius ordered most of the praetorians to take up position outside the building but kept the 2 officers with him. He walked up and went to knock but hesitated. He had killed her husband, he braced himself, things could get ugly. Knock. Knock. The door swung open with a creak to reveal a middle-aged woman who he assumed to be Flora, her presence striking despite exuding hardship. She wore a modest stilla of faded linen, the edges subtle embroidered with a pattern that had once been vibrant but now showed the fraying of age and disrepair. Over her right shoulder, she had a simple, sleeveless mantle, attached with a brooch, giving an air of quiet dignity. Her dark hair, pulled back into a practical bun, had streaks of grey, though she was not old, and her hands bore the roughness of labor. For a fleeting moment all was silent. Flora seemed caught between surprise, her eyes widening before they narrowed in recognition. Their eyes locked, she met Gaius' gaze unflinching, she gave off the aura that she was more prepared for this meeting than he was. He opened his mouth to introduce himself, but she raised a hand, cutting him off, much to his surprise. It took a bold Roman, especially a woman, to interrupt someone who was clearly from the upper echelons of society. "I know who you are," she said, her voice even and sweet but tinged with something unreadable. "Pius." The 2 escorting praetorians behind him stiffened at the disrespect, hands brushing their hilts. Gaius mentally rolled his eyes, the whole lot of them used any little justification possible to get their hands on their hilts. And each other's. Gaius waved them off, his expression calm, though he braced himself mentally. "You know who I am," he replied, his tone measured. "Then I ask if I may come in." She scanned his face briefly before eyeing his guards for a moment. Flora stepped aside, gesturing to him without a word. He indicated for one of the men to guard the door. Gaius stepped inside, taking in the surroundings with a solemn gaze. The room was humble, its simplicity a stark contrast to the opulence Gaius had grown accustomed to in his youth. It gave him feelings of nostalgia for another life. A single, well-worn table stood in the center, its surface scratched from years of use. 2 stools and a bench surrounded it, each showing signs of needing repair. A small hearth smoldered with embers, held a single pot, from which the faint pleasant smell of something cooking arose. In the corner, a child's toy, crudely carved but clearly well loved, lay abandoned. A little girl, no more than 5 years old, peeked out from behind a curtain that divided the single room, her eyes wide and curious. Flora glanced back at her daughter, then at Gaius. "My sons are out playing. Most likely awed by the soldiers." He made no comment on the poverty on display, but his gaze lingered on the single loaf of bread sitting on the table and the patched tunic draped over a chair, far too large for her. He suspected it belonged to Silvanus. The thought gnawed at his stomach. "Damn you, Tiberius." She motioned to a stool, and he gracefully accepted, crossing his arms onto the table. "I have nothing to offer you, Pius," she said, a note of confusion in her voice. "I seek nothing. How did you know it was me?" he asked, genuinely curious. His modern self had always wondered how ancient people recognized individuals, particularly leaders and celebrities, without modern technology, such as cameras or the internet. She raised an eyebrow and gestured up and down his body. "You are the cleanest man I have ever laid eyes on. You enter my home being escorted by a small army of armored military men, and by some means you make wearing mourning garb look dignified and noble. Who else could it be but you?" Gaius smiled at such interesting insight into her observation skills and the subtle ways the class disparity between them could be seen. Fascinating. "The people of Tusculum tell many stories of you, they look to you as their savior." She slowly twirled her pointer finger in a circle on the table. "An elevated man of the Julius Caesar's family, son of our beloved Germanicus who fought and killed a gladiator for his elder brother." She looked up with tears in her eyes now. "You killed my husband and they sang songs about it. Why are you here?" "I came to fulfill a promise." "To your husband, to Silvanus?" His voice, carrying an undertone of regret. At the mention of Silvanus, her face softened, though her eyes grew distant. "For hours I waited in the dark for him to come home. When he never did I went out looking. Nobody had bothered to inform me." She clenched her dainty but rough hands into fists. "I always knew it would happen, it was inevitable. He was one of the best, but I told myself that someone would bring him low one day. I think I was trying to brace myself, make it hurt less." Gaius could tell that it had been in vain. Her heartbreak was clear for him to see. I hated you at first, how could I not? But then one of those cowards finally pulled me aside and told me where he was buried. I went imagining a dirty mound, uncared for. Flora relaxed her back and loosened her shoulders, before reaching out to gently grab his hand. I saw what you did for him. The monument, the words you left. They were beautiful. Gaius inclined his head, his voice steady. I desired to give him life, but the now late princeps decided against it. I decided instead I could give him the honor he deserved of being remembered for all time as a good man. And I swore to him on my father's name that I would see to your welfare before I entered Rome. Her composure wavered for a moment, eyes wide in disbelief and realization, but she recovered quickly. You have delayed the funeral procession of Princeps Tiberius, to come see me. He nodded his head. Her reaction was not surprising. Not many men in his position would bother with the wife of a gladiator outside of looking to fuck her, or would dare hold up the procession fearing it would be seen as disrespectful. Thankfully everybody hated Tiberius' guts and wanted Gaius deep in their own, so a brief stop was of little issue. You are enduring hard times, Flora. She jumped in surprise at the use of her name. This crisis has been cruel to everyone. I made you a widow, you have thus borne its brunt alone. Flora nodded, her expression guarded but not unkind. She had the look of someone who would not easily admit they were in dire straits. The community has supported each other, our children are our strength. He placed his free hand atop her own, cupping it between his palms. It does not have to be this way. I offer to become your family's patron. You and your children will have my protection, financial support, and the means for a gradual rise in status. Your sons will have opportunities, your daughter will want for nothing. Flora's lips parted in surprise. For a moment, she said nothing, then inclined her head, her voice trembling slightly. I don't know what to say. To have the princeps as my patron is far beyond the worth of this little family. Accept it, he replied simply. It is a debt I owe and can easily fulfill, one I am determined to repay. She nodded, the gratitude evident in her expression, though she seemed unsure how to navigate this sudden turn in events and fortune. It wasn't every day that the most powerful man in the world who was your husband's killer offered to personally see to your continued welfare. She looked around, as if to try and find something to change the subject, fidgeting with the edge of her stella. She settled her gaze on his face and scanned his features, taking him in. You seem so at ease here, she said tentatively, as if afraid to overstep. Gaius glanced around the room, a faint shadow of a smile flickering across his face. It reminds me of a life I once knew. A life far removed from this one. He did not elaborate, getting a small thrill at how his cryptic answer left a curious, surprised and befuddled expression on Flora's face. Whoever said messing with people wasn't fun was a liar, it was the best. He made to stand. Unfortunately I cannot stay long, Gaius continued, his tone shifting to one of formality. My duties call me to Rome. However, I will write to you through Felix, my freedman, and ensure you are kept in good stead here. A man I trust will be assigned to assist you in handling your affairs, and subtle protection will be arranged. Banditry is on the rise. He placed a pouch on the table. Silvanus could have beaten me to the ground with ease, but he purposefully used the fight to help me learn and grow as a warrior, for that my brother and mother are both alive. He gestured to the pouch on the table. This is 225 denarii, a soldier's yearly pay, more will follow if needed. Flora shot up in surprise, knocking her stool backwards. She looked at the coin purse like it was a venomous snake, she looked at him with a determined expression, she required no words. This is too much, I can't accept this. He would not have it however, you can and you will. She reached down to cup the pouch, holding it close to her chest. Thank you Augustus for this generous gift, you have given us hope. She looked around the small space, he could see plans formulating in her eyes. It felt odd to be addressed by that title, to him it was the name of his great-grandfather, who despite his flaws was an incredible historical figure. A momentous weight was behind it. He wondered if his own name would hold such weight in the centuries to come. Gaius inclined his head and turned to leave, the one Praetorian guard who had stood watch falling into step behind him. As he reached the threshold, a small voice stopped him. Do you know where my pater is? I miss him. He promised to finish my favorite bedtime story. He froze, the child's question cutting through his chest like a blade. Gaius turned slightly, his profile caught in the dim light, but he did not look back. His silence spoke volumes, and after a moment, he stepped through the door and down out into the street, his thoughts churning with the weight of his past and the future road ahead. The Senate were not known for their patience, best not keep them waiting long, lest they start plotting a takeover. This is part 1 of a chapter cut in 2 because I decided the second half needed a complete rewrite. Part 2 will be out soon, enjoy. By thus gaining the throne he fulfilled the highest hopes of the Roman people, or I may say of all mankind, since he was the prince most earnestly desired by the great part of the provincials and soldiers, many of whom had known him in his infancy, as well as by the whole body of the city populace, because of the memory of his father Germanicus and pity for a family that was all but extinct. Suetonius, The Lives of the Caesars, 121 CE. April 33 CE, in the 4th month of the 1st year of Imperator Gaius' reign. The Appian Way, outskirts of the city of Rome. The Appian Way, Rome's most strategically vital and oldest surviving road network. Imperator Gaius Caesar Augustus Germanicus Pius. Gaius found himself in good spirits. So far the funeral procession for Tiberius had been a pleasant experience. Without Tiberius or Macro looking over his shoulder, he had been free to relax and take in the world around him. The prefect had travelled ahead to make preparations for Gaius' arrival, to ensure a smoother transition. Travelling along the Appian Way had given him many opportunities to admire the Italian countryside. Considering he had memories of 21st century pollution, the nature around him in the 1st century left him in awe. It looked so clean and pure. The Romans left waste like all humans do, but it was nothing in comparison to what was to come with the invention of plastics. Gaius would always long for the comforts and technology of modernity, but having the opportunity to explore a less polluted and more ecologically populated world was a welcome trade-off. Unfortunately, the beauty around him was a mirage. If one looked, the signs of strife were clear to see. If one glanced out at the rolling hills and cultivated fields, one would see the occasional vagrant wandering aimlessly. In the far distance, silhouettes of men could be seen begging on their knees to landowners for any kind of work. As the procession had slithered up the Appian Way towards the city of Rome, it stretched out like a great serpent passing through multiple unique worlds. Areas of tranquil and quiet nature, with little human presence outside of fellow travelers or distant farmlands. At some places the procession had passed towns undergoing great suffering, gaunt families kneeling on the roadside, blatant occurrences of banditry, the wind carrying sounds of suffering through the open air. Now it had entered another, a world of haunting celebration. At the head of the procession was a gilded bier, bearing the body of the late emperor, flanked by a detachment of Praetorian guards. Gaius walked a short distance behind, accompanied by a small retinue. Behind him, the procession stretched for miles down the Appian Way, a sea of dignitaries, Praetorian escorts, and countless citizens who had joined the solemn march. Gaius eyed the cheerful mood of the citizens trailing behind him. He doubted they were solemn at the old man's death. He had heard many whispers and yells of "to the Tiber with Tiberius." He was tempted, but not wanting to set the precedent of chucking the princeps corpse in the Tiber River overruled any thoughts of watching the old man's body float away. As the procession neared the outskirts of the city, more citizens gathered by the hour, not solely joining the procession but also lining the roadside ahead as if watching a passing parade. It grew louder, the combined roar of the city in the distance melding with the rising clamor of the people. Most kept a respectful distance. Despite their clear dislike of Tiberius, they were unwilling to disturb the service. Gaius suspected their reluctance came out of respect for Gaius himself or for the fear of the marching Praetorians who numbered in the thousands. Each Praetorian cohort contained 480 men, and Macro had summoned several to maintain order and keep the procession moving smoothly. Being surrounded by so many of his bodyguards should have made Gaius feel at ease, but knowing how the original Caligula had been their first victim, he found he could not feel anything but a slight unease. He was reluctantly thankful for their presence. Italy was in a state of discontent and despair. The journey had given Gaius a first-hand look at the desperate, impoverished masses, tens of thousands of whom had been driven to wander Italy in search of affordable food, shelter, and work. While Gaius doubted any of them would seriously try to harm him, he was that beloved by the Roman public. He understood that the Praetorians kept at bay a potentially fragile powder keg that could erupt into chaos at any moment. He suspected the onlookers dared not let the procession be interrupted out of collective fear it would delay Gaius' arrival to the city. It was well-circulated news that the Senate was awaiting his arrival in the city to bring the crisis to an end. Despite that sense of urgency, Gaius had enjoyed the journey's length, taking nearly 2 weeks, though he did internally cry at the thought of never taking the train, driving a car, or looking down at the earth from a plane window again. It had been a good opportunity to stretch his legs and think. He was moving between 2 extreme phases in his life, enjoying a reprieve from the years of terror and abuse he had suffered at the hands of 2 dead men. He was using his free time to think about what was to come. Once he arrived in Rome, his life would be consumed by the Principate, its trappings, its power, and responsibilities up to the day he died. Perhaps if he ruled long enough he could pull a Diocletian, hand it off to a prepared successor and become a cabbage farmer. Perhaps that was his true purpose here, cabbage lord. Gaius felt almost instinctively that they were on the final leg of the journey, the sounds of the oncoming city echoing with a new clarity. His Praetorian guards flanked him, keeping a respectful distance to allow him a measure of privacy as he walked. He felt a strange sense of nostalgia. The last time he had been here he had been in the throes of illness, afraid and utterly discombobulated. He had left the city terrified and alone at 18, yet with his new memories his heart had been full of determination. His retinue had offered him a horse to ride, but he had declined, wanting to enter the city on his own 2 feet. He wouldn't be entering it alone. At Gaius' side walked his 13-year-old cousin, Tiberius Gemellus. Tiberius had kept interactions between his grandson and Gaius brief during their stay on Capri, leaving them practically strangers. Gaius had requested the boy join him for the journey to Rome in an attempt to foster a relationship between them, to understand his fellow prisoner. His thoughts on Gemellus were complicated. In what he mentally dubbed the original timeline, Gemellus had been named Caligula's heir to Tiberius in 35 CE. It had not prevented the original Caligula from becoming sole emperor, later executing Gemellus, but then he had gone and gotten his jaw sliced off, so it mattered little in the end. But Gaius planned to rule for a long time and did not want any potential rivals for his succession or heirs to even be considered, so in conjunction with other plans and factors he had moved to remove Tiberius early before he got any ideas. The boy walked by his side in silence, eyes wandering in childlike curiosity at the crowds of people. He took in the boy's slight frame, pale complexion, and hunched posture. Only 13 and already bearing the scars of a boyhood shaped by Tiberius' neglect and cruelty. He pitied Gemellus. Gaius' new memories had reforged his mind, his new maturity and insights providing him with mental protections that his cousin lacked. Tiberius had despised them both in equal measure. Gaius suspected he had feared them in equal measure too, going to great lengths to keep them separated. So what better time was there to make up for lost time than a long walk up through Italy alongside Tiberius' rotting corpse? Gemellus tried to keep his face blank, emulating a mask, not wanting to let any thoughts or feelings show to the world. It would surely fool some onlookers, but not Gaius. He could read the faces of most people he met like a book, and Gemellus was no exception. Far from it even, his posture, fidgeting and swiveling eyes broadcasted his anxiety and nervousness so openly that Gaius could pick it at a glance. Gemellus had lived a childhood of constant vigilance. Gaius was sure it would have effects for the rest of the boy's life, though what those would turn out to be he couldn't say. At first Gaius had used the opportunity to gauge the boy's personality, to assess how his enemies may exploit the boy against him. Thinking of him in the vein as a potential weakness that needed to be calculated and planned against. It had not taken long for Gaius to instead come to a simple realization. He's just a child. Nothing more than a frightened boy. His gait was awkward, unsure, like someone unaccustomed to freedom. He barely talked or opened up to Gaius' questions regardless of tone or topic. He clutched a small wooden horse in one hand for most of the trip, likely a toy or comforting memento. Gemellus, like Gaius, had lost much in the last few years, yet in a way he had lost far more. His father Drusus Julius Caesar, had been Tiberius' biological son. A bitter enemy of Sejanus, one of the few who had dared confront the prefect openly, many others had been too afraid of his growing power. Saying those two hated each other was an understatement. Drusus, known by all for his vicious temper, had once in full view of many punched Sejanus in the face in a heated argument. Knowing how pompous Sejanus could be about maintaining his appearance, Gaius only wished that he had been present to witness the event. It would have been glorious. Unfortunately for the imperial family, Sejanus was not one to take an insult like that lying down. Drusus died soon after in 23 CE of natural causes when Gemellus had been 4 years old. The tragedy of Gemellus' family deepened when it publicly came to light that Gemellus' mother and Drusus' wife Claudia Livilla had been caught having an affair with Sejanus. The affair had been occurring for a long time, and going beyond that, the woman had helped Sejanus by slowly poisoning Drusus without drawing suspicion. Gaius felt a heat rise to his cheeks. Claudia had then helped Sejanus even further with his rise to power against the rest of the imperial family. In her lust she had sold them all out. Gemellus was thus an orphan, Sejanus' manipulations having directly destroyed his parents' lives, leaving him in Tiberius' care for years on Capri. To Gaius' knowledge, the boy's sister Julia Livia was still alive and well, staying with his two youngest sisters Drusilla and Livilla under the care of their mutual grandmother Antonia, daughter to Mark Antony. Antonia was one hardcore woman. She had been furious and utterly disgraced at her daughter's actions, begging Tiberius to be the one to punish her. Tiberius had agreed. She proceeded to lock her daughter in an isolated room and sit with her back to the door. She listened for hours as her own daughter starved to death. Gaius felt horrified and impressed in equal measure. Antonia was hardcore. She was a headstrong woman, much like his mother and younger sister Agrippina. He had a feeling all three would prove to be the cause of numerous future headaches. Gemellus finally caught on to Gaius staring and gave a quick nervous smile, his lips twitching as if unsure whether he should, or was allowed, to speak. Gaius seized the moment. It must feel strange for you, coming back to Rome after so long. He kept his voice even and measured, hoping to keep the boy at ease. Gemellus hesitated. I barely remember it, he admitted, his voice small, tone guarded. Capri is all I've known. When the boy met his gaze, Gaius spoke. I barely remember it either. I spent much of my childhood on the frontiers, my father pulling us all along wherever he was posted. My happy memories of the city are few. Gaius gazed up at the swaying trees, at the open fields and cobbled road at his feet. Capri was physically beautiful despite everything, but it fails to live up to all of this. He gestured outward. It makes Capri feel stifling in comparison. He looked back down at his cousin and noticed he looked desperate, as if immensely curious but afraid to speak his mind. Tiberius had trained subservience into him too well. It would take time for Gemellus to regrow his confidence. He gestured for the boy to speak his mind. Dominus, why have you spent so much time with me? Gemellus said, quickly lowering his head as if bracing for a strike. Gaius kept his face blank but internally bristled. Tiberius was lucky he was dead already. He lowered a hand gently and slowly, so as not to startle the boy, and rested it softly on his shoulder. Raise your head, Gemellus, Gaius said gently, his tone warm but firm. There is no need to call me lord. You are above such things, please call me Gaius. I will not have us speak so formally with one another. He waited, his gaze steady, until the boy gave a reluctant nod of acceptance. Only then did he continue, Tiberius kept us apart, you and I. Perhaps he was afraid of what we could do together, the trouble we could have gotten up to. A wry smile curved his lips, an attempt to lighten his cousin's unease. Tell me, did he ever speak of me? He leaned in slightly, his expression earnest. He knew Tiberius had spun slandering stories of him to all who could hear. He said you were dangerous, that you hated me. That you were obsessed with boys, and if he kept me away from you, from everyone, he could protect me. At hearing that, Gaius felt like he would burst a blood vessel. A shiver of furious indignation raced from his head, down his spine, into the heels of his feet. Surprisingly, the boy continued, as if unburdening himself. I didn't know what to think of you. Grandfather was never kind to me, and I saw how he treated you. He was always so angry at me, at everyone in the world. He played mean tricks on me just to laugh, just to say I wasn't good enough. He looked up to scan Gaius' face before looking back down, wringing his hands together in clear nervousness. When he talked about you, I think he was trying to trick me again. They walked in silence for some time. Gaius spied the crowd around them growing in number exponentially. The buildings grew in frequency, the sounds of the city growing nearer, the trees receding. It wouldn't be long now till the city proper came into full view. His cousin was the one to break the silence. What happens to me now? He said, face conflicted. Gaius stopped walking. From the corner of his eye he caught the rest of the procession subtly slowing to match him, a quiet display of his power. He placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. That depends on you, Gemellus. You've suffered much. I can't bring back your parents or undo the harm that has been done to you, done to us both. Gaius took a moment to collect his thoughts, to think on how he was going to phrase what he said next. He knelt down on one knee to closer meet Gemellus' eyes. He spoke with a gentle but deliberate intent, resting both hands on the boy's shoulders. These last few years have been hard on us all. Our family is all but shattered, isolated, exiled, vulnerable. I intend to bring this sorry state of affairs to an end, rebuilding our family until it is stronger than ever before. Never again will I allow another ambitious Sejanus to turn us against each other. So if it is something you would permit, I would like to start by first adopting you, as my son. Gemellus blinked owlishly, stunned into silence. His face told Gaius all he needed to know of what the boy thought of the proposal. It was alien to him, that after so long someone, anyone, would ask for his permission, would take his own opinion into account. The boy furrowed his eyebrows in thought, and for a long moment he simply stared at Gaius' face, looking into his eyes. This was not a spur-of-the-moment decision from Gaius, it had been on his mind for some time. 2 days after Tiberius' death the Senate had made a decision that solidified what he would do. Upon Tiberius' death the Praetorian Guard had declared him imperator, a declaration of their backing of his imperial ascension. More importantly, by declaring him imperator they gave Gaius what he had previously lacked: imperium. In the now dead Roman Republic, holding imperium meant to hold military authority. A man who held imperium in essence had absolute authority to apply Roman law within the scope of his magistracy or military position. Gaius' great-grandfather had co-opted the title, turning it into his own first name, exclusively tying the concept of being an imperator and holding imperium with himself and his role as princeps. 2 days later, after news reached Rome of Tiberius' death, the Senate went a step further. They too hailed Gaius as imperator and invested him with imperium maius, greater imperium, elevating his imperium to a level superior to that of all other living Romans. As of that declaration being made, Gaius had inherited from Tiberius one of the 2 core powers that made up the Principate. By wielding imperium maius he was now the permanent commander-in-chief of the Roman military, holding full authority to issue orders to all legion commanders, legates, and now held governorship over the imperial provinces. Once he got settled in Rome, one of the first orders of business would be getting an understanding on said imperial provinces and their governors alongside the current state of Rome's military and the legionary commanders. Doing so would give him insight into whether making a few promotions and demotions was necessary. Alongside this declaration the Senate had ratified him as the sole heir and pater familias, father of the family, of the Domus Caesaris, Caesar's household. He now had legal authority to exercise autocratic control over his close and extended family members. His older brother, mother, and grandmother included to an extent despite their superior age. He met Gemellus' gaze, the boy still lost in thought. His decision to adopt Gemellus was ultimately political, but was also intended as a familial gesture of care. Gemellus was young, vulnerable, and a potential victim of exploitation from Gaius' enemies. Unfortunately for the boy, he was a loose end in a world where loose ends often came back to bite you in the ass. By binding the boy to him as his adopted son, Gaius bound him even tighter under his control as the head of the Caesar family. This ensured that he could protect Gemellus from manipulation, have direct influence over his future and better protect the cohesion of their fractured family. It was not solely based on cold logic. Being the princeps would have to come before all else in Gaius' life, but he had no intentions of neglecting the boy. He genuinely cared for his well-being. It would not be difficult to provide him with desperately needed stability and emotional support. He internally smirked. Whoever said you couldn't use cold-hearted pragmatism for good intentions? Gaius resolved to himself that he could not leave Gemellus untethered. He was being manipulative. Gemellus knew that Gaius did not have to ask for his opinion on the matter, but would appreciate the gesture and thus be more likely to accept. You're asking me? Gemellus finally asked, his voice incredulous. Gaius' expression softened. Yes, I am. You have been robbed of choice over your own life for far too long by the whims of others. Whatever you decide, I will support you. Gemellus hesitated, looking down at his hands. If I say yes, what responsibilities would I have? For now? Only those expected of the rest of our family at your age, Gaius replied. You would keep up appearances, show loyalty to our household, and not disobey me in public. Beyond that, your main responsibility is simply to live and grow strong. To enjoy being a child for once. The boy furrowed his brows, his young face edged with a worry and uncertainty that in a better world no 13-year-old would ever have. Tiberius used to say I was a failure. He said, he would have believed in me if I wasn't so stupid. He didn't trust me. Gaius' chest tightened at the boy's words. He placed a hand gently on Gemellus' head as he made to stand, ruffling his curly hair in an uncharacteristically tender gesture. His modern memories showed him the head pat was a lethally effective technique. Much to his amusement, the boy squawked in outrage, desperately attempting to put his hair back into neat order. Tiberius was a bitter fool, haunted by his past. After tomorrow he will be nothing but ash. His trust no longer matters. He paused, catching Gemellus' gaze, the boy pouting and crossing his arms in a huff. You don't need his trust either because you have mine, and don't worry about your responsibilities too hard, Gemellus. Leave the concerns of Rome to me. Gemellus searched Gaius' face for any sign of duplicity. He wouldn't find any. Gaius had learned that, much like telling a lie, the most convincing expressions were those laced with hints of truth. What the boy saw or perhaps wanted to see, eased his apprehension. Gaius could feel his little shoulders roll back and relax under his hands. Gemellus nodded. All right. I'll do it. Gaius smiled and used the moment to scan Gemellus' body from head to toe. He felt confident that in time he could help Gemellus recover from his torment and forge him into a great man. He was not making the boy his heir immediately. Upon settling in the city, a major task would be finding a wife for himself. He needed to make it count. The daughter or sister of a competent general or influential senator would be the most optimal match. The thought of needing heirs made his thoughts turn to succession, potentially his largest headache. If there was anything that needed to be prioritized above all else during his reign, it was sorting out the succession in a way that would work out in the long run and appease the various factions. Nothing mattered more than keeping the army appeased and on his side, and he knew the army preferred a hereditary succession as it provided an easy line of succession to follow. Gaius was pulled from his thoughts by a tug on his morning garb. He looked down to a nervous and pouting Gemellus. Shouldn't we get going, Gaius? What if we are late? Gaius chuckled, a smile tugging at his lips, and pulled the boy along, getting the procession back underway. A princeps is never late, Gemellus, nor is he early. He arrives precisely when he means to. It wasn't long before Rome came into full view and Gaius felt himself momentarily stunned. The city was beautiful beyond words. The part of his soul that had only ever seen ruins or read of it in books was jumping for joy. As far as the eye could see were beautiful structures and roadways. The streets were clogged with people, all standing shoulder to shoulder. He spotted distant figures leaning out of windows, desperate to get a good view. It was as if the whole city had come to see the procession's arrival. His arrival. The eternal city of Rome. Gaius spied Gemellus' surprise from the corner of his eye. The boy's jaw had dropped. They are all waiting here for you. Gemellus murmured, awe in his voice. The boy had likely not seen so many people since he was young. Capri had been a well-populated island, but it paled in comparison to the sea of faces before them. Despite their jubilation, there was a haunting taste of desperation in the air. The financial crisis had clearly left scars on many of them. Hundreds of thin faces, thousands wearing worn-down clothing, tears of relief sliding down countless faces. The Praetorians got to work clearing a path to the Campus Martius, the site of Tiberius' funeral. As they entered, the air became alive with the energy of the crowd, Gaius making out numerous cries. Our star is here. Our nursling has returned. Our babe has come home. Oh Caesar, let me give you 100 children. Caesar, please, my children are starving. You must do something. Caesar is here. What a wonderful day, the gods have heard our cries. Caesar, let me touch your glorious feet. Let me soothe the aches of your journey. Please make haste to the Senate House, Caesar. My family cannot last much longer. They really did not give a single shit that this was meant to be Tiberius' solemn funeral procession, did they? The Appian was lined with hastily constructed altars, citizens loudly praying before them for Gaius' health and his swift travel. Blazing torches lifted into the air in celebration, Gaius found himself pleased that in such hard times the people could still hope. A more powerful emotion than had ever realized. As his gaze swept over the crowd, he picked out individuals of interest. A young mother, gaunt and pale, holding her infant child to her chest, smiling up at him in utter love and devotion. A bent old man, leaning against a statue with shaking hands, bellowing out in great laughter. He spied clusters of kids climbing onto rooftops and statues to get a better vantage point of the procession over the head of the crowds. Each face a story. The sound of more aggressive shouting caught his attention, and he turned as a group of young men surged forward into the Praetorians, their zeal breaking the tenuous order of things. Gaius could see and sense the hundreds of Praetorian guards around him bracing themselves, hands moving to the hilts of their swords and shields, knuckles tightening in anticipation. Acting quickly, Gaius dramatically steps forward a few steps in large strides, his movement catching the eyes of the crowd. Acting quickly with hundreds of thousands of eyes on him, Gaius raises up a single arm, palm outward. Despite the drowning cacophony, the simple motion rippled through the mob of young men like a wave. They halted and settled down almost instantly. Silence descended upon the crowd like a cloak. They looked at him, eyes wide open. The simple commanding action seemed to have filled them with a strange relief and contentment. They looked at him as if they had believed in salvation once, only to grieve over the naivety of that hope in the wake of suffering for months on end. But now, seeing Gaius before them, they dared to believe again. They waited for him to speak, to say anything in response. "People of Rome, your suffering is at an end," he shouted out. The response was apocalyptic, shouting, cursing, dancing and singing in joy and gratitude. Gaius had never seen anything like it before, and it left him stunned. He glanced at Gemellus, who watched the scene with wide eyes, his head swinging from side to side. The clinking of armor made him turn. One of his Praetorian officers was approaching, a thin man in tow. He had the look of a messenger. "Forgive me, Imperator, you wished for privacy, but this man has a message for you from the Senate." Macro had done a good job of ensuring Gaius' most personal guards were respectful and listened to his commands, keeping the more rogue and unsavory guardsmen posted at a distance. He was certain Macro would do him more favors in exchange for later rewards. "What is your name?" The man's surprise echoed to Gaius once again, the power that one could wield if they treated their subordinates with dignity and respect. People felt good about themselves when the Imperator asked after them, and when he knew their name. They would spread it far and wide, helping build up the Imperator's reputation. At times being charismatic held more power than the mightiest Roman legions. "Crispus, Imperator." The man was physically thin and petite but spoke with a deep timbre tone. That dissonance definitely caught many people by surprise. Was that intentional? Make recipients lower their guard based on the messenger's weak appearance alone? "Good day to you, Crispus. What does the Senate have to say to me that cannot be said in today's session?" "To my understanding, we mutually decided that the session would be held immediately after the funeral's conclusion." "The city is in turmoil, Imperator," the messenger reported urgently. "The people are caught between celebration and rage. One moment they're jubilant, anticipating your arrival, and the next they erupt into violent outbursts, driven by their hunger and desperation. A mere hour ago, a disgruntled mob descended upon the Senate House. They were meeting in anticipation of your arrival and are as of now still trapped inside. The people blame them for the crisis continuation. The Senate humbly request that the funeral be postponed until this afternoon. They hope that an immediate resolution in the Senate might pacify the mob of citizens. I do not know how the situation has evolved, but it is urgent." Gaius considered the situation briefly, his expression calm yet calculating. In his past life he had read all the major primary sources on ancient Rome and so had a general idea on events that were supposed to occur. If the likes of the future historians Cassius Dio and Suetonius could be trusted to be truthful, that is. In his Lives of the Caesars, Suetonius had written how the original Caligula upon entering the city obtained full and absolute power unanimously from the Senate and a mob of citizens who had forced their way into the Senate House. To find out that still occurred despite Gaius killing Tiberius years earlier was interesting but not surprising. He was ascending to power more popular than the original Caligula had ever been, and in a far more desperate time. Both of those factors gave Gaius numerous advantages but also several disadvantages. The Senate would be quick to heap as many honors on him as possible in their desperation, but eventually that desperation would fade and resentment for his blatant displays of power would build. He was about to enter a room full of people who he knew by name were scheming against. He would shake hands with men who in another life had killed him, men who had betrayed and attempted to overthrow his uncle Claudius and nephew Nero. A room full of future usurpers and their families who he knew were ambitious enough to dismantle his dynasty. He buried his weariness and forced himself to focus. Now was not the time to think about such things. With a nod, he turned to the Praetorian officer. "Assign cohorts to complete the procession and make the necessary arrangements for the funeral this afternoon," he ordered. "Send a messenger to my uncle Claudius' estate, he should already be in the city." He paused, looking outward at the enormous crowd surrounding them. Clear a path through to the Senate house, don't be too rough with the people, we don't want to start a riot. The officer saluted and moved swiftly to carry out the orders. As the path was cleared, Gaius motioned for Gemellus to follow, the young boy trailing closely behind. Come, my son, Gaius said quietly, testing the words. For the first time, a faint smile crossed the boy's face. A memory flashed to the forefront of his mind, kind eyes and a loving smile. He huffed in amusement. His mother, the one from his modern memories, would be mortified at him becoming a father at 20 years old. In contrast, he knew that Agrippina and Antonia would, upon hearing the news, compete to the death over who could spoil their grandchild the most. Together, they strode toward the heart of the city, weaving their way through streets where celebration and unrest teetered precariously on a knife's edge. Tiberius speaking to a young Gaius on Capri 32 CE. Caligula, prioritize your own pleasure and security. For they, the Senate, will all hate you and they will all pray for your death, and they will murder you if they can. Consul Lucius Livius Ocella Sulpicius Galba, 35 years old. Inside the Curia Julia, the Roman Senate house. A bust of an older Galba. The air within the Curia Julia was thick enough to choke on. Tension oozed across the chamber, pooling in the crevices where senators conversed in outrage and anticipation. Fear, palpable and contagious, clung to every marble surface, tightening around their throats. Galba took all this in with a bitter nostalgia, the passing of Augustus, Sejanus, Tiberius, and now this crisis, a life filled with monumental changes and events. He had grown weary of interesting times. He watched his colleagues from the shadowed edge of the chamber, his arms crossed over his chest, expression as solid as marble. Gazing out at the chamber, he took in its impressive interior. The hall was long and narrow, 25 meters from the entrance to the far wall, and a little over 17 meters wide. A single open walkway ran through the center of the chamber from end to end, a place one could stand and address the Senate and consuls. On both sides of this walkway ran 3 tiers of broad steps, designed to seat up to 300 senators on each side. Today, as Galba observed, there were fewer than 600 men present, far fewer. Many prominent individuals and families were absent, victims of financial ruin, hiding from their debt collectors, or fleeing from the city in fear of the crowds. At the far end of the hall stood the altar of victory, its tall figure commanding the room's focus. Nike, the winged goddess of victory herself, balanced delicately on a globe, her wreath outstretched as if forever frozen in the act of granting triumph. The altar, placed by Augustus to commemorate his victory at Actium, appeared almost to taunt the senators who gathered beneath its gaze. Galba could not help but marvel at the irony, a goddess who symbolized Rome's victories, standing in silent judgment over a crowd of men, weak and afraid men. Galba rubbed his thumb against the edge of his ring, a nervous habit he despised but couldn't quite break. His eyes roamed over the faces of his colleagues, picking out the cracks beneath their carefully polished facades. Quintus Tullius, gaunt and pale, stood with his head slightly bowed, as though he carried an unmovable weight on his shoulders. He had sold the last of his family's vineyards just last week, Galba recalled. They had been in his family since the days of Romulus, or so he often boasted. He had been forced to trade centuries of pride for mere survival. Another, Decimus Flavius, once the embodiment of senatorial dignity, now skulked like a shadow. Rumors swirled that he had avoided creditors by disguising himself as a woman. The financial crisis was merely the final blow in a series that brought even the most steadfast men low. Years of suffering and fear of Sejanus and his praetorians, senators who stood against him dying or being exiled. Then the previous year, after Sejanus had been executed, Tiberius had been on a warpath for any signs of treason from the Senate, leaving many shaking in fear and insecurity. Then came 4 months of financial ruin. Galba was not surprised that many of his colleagues had crumbled under the pressure, though his own family had managed fine. Sheep, Galba thought grimly. All of them, huddled and bleeding for someone to lead them. For someone to take the reins so they would not have to make any difficult decisions. To restore to them their dignity and help them survive another day. A flicker of bitterness stirred in his heart. He had tried and had been ignored. 4 months ago, Galba had been full of pride and excitement, finally reaching the consulship, Rome's highest office, for the first time. Years of hard work and keeping his head down during Sejanus' reign of terror had finally culminated in a boyhood dream coming true. And yet as the months passed, he'd wielded less power than a damn moneylender. Every proposal he'd put forward to address the crisis had been vetoed, shot down by his CO consul, smothered in committee, or drowned in endless debate. The senators had waited for Tiberius to act, unwilling to risk their own positions or lives for the sake of Rome's economic stability. Many had been afraid their suggestions would make the crisis worse, plummeting their individual riches and families into destitution and death. There had been whispers that the young Caesar had devised a workable solution on Capri but had not been able to convince Tiberius to implement it. And when the princeps had died suddenly, the Senate had moved immediately to bestow Gaius Caesar with Imperium Maius and request he come to Rome with haste to put the crisis to an end. The timing of the death was suspicious. Galba suspected one of the senators of Tiberius' inner circle may have been responsible, growing tired of the princeps' refusal to act and desperate for change. Now with Gaius at the gates, his colleagues clutched at a new hope. Or a new fear. It hardly mattered which. Galba's thoughts turned briefly to the young Caesar. He had never thought much of Gaius when the boy was younger, just another scion of the Caesar family. But the tides of fortune had a way of thrusting nobodies into the forefront of Rome's affairs. Gaius Caesar, it seemed, was not one to waste time. It had taken a mere few days after Tiberius' death for the young man to send Galba correspondence. Livia Augusta, Augustus' widow, had been a woman Galba deeply respected. She had been one of his most supportive patrons. Much to his surprise, she had left him a staggering 50 million sesterces in her will. Feelings of bitterness and rage bubbled to the surface. Tiberius had stolen most of it, reducing the inheritance to a mere 500,000, and then refused to pay Galba even that. He had long since written off the debt, filing it away as another indignity inflicted by the bitter, miserly old man. Then, not long after Tiberius' death, Macro had entered the city ahead of the funeral procession and approached him in private. The Praetorian prefect, his voice oily with assurances, conveyed a startling message. Gaius believed the slight against Galba was also a slight against his great-grandmother's memory. He had promised to restore the full 50 million to him. Galba had been caught off guard by the gesture. At first, he felt a flicker of something uncomfortably close to gratitude. But he wasn't a fool. Gaius was playing politics, building connections and alliances before he even entered the Curia. It was a calculated move, likely influenced by Macro himself, nothing more. Galba had no intention of becoming a sycophant, but nor did he wish to antagonize the new imperator needlessly. Ultimately he would do what he deemed best for his future political ambitions. Yet, the doubt lingered. 50 million sesterces was no paltry sum to throw away for the political favor of one man. Galba couldn't even justify it in the context of his consulship, as it was almost certain Gaius would be the next to hold the position. Galba dismissed such thoughts almost as quickly as they came. Intentions didn't matter, only outcomes. Whether Gaius honored his promise or not, the gesture itself was a display of power, and Galba respected that. It hinted at a shrewdness that would not be expected of one so young. Let's see if the young man is as good as his word, Galba mused to himself, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. Galba's thoughts were interrupted by the familiar sound of footsteps on marble. He turned to see Aruntius Camillus Scribonianus striding toward him, his expression radiating a storm of anger and frustration. The man's fists opened and closed in a rhythm that Galba had come to recognize as a sign he was trying, and failing, to master his temper. "Consul," Scribonianus said curtly, his voice low but sharp. The man was cursed with the horrible disease of being horrendously ugly, a reason for why he developed his temper in early adulthood. Not even slave girls spared him a glance. "Scribonianus," Galba replied with a slight nod, keeping his tone neutral. The young 25-year-old stopped a few paces away, his eyes darting toward the nearest group of senators. "Do you see them?" he muttered. "Groveling. Waiting to debase themselves for a boy they barely know." "They're not groveling," Galba said. "Not yet." He let his gaze sweep over the room, taking in the poor state of many of his colleagues. "But they will." Scribonianus' lips twisted into a scowl. "You sound almost amused." Galba rolled his eyes internally. He had taken the young man on as an ally and somewhat friend, teaching him the ways of the Senate. He had done it out of respect to his recently deceased father, who Galba had admired. Scribonianus, through his father's connections, had landed the consulship the previous year and yet still had much to learn. "I'm not amused," Galba corrected, gesturing out at the various groups of senators. "Merely unsurprised. What did you expect? Half of them are ruined, the other half have been living in almost constant fear without any chance of relief for several years now, terrified they'll be next. Gaius is something new, unknown to them. And men fear the unknown above all else." Galba leaned into Scribonianus, his voice low but biting. "Look at the smartest men in the room, the way they shift in their seats. They are few but they see more than most. Not one of them still believes the polite fictions we used to tell ourselves. The ones we were fed by Augustus Tiberius' reign made sure of that. They've seen too much, lost too much. Those of us with any form of intellect know the truth now, even if we won't say it aloud. The Senate has lost its power. It is true we work with the princeps in a partnership, but it is a partnership that functions on his whims alone." He gestured subtly toward a few senators in particular, his expression a mix of disgust and amusement. "And yet look at them. Falling over themselves to curry favor, to anticipate Gaius Caesar every whim before he even arrives. They'll cheer his every word, offer him titles and honors without so much as a pause, but give it time. The moment he oversteps, when he demands more than their fragile pride can bear, they'll turn against him, whispering rumors of him in dark corners. Call him a tyrant." He scoffed softly. "Cowards and sycophants, the lot of them." Scribonianus fell silent. Despite his temper he was known as a thinker, preferring to craft a statement in his head before he spoke it aloud. He looked lost. Galba tilted his head, studying him with a faint frown. He knew the man's anger in this case was personal. He had lost his adoptive father, Lucius Arruntius, to despair and principle. The elder Arruntius had been a man renowned for his integrity, even earning Augustus grudging respect. He had been twice accused of treason and could not face the dishonor of being so falsely accused, that alongside his disdain for Tiberius' leadership and the mistrust he had of Gaius had led him to take his own life. Scribonianus blamed Gaius for that. Galba thought he blamed them all. He opened his mouth to speak. Before Scribonianus could respond, the doors of the Curia Julia creaked open, and a messenger hurried inside, his face flushed and his voice trembling with excitement. Imperator Gaius approaches. Before the messenger had a chance to finish, the chamber came alive with activity as Galba's colleagues, who moments before had openly wallowed in their misery, now rushed to adjust their togas and straighten their postures. Their fear momentarily giving way to the instinct and need to impress. A quiet urgency consumed the room as hundreds of men hurried to take their seats, the central walkway clearing within moments. The senators who moments before had worn expressions of doubt and desperation, now sat with an air of feigned confidence, their faces carefully composed. The once sagging shoulders had straightened as if on march, and the room, which had been thick with coiling unease, now felt charged with a quiet energy. The senators began to whisper to one another in anticipation. Bracing themselves. Outside, the mob screamed out in utter delight, signaling that the young imperator had come into view. Inside, Galba prepared to meet his new master. Imperator Gaius to his adopted son Gemellus as they approached the Senate House, April 33 CE. It bothers you, that so many of them fear you, why? Because fear is a strong motivator, son. It's natural, helps us survive. But when it becomes overpowering, inescapable, as I am, to these men, fear turns into loathing. Anger at themselves, at the world, and at me. A pause for breath. Ultimately, fear is a path to the dark. A cough interrupts, the princeps face flushing in brief embarrassment. Their fear, if not tempered, soothed or redirected, will lead them to anger. That anger will become a burning hatred, and that hatred will lead to our suffering. Thanks for reading. Part 2 should be out soon. Gaius' first Senate meeting, some juicy economic reform and a big funeral send-off for OL Tiberius. The chapter after will be where the Caesar family reunite, looking forward to writing that. Anyone interested in uplift, once Gaius settles things in Rome he will team up with Hero and get to work on some dope stuff. Child Unhero number 1 acquired, more soon to follow once Gaius meets his future ride or die waifu. The women of Rome are not ready and the Hunger Games shall soon begin. Once more kids enter the picture, Gaius will start planning out ideas for the future succession, not an easy task without a perfect solution, which will of course be explored in depth. Gaius taking power in 33 CE is a multi-layered decision that will have huge ripple effects, saving his mother/brother, preempting Gemellus being made co-heir in Tiberius' will, taking advantage of the crisis for favors and reform, and making a good impression on a weakened Senate, just to name a few. Gonna have some negative consequences as well down the line, winky face. Random thought, should Gaius get a dog? And if so, what breed? Anything about Roman dogs, and what should he name it? I was inspired by the following historical passage from Orion, the Greek philosopher. Love to see ancient people loved their pets just as much as us. For those unaware, he calls himself Xenophon here cause he was a huge Xenophon fanboy. He glazed him more than men do LeBron James today. Having been beaten, when a puppy, with a whip, if any one, even at this day, does but mention a whip, he will come up to the speaker cowering and begging, applying his mouth to the man's as if to kiss him, and jumping up, will hang on his neck, and not let him go until he has appeased his angry threats. Now really I do not think that I should be ashamed to write even the name of this dog, that it may be left to posterity. That Xenophon the Athenian had a greyhound called Horm, of the greatest speed and intelligence and altogether supremely excellent. An excerpt from the primary source on the life of Caesar Augustus Germanicus by Roman historian and senator Marcus Servilius Nonianus. Believed to have been written in 37 CE. We were on this most wondrous day invited to Caesar's table, which, for so great a prince, was spread with much plainness and simplicity. There we asked him a long-desired question, why was he so courteous to everyone he met despite his august position? In great humility and honesty Caesar replied that he carried himself as an imperator to his subjects, in the very manner he had always wished the imperator of his childhood would have done to him. April 33 CE, in the 4th month of the 1st year of Imperator Gaius' reign. Outside the Curia Julia, the Roman Senate House. Imperator Gaius Caesar Augustus Germanicus Pius. Augustus had not lied, well at least he had not lied about this one thing, he had indeed turned Rome into a city of marble. It was gorgeous and breathtaking in a way that no other city could hope to match. Gaius found himself utterly captivated as he strode through the streets in a slight awe. Even now as he was escorted down a road that was less than pristine on his way to the Senate House he was captured by the city's charm. When you thought of ancient Rome you thought of the Colosseum, the temples, the aqueducts, and the grand statues of emperors. They caught the eye, making one imagine Rome's splendor in its bygone golden ages. Gaius found that a street such as this held his attention more than those opulent structures ever could. Lined on either side by run-down buildings, packed with cheering citizens, all of whom stood shoulder to shoulder lacking the modern insights into hygiene or germs. The street was clearly the result of poor urban planning, springing up to meet demand rather than from any calculated hand. The ground they walked on was littered with mess, hay, animal feed, and discarded clothes. Yet despite all that it felt alive. For someone who had in another life retreated into the past to cope with crushing feelings of isolation, it was all a true marvel. An army of unique aces, traders, slaves, wives, veterans, farmers, tourists, foreign dignitaries, they all lined the streets watching him pass. The hope on their faces made him feel a responsibility to them all stir within his chest, a responsibility to all of Rome's people, burning a need to use his knowledge to improve the lives of the empire's millions of citizens. As he looked around at the crumbling and poorly preserved buildings of this small and inconsequential street, ideas sprung forth from his mind as if from a fountain. He had great plans for the city of Rome. It may be gorgeous now, but Gaius would turn it into an eternal gem of human civilization. When Constantius II had visited Trajan's forum hundreds of years after the man's death, he had been struck with amazement and declared there was no hope of even attempting to imitate anything of its kind. Gaius wanted that to be the reaction of future emperors to the Rome he intended to build, for them to look at the city's splendor in genuine amazement and know it was done by his hand. He couldn't wait to get started, he merely had to get through this Senate meeting with his life intact first. Knowing the track record of Rome, the chances of surviving it were not absolute zero. While he did not seriously believe he would come to harm here, it was too soon for anyone to start plotting to kill him. He was too valuable after all. He could not tame the feelings of anxiety inside. Upon awakening from his rebirth, he had discovered that his new memories had given him a slightly heightened fear of assassination. His modern memories had given him new quirks, a new personality, new physical tics and habits, but he had been surprised most of all when he realized one day that it had given him a new set of fears. He now had an irrational fear of spiders, one he had not had before. The fear of assassination in comparison was not irrational, a very real threat for every political leader to consider. What enhanced Gaius' fear was that his knowledge cursed him with in-depth understanding on Roman assassination, how often it occurred, the methods used, the famous names of men who were killed, the many petty and reasonable justifications used by assassins, and most importantly of all, he had learned of his own brutal assassination. The future historian Suetonius had gone into detail on the assassination plot done against the original Caligula. Some versions said he was cut in the back of the neck, others said he had his jawbone split open with the blow of a sword, that as he lay dying calling out for help he was stabbed 30 times in quick succession. Like Julius Caesar, they supposedly stabbed him quite vigorously in the dick. Gaius felt phantom pain just thinking about it. Knowing about one's own death with such clarity certainty would affect anyone. Gaius, despite the fact his memories had given him a more mature mindset and deeper relief of the possibilities of reincarnation, had not avoided this fate. Where other emperors feared assassination out of paranoia of the unknown, Gaius feared it from a genuine place of evidence. He had a date, key players, justifications, all of the gritty details. Down to the sickening knowledge of how his wife in that timeline, Caesonia, and their young daughter Julia Drusilla, had been gutted like animals. His fists clenched in an instinctive fury. His daughter would not be born in this new timeline regardless, but he felt a scorching fury and indignation that his assassins, they could do something so heinous against him and get away with it. By the orchestration of fate, some godlike entity or pure chance, Gaius now had the perfect opportunity to exact his vengeance. His fears felt utterly justified. He was entering a den of snakes. Fortunately, his memories gave him insight into more modern forms of espionage that could prove effective against any potential secret cabals. Gaius eyed the men around him. Another source of fear came less so from the men in the shadows than those who would be by his side on a daily basis. He was currently being escorted by his Praetorian guards, the worst bodyguards Rome ever had, for the sole fact that he knew they had a yet-to-be-discovered kink and hard-on for killing their own emperors. They had helped Gaius kill Tiberius, a man who ruled them for 19 years without any strong opposition. Not a single man in the know had stood up and seriously defended Tiberius. So when someone came around asking them to help plot against Gaius, he wasn't too confident the current batch would stand in his defense either. They weren't all corrupt or willing to kill him, and he gave no outward indication that they unsettled him, but he was weary nonetheless. If he lived long enough, say 20 years to match that of the 5 good emperors, the chance of at least 1 or 2 attempts on his life occurring was high, almost guaranteed. It was like a drug for his fellow Romans. They couldn't resist sniffing out and banding together in a good treasonous plot for long. He would upset somebody at some point, and rather than talk the issue out, they would try to kill him, most likely by stabbing him in the dick. For now the Praetorians were his steadfast shield against the Senate and people. The concessions and deals he had been forced to make with Macro ensured that their loyalty was bought. For now, the prefect was determined to mold Gaius into the perfect princeps, earning power while also taking the credit for Gaius' successes and actions. Macro wanted to fashion himself a kingmaker, the real power behind everything. The man who made the imperator. He doubted the man could ever be made into a genuine ally, that he would ever fully submit to Gaius' will and accept his place beneath another's control. They were alike in that way. He would have to go, Gaius had many ideas for reforming the Praetorians into something more reliable, and Macro would block them at every turn. It was no hard loss. Perhaps if he did not have his memories he would want Macro around to guide him through the nuances of the Roman court and matters of state. Gaius was no statesman in either prior life, but he had enough memories of them and what worked and didn't to get by without needing to hide behind Macro's back. The street finally opened up to a wider public space. Gaius spied the Senate house on the other side of the square, surrounded by a mob of rowdy citizens. Gaius eyed how the Praetorian guards tensed and braced themselves as they approached, anticipating the crowd's fury. He would likely always fear assassination more so than necessary. He knew too much about Roman history and his own future fate for such thoughts to ever fully leave his mind. But the Praetorians, or at least an organized emperor's guard, was needed. It kept the other factions in check and ensured his safety in a world where the poor were more open about eating the rich. For that very reason he had a series of plans in place to settle his fears and better ensure his long-term survival. He would reform the numerous Bataverum, the imperial Germanic bodyguard, that had been disbanded after the Teutoburg Forest massacre. A few years before Gaius' birth, an army of Germanic tribes ambushed and wiped out 3 legions, 25,000 men, effectively putting an end to any form of expansion into Germania by Augustus. Ever since, Germans across Rome's imperium had been ostracized and garnered a poor reputation from bitter Romans at the loss of family members, friends, and the feelings of humiliation the loss had caused. Despite years of loyal service, Augustus, ever the politician, had dismissed the Germanic bodyguard from his guard, relying more on the Praetorians. Tiberius had never bothered to reform them. Sejanus, due to Tiberius' negligence, had done all he could to centralize the authority of the Praetorian guards above all other potential rival groups. Gaius fully intended on heading up into the province of Germania Inferior in the near future, where he would meet with the Batavi tribe, alongside others, and recruit a new imperial Germanic bodyguard of 1,000 men from them. 10 centuries, commanded by 10 hand-picked centurions. What benefits did such a force give him in comparison to the Praetorians? The Praetorians were Romans, well-paid and glutinous Romans who held biases, political ideologies. They had families involved in Roman politics and thus were more susceptible to political maneuvering. Although he had hopes of supplanting this by turning the Praetorian Guard into a reward system for loyal and competent legionaries who proved themselves to him, a new tier of progression in the Roman army. The men of the numerous Bataverum, due to being drawn from a distant northern region of the empire, held no personal connection to Rome or its ideals. They would work for Gaius with devotion because he consistently paid them better than anyone else ever could hope to match. Simple as that. His memories showed how they had proven to be ferociously loyal and reliable for the Julio Claudians and the OTL, serving loyally to the end for Augustus, the original Caligula and Nero, in stark contrast to the Praetorian Guard. Securing them would be one step in his larger plan to ensure his long-term security and survival. The Praetorians were too powerful alone. He needed to divide up his protection into smaller groups, foster competition between them so that if one group grew too ambitious they would have to go against the others in any attempted coup. Gaius knew that his lifespan was likely going to be far shorter than that of his modern life. It was an inevitable part of being a Roman emperor and living in antiquity. He had come to terms with the high risk of death he was going to face. But he hoped that a better security detail in conjunction with his rigorous daily hygiene and exercise routines would allow him to live a healthier and longer life than the average Roman emperor and citizen. Macro and Felix joined the procession as they neared the Senate house. The guardsmen parted for their prefect instinctually. Macro wasted no time with pleasantries. Consul Galba looked amenable to your proposal, though he looked as if he doubted you would follow through. Macro muttered, his eyes scanning the ahead crowd for potential threats. I also looked into that other matter you specifically requested. What interest could Titus Flavius Vespasianus, a minor magistrate, have to you? Macro looked genuinely confused and intrigued that Gaius had even known of the man's existence. How could he? Vespasian had never visited Capri, or made any big splashes in Rome yet. Gaius' interest must have seemed odd to Macro. An unseen benefit of knowing the future was it gave him freedom to troll the people around him. He had given a truly divine purpose. You said it yourself, Macro, I need to find men of value, and cultivate relationships with them, bind them to us through patronage. The prefect scoffed, shaking his head in disbelief. Clearly Vespasian had left a bad impression. I doubt this Vespasianus will be of any value to either of us. He strives for a praetorship and yet has squandered all of his opportunities. By all accounts he did not stand out during his minor military magistracy in Thracia despite it lasting 3 years, and now has fallen into obscurity in the Vigintivirate, College of Minor Magistrates. He's in charge of keeping these streets clean, and yet look around you, the streets are filthy. He is young, brimming with potential yet untapped. In time, I believe he could become a steadfast asset and ally to us, if we shape him into the man we need him to be, Gaius replied with measured calm, hoping to soothe Macro's temper. The prefect's face twisted in visible disbelief, a reaction that did not surprise Gaius. After all, Vespasian, at this point in history, was far from the man he could one day become, one able to rule as an emperor. Even the original Caligula had noticed how poor he was at his job, that it was recorded that he had mocked Vespasian by putting muck and shit down his toga to humiliate him. For many in the Senate he was a man not worth giving a second look to. currently in the shadow of his more popular older brother Sabinus. Gaius was ever thankful for his unique advantage, his comprehensive knowledge of Rome's future that bordered on omniscience. Histories both ancient and modern had been embedded in his mind, down to the minute detail about the lives of Rome's emperors, their strengths, flaws, habits, pivotal decisions. Through this he understood men like Vespasian, Galba, Vitellius, Claudius, and even his original self, deeper than they had potentially ever known themselves. He may lack Augustus' genius, and he was yet to see if he possessed Julius Caesar's capabilities as a general, but his knowledge more than made up the difference. Using this knowledge was his most powerful weapon in his plans to cultivate his inner circle. His consilium, group of advisors, would serve as the pillars of his trust, his administration, and his security. Finding loyal and competent men was paramount, as was finding men with strategic positions within the senatorial and equestrian ranks to befriend. Gaius already had Felix, whose loyalty he was certain was absolute even with his newfound freedoms, but Felix's status as a freedman limited his utility in certain circles. He would make a great personal secretary, but many other positions would be closed to him. Though Gaius still planned to make use of many freedmen for that very reason, their social barriers prevented them from becoming too ambitious or powerful. Yet he needed advisors of elevated status and station, individuals who could act as his instruments in the spheres of statecraft, warfare, espionage, and politics. Some names he already had in mind: Asiaticus, Corbulo, Nonianus, Soranus, Vitellius, Herod Agrippa. Suetonius and Macro had already been drawn into his inner circle, albeit for different reasons. Suetonius, because of genuine friendship and trust; Macro, out of sheer necessity. Yet Gaius knew this was not enough. His consilium would need to be larger, his family, particularly his brother, uncle, and mother, would have their parts to play, if they proved to be loyal and capable. Given time and careful handling, Drusus might be a useful replacement for Macro, who better to guard Gaius than a devoted older sibling who he freed from horrific imprisonment. But before any concrete decision was to be made, he needed to evaluate his brother's physical and mental state after said harsh imprisonment. The key men he knew of, the now never-to-be emperors, could through his knowledge of their vices and personalities be molded into useful members of his inner and outer circle, though time would ultimately tell whether such attempts would prove fruitful. Even beyond the city, Gaius saw potential in the provinces and the legions, men who, if nurtured, could serve him to Rome's benefit. Some of Rome's greatest came from rural towns outside of Italy. He would have to set up a system to find them and bring them under his banner. Why let such talent be squandered on distant farmlands? The process had already begun. From the moment he departed Capri, he had been methodical, sending directives across the empire. Each provincial governor and legion commander received notice of his accession as imperator, with a clear emphasis on maintaining stability and a continuity of current operations. Personal letters had followed, dispatched to his non-exiled family members, laying out his expectations for the critical weeks ahead. All but his uncle were out of the city and were on their way to meet him. The replies trickling in offered clarity on who was amenable to him as princeps and who was more resistant to the coming change. It also gave insight into the current slowness of communication. Improving the speed he could get information across the empire would be a vital part of his future plans and reforms. Macro's voice pulled him back to the moment, his report cutting through the ambient sounds of the city. The Senate remains cautious but pliable. They're desperate for change, willing to bend to your will if it means respite from the current chaos. Many of the richest among them are on the edge of falling into poverty, and by that I mean losing their most opulent possessions and homes. I doubt they'll openly question your choices for now. And as for our agreement, Caesar, Macro added, his tone heavy with implication, I trust you haven't forgotten. Gaius offered only a measured nod, his expression betraying nothing. Short-term losses for long-term gains, he thought. Macro would have what he was promised, for now. Turning to Felix, Gaius asked, your sons? They are well, I hope. Felix nodded with clear intent, they are very well, Gaius. Thank you for asking. Your kindness to us will not go unnoticed. Gaius felt his mood rise at the news. To everyone else a mere kind gesture, but to the three of them the response meant something else. A coded response. A secret mission successfully accomplished without trouble, much to Gaius' delight. As the curia came into full view, so did the faces of the crowd. Hundreds had gathered, a restless, surging mass. Their faces, weathered by hardship, turned toward Gaius with a mix of hope and desperation. The crowd had noticed their approach and turned to meet them. The roar of the throng swelled, their voices merging into a cacophony of pleas at Gaius and accusations towards the Senate house. The guards tensed, Macro's hand instinctively moving to his sword. His face twisted in irritation as he muttered under his breath, damn these animals. Hold your position, Gaius commanded, his tone sharp with authority. Without waiting for a reply, he stepped beyond the human barrier of his guards. Macro barked a protest, but Gaius raised a hand to silence him, his focus fixed on the crowd. Stop this at once. He called, his voice cutting through the cacophony. The effect was immediate. The crowd fell into uneasy murmurs, shushing one another in anticipation. A Praetorian officer moved to block Gaius, concern etched on his face. "Caesar, I must insist, your safety." Gaius stopped him with a raised brow, placing a hand on the man's shoulder. "Your loyalty is appreciated, Praetorian, but I do not need protection to speak with my fellow citizens, especially when they are in such distress. They have my trust." The murmurs grew, rippling through the mass like a shockwave. His words a carefully chosen weapon to pierce the armor of their frustration. Gaius stepped closer, his movements calm as he addressed the foremost among them, men with weathered faces and hands calloused from years of labor. "I am Gaius Caesar, son of Germanicus. State your names and your grievances with the Senate," he demanded, his voice firm but not unkind. A man stepped forward, bowing his head low. "Marcus Varius, Caesar. We've come to plead for action. The Senate does nothing but bicker and feast while we starve." His voice wavered, thick with emotion. He was bone-thin, clutching his dirty clothes in clear anxiety. He barely met Gaius' eyes. Another man joined him, his voice raw with frustration and disgust. "The markets are killing us, Caesar. The prices have become too high, beyond reason. Debts crush us, and men take to the streets settling disagreements in bloodshed. The gangs run wild. Our families suffer, our children go hungry while the senators only care about keeping their distant villas." Gaius met their eyes, his gaze thoughtful and steady. He spoke with a measured reassuring tone, hoping to convey sincerity. "Your suffering is evident to me, my countrymen," he said, tone measured and firm. "Am I right in understanding your fear lies in that today's session will fail to address these hardships? That I will not hear your woes?" The men nodded fervently, their cries confirming his suspicions. They feared the Senate's detachment from reality would prevent meaningful action, and feared it would influence Gaius himself and his decisions. Gaius raised his hand for silence, the gesture commanding immediate attention. "The challenges before us are great, but I will not ignore them or ignore any of you. To demonstrate my commitment to you, the people, I will allow an organized group of you to observe today's session as representatives. While the contents of the meeting will be recorded and posted across the city, you can afterward spread the word faster by telling your fellow citizens of the meeting's contents as witnesses. Spread the word far and wide. In return, I ask for your respect and restraint. Any disruptions will only hinder the progress we aim to make here today." The men nodded solemnly, their voices caught in their throats, and stepped aside to allow Gaius to pass. As he moved through their ranks unmolested, he paused to clasp hands with several citizens, meeting their eyes and asking their names and after the health of their families. The young looked at him with awe and the old with calming nostalgia. His words were simple, brief encouragement and acknowledgements, but the effect was profound. Their faces lit up as if they had won the lottery or an endless supply of grain. Genuine empathy combined with a calculated cunning was proving to be a dangerous combination. He was the most powerful man in Rome, that was a fact. There was no need to scream it out for all to hear or keep it shrouded by keeping a cold distance from his social lessers. Many in his place might, and likely will in the future, resort to posturing, avoiding the touch of the common man, or broadcasting their dominance, and insecurities, with unnecessary grandeur. A quote from a favored book series from his modern life came to him often when he thought of how to approach becoming Rome's esteemed prince. "Any man who must say, 'I am king,' is no true king." His power was not a thing to be proclaimed, it was to be lived. Let his imperium, military authority, potestas, legal authority, and auctoritas, social authority and prestige, be evident and universally acclaimed through his actions, his physical bearing, his emotional composure, and the loyalty he inspired. Let his dignity speak for itself in his every gesture. And let the people decide, without coercion, that he was their ruler, not because he demanded it, but because he had earned it. Because they wanted it. He hoped to pass such a mindset on to his successors, perhaps in the form of a book, but he had no doubt a rotten apple would arise eventually. Gaius just hoped they didn't fuck everything up too badly. As he ascended the steps of the Senate House, the murmurs of the crowd softened, their anger sated. His escort and the common representatives followed behind him as he strode into the Curia Julia, each step deliberate, the soft whisper of his sandals against the polished marble floor echoing faintly. He took the chamber in and couldn't help but feel pride. The grand chamber stood as a monument to Roman power, its intricately carved column and ceiling exuding both authority and a rich history that he was now a part of. The senators, seated in their tiered rows, turned to observe his entrance. Their murmurs, like the distant hum of bees, rippled through the assembly. Some in a rush moved to stand, unwilling to be seated as he made his entrance. The Roman Senate, an institution he had long heard of from both his father's own lips and from history books. His first impression of many of them was underwhelming. The financial crisis had damaged their numbers and composure, many seats sitting empty, unfortunate for them, fortunate for him. Inside, the consuls waited near the entrance, their robes impeccably arranged, their expressions composed yet watchful. Lucius Livius Ocella Sulpicius Galba and Lucius Cornelius Sulla Felix stepped forward to meet him, tilting their heads slightly. Their movements were deliberate, a subtle nod to the power dynamics at play. Upon becoming consuls in January, both men had briefly visited Capri to heap praise upon Tiberius. Though Gaius had only been able to watch them from the shadows, he had made sure to memorize their faces. On Capri, Gaius had spent a decent amount of time memorizing the faces and names of visiting senators, especially ones who he never spoke to in person. It soothed many senatorial egos that he knew of them and could recognize them on sight despite holding no prior meetings. Made them feel important and distinct. His great-grandfather had done something similar to great effect, entering the Senate house and calling each man he spoke to by name without needing a prompter. Prompters traditionally were servants who stood behind a senator and whispered the name of approaching men into their ear, informing them who they were. Gaius intended not to have one. Maintaining his image of having a strong memory was of absolute importance. Everything came down to how they perceived him in the end. Emperor Caesar, Galba said formally, his voice steady, it is an honor to welcome you back to Rome. I hope the journey from Capri has been kind to you and the funeral procession. Consul Felix repeated the greeting, clearly keen to not let Galba hold all of Gaius' attention. All Gaius knew of Consul Felix was that he was a descendant from the famous dictator Sulla and that he had some beef with Corbulo, a famed general in the original timeline that Gaius intended to befriend. A potential future problem already in the making. Tiberius' isolation meant that Gaius was entering into a web of various spheres and alliances that were unknown to him. Gaius smiled faintly, the expression more a gesture of courtesy than genuine warmth. Consul Galba, Consul Felix, he replied, his voice calm but firm, you honor me with such a warm greeting, you have my thanks, for you both have kept our Imperium Romanum steady through such turbulent times. He was genuine in his praise and both men seemed to pick up on that. There were worse men who could have been at the helm when the emperor died during the worst financial crisis in recent history. Galba looked frustrated, though at whom Gaius wasn't sure. Felix looked curious, eyeing him with clear intrigue upon his face. Gaius could see both their eyes flick toward the group of common citizens near the entrance, their presence as conspicuous as it was unusual in such a sacred hall. To calm the unrest outside, Gaius continued, addressing the unspoken concern, I permitted a small number of citizens to observe today's proceedings. They are here under my assurance of decorum and respect. Of course, if that is acceptable with the two of you and this esteemed Senate. Galba's brow furrowed slightly, but he spoke with measured approval and slight relief. If it ensures peace without further disturbance to our business, Caesar, then that is what matters, your decision is prudent. A ripple of reluctant nods passed through the chamber behind them. The citizens moved to press themselves against the doorway, their wide eyes betraying their awe at the grandeur of the Senate house. With the matter addressed, Gaius engaged the two men in brief pleasantries, the tone of conversation polite but restrained. They looked relieved that Gaius had calmed the crowd outside without resorting to force, though some of the senators in earshot eyed the common representatives with distrust and disdain, snobbishly wiping at their togas. Without further delay, they began to walk together toward the raised platform at the far end of the chamber. Their steps echoing in unison, projecting out an image of unity. The platform held 3 seats, one took center prominence and was flanked by 2 others. The setup allowed the princeps to act as the leader who presided over the meeting's proceedings. The Senate spoke in a hierarchical order, with higher-ranking senators being permitted to speak first before those of lower rank. It was often the case that low-rank senators rarely if ever spoke in the Senate at all, not getting the chance before meetings concluded. As princeps, first citizen, Gaius held the highest social authority and so was permitted to speak whenever he was damn well pleased. The seat was not opulent, macro to Gaius' specifications had made sure it would not be. He did not want his authority to be projected from the chair he sat on but from how he sat in it. Regardless of how it looked, Tiberius had left the seat unoccupied for far too long. The Senate would not find Gaius as negligent of his responsibilities. As he sat down, everything felt right, like this was always how things were supposed to be. He was born to rule. Once the room settled, consuls Galba and Sulla Felix rose from their seats, their movements synchronized. Galba stepped forward, his voice cutting through the murmur of the assembly. Senators, he began, his voice reaching the deepest corners of the Senate house, we convene today not only to welcome Gaius Caesar home but to affirm the powers and responsibilities that are his by right of succession and by the will of the late Tiberius. We are here also to settle the contents of the will, to ensure assets are transferred to their respective beneficiaries. And above all else, we are here to hear the Emperor's proposal to finally bring this economic crisis to an end. The chamber erupted into applause. Gaius remained seated, his posture composed, his face a mask of calm authority. As the senators clapped, he watched them as they exchanged glances, their silent conversations playing out in raised brows, slight nods, and whispers drowned out by the collective noise. When the clapping subsided, Sulla Felix stepped forward, unrolling a scroll. His deep voice resonated through the chamber as he addressed the assembly. To that end, we present the Senatus Consultum de Imperio Gaius Caesaris Augusti. This decree, in accordance with our traditions set by the divine Augustus, entrusts Gaius Caesar with the powers necessary to safeguard our glorious Roman state and lead it through these uncertain times. By your wisdom and will, senators, these powers shall be granted. Translation: the Senate's decree on the authority of Gaius Caesar Augustus. From this day forth, on behalf of the Senate, Gaius Caesar is granted the following authority: he may negotiate and ratify treaties in the name of Rome. He has the right to convene the Senate and introduce motions at his discretion. We grant him the authority to endorse candidates for office and ensure this imperium is served by capable men. It shall be his right to expand the pomerium, the sacred boundary of this eternal city, in accordance with the needs of the state. Caesar shall be permitted wide discretionary power to act in the interests of the state as he deems necessary. He shall hold all the powers exercised traditionally by Princeps Augustus and Tiberius. And he is granted retroactive authorization for any acts undertaken prior to this decree. For a moment, the room held its collective breath. No one wisely proclaimed openly an objection to Gaius being given such power. Then, as if on cue, the senators erupted into applause. The cheers were orchestrated, more a performance than genuine celebration, but their volume filled the chamber. Even those harboring doubts joined in, unwilling to reveal dissent so blatantly. There were certainly men in the chamber who were pleased that Gaius was now princeps. It presented them with new opportunity, perhaps he had impressed them, or they merely thought they could use him for some form of gain. They most likely merely hoped he could save them from their oncoming financial ruin. It would take time to sift through and find the genuine and useful men and pick them out from the horde of sycophants and opportunists. As the room settled, Galba made to speak: senators, it is our most sacred duty to ensure the security of the Imperium Romanum and the preservation of its future. To this end, we, the Senate, have already bestowed upon Gaius Caesar Imperium Maius, entrusting the security of Rome's imperial provinces, the command of our legions and our most dangerous borders, into his capable hands. There was a rumble of approval from the senators, subdued but affirming. Where before they had cuddled up to Tiberius in hopes of political gain, they now knew Gaius was the arbiter of any major political posting and promotion. If they wanted a political life of significance, prestige, and wealth, then they could not afford to not become a friend to the new princeps. Galba continued, but there is more to governance than command alone. We, the consuls, propose to this illustrious Senate that we grant Gaius Caesar the tribunicia potestas, tribunician power. With this authority, he will become rightfully sacrosanct. Any offence or harm done against him is to be henceforth treated as a treasonous act against the state. He will be able to propose laws, veto motions, and protect the rights of the people. The hall again fell silent for a mere moment before senators fought one another to rise the fastest, one by one voicing their assent. One man was so forceful he caused a small embarrassing commotion as he yanked on his neighbor's toga to pull himself up, throwing the unsuspecting man to the ground. Utterly shameless in his flattery and desire to stand out in Gaius' eyes, Tiberius' abuses had forever tarnished any positive thoughts Gaius could have on the man, but he felt he understood him better now. Why he was so bitter. How he could not look at these men with nothing but contempt. His main mistake was failing to conceal those feelings. Ironically, through his abuse, Tiberius had taught Gaius the one skill that would have saved him a life of countless headaches. The skill of masking one's feelings from others. The vote was swift and unanimous. With its passing, he had acquired the second core power of the Principate. He now had the two powers he needed to be the undisputed leader of the Roman Empire. Yet Galba and Sulla Felix were far from done. Let it be recorded, Sulla Felix announced, that the Senate has bestowed Gaius Caesar with the powers of the Imperator and that of the Tribune from this day onward. No serious objections were to be found, and none seriously would be. Gaius couldn't have timed his accession better. The senators needed him, and through that need they would give him almost anything. He knew better than to take advantage of such desperation too much. We now propose that this Senate bestow upon Gaius Caesar the title of Augustus for his majesty and that of Pius for his strong familial virtue. From this day onward he is to be recognized by all as Gaius Caesar Augustus Germanicus Pius. This day is to be commemorated annually with celebration and offerings as Caesar's Dies Imperii, the day of his accession. The chamber erupted with a single voice: Augustus, Pius, Imperator. The senators rose again to their feet. Gaius felt tired just looking at it. Even the oldest among them were barely able to sit before being forced to stand up for each new honor. Gaius met the gaze of one elderly man who was struggling to stand, his face begging Gaius to understand he did not want to convey disrespect. Gaius casually and subtly raised his palm and gestured for the man to sit. The man nodded his head in gratitude before sitting down with a huff, leaning back into his seat like it was his last lifeline. Others nearby who spotted the gesture spoke in appreciative tones, while a group of younger senators looked at the old man with derision. Gaius swept his gaze across the empty seats. This crisis would prove as a useful opportunity to elevate and bolster the Senate with more loyal supporters to fill the glaring gaps. The atmosphere remained charged as Galba moved to quiet the senators and speak. We next move to officially acknowledge Gaius Caesar Augustus as Princeps, the first citizen of Rome. The vote was, once again, swift and without dissent. The title of Princeps was confirmed, not with fanfare but with the quiet acceptance of something expected. He was Tiberius' heir, he was Augustus' great-grandson, the title of Princeps was rightfully his. Who else could be deemed the first among them? Gaius was sure it stung for some. he was merely 20 years old after all and was ascending to highs they could never dream to obtain. Thankfully the precedent for military takeover of the empire was not yet set in stone, and if he had his way would not be for the rest of the century. What would Rome look like if no military coups occurred and Gaius' family still thrived by 100 CE? The thought made him excited in ways he couldn't describe. Then, much to the Senate's collective surprise, a voice rose from the back of the chamber. Gaius recognized the senator rising to stand almost instantly. He had been a frequent visitor to Capri and he had been a witness to Gaius' gladiator fight. It was Faustus Cornelius Sulla, suffect consul in 31 CE and brother to Sulla Felix. The consul standing at Gaius' side looked surprised and incensed. Gaius had heard rumors that an ongoing feud between the two brothers had spilled into the political arena. This appeared to be the case. Something to potentially take advantage of. Faustus stood with an air of calculated calm, gesturing left and right to the assembly, his voice loud and edged with subtle challenge. While we have granted the princeps many rightful honors today, Sulla began, it is clear that more is needed during these hard times. The current consuls, though diligent, the mocking tone was dripping from his voice like the deadliest venom, have been unable to address the full breadth of our difficulties. In light of this, I propose that Caesar assume the position of consul immediately. His leadership I am confident would bring our current troubles to a swift end. The chamber stirred, some senators murmuring in agreement while others frowned at the breach of protocol. No one stepped up to argue against him, especially not the two consuls who stood at Gaius' side. More than anyone else they needed to appear amenable to Gaius' wishes. While many would already have accepted the inevitability of his coming consulships, others would inevitably feel frustrated that a man as young as him, half their age and without a service record in the Senate, would be granted the privilege of advancing to the highest position in Roman politics without having gone through the cursus honorum like the rest of them. It usually took a Roman senator most of their life to advance upward, in a succession of offices that eventually, if lucky, would lead to the consulship in their senior years. Gaius, due to his own actions, had changed history and thus not even been given a position in the cursus honorum as a minor magistrate to help smooth the process over. Tiberius had intended to do so, but Gaius had prioritized killing him off and securing the safety of his family rather than worry too hard over earning such a minor posting. This was always going to be an issue regardless, and he had understood that from the jump. Unlike Augustus and Tiberius, he would be the first emperor to earn his powers and titles all at once in a single day rather than gather them one by one over a long life of service to Rome. Any serious attempts from Gaius to prevent this would be seen as an insult to the Senate's generosity and decisions, since it was by their own will that he was being bestowed these powers. Ultimately, any attempt to circumvent the whole process of gaining power would prove far more complicated than it needed to be. To be fair to the senators, he was setting a new precedent on how the emperor gained power that was not established in traditions that they understood. Once the honeymoon period ended, anyone who had anything to say about it would emerge from the woodwork and start scheming, probing, or gossiping. The senators above all else desired to know the line in the sand, where they stood in the order of things, so they did not have to stress over uncertain boundaries. This new transition of power would bring great anxiety to them all. What was Gaius like? What did he want? How would he handle certain approaches? Knowing this was coming in advance, Gaius had searched his memories for a potential solution to counteract any ruffled feathers and establish a good first impression. He had landed on emulating Emperor Trajan, who had glossed over any bruised egos by restoring to the Senate some of its lost liberties. Trajan, while holding ultimate power, had given the Senate slight liberties to establish a good relationship, nothing that could genuinely threaten his position as emperor, but enough to make the Senate feel the partnership between them was being genuinely honored. Gaius would do the same. His relationship with the Senate would determine the fate of his reign and his legacy. It was likely that despite his own efforts, the most dispersed and accessible sources on his life in the future would be written by currently living or future senators. If the senators hated him, then like the original Caligula, his true personality would be lost, buried underneath scandal, accusations, and lies. Gaius had a contingency plan to secure his legacy. He hoped that by burying items, artifacts, and written works in Pompeii before Mount Vesuvius eruption, that they would be preserved till the modern era, but the survival of those items was not guaranteed. The rising noise of sporadic arguing drew Gaius' focus back to the present. From the corner of his eye he spied the look of betrayal on Sulla Felix's face. The man had not expected his brother to blatantly try and advocate for him to lose his position in this way. Neither man said anything. The atmosphere was growing awkward. Galba tried to calm the proceedings, yet kept one eye on Gaius, likely waiting for the signal that Gaius agreed with the man's proposal. Galba was wise enough that if Gaius gave the nod, he would swallow his pride and accept losing the consulship early. Before the awkwardness could escalate, Gaius rose from his seat, raising his hand to quiet the room. Senators, it is with the greatest respect for this institution that I must decline such a proposal. I cannot, in good conscience, take the position of consul without first earning it through the official election process. The consuls beside me have done a fine job steering Rome through this crisis, and were rightfully elected. I would not have them wrongfully ejected from their rightfully earned magistracies. If it is the will of the Senate, then I will stand for election alongside the other candidates as suffect consul for the second half of the year, and if elected take up the post only on the 1st of July once the current consular term has run its course. Until then, let those who hold this office complete their terms with the dignity they deserve. He sat back down to a screeching applause. He lost nothing for the gesture, and his adherence to senatorial tradition would earn him more brownie points and respect in the long run. Gaius' refusal to bypass tradition would surely come as unexpected to some in the room, but it would also reveal to them and many others a respect for the Senate's authority. The consuls looked to Gaius momentarily taken aback before nodding in acknowledgement and gratitude. Faustus nodded his head graciously and sat down. Gaius suspected the move had been both to curry favor and unseat his brother from power. In a somewhat humiliating and embarrassing manner, he would have to keep an eye on whether the man could be made to serve a useful purpose. The session resumed with a proposal from another esteemed senator to grant Gaius the powers of censorii potestas, allowing him to oversee the moral conduct of the people and address the empire's financial crisis. The motion passed with an eagerness Gaius had not seen from the Senate so far, many of them eager to place financial responsibility in his hands. He gazed around the chamber and understood why, many sporadic gaps in the seating empty of life, unclean togas, and gaunt faces. With the powers of the censor, he now also held control over maintaining the census, the registry of Roman citizens and their property, and the list of 600 senators that he could increase, decrease, and alter at will. Next, the Senate voted to appoint Gaius as Pontifex Maximus, the chief priest of Rome and head of its state religion. This, too, unsurprisingly by now passed without opposition. When Gaius' great-grandfather had assumed power, it had been only the greatest of fools that had not recognized where the power now lay, and seen the direction that Rome was heading in. Yet even now, decades later, the secret of the empire was still intact, that the emperor ruled primarily through control over the military. More a secret that nobody dared address or speak aloud out of fear than one genuinely hidden. Augustus had gone to great lengths to keep the illusion up, Tiberius had failed to emulate him, and the true realities of power had become more transparent than ever before. It would take weeks, likely months, before things settled down enough for the senators to adjust to the new structures of power and dare to do anything other than lick Gaius' boots. Gaius had accepted each title they bestowed with humility and grace, bowing his head and expressing clear gratitude. He had no intention of being cut down early. He would do all he could to reign for decades, and in that time the Senate would undoubtedly become comfortable. Disagreement, debate, dissent, and thoughts of deposing him would fester and grow as they always did. Finally, Sulla Felix addressed the assembly with what Gaius knew in advance was the last honor he was to be given. We, the consuls, propose to grant Caesar the title of Pater Patrii, Father of the Fatherland, as a testament to his role as the protector of Rome in its hour of dire need. Before the vote could proceed, Gaius spoke up once more, leaning forward in his chair. Senators, he said, voice firm but humble, I am deeply honored by this proposal. However, I must graciously decline. I am still young and untested in governance and war, and I wish to prove myself worthy in your eyes before accepting such a sacred title. The honor was held by my great-grandfather Augustus, and I do not take lightly the weight of his name. Gaius was one of the youngest men in the room, certainly the youngest with his level of power. Young men, especially those with power, were not known for their humility. Even Augustus, who had gained power at 19, had been known for his ruthlessness and brutality, before he was able to cultivate a better image as an older man. Propaganda was one hell of a tool. There were murmurs of surprise, confusion, and admiration. Many of the men present would not have done the same had they been in his position. Controlling his image even in this first meeting and cultivating a positive reputation were essential and central to all of his plans. Letting the power and fancy titles get to his head would only lead to an early grave for himself and all of his family. In a matter of minutes, by full approval of the Roman Senate, Gaius had been given the most powerful and prestigious honors, titles, and powers that one could hold in the Roman Empire. He was now the Roman Emperor in full. His next step would be building up his inner circle and putting men he trusted to be loyal and competent into positions of power and influence. He also needed to find a beautiful wife and start having kids, of course solely for the benefit of the Roman state. He scanned the room for familiar faces. Many men here would no doubt be rushing home tonight to drop all the information they could on Gaius into the ears of their daughters, sisters, wives, and mothers. A marriage either through Gaius or his sisters was a one-way ticket for these men into one of the most prestigious positions and family in the empire. The room had begun to settle down, and he decided that now was the time to pull off his performance. The energy of the chamber was charged with anticipation. He rose from his seat, stepping forward, his eyes sweeping across the room. The eyes of the entire Senate House were on him. The common citizens standing across from him at the other end of the chamber looked struck in awe and excitement at the proceedings they had witnessed. He smiled at them. They had cheered alongside the senators at each proclamation, and he was certain their cheers were from a more genuine joy and place than his new colleagues. Before we move on to settling my late great-uncle's will and hearing my proposal for resolving this crisis, Gaius announced, I wish to make a declaration, to repay the great act of generosity and friendship you have all displayed to me, a sign that we are entering a new age together. He paused, letting the weight of his words sink deep into the minds of assembly, meeting the eyes of several prominent senators catching their attention. The room became still and quiet in its collective anticipation. They could sense what he was about to say was important. The period of maestas, treason, accusations is at an end, he declares firmly. The words hang in the air, heavy with meaning. Most of these senators would have only known life under Tiberius' rule and Sejanus' growing influence. The last few years, while terrifying, would have become routine. Being accused and punished for treason had become a way of life, a new daily anxiety. Gaius declaring it to be over was sure to be met with skepticism, but in time it would earn him a lot of goodwill. To demonstrate this, I shall make a public gesture at the funeral of Tiberius. On the Campus Martius, before the eyes of Rome, I will burn Tiberius' treason papers. A ripple of gasps and whispers ran through the Senate. Gaius raised his hand, commanding silence without a word. These papers have been an open secret among you all for quite some time. They to my knowledge contain the details of those infamous trials. They record accusations made against many of you, betrayals from close friends, the lies spun by the utterly desperate and selfishly ambitious. Such information threatens to fray the bonds of unity and partnership of this esteemed Senate. They put Rome in great peril. Of them I only have this to say, I have not read them, and I will not read them. You are my witnesses. You have seen how I have had no possible opportunity to read these papers, and upon this meeting's conclusion I will entrust the safety of those papers into the hands of Praetorian Prefect Macro and our 2 consuls, who shall safeguard them until the funeral begins. These papers shall be destroyed unread, not to erase the past but to pave the way for the future. A future free from fear of suspicion. He had their full attention now, faces locked in utter concentration, not wanting to miss a word. His next words were sure to knock them off their feet, likely his boldest and most unbelievable declaration today. To show you my commitment, Senators, I swear the following oath to all of you, by the gods and by the sanctity of this long-standing body, that as long as I am princeps, no senator shall face execution. The days of bloodshed are over. Furthermore, I decree a full amnesty for all those who were imprisoned or exiled under charges of treason during the last 5 years. The days of living in fear are at an end. The room sat in stunned silence, mouths were hanging wide open, men rubbed their eyes as if they were not seeing things clearly. Before Gaius could blink, the entire room erupted like Vesuvius. Cheers and a cacophony of conflicting sounds drowned out all other noise. The senators and citizens at the door were going wild. Some senators sat rigid in their seats, their faces masks of cautious optimism, disbelief, or concern. Others murmured to their neighbors, their expressions softening into tentative approval. He was winning many over, while at the same time he was sure that the day's events would further alienate him with several others. He would never please everyone, and trying to would only lead to disaster. Macro, standing near the entrance, was stiff, arms crossed, his displeasure clear. His discontent at the decision had been a long disagreement between them. The man was only sated after Gaius explained the decision in a way he could understand, how it would benefit them both. He could see in the corner of his eye some of the senators looking at him in disbelief. They didn't understand why, to them, he had made such a foolish move. Promising to not execute senators? That was just asking for them to step out of line. The truth was that in time his power and control would rapidly grow. He would form strong alliances and become confident in his power and position. There would be disagreeable and hostile senators. That was not something within his power to prevent, but when they become a problem he did not outright need to execute them officially. With the powers they had given him he could now kill or remove senators in any way he wished, only limited by his own imagination. Exile would work fine, secret assassinations, manipulating them into a position of financial ruin, these were just a few of the numerous options he had available. By making such a bold declaration and then holding onto it over the course of a long reign he would stand out in contrast to Tiberius all the more. Senators would be less afraid and thus trust him at his word. By giving a sense of freedom, security, respect, and autonomy back to the Senate, they would feel as individuals and as a wider collective that their overall status in the empire had increased and was being respected. A glorious return to the old ways of the Republic in contrast to the years of terror under Tiberius and Sejanus. Akin to how Augustus had brought peace from the civil wars. While Gaius and the imperial bureaucracy he intended to build would hold the real and absolute authority behind the scenes, the overall administration of the empire would improve through making the Senate feel secure and free from persecution. By giving the senators a sense that they held liberty in their hands, his own ultimate autocracy would appear to be less stifling and more acceptable to them. Gaius raised a hand again, and the chamber quickly quieted down. He marveled at the power a simple gesture could hold over such a proud crowd of men. My vision is clear. I seek to foster a new era of liberty that strengthens this assembly and the state alike. I intend to give to you, my friends, a renewed sense of autonomy, a freedom that will not only restore your dignity but also invigorate our republic, our Imperium Romanum. A word that surely shot through their veins like a drug. He could see the men of Republican leaning physically shiver in their seats. I encourage that for this partnership between us to work in the best interest of the people that you act boldly. I urge you, as individuals and as a collective body, to reclaim the responsibilities of power we share. Watch over the interests of the people, deliberate openly, and take decisive action. Let us banish the hesitation and fear that have gripped this chamber for too long. Where the meeting had begun with more open sycophancy, Gaius was pleased to see his declaration had brought more genuine reactions to the forefront. He injected his voice with a firm resolve, to further demonstrate my commitment, I will restore to this Senate the right to submit to me its own consular candidates for each year to run for election. What didn't need to be said was that final say on approving the list, i.e. adding or removing certain candidates, would lay with him alone. It is my hope that you will exercise these rights with the wisdom and courage befitting your stations. His slightly taller than average stature helped make him stand out, it gave extra oomph to his words. The sun has risen on a new day, senators, the last few years have left its scars on us all. Together let us stride into the future arm in arm, and let our descendants remember this age as one drenched in gold, in liberty, and in unity. The chamber in a wave jumped up and erupted into applause, this time with more genuine emotion and unified joy than Gaius had ever expected. Gaius allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. Nothing felt better than a plan going off without a hitch. Too many emperors would be afraid to make such promises, too afraid of being usurped. Gaius felt confident he would be capable of maneuvering a more liberated Senate to do his bidding. The applause dragged on for several minutes, Macro remaining stoic and silent, his expression a carefully neutral mask. The man would have to be dealt with, and soon. Gaius would never be subservient again, and Macro would not accept the direction that Gaius wanted to take for long. Conflict between them was inevitable. Gaius was pleased to see that his declaration had won over a great swathe of the senators in the room, though he knew that any departure from his oath and promises would see that new respect quickly fizzle out. Gaius stepped back and took a seat, the consuls joining him, signaling that the session may proceed to the next matter of state, the settling of Tiberius' will. Senators, Gaius began, now taking control over the meeting's proceedings, it is now time to turn our attention to the final wishes of my great-uncle, Tiberius Caesar, and ensure that his legacy is respected and fulfilled. But before we can do so, I must request that he in death be granted the customary divine honors for a princeps of his stature and renown. The consuls called for a man that to his surprise Gaius does not recognize. The man stood and addressed the room, "Forgive me, princeps, but the augurs have yet to discover the omens and divine signs required for such a decision. Their efforts, unlike in the case of the divine Augustus, have not been forthcoming." Nobody questioned the man, and Gaius nodded his head respectfully, keeping his expression neutral. "I will bow to the judgment of the Senate and augurs on this matter," he says calmly, "and leave it to your wisdom. If the gods and their signs are silent, we shall remain silent as well." Frankly, nobody, not even Gaius himself, gave enough of a shit about Tiberius to bother any more than that. He had done what was required of him and asked the question. It wasn't his fault Tiberius was so universally despised. He glanced towards Galba and gave the consul the nod to begin reading the will and its contents aloud. He listened carefully, genuinely curious as to what he had been left with. First, Galba made it clear that Gaius was Tiberius' sole registered heir, and thus everything was to go to him. Augustus had left his heirs 150 million sesterces, Livia too left a similarly hefty sum. Tiberius had been frugal, outright keeping all of Livia's money for himself when she died, with his private finances, and due to his early demise had not had extra years to spend away his fortune, so much of that money went now to Gaius. He would have to count it later, but it was sure to be in the 100 million sesterces and above range. Galba then declared what properties now fell into Gaius' possession. The luxurious Palatine Palace, the Domus Tiberiana, 12 imperial Capri villas, 6 of which Gaius would later give over to Macro as a part of their deal, numerous country villas in Antium, on Lake Nemi, a villa in Sperlonga, a grotto on the island of Istria, the multiple villas of Livia that Tiberius had inherited, one of them being in Herculaneum. They all now belonged to Gaius. His status as an eligible bachelor for the city's elite ladies had just risen exponentially. The gold diggers would be on the prowl. As the will progressed, Galba declared that Tiberius had directed a payment from the imperial treasury of 500 sesterces to each of the Praetorian guards as a token of appreciation for their service. A ripple of approval emanated from the guards stationed throughout the room. Gaius' eyes flickered to Macro, who watched him in turn. He hated to set this as further precedent, fully aware of its future damages, but Macro had demanded this in exchange for support. He would have to ensure it was the last time it occurred during his reign while he underwent reforming the Praetorian Guard. "Forgive me for interrupting you, consul, but to honor the Praetorians for the great care and loyalty they have shown to me, I wish to double the payments to 1,000 sesterces each. I would also like to ensure that the city guards stationed within Rome, as well as the soldiers beyond in Italy, will receive a lesser but significant bonus." The Praetorians yell out the word imperator in their approval, Macro giving a tight-lipped nod, his vulpine smile betraying his satisfaction. The will's final provision was for every citizen of Rome to receive 100 sesterces. Gaius, in the same spirit of generosity, increased the sum to 150 sesterces and doubled the amount for heads of households. He justified it as a response to how warmly the people had greeted his entry into the city. The citizens across from Gaius cry out in joy and utter celebration, considering how hard the crisis had hit the city. Gaius' boost to their finances was potentially life-saving for many of them. Once the cheer from the citizens had quieted down, Gaius gestured for Gemellus to rise from his nearby seat and stood to address the Senate. Some of the senators smiled kindly and teasingly at the boy's initial awkwardness and nervousness, who was clearly unused to such a setting. "Senators," Gaius announced, his tone proud, I am pleased to inform you that I have adopted Gemellus as my son and that I intend to stand and officiate for him at his coming-of-age ceremony when the time comes, as his legal father. This was not a surprising decision on his part, almost expected considering he was now head of the Caesar household. He did not declare to the Senate outright whether or not the boy was his heir, deciding to leave it ambiguous until he sorted out a workable solution to the succession. Gaius offered his new son a warm, fatherly smile towards, who in a rush sat back down with a blush of slight embarrassment on his face. Unexpectedly a loud interruption came from a senator sitting on the chamber's right side, in the center tier of seating. The older man's face was flushed with frustration, a face that Gaius recognized, Gaius Cestius Gallus, one of Rome's most lecherous spendthrifts. Must we delay matters of greater import for this? A will, while important, is hardly relevant to the urgent crisis we face. What of the state of the Imperium? What is to be done about the current unrest and the economy? The man's tone was impish despite his aged and weary face. Less a strong declaration and more of a petulant whine. To Gaius' knowledge Augustus had once expelled the man from the Senate for shameful behavior, Tiberius had too reprimanded him but had eventually been seduced by the man's vices. Tiberius, if the gossip circles were true, had been a frequent visitor at Gallus banquets, which he boasted as the best in Rome for enforcing a rule that serving girls had to be naked. Gallus had tried, and failed, to seduce the daughters and wives of half the senators in the room, earning him a great deal of contempt in many circles. Men had not hid their dislike of him on Capri during the frequent parties. Gaius was not surprised that a man who held a great reputation for frivolous spending would be in a state of panic during the current crisis. Gaius could respect the man's foolish bravery to a degree, his tone was clearly displeased, and to take that tone with the fresh imperator during his first public meeting was to be commended. Only a fool of the highest order could feel bold enough to dare. It seemed that preventing Tiberius from solving the crisis had done more harm to the Roman aristocracy than Gaius had initially anticipated. Gaius met the senator's gaze with a masked face of calm and respect. "Senator Gallus, I assure you that we will resolve this economic crisis today, but I ask for your patience," he replied. "I understand your concerns, but I will not show such disrespect to my late great-uncle by not having his last will properly authorized with the respect it deserves." The man, not satisfied with that response, continued, spittle flying and hitting the faces of the men sitting either side of him. "We could have had this resolved days ago, Caesar. Why did you delay your return from Capri? The crisis is unfolding as we speak and yet you chose to stop in the city of Tusculum. What was so urgent there that you would extend our suffering?" Voices began to ring out in indignation at the man, who on multiple levels had overstepped social and traditional boundaries. The man had been close with Tiberius and it seemed he had not yet adjusted to the fact that the old man was dead and gone, and with him so was the favor and prestige he had given Gallus. At this point Consul Sulla Felix leaned forward in his chair and spoke up. "You go too far in your disrespect to this assembly, Gallus. You speak out of turn and interrupt our proceedings. Your very words have slowed us down in resolving the issue you whine to us all about." Gallus merely exclaimed back to the consul that he was expressing his newly found liberty, kindly bestowed by the princeps, who had encouraged it. Gaius snorted internally, a side effect of taking such a less dominating stance with the Senate. Fortunately he was confident that most men present would quickly understand how much Gaius was willing to let them get away with and would exercise their liberty within the bounds he subtly set. Men with egos like Gallus, however, were an unfortunate disease that he would have to deal with throughout his reign regardless of how he chose to rule over the Senate. They were a breed of man that would come out of the woodwork every so often, unable to not test the boundaries in some way. They couldn't resist poking a lion with a stick. Before the Senate could descend into a full-blown argument, he decided he would intervene and use Gallus' interruption to his advantage. The fat lecher had done Gaius a favor, a chance to further cultivate his image. His voice took on a slightly nostalgic and solemn tone as he began his tale, making sure his voice could reach all the ears within the building. From here he was certain that this story would go on and become synonymous with his name, recorded and retold all across the city, the empire, and future historical works. What made it perfect was that despite how fanciful it sounded, it was true, with countless witnesses. "You are right to ask, Senator. And I will explain so all here may know. You have all likely heard the tale of what occurred on my 20th birthday celebration. Many of you were likely in attendance and were witnesses to that evening's events. My great-uncle expressed a desire to punish and execute my older brother Drusus, who was once a colleague of you all, and my mother Agrippina, a woman we all hold universal love and respect for, on charges of treason. At the time he had instructed me to begin martial training under Prefect Macro. I pleaded with him to spare their lives. He agreed, but demanded that I enter the arena myself and fight for their lives. I fought 3 skilled gladiators in succession. Told that if I lost a single round then they were to be executed for treason that same day, and despite my training, it was luck, my resolve to succeed and surprise more so than my skill of arms, that allowed me to win the day. The story by now was well circulated, and with many witnesses of high esteem it had become accepted by a majority of the senatorial class and common public. Any doubts were sure to be put to rest with Gaius himself speaking of the event. "The last man, Silvanus, was a titan. He towered over me to such a degree I fought in his shadow. He was a veteran gladiator and I could never hope to match him while being so inexperienced. He defeated me almost instantly, but for the sake of my family I refused to give up and rose to my feet time and time again with fresh bruises, but rather than beat me down completely and end the fight, Silvanus gave me words of advice. He helped me improve my stance and ultimately helped mold me into a better warrior. In the end I managed to disarm him and bring him to the ground. He surrendered. The Senate hall, filled with at least 500 people, was utterly silent. Every single senator, praetorian and citizen was leaning forward on their toes enraptured, hanging on the edge of their seats in utter awe, interest, and disbelief at what they were hearing. Let it not be said that Gaius was a poor storyteller. Everyone from the consuls, to Macro and Gemellus and even men he knew were there that day were all listening as if they were children hearing a mythical Greek epic or tale. To be fair to them all, it was quite the tall tale, a beloved and abused prince fighting to save his family from his abusive and oppressive great-uncle. Tall tales were often the best kind to be heard. Gaius let a solemn expression cross his face. Silvanus had surrendered, yet the princeps deemed it necessary for me to execute the man if I wished to spare my family from their charges of treason. I did so, but beforehand I spoke with the man as he lay at my feet. I asked for his name, and asked after his family. I swore on the name of my father, Germanicus, that I would take care of his wife Flora and her children, who are now my clients, and that before setting foot in Rome I would visit them. The reason for my delay, Senator Gallus, was that I was fulfilling my oath to an honorable man who did not resist the princeps' will, a man who bared his neck and died with dignity. After several moments of silence, the senators took in his words, some visually attempting to mumble the words and put them to memory. He had no doubt many would rush home to start writing out their version of events. Numerous senators spoke out in support of Gaius' decision. He could see the more martially inclined men among the room frothing at the mouth at the story. He had proven he could handle himself in a fight and had resilience that went a long way to impressing them and giving the warhawks some hope for the future. The reactions were mixed, but on the whole the senators displayed approval and respect for Gaius for the gesture, even if some seemed to remain skeptical of the event occurring at all as he had told it, searching for witnesses to get a second opinion. It mattered little, there were so many witnesses from all social groups, and within hours the story would be retold all over again for all to hear, spreading like wildfire. Gallus sat down without a word, men associated with him turning to him in frustration, or physically rising to distance themselves, clearly worried that they would be ostracized by association and be barred from gaining Gaius' favor. I apologize for any delays, senators. I know this crisis has affected many of you deeply and assure you that I am ready to act. He turned to Galba and the man indicated that the will had indeed been fully settled. Gaius nodded back in acknowledgement. With the will of the late princeps now settled, I will not delay us any further and motion that we move to the last matter to be resolved in today's session. Through a single law, enacted unexpectedly in a few courts, we have seen our economy falter and our prosperity diminish. This law, senators, has shown us a weakness, and it is time to correct it. I propose not only immediate solutions to this crisis but reforms to stabilize the economy, protect our interests and citizens, and ensure that Rome does not face such a crisis again. Many senators nodded in agreement, eager to hear more. A palpable sense of anticipation filled the room. Consuls, Gaius began, enriching his words with a tone of command. During my journey we exchanged brief correspondence. I asked you to conduct an assessment of our treasury. You informed me that it should hold 3.3 billion sesterces. Is that still correct? Galba and Sulla Felix, both sitting beside him content to let him take the reins, exchanged glances and nodded. Galba spoke first. Yes, Caesar. We conducted a full count and our estimates were correct. We have a substantial sum at our disposal. Gaius nodded back in appreciation before turning to address the curia. My fellow senators, we face a grave and pressing crisis. Over the past 4 months, our economy has faltered. The enforcement of an old law from the courts, ignored for decades, set off an unexpected chain reaction. Lenders, fearing punishment, began to call in their loans all at once. The result? Landowners, desperate for cash, sold their properties for a fraction of their worth. Our banks have begun to fail, unable to meet the demand for coin. Bloodlust and greed has surged amongst the populace. Many of our own colleagues have been slain in darkened corners over petty debts. Interest rates are soaring, trade has slowed to a halt, and livelihoods have been lost and destroyed. A ripple of unease passed through the chamber. The senators were indignant yet terrified that members of their own class had fallen so far due to the crisis and been hunted like dogs by gangs who chased them for ridiculously owed sums. Once these reforms were enacted, a key order of business was to bring order back to the city and turn the populace mood around by distracting them with months of games and celebrations. Today, I present to you a plan, not merely to resolve this crisis but to strengthen Rome for generations to come. I believe today's reforms are not only essential but will also provide further opportunities for economic improvements in the future. Gaius rose from his seat and stepped down from the dais and began pacing down the central row of the chamber between the senators' seating, his eyes meeting those of the assembled senators as he passed. He wanted to be front and center for any potential questions or debate. First, we must restore the flow of coin that sustains our commerce and agriculture. The scarcity of currency has strangled trade and reduced land values to ruin. I propose an allocation of 200 million sesterces from the state treasury to provide interest-free loans. These loans will be secured by agricultural estates valued at twice the loan amount. Borrowers must invest no less than a third of the sum into their holdings, irrigation, cultivation, or tools to make the land yield more abundantly. Galba rose from his chair, as one of the consuls was given the first opportunity to speak. Caesar, what confidence do we have that these landowners, who have already faltered, will succeed in gaining higher yields? Gaius inclined his head. A worthy question, consul. I have invited Hero of Alexandria alongside other scholars, famed for their ingenuity, to join us here in Rome. He and I have been corresponding on some new agricultural tools and ideas that could help improve our current yields. By providing coin and innovation, we will set the hands of our farmers back to work, allow our economy to begin turning again, and restore the bounty that sustains us all. Real estate prices will stabilize and confidence in our markets will be restored. The senators murmured, their skepticism mingling with intrigue. These were some of the smartest men in the world, for the mere fact that their level of education was denied to most of the planet's population, and yet some of them would struggle to understand his reforms. Not all of them had a grasp on even basic economic concepts, let alone ones inspired by modern economic systems. Second, Gaius continued, we must lift the unbearable weight of small debts off the backs of our people. The current crisis has left them trapped, living in fear. I propose a one-time remission of debts under 2,000 sesterces for smallholders and the urban masses. For creditors, the forgiven sum can be claimed as a future reduction in taxes, over a 5-year period. This will provide relief to those most burdened while preserving incentives of the lenders themselves. He paused, allowing his words to resonate, giving the senators time to think on his ideas. Third, he said, his tone firm. We must safeguard the argentarii, the bankers who underpin our trade. Their collapse has rippled great consequences across the entire city and all of Italia. I propose state guarantees for those who comply with new rules, no more lending beyond 10 times their reserves and a requirement that at least a tenth of their loans fund agriculture or public works. This will temper risk-taking and tie their success to Rome's prosperity. Consul Sulla Felix looked deep in thought, and when he caught Gaius' eye he indicated that he wished to speak. Caesar, how will these measures be enforced? There is little precedent for such oversight in private commerce. Though I understand the need based on our current circumstances. We shall create a commission of senators and magistrates that will oversee compliance and report directly to this chamber. Rebuilding a trust in our financial institutions is crucial for our economy to recover, and this commission will enact our will, and allow us to prevent future panics without overburdening the current system. Gaius replied. He could see he was winning them over. After 4 months of bickering and indecision, they were glad he was here to finally mark a clear path forward. Though he knew his next idea would be less popular. Even the staunchest Republicans, who at the end of the day desired nothing more than a return to the days of the Republic, did not truly know a world without the princeps to guide them. They despised and yet relied upon one-man rule for everything. Next, Gaius continued, we must address the crisis of land. Estates forfeited by bankrupt landowners will be divided into 3 parts. 1/3 will be granted to the urban poor, transforming them into smallholders. 1/3 will be held as a reward for our veterans. The final third will either be sold to replenish the treasury or used directly for state purposes. That only a third would be up for sale clearly ruffled numerous feathers, many senators hoping to rebuy their lost property, though from the cheers at the chamber's doorway the common people were delighted so far by his generosity in these reforms. The crisis provided an opportunity to relinquish land so often hoarded in the hands of a few and distribute it across various social groups, earning their favor and respect. The veterans would especially be grateful and help Gaius build a stronger bond with the legions. And finally, Gaius declared, his voice rising, we must build for the future. I propose 200 million sesterces for public works, not merely to restore confidence in our economy, incentivize trade, and create employment for tens of thousands, but to also leave a legacy etched in stone and marble. Let all who see these monuments know that this crisis did not break us, nor did it cause us to falter for long. Instead, it was the crucible that forged us stronger than ever before. A ripple of cheers and applause swept through the chamber. The senators, long discontent with Tiberius' parsimony, responded with visible enthusiasm. Public works had always been a source of pride and joy to the Romans, and the cessation of such projects under Tiberius' rule had left many resentful. Gaius could see the glimmers of renewed hope in their eyes. He continued, his tone more measured now, laying out the details with precision. We will allocate 100 million sesterces to the construction of a grand amphitheatre, dubbed the Amphitheatre of Germanicus in honor of my late father. Sejanus and Tiberius had worked hard to eliminate Germancius' biggest supporters, but Gaius was pleased to see a few still remained in the Senate House, trying to hold back manly tears of pride and joy at his father being commemorated in such a way. He was keen to speak with them. They would act as the foundation of his budding power base in the city and wider empire. 25 million apiece will be used to complete the Temple of Divine Augustus and finish the restorations of the Theatre of Pompey, Both have been left in states of incompletion for years and I refuse to allow that to continue. And finally, the last 50 million will fund the construction of a temple dedicated to my great-grandmother Livia Augusta, to honor her memory and fulfill an oath that was made by the Senate to her before her passing. The senators murmured approvingly, and the energy in the Curia surged with optimism. Gaius had struck at the heart of Roman pride, the enduring power of their civic and cultural achievements in the form of physical structures they could admire. Where Tiberius' frugality had stifled progress, Gaius' bold vision promised renewal, a return to prosperity and greatness. Gaius Octavius Laenas, current curator Aquarum, rose to speak. Caesar, as overseer of Rome's water, I welcome this. But will such vast expenditure not strain our treasury? Gaius met his gaze evenly. The aqueducts you tend to, Laenas, the roads you walk today, these were built by our ancestors, who invested boldly in the future. Shall we do less for those who come after us? Hoarded wealth is as useless as a lathe left to rust. Despite these great costs, our treasury will not be left hollow, that I promise you. Let us wield our resources for the glory of Rome. I do not claim these measures are without risk. But they are our best way forward into a better future. With that, Gaius ascended the steps back to his seat and settled himself between the two consuls, his posture composed but his mind alight with anticipation. As he gestured to open the floor fully for debate and questions, the chamber exploded into a lively hum of voices. Senators leaned toward one another, dissecting his proposals with a mix of admiration, curiosity, and skepticism. Some, he noted with quiet satisfaction, were already lavishing praise on his ideas, eager to align themselves with his vision. The debates were meaningless in truth. His reforms would be enacted but by allowing the Senate to deliberate rather than give them no say in the matter. The illusion of their partnership was maintained and given opportunity to thrive. Gaius allowed himself a faint smile as he reclined slightly, listening intently but refraining from intervening. Let them argue, deliberate, and flatter, it was all a part of the process. This session, he reflected, had gone better than he dared to hope. The groundwork was laid. Once these reforms proved successful, the wheels would be properly set in motion for future reforms that could transform and improve Rome's economy even further. As first steps went, he could not have asked for a stronger start. As the senators' voices filled the chamber, Gaius finally felt the weight of the day pressing down upon him and closed his eyes briefly, just for a moment. There would be time enough for rest later. Tiberius' funeral awaited. Thanks for reading. Question: how am I doing with explaining key historical concepts? I want this to be accessible and enjoyable to non-Roman/historical enthusiasts, but obviously there are things I may be not explaining, or under/over explaining as well as I could be. Hopefully so far it's been clear to follow who's who and what's what. Trying to find a good balance on exposition and narrative. Edward Gibbon on the Praetorian Guard. Such formidable servants are always necessary, but often fatal to the throne of despotism. By thus introducing the Praetorian Guards, as it were, into the palace and the Senate, the emperors taught them to perceive their own strength, and the weakness of the civil government, to view the vices of their masters with familiar contempt, and to lay aside that reverential awe, which distance only, and mystery, can preserve towards an imaginary power. In the luxurious idleness of an opulent city, their pride was nourished by the sense of their irresistible weight, nor was it possible to conceal from them, that the person of the sovereign, the authority of the Senate, the public treasure, and the seat of empire, were all in their hands. To divert the Praetorian bands from these dangerous reflections, the firmest and best established princes were obliged to mix blandishments with commands, rewards with punishments, to flatter their pride, indulge their pleasures, connive at their irregularities, and to purchase their precarious faith by a liberal donative, which, since the elevation of Claudius, was exacted as a legal claim, on the accession of every new emperor. Residential Gesti Divi Aeterni, the deeds of the divine Eternus. Paragraph 1 of 65. At the age of 20, in the year the consulship of Lucius Livius Ocella Sulpicius Galba and Lucius Cornelius Sulla Felix, on my own initiative and through my personal efforts, I marshaled the means to bring stability to Rome during a time of great financial crisis, restoring order to an imperium beleaguered by chaos and fear. For this service, the Senate, with unanimous acclaim, honored me by granting me a seat in its ranks and hailed me first citizen, though I had not yet held the consulship. They entrusted me with Imperium Maius and charged me, to ensure the Imperium suffered no further harm. In the same year, recognizing the necessity of strong leadership, the people elected me consul. I brought the terrors of Maestas charges to an end, bestowing renewed liberties upon the Senate and the people. Under my guidance, stability, prosperity, and the rule of law returned to Rome, and the Imperium was secured from the brink of collapse. Sourced from Lacus Curtius, an online archive of primary sources. The Residential Gesti Divi Aeterni is a first-person account of the life and accomplishments of Emperor Gaius, modeled after Augustus' Residential Gesti Divi Augusti. Discovered in fragments across the Mediterranean and later reconstructed by a team of dedicated historians, it details his rise to power, his long and transformative reign, and his impact on the empire. Likely composed over the course of his life and inscribed across the empire by his successor, the text immortalises Gaius' legacy. His title Eternus, likely bestowed in recognition of his prolonged and impactful reign, means eternal, imperishable, and everlasting in Latin. It was one of many honours conferred upon him throughout his life, all of which he details in the Residential Disti Divi Aeterni. Gaius, putting on his best mourning face, stepped up onto the funeral podium. He was dressed in a fine toga pretexta that shimmered with purple, the colour of imperial dignity. Despite outwardly displaying his grief, he stood tall and ensured his commanding bearing radiated out for all to see. The huge crowd that had assembled on the Campus Martius began to take notice of him. He could hear them shush each other, not wanting to miss his words for even a second. He didn't need to say out loud that he was the new princeps, the new imperator. It was obvious from the expressions on their faces that to all of them that their leader could only possibly be the man before them. The power of a reputation. His position in the eyes of the public and the Senate was all but assured. All that remained was to suss out which legions would be his most loyal and which needed their commanders replaced. Several had surely grown stagnant under Tiberius' negligence. The Campus Martius was alive with human energy, humming with an almost unbearable tension and electricity. Both sets of memories told him that Rome had a population of around 1 million inhabitants, and although he could not verify that until he conducted a full census, he could believe that to be true. Stretching out before him, it appeared that the entire city had come to see the funeral. Traders, wives, senators, foreign tourists, they were all before him, so great a number he couldn't make an estimate. For as far as his eyes could see, the field of Mars and its surrounding buildings and monuments were clogged with a sea of faces and shoulders. There had to be at least tens of thousands in all directions. To Gaius' back was the mausoleum of Augustus. The huge structure loomed over them all. The mausoleum was circular in shape, rising to the sky in a series of shrinking concentric rings of earth and brick. Two things stood out about the structure. The first was that the top tier of the building was ringed with cypress trees. The second was that the mausoleum was capped at the top by a huge bronze statue of Augustus. Inside laid the remains of members of the imperial family, Augustus himself, his wife Livia, Tiberius' son Drusus, and Gaius' own father Germanicus, alongside a few others, all laid at rest within. The mausoleum was a public statement from Augustus, to cement their family's prestige above all others. To be buried within symbolized a connection to him, to the Caesar family, and most important of all, a connection to the role of princeps. One day Gaius himself would die and have his own ashes interred inside alongside the others. The thought was somewhat comforting. Many people did not get such an opulent resting place alongside their loved ones, yet at the same time it was also quite disturbing to look at. There had never been and would never again be a ruler, a king, an emperor, a general or a statesman who had as much as an advantage as Gaius now did. With the knowledge that resided in his head, he stood apart from everyone else. No one else alive knew for certain the future as he did. No scientist for the next dozen centuries would grasp the possibilities of technology and science as he could, and no other leader would ever feel as confident as him in knowing the consequences and benefits of potential reforms and decisions upon their civilization and its future. Yet despite all of his advantages, Gaius was no god. He was yet to be tested in matters of state or war, nor did he have the genius intellect of Augustus. At the end of the day, Gaius was just a man. And all men die. Whether it was from old age, a praetorian's sword, or some illness, he would meet the reaper eventually. His body would be placed here, his successor or someone else would give a speech, then his ashes would be placed alongside Augustus and Tiberius' own. The more modern half of his soul found it ominous that his place of rest was already known and allocated, waiting for him to fill it. His more Roman side in contrast felt comforted. No matter what life he lived, whether it was full of great achievements or failures, he would end up here in the end, under the shade of the cypress trees. There were worse places to be entombed. Standing before the still body of Tiberius, which had been laid on a pyre, Gaius scanned the vast sea of faces before beginning, his voice resonant and clear. "Citizens of Rome," he began, his words measured, each syllable imbued with unmeasured authority. "Senators, allies, and all who call this eternal city their home, today we gather not only to mourn the passing of our princeps but to reflect on the legacy he leaves behind. Before you, I stand, Gaius Caesar Augustus Germanicus Pius, great-grandson of the divine Augustus, son of the revered Germanicus and Agrippina. And today, I come before you above all else as a great nephew and heir to the man we honor today." A ripple of murmurs slithered through the crowd. Gaius' gaze swept across them, his expression unwavering in its expression, a combination of nobility and grief. The senators knew for certain that he had been abused by Tiberius, and the people had heard the rumors. Let them think he still cared for the man despite such abuses. It would help build up his pious image even further. "Tiberius Julius Caesar Augustus was my great-uncle and the adopted son and heir of our beloved Augustus. For 19 years, from the consulship of Marcus Licinius Crassus Frugi and Gnaeus Cornelius Lentulus to this year, the consulship of Lucius Livius Ocella Sulpicius Galba and Lucius Cornelius Sulla Felix, he lived his life in service to Rome. In following divine Augustus' guidance, he preserved our borders and upheld our city's strength and spirit. He, by the will of the Senate and people, held the consulship himself 5 times. He paused, letting the words hang in the air before adding, "Tiberius was a complex man," Gaius acknowledged, his tone shifting to one of candid reflection. The last few years of his life, alongside all of ours, was filled with strife as the shadows of deception and betrayal crept into his governance and mind. Sejanus curse him. Turned this glorious city into a place of fear and discord. The mention of the prefect had gotten the desired result, where many of them had been bored at him praising Tiberius. They had become fired up in rage, frustration, and guilt over what Sejanus had done in his pursuit for control over the state. What Gaius planned to do next would prove an even bigger shock to their systems, especially for the senators who still doubted his word. Macro ascended the steps, in an eye-catching tunic that highlighted his position as the prefect of the Praetorian Guard, radiating a quiet authority of his own. In his hands he held an ornate chest, its presence stirring the crowd to attention, expectedly curious about this unexpected development. Gaius gestured for the chest to be placed before him. Within this chest lie treason papers cured by my great-uncle, he announced, his voice growing stronger to match the rising shock from the crowd. They contain records of trials, accusations, and betrayals that have scarred the friendships and bonds of men of this city for too long. But today, we begin anew. The audience held its collective breath as Gaius opened the chest, revealing the scrolls within. He eyed several senators, whose names could certainly be found on the scrolls, looking like they were about to suffer a heart attack. Likely afraid he was going to read them out to the crowd at the last moment. You all have followed me from far beyond the city's borders, many so far as Tusculum and Capri. You have seen that I have not had the chance to read the secrets that lie within these papers, and I declare that I intend not to do so. He stepped toward a large brazier, its flames crackling hungrily. One by one he cast the scrolls into the fire, their edges curling and blackening before the eager crowd. Smoke spiraled upward, and the crowd erupted into cheers. Each cheer was a release, an exorcism of the fears and doubts that they had felt lingering from Tiberius' rigorous efforts to rout out traitors to counteract the embarrassment he felt at Sejanus' treachery. Now that the papers were destroyed, without the new princeps having had a chance to read them, many Romans of all levels of society could breathe easier. Many of them had sold out friends, allies, family, and members of their own social classes to gain advantage with Tiberius, to become rich, or divert suspicion from themselves. A city full of snakes and traitors. As the final scroll was consumed and Macro left the stage, Gaius turned back to the assembly. His voice quieter now but no less compelling, the audience quieting quickly in their eagerness to hear him speak. He had their attention now. Let this be a display of my clemency to all of you. Let the sins of the past die, as we move into a greater future together, hand in hand. Gaius declared, his voice surging in a roar above the murmur of the crowd. The sins of the past shall be consumed in the flames, and together, we will forge a future unshackled by fear and division. To mark this new beginning, I announce a declaration, supported by these esteemed men. He gestured to the largest grouping of senators below, Lucius Cornelius Sulla Felix, flanked by well-established and up-and-coming senators such as Lucius Vitellius, Aulus Vitellius, Quintus Plautius, and Vettius Rufus, all of whom nodded their approval. As of this day, I grant a full pardon to those exiled in these past years of turmoil. Those exiled poets, statesmen, and citizens, your friends, your beloved kin, shall be free to return to the city of Rome, where they belong. Let my clemency be the dawn of a Rome renewed. The crowd roared so loudly that for a moment Gaius felt he had gone deaf in overstimulation. He watched the crowd of hundreds of thousands yell out in joy. He witnessed mothers raise their children to the sky, Lion King style. He spied families turning to each other to share their jubilation with one another. Almost all had of them seemed to forget this was a funeral service, paying the still corpse of Tiberius no mind. Gaius felt a ping of pity for the dead man, before memories of the man's abuse surfaced and that pity died a quick death. It was fitting for Tiberius to be ignored in the end, his body and its significance drowned out by the crowd's own excitement. It had taken practically nothing to get the Senate to eagerly agree to the decision of pardoning Tiberius' exiles, Macro having brought the idea before them days before his arrival to the Senate House. Many of the exiles had been friends, clients, and close family of popular and influential groups and families of the senatorial class. It had been almost guaranteed to gain unanimous approval. Gaius had done it for numerous reasons. It was for one another olive branch to the Senate, but mainly as justification for the return of his mother and brother to Rome from their own exiles. After settling in for a few days he would be off to collect them alongside his brother Nero's ashes from Pontia. It was time for a family reunion. The exiles who returned would aid Gaius at this critical juncture by espousing his virtues and generosity to their families, friends, and allies. Tiberius had isolated him from the senatorial class, his social peers. It was vital that he begin establishing himself among their circles. A great many of them had avoided Capri or only visited briefly so as to not insult Tiberius, spending most of their time in Rome. He was walking into an unknown political and social landscape that he would have to maneuver on the fly. He could not afford to alienate the Senate so early. While the Praetorians, and the legions across the empire had sworn him imperator, their loyalty remained tied to commanders and regional governors handpicked by Tiberius, his loyal clients and Macro. Many of the legionaries would feel fondly of Gaius. He was their little Caligula all grown up after all. He was one of them, but he was still a distant face, far away from them, they had no experience with him as a soldier and general. No glorious battles or skirmishes to think of and associate with his name. The Praetorians would be easier to handle once Macro's power base was broken and they were reformed. The legions would take more time to reorganize. The legions were his lifeline, the keys to his power. He needed to bring them firmly under his direction above all else. On Capri, during his interactions with the senatorial members of Tiberius' court, Gaius had been meticulous in his efforts of cultivating a positive image. He had presented himself as deferential and humble, a young man eager to seek guidance from his elders. A man who held great respect for Rome's traditional ruling class. Orchestrating meetings and rumors help cultivate an image in their minds of cooperation, in stark contrast to Tiberius' disrespect, abandonment, and domination. His great-grandfather had displayed how impactful propaganda could be in the ancient world. As the crowd continued to cheer, Gaius watched numerous ladies of all social levels swoon and giggle at his words. From all accounts, the ladies of Rome seemed to quite like his face, so it became vital that he do all he could for their sake, to prevent a praetorian's or senator's dagger being shoved into it. Through burning the papers in such a public display, he sent a powerful message to the assembled senators in the crowd. To them there was no possible way that he could have read even a slither of the papers. Eyes had been on him since entering the city. He was telling them he would not hold old grudges against them, that he would follow through with his promises in the Senate House of treating them with respect and dignity. What helped sell the lie was that the senators were fully aware that Gaius himself knew that amongst the now burnt pages were names of senators and families who had conspired against his own family, senators who had betrayed Gaius' parents and older brothers to secure their own survival. That he was willing to burn away the only lead he had to the sources of his family's misfortune would have given them great relief, make them respect his clemency, and believe in his words. Their contents would have terrified a great many men, potentially destroying their reputations, shattering long-standing alliances, and turning the Senate against each other or against Gaius himself. With their destruction they could now all rest easy. Gaius held back a smirk, a quote from Sun Tzu coming to mind. Never interrupt your enemy when is making a mistake. Gaius had not been entirely truthful to his audience, the act he just performed being carefully staged. Anyone who kept tabs on Gaius' activities may have noticed during the procession to Rome the absence of his servant, Felix, who acted akin to Gaius' shadow. Following him around, always readily at hand. More informed onlookers would have surmised that the former slave was enjoying his newfound freedom. Which he was, just not how they would have suspected. When Macro went ahead of the procession to prepare for Gaius' arrival, he had taken Felix and his 2 sons with him on Gaius' orders, entered the city unannounced under the cover of darkness. Macro was unaware of their mission, only informed that Gaius wished for them to prepare and inspect the palace before his arrival. Tiberius, in his haste to leave Rome for Capri after Sejanus' execution, had left many documents and personal belongings behind in his palace, which Macro had collected and kept sealed in the palace in confidence. Their mission was simple but perilous, to locate the secret treason trial papers and copy their contents in painstaking detail. Every name and date, every accusation, every betrayal and secret they contained was to be transcribed with precision by the 3 of them in a rush during the night while Macro was busy meeting with prominent senators. Gaius was unaware how the operation had specifically gone, but when Felix joined the procession on their way to the Senate House and informed him that his family was well, Gaius had felt a great swelling of victory and relief. A simple coded phrase to inform him that the mission had been successful, the papers had been copied without Macro or anyone else becoming suspicious. The original Caligula had done the same, likely with the aid of Macro himself, but in foolishness, indifference, or madness had let slip to the senators years later that he had lied, that he had read the contents of the papers and intended to use such knowledge against them. Gaius would not wield the documents as recklessly this time around. Instead he would study them in private, committing their contents to memory, then once he had no use for them he would burn them to ash, leaving no evidence behind. In a way he did not desperately need the papers. Thanks to his knowledge of the future, he knew who the real threats were in Rome, the potential future usurping emperors, the Flavians, Gaius' own assassins who were in the crowd this very moment, the ambitious men currently alive, and yet to come. To the world, Gaius had just performed an act of magnanimity, but to himself he had armed his mind. Gaius raised a hand, commanding silence. The campus martius quieted, save for the faint hum of whispered speculation and excitement. The flames of the torchlight cast flickering shadows across his face, adding definition to his sharp features. The crisis pecuniaria, financial crisis, that began this year has touched the lives of us all. Our banks falter, estates and homes once thought secure now crumble, the markets tremble and soar beyond your means to afford. I know many of you are hungry, angry, bitter, and afraid. He stepped forward to the edge of the platform, watching for their reactions. He could see their suffering without them needing to say a word. Prominent senators from Gaius' childhood who once stood tall now barely stood out in the crowd, clothed in dirty unkempt togas, young women bone-thin clutching to their babies' faces shadowed in grief, a young man glaring at his feet refusing to look up at Gaius' face in shame. But I assure you, we will rise above this challenge. As you may have heard, prior to this ceremony I met with the Senate, in full view of some of your peers. The reforms I put forward are going into effect immediately. I promise you as of today the markets and housing prices will stabilize. This crisis is going to end today. They cheered even louder than they had before. A few in the crowd failed to hide expressions of displeasure and disappointment. He had to assume those were the men and women who had taken full advantage of the crisis and were sad to see it go. He pulled his face into a more somber expression, making sure to soften his tone, creating a more intimate atmosphere. As I stand here, I cannot help but think of my father, Germanicus. His funeral drew a crowd as vast as this one, a testament to the love he bore for all of you. If you will forgive me for divulging one of his secrets, I wish to tell you all a truth that my father once shared with me as a child that guides me even now. My father loved Rome above all else. His loyalty, his sacrifices, his very life was lived and eventually lost for this imperium, for all of you. Emotion rippled through the crowd. Older citizens wiped tears, some looking faint, as memories of Germanicus stirred their hearts. Gaius gestured toward the mausoleum behind him, the statue of Augustus at its summit a silent witness to the moment. Germanicus was the adopted son of Tiberius, as Tiberius was of Augustus. Each carried the divine torch of Rome passed down from my great-grandfather. And today, I carry it forward with the promise to honor their legacies. The crowd erupted in applause, shouts of Gaius, Germanicus, Pius, Caesar, Augustus, Imperator, Princeps, resounding out across the field, culminating into a cacophony of titles and honors. Gaius seized the moment. He had little left to say. The funeral and Tiberius' corpse had served their purpose. Lifting a torch he ignited the pyre the corpse rested atop. Flames leapt skyward, consuming Tiberius' mortal remains as the crowd roared in delight. The firelight danced in Gaius' eyes. He kept the mask up, playing the dutiful and noble air. But inside? He felt more triumphant than ever before. He silently willed his thoughts to reach Tiberius' spirit wherever it had ended up. I've done it, I've finally beaten you completely. When the flames subsided, he performed the final rites. With solemnity, he sprinkled wine over the ashes, gathered them into an urn, and began the slow, deliberate walk to the mausoleum. The crowd parted reverently, their cheers transforming into a hymn of adoration. He would carry them in himself, for both political and personal reasons. As the doors of the mausoleum opened, Gaius turned back to his people. Go home and celebrate if you can. If you cannot, then rest easy knowing your troubles will soon be at an end. That was the right thing to say as the crowd in a great cheer soon dispersed, leaving in a hurry to begin their celebrations. He spied the senators mingling, many wanting to wait for him to exit before heading off to conduct business. Many were just as likely to stick with him for the rest of the day as a kind of entourage. Many of them would be sure to offer him lodgings or invite him to dine with them. The game of politics was underway. As he walked inside the mausoleum, the air shifted, cool and heavy with the scent of stone and ancient dust. The faint light from the entryway struggled to reach the interior, swallowed by the shadows that seemed to cling to the walls. A narrow corridor stretched before him, its floor smooth and worn, echoing faintly with his footsteps as he moved deeper into the tomb. The passage opened into the heart of the mausoleum, a vaulted chamber suffused with an almost sacred stillness. Frozen in time. The golden glow of the urn niches caught the dim light. 3 alcoves, carved with meticulous precision, housed the golden urns of the imperial family. On his way inside he had passed 2 towering pillars each adorned with large bronze plaques which were inscribed with Augustus Residential Gesti Divi Augusti. Gaius approached the central niche, carefully placing Tiberius' urn alongside the others. His hands lingered for a moment, his head bowed. Your life sucked and you were a massive asshole, but you shouldn't have been emperor and I'm sorry you were made to be. He whispered softly. The words felt like a balm to his own spirit. The man was dead. Gaius no longer had to think about him. He stepped back, his eyes drawn to the urns that bore the names of his father, Germanicus, and his great-grandfather Augustus. Before his father's resting place, Gaius hesitated, his breath catching. He reached out, resting a hand against the cool urn. Father, he murmured, his voice low but steady, I'll make you proud. I promise. He lingered, the silence wrapping around him like a shroud, offering both comfort and the weight of expectation. Finally, he turned toward the urn of Augustus. The weight of history pressed down on him as he gazed at the golden vessel. It was more than an urn, the remains inside were all that remained of the empire's founder, one of history's titans. Everything Gaius now had was thanks to this man. Gaius knelt, his voice breaking the stillness. Augustus. Great-grandfather, he began, uncertain how to address the man in death. His tone was almost controversial, though tinged with reverence and bemusement from his modern half that this was even happening. I once believed wholeheartedly in our gods, and in another life I thought the notion of divinity to be utterly foolish. Yet my existence here proves there is more to this world than meets the eye. Is this all there is? Once I meet the Reaper again, will I finally fade away or will I be reborn anew into someone else? What or who could have placed me here? Why? What is my purpose? You are now a god. If you have anything you wish to say to me, now is the time. His words hung in the air, unanswered. The tomb, stoic and silent, gave no response. Yet, Gaius felt an unspoken affirmation in the stillness, a shared understanding between the living and the dead. Rising, he adjusted his toga, casting a final glance at the urns. You may have founded all of this empire, and you will be forever remembered for it. But I hope you won't mind. I'm going to try and outdo you. You gave Rome its true beginning. I'll give it something more. He paused, his hand briefly brushing the wall nearby. I will show them wonders. He turned and walked back through the corridor. As he stepped into the sunlight, the weight of the mausoleum's silence gave way to the vibrancy of the city beyond. The senators straightened as he emerged, their eyes following him, but he said nothing. The light warmed his face, and for a moment, Gaius allowed himself a fleeting smile. There was much to do. The current Roman provinces in 33 CE. Early May 33 CE, in the 5th month of the first year of Imperator Gaius' reign. Legionary fortress Carnuntum/capital city of the Pannonia province. Home to Legio 15 Apollinaris, Apollo's 15th legion. Gaius Suetonius Paulinus, Tribuni Angusta Claii/narrowband military tribune. The morning light barely pierced through the heavy mist that clung to the forests surrounding the fortress and city of Carnuntum. The fortress stood stark against the distant skyline, a beacon of Rome's power towering above all else in the city for all to see. Rome's ever-watchful eye. Suetonius gazed back at it, barely able to make out the city's details from so far out. As he adjusted the strap of his helmet, the cold iron pressed uncomfortably against his temple. His century, 80 men in all, trudged through the damp underbrush, their movements muted by the thick moss beneath their boots. He walked near the column's middle, gladius sheathed but with a hand resting on its pommel. The weight of his post felt as tangible as the sword itself. For months now, since Gaius Caesar had managed to gain him a posting, he had served as one of the 5 narrowband military tribunes, a part of the 15th legion. He'd thrown himself into his new life with a mix of ambition and genuine joy. On Capri he had been miserable, drowning his feelings in the comfort of lustful women and men, but here, amidst the discipline of the legion, he found purpose, though it came with the invisible weight of his patrons' expectations. At their last meeting, Gaius had expressed unwavering confidence in Suetonius, declaring outright that he saw immense, untapped potential in him. Suetonius was determined not to disappoint his new patron and friend. Gaius was the smartest man he had ever encountered, and if someone like that believed in his abilities, then Suetonius owed it to him and himself to rise to the challenge and strive to meet those lofty expectations. Suetonius tightened his jaw, scanning the dense trees for signs of movement. He had been awoken abruptly just before dawn by a messenger boy. Legate Longinus Gallus, the commander of Apollo's 15th legion, had received several reports on bandits ambushing supply lines and terrorizing farmers around the town's outskirts. He ordered Suetonius to take a small century of men. The commander had scoffed at the idea of him needing more than 80 men to deal with mere bandits. He was to locate the bandits, who from local reports were a part of a large group of at least 50, and put them to the sword. A foolish lot for certain, to think they could go on bandit raids on the outskirts of the largest legionary fort in the province and not go unpunished. Pannonia had proven to be a quiet posting so far, yet despite that Suetonius had thrown himself into everything as if it mattered more than life or death. The commander had not blinked an eye at his surprise arrival and had quickly become impressed with his efforts, openly praising his dedication. He had to prove to Legate Gallus and Gaius that he was worth something, worth their investment in him. Being assigned this mission had to mean something, a sign of the commander's faith in his abilities. Sure, he was accompanied by Flavius, the centurion in charge of the century, but the man, despite his years of experience, was of pleasant deposition and willing to let Suetonius take the lead. Eyes sharp, he called out, his voice steady but firm. If anyone falls asleep on their feet, I'll personally see them assigned latrine duty for a month. A few muffled chuckles rippled through the ranks. Many of the men had been serving in the province for years, they had somehow learned to relax during such operations. He admired their ability to follow every order given while keeping their spirits on high with jokes and banter. Suetonius was still too fresh to it all, his shoulders were stiff, head on a swivel. Yet even with the current tension, he managed to relax a little. The levity of such older soldiers had its uses in easing his worries. The first arrow pierced through the mist, striking with a muted thud, embedding itself in the shield of a soldier 2 rows ahead. Contact! Shields up! Suetonius bellowed, his voice cutting through the sudden chaos. The men obeyed instantly, raising their scuda to form a haphazard shield wall as more arrows rained down from the trees. The forest exploded with sound. Bandits charged from the underbrush, a ragged mass armed with crude spears, axes, stolen swords, and desperation. Suetonius' stomach knotted, but his hand moved to his gladius, drawing it with practiced ease. Centurion Flavius rushed to Suetonius' side. Hold the line! He roared. Flavius as centurion was both the century's traditional officer and its primary disciplinarian. Above all else, the man would do all he could to keep the men together. He grabbed Suetonius by the arm and pointed to their flank. Following his gaze, Suetonius spied even more bandits rushing from the tree line. With little sense of formation, there had to be almost 100 of them. The reports of 50 bandits had lowballed their numbers significantly. His stomach squeezed even tighter. Tribune. We need to get the flank of the formation turned around. They're trying to encircle us from two sides. Suetonius hesitated for a split second before nodding. Flavius, take half the century and face the larger group to our back, hold them off and cut off their advance. I'll punch through here with my half and then we will take down the larger group together. Flavius nodded, getting half the century to about face as if it was nothing, his experience on full display. Keep the line tight, he shouted, shoving a wavering soldier back into position. Fight, damn you! Fight! The bandits hit them like a wave, crashing into shields and stabbing widely, and Suetonius quickly lost sight of Flavius in the confusion. Facing enemies in front and even more enemies behind, the two halves of the century now stood back to back facing an onslaught. Despite their poor state of arms and armor, the bandits fought with a ferocity Suetonius had only seen once before. Gaius in the arena flashed in his mind. They were giving it their all. He shook his head and marched forward. He had to trust Flavius would keep his back guarded and had to do the same for him in turn. Before long, Suetonius' gladius found its first victim, slicing cleanly through the shoulder of a charging man. Blood spattered his arm, warm and slick, but there was no time to process it. There was nothing but the moment. A second attacker lunged, his rusted blade darting past Suetonius' raised shield aimed at piercing his chest. He pivoted, bringing his shield up to parry the blow before slamming the rim of his shield into the man's face. Bone crunched, and the bandit crumpled. Suetonius exhaled sharply, forcing himself to focus. The rhythm of battle consumed him. Step, thrust, parry, kill, rest, shout out quick orders, rinse and repeat. Time lost all meaning, his arms felt heavy, he somehow had the strength to lift his shield and sword over and over again. His sword pierced legs, arms, and necks an uncounted number of times, his eyes became lost in a sea of red blood. He came out of the haze of combat briefly to rest and spied a man hesitating to take his place at the front of the formation, and without thinking rushed forward and shoulder charged him in the back, shooting him forward with a growl. Discipline, 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 that's all that mattered. Forward. They're almost finished, forward. Suetonius growled, lying through his teeth. He didn't know that for certain, though their numbers appeared to be dwindling. From the shouts behind him, the fighting was still raging on Flavius' end. He heaved deep breaths and wheezes, throat feeling utterly constricted. Sweat dripped down into his eyes, his entire body felt covered in grime. And yet with a mind blank of deep thought, sore limbs, and blood on his face, Suetonius had never felt so alive. This was what his life was truly about, this was what he was born to do. He heard Flavius' voice over the clanging of swords and the cries of dying men. Tribune, watch for their leader. He'll be the key to breaking them. He swore. Flavius' voice continued on, but it was drowned out by the sounds of battle. He spared a glance to his left and saw a gap in the line, and a soldier was grappling with a bandit twice his size. Without thinking, he surged forward, driving his gladius into the attacker's exposed back. The man nodded his thanks, panting heavily, before returning to the fray. Suetonius turned, barely ducking in time to avoid a sword aimed at his head. His counter-strike was brutal, the blade biting deep into the bandit's neck. The bandit desperately clutched at the wound to no avail, falling to the dirt bonelessly. He staggered back, heart pounding, sweat mingling with blood dripping from his brow. He was certain it wasn't his own. Hold together! Suetonius shouted, voice raw and wrecked. Don't let these bastards break you! He slammed his shield against a soldier he caught retreating to the center of the line. Get back in line, coward! You want your throat cut running! The chastened legionary scrambled back into position, young eyes wide with fear but steadied by Suetonius' presence. The kid couldn't have been older than 18 years old. Through the chaos, Suetonius noticed a figure on a nearby jutting ridge, a slim man barking orders. The man's position and wild gestures marked him as the linchpin of their enemy's assault. Not only was the man exposed, but he was within pilum throwing range. One couldn't expect mere bandits to properly organize themselves, the fools. He reached for the pilum, javelin, slung across his pack, the familiar weight in his hand comforting even in the frenzy. With a heave he lifted his arm and hurled it, almost stumbling forward with the force he put behind the throw. The pilum arced high, its iron shank gleaming briefly before plunging into the man's chest. The force knocked the bandit backward, his shout dying in his throat as he crumpled to the ground. Before his eyes, Suetonius watched the bandits before him falter, seeing their leader fall had broken their will to fight, and they began to flee. The legionaries pursued with utter ferocity, cutting down the stragglers or forcing them to surrender before Suetonius had them quickly turn to face the enemy at their backs, joining forces with Flavius. With their combined effort, it wasn't long before they broke the larger assortment and put them to flight. The battlefield soon fell silent, save for the groans of the wounded and the sharp cries of dying men. Suetonius' chest heaved as he sheathed his gladius, his limbs trembling from exertion. He wiped a hand across his face, smearing blood and sweat across his cheeks and nose. Around him, the century regrouped as one, battered but victorious. Casualties? He asked, voice steadier than he felt. 5 wounded, no dead, Flavius reported, his tone almost incredulous. You did well, Tribune. For one with so little experience, the men followed your orders ferociously and all made it through. Suetonius nodded, relief washing over him. Apollo was with us today, blessings be upon him. Secure the prisoners, we'll be taking them back with us, he ordered, pointing to a handful of bandits who had dropped their weapons. Among them was a young man, barely out of his teens, trembling visibly. Suetonius marched up to them, pulling off his helmet to meet the boy's eyes unobstructed. Why? He asked simply. Why fight us? Why raid our convoys and farms? The boy's voice shook as he spoke. We had no choice. For months, we've starved and suffered, we were all wanderers, banding together to get through the suffering since none of us had any homes. We didn't intend on this life, but what other choice was there? We even had to turn to those damn Quadi barbarians across the border for supplies just to survive. Our stomachs are all but empty, sir. Suetonius stared at him for a long moment, the weight of the answer settling uncomfortable in his chest. Did the Quadi give you weapons? And did they know what you would use them for? The boy looked at his boots, refusing to meet Suetonius' gaze. A troubling possibility, with even more troubling implications. The commander would need to be informed. Take them back to the fortress. We'll need answers, he said to Flavius. Then, turning to the rest of his men, he raised his voice. You fought well today. Let's get back to Carnuntum. Apollo has smiled upon us this day and tonight we celebrate. A tired cheer went up, and Suetonius allowed himself the faintest of smiles. For now, at least, they had survived. The march back to Carnuntum was a grueling affair. Mud and grime clung to their boots with every step, and the aftermath of the battle weighed heavily on the exhausted century as a whole. Beside him Flavius limped slightly, favoring a bruised leg, but otherwise kept himself upright and as composed as ever. Keep your head high, Tribune. They'll see you before they see me, Flavius muttered, his grizzled voice tinged with dry humor. Suetonius managed a faint smile, though his thoughts churned. Up until now he had been mostly serving an administrative role alongside the other tribunes, but he'd finally proven himself in a true fight. He'd brought peace back to the region and had single-handedly routed the enemy by killing their leader. Despite how exhausted he felt, he couldn't resist the building thrill in his bones, the desire to return to the battlefield. For a brief moment it had felt like an unknown piece of himself had finally clicked into place. He longed for that feeling to return again. The wider city was unsurprisingly quiet as they approached the gate to the fortress, many certainly still asleep at such an early hour. The gates of the fortress came clearly into view, their familiar timbers standing tall against the misty horizon and surrounding houses. As the cohort neared, the silence of the march was broken by a distant cheer. Hail Imperator! Several voices shouted from the ramparts and beyond the walls. Then more joined them, Caligula. Caesar. The men within the walls erupted into a chorus of jubilation. Gaius. Imperator. Germanicus. They cried, their voices rising in a fervent wave. The sheer volume startled Suetonius, and he turned to Flavius with a questioning look. Sounds like some news has reached the camp ahead of us, Flavius said, tone curious. Let's get inside. Inside the gates, the scene was electric. Legionaries gathered together in knots, cheering and clapping each other on the back. Many turned, taking note of the century's return, their experience in combat clear on display and only galvanizing the fortress's crowd to become louder. When the soldiers of his century informed the growing crowd they had been victorious and not lost a single man, the legionaries across the fortress declared it a sign of things to come. Excitement at the century's return quickly faded and was barely registered amid the excitement. Suetonius. The crisp and warm voice belonged to Gnaeus Domitius Corbulo. The 26-year-old was the legion's tribunus Latoclavius or broadband tribune, the legion's second in command. While Suetonius was mostly an administration officer alongside the 4 other tribuni Angusta Claii, all of them being from the equestrian rank. The tribunus Latoclavius was often reserved for young men of senatorial rank. It was one of the initial postings in their senatorial careers. Corbulo had secured it easily just months before Suetonius arrived. He was from a prominent senatorial family in Italy. His father had apparently done well reaching the post of praetor under Tiberius before he grew ill and retired from public life away a few years ago. From what Suetonius could tell, Corbulo was eager to follow in his father's footsteps. They had struck an unlikely friendship over the last few weeks, their duties having them work together often. Corbulo shared Suetonius' fascination with military matters, and discussions of tactics and past wars had bonded them quickly. Corbulo, while not the tallest man Suetonius knew, gave off a large-than-life calming presence. He approached with an easy grin that cut through the crowd with ease. His youthful energy a stark contrast to the weariness that was surely etched into Suetonius' features. Corbulo, Suetonius greeted, shaking his hand. What in Hades is going on? Emperor Tiberius is dead, Corbulo said bluntly. Old age finally caught up with him on the island of Capri. Word just reached us that Gaius Caesar entered Rome a few days ago and was hailed as Imperator by the Senate. He turned and waved at the legionaries all around them celebrating. Many of the oldest veterans here were just starting their service 20-odd years ago and served under Tiberius against the Marcomanni tribe. Suetonius interrupted him, voice tinged with slight mirth. For men who served under Tiberius they cheer quite loudly at the news of his death. I fully expect this kind of excitement in all of Germanicus' prior legions, no doubt they'll be celebrating this day for months on end. I mean, shouldn't these men be mourning him? Suetonius replied, mind still coming to grips with the news. It's mostly the veterans here who served directly under him, and even then it's been nearly 2 decades since those days, it's been a long time. The rest are just excited that the son of Germanicus has taken over, may the earth rest lightly upon his soul. Corbulo whispered a quick prayer for the deceased man. Suetonius found it funny that he was more keen to pray for a man long dead compared to the freshly deceased princeps. I mean, he was their childhood hero and ours too, Suetonius. We all dreamed we could be like him as kids. Why would they not be excited? They say Imperator Gaius looks and acts just like his father and he has only just turned 20. My family have sent me letters that in Rome there are rumors in many circles that he has his eye on Gaul's coastline. Some are getting excited for future glory. They were friends, but Suetonius would not break Gaius' trust by telling Corbulo those were more than mere rumor. They may have met through the hands of fate, but he had become quick friends with Gaius Caesar. They made an odd pair, but had found common interests quite quickly. He was a few years younger than Suetonius, yet he held a wisdom, kindness, and maturity far beyond his years. He had struck Gaius as the epitome of genuineness. Sure, he had clearly hidden himself behind facades on Capri to survive, but once that was lowered he was one of the most genuine people Suetonius had ever known. He had the appearance of youth, and yet whenever Suetonius had looked into his eyes they held the same look he had once seen in his late grandfather, the look of an old wise soul. All the visitors to Capri, Suetonius included, had been witnesses to the abuse heaped upon Gaius' shoulders and yet had also seen how it had never broken him. The plans and vision for the future that Gaius had shared privately with Suetonius in person and through letters were not those of a traumatized boy, they instead showed a young man with a thirst for life that he had never seen before. He knew for certain the Imperium could be in no better hands. His thoughts were interrupted by the shouting of centurions, barking orders to the men. He turned a questioning look to Corbulo. Corbulo's grin widened. You made it just in time, the sacramentum is about to begin. Might want to wash the blood off your face, Suetonius, you'll want to look your best, after all we're about to swear loyalty to the new Imperator. The men of Legio 15 Apollinaris assembled in the main courtyard beneath the towering standards. The golden eagle glinted in warm sunlight, its outstretched wings drawing Suetonius' eye. A hush fell over the gathered legionaries as the legate, Longinus Gallus, stepped forward. To call the man old was generous, his weathered face was wrinkled and stoic, his voice carried the weight of his age, the weight of a life of dutiful service. Men of the 15th, Gallus began, his tone solemn. Tiberius Caesar is dead. His heir Gaius Caesar Augustus Germanicus Pius is now the Imperator of Rome. We gather here to renew our sacred oaths to Rome and her new princeps. The soldiers raised their right hands in unison, their voices strong. The words of the sacramentum echoed through the fortress, a pledge of loyalty and obedience to the Imperator and the Imperium. When it came time for the tribunes, Suetonius stepped forward alongside Corbulo and their other 4 colleagues. Standing before the standards, he felt the weight of the moment. He had already sworn an oath of loyalty, and had steadfastly upheld it. He had no problem in swearing it a second time. The legate gestured for them to begin, and as one they recited the words. I swear that I shall faithfully execute all that the Imperator commands of me, I swear that I shall do all in my power to protect the household of Caesar, I swear that I shall never desert the service, I swear that I shall not seek to avoid death for the Imperium Romanum. Corbulo echoed the words beside him, his tone filled with conviction. They were now bound in the eyes of gods and men, their lives and souls were damned if they broke their oaths. As the ceremony concluded, everyone began to disperse and the soldiers broke into cheers. The atmosphere shifted from solemnity to celebration, wineskins already making their rounds among the ranks. Suetonius and Corbulo exchanged a look and moved to join in, but were stopped by the arrival of a messenger boy, his face flushed from exertion. He bowed slightly before speaking. The legate requests your presence in his praetorium, general's residence, the boy said, his voice high and hurried, before rushing off on his next assignment. Wonder what this is about? Suetonius said, arching an eyebrow. He had been looking forward to that drink. Orders are orders, Corbulo replied, clapping him on the shoulder and dragging him along. Come on. The praetorium building was a stark contrast to the lively camp. Inside, maps and scrolls covered the central table, and Legate Gallus stood with his arms crossed, his expression unreadable. They stopped before him and stood at attention. He paid them no mind, and the silence stretched as the legate continued to eye the scrolls on his table unbothered. Before long he looked up at them and inspected their faces before sighing and gesturing for them to sit, taking a deep gulp from a nearby cup of wine. I'll get right to the point, the two of you are the finest tribunes I've seen in quite some time. Your actions and dedication, having only served here for a few months each, are to be commended. Suetonius, your enthusiasm is at times almost infectious, and Corbulo, despite your age I've met few men with as keen a tactical mind as the one you possess. Despite themselves they both grew slightly flustered at the compliments. Gallus was not the kind of man who offered praise to anyone. Ever. To hear the words now after months of consistent diligent work and effort was all Suetonius had hoped to hear. The legate turned to Suetonius and looked him over, making him quickly realize he was still in his full kit, bloodstains and all. The armor felt natural, almost as if it was his second skin. Centurion Flavius informed me of your conduct today, Suetonius. He said you did a fine job in combat for one so young. He thinks you've got a fine future ahead of you. He reached down and picked up a scroll, and upon receiving this, so do I. He spied Corbulo leaning forward in his seat from the corner of his eye. His mind was always at work. He loved a good puzzle or mystery. Gallus began to read from the scroll. Greetings, Legate Longinus Gallus from Gaius Caesar Augustus Germanicus Pius. Hailed Imperator by the will of the gods and the Senate, I command the Legio 15 Apollinaris to continue all operations and to dispatch within the week a comprehensive report of activities in the region and operations conducted by the Legio 15 in the past year. The legate looked at Suetonius. This morning's engagement and your efforts shall be included in that report, Tribune. I'm certain the Imperator will be pleased. The man paused and looked down at his desk, troubled, and mused quietly. Flavius informed me of what that young boy said. He's currently being interrogated for all he knows. The idea that the Quadi potentially financed local banditry. The Imperator will want to be informed of it. Before either of them had a chance to speak, the man continued reading the letter, the words causing them both sit up in shock. Furthermore, let it be known that Tribunes Gnaeus Domitius Corbulo and Gaius Suetonius Paulinus are to travel to Rome with all due haste. I have need of them both and wish to speak with them personally. Suetonius' heart leapt at the words, his exhaustion momentarily forgotten. When he had received his post as a military tribune, Gaius had indicated that once he eventually became princeps there would be more to come, higher positions. Was this it? So soon? He supposed he would find out in Rome. He did not know what he had done to earn the trust and favor of Gaius, and so quickly, but it wasn't something he would misplace. Corbulo, ever pragmatic, asked, what does the Imperator want with us, sir? Gallus folded the scroll with deliberate care. Who can say? But what the Imperator wants from me, he shall get. But if I were to guess, I'd say you're both about to move up in the world. It is not often that mere military tribunes get invited to speak with the Imperator all the way in Rome face to face. He rose and dismissed them with a curt nod. Go pack your things. I'll have horses organized for your journey. The Imperator wants me to send you to him with haste, and that's what I'll do. As they left the praetorium, Corbulo shot Suetonius a sidelong glance. Think he'll miss us? Suetonius smirked, his mind already racing with anticipation. Oh, he'll miss us all right. We're the best men he's had inside this fortress in decades. The two men shared a quiet laugh, the weight of their journey ahead mingling with the lingering thrill of the day. Suetonius was genuinely excited and felt he was on the cusp of starting the next chapter of his life. He hoped Gaius had kept himself out of trouble in his absence. Recovered letter from Quintus Balbus, Prefect of Egypt, to Emperor Gaius. From Equite Quintus Balbus, to the most sacred Imperator Gaius Caesar Augustus. Most sacred Imperator. It is with profound gratitude that I acknowledge your most gracious appointment, entrusting me with the governance of Egypt. When last we spoke on Capri, I marveled at the clarity of your judgment and the warmth of your character, so clearly inheriting the virtues of your father Germanicus. I recall how, amid undignified distractions unbecoming of such a gathering of noble men, you noted my temperance and sobriety, traits I considered unremarkable and detrimental to socializing on the island, but which you, in your infinite perception, found worthy of merit. That moment, fleeting as it was, affirmed my loyalty to your cause and my readiness to serve whenever called. Your decision to relieve Aulus Avilius Flaccus of his duties is a testament to your commitment to justice and efficient governance. The reports of his negligence, particularly in failing to ensure the timely delivery of grain shipments and in permitting corruption to fester, could not be ignored. I shall not falter in this charge. You informed me that Aulus allowed several grain shipments to go missing, likely seized during the chaos of the last 4 months. I assure you, Caesar, this foul corruption will be rooted out and its benefactors charged with the greatest extent of the law. My past experiences as a financial procurator in Asia and my years managing the supply chains of the eastern provinces have prepared me for the demands of this office. I am well aware of the complex dynamics within Alexandria, where Greek pride and Jewish devotion often clash, and I pledge to temper these divisions with the steady hand of Roman law and the example of your august character. Allow me to assure you, my most excellent Imperator, that my every action will reflect the principles of your reign, moderation, foresight, and the unyielding pursuit of the common good. Your trust in me will not be misplaced. Your confidence in me is a great honor. May the gods grant you health and prosperity, and may your reign be long remembered. Your devoted servant, Quintus Balbus. Primary source annotation. Quintus Balbua was the equite prefect of Egypt from May 33 CE to January 37 CE. His nearly 4-year-long posting suggests to historians a decent level of trust from the emperor in his competency and loyalty as an administrator. Imperator Gaius Caesar. The sun hovered low over the glistening sea, casting a golden sheen that bathed the island of Pontia and the surrounding ocean as far as the eye could see in a golden radiance. For a prison, the island was utterly beautiful, rich in color and teeming with unique wildlife. Gaius watched a flock of birds soar overhead, the gorgeous colors of their feathers daring mere mortals such as himself to question their majesty and dominance of the sky. Gaius paused his ascent mid-step, letting his gaze drift over the endless expanse of golden water before him. The climb up to the island's main villa was long and winding. Whoever had decided to build the villa so high and far from the port had earned his eternal enmity. It seemed that no matter the era, climbing long flights of stairs would be an enemy that chased him through time itself. Fortunately, he was fairly compensated with the view, the landscape of Pontia being utterly breathtaking. Despite the richness of his surroundings, his heart felt heavy, almost physically dragging him back down the mountain. Nero Caesar, his older brother, had been sent here in exile, a gilded cage of surveillance and comfort. Gaius' stomach churned as he imagined his brother's lonely days, knowing every move was observed and any attempt to make outside contact noted and reported. Gaius had unfortunately not known his brother well, too young and afraid to get to know him on a deeper level. Now he would never know who his brother was for sure. By all accounts, Nero had been a good man, or at least a man who tried to live with the dignity of a man in their august household. Nero was Germanicus' eldest son and so had been a great threat to Sejanus and Tiberius, who had ensured that said threat was eliminated quickly. He had been sent here to rot for the rest of his days. When the weight of it all became too much, his brother had taken his own life, his final act of agency in a world that had stripped him of it. Gaius felt his palms sting with pain, his nails curling into his hands in grief and tempered fury. At the time, he had been in the strongest throes of his illness. He'd had no influence, no means to save his brother from the abyss. With the absolute power he now wielded, the regret was sharper than ever. He didn't know the cause behind why he had undergone such a supernatural experience, or why it happened when it did, but he couldn't help but wonder. What if it had happened years earlier? What if he had been given time to recover and plan to save his eldest brother? He would have been young, but he would have been able to do something. Anything. He should have been there for Nero, should have pushed through his sickness and found a way to intervene. A bitter solace lingered in the knowledge that his brother's last sight was Pontia's beautiful splendor. He only hoped he had found some measure of peace. That it hadn't hurt. He pushed away the loose thought that it likely did. Princeps. A voice cut through his reverie. Gaius turned to see one of the senators who had accompanied him approaching and barely held back a sneer. Marcus Porcius Cato, a cunning man who had survived Sejanus' reign by betraying Titus Sabinus, a loyalist to Gaius' father. Even after his father's death, Titus had been a friendly face and loyal client to his mother and older brothers. An ally to the whole family. Gaius had admired the man as a child and was deeply saddened to learn of his execution by Tiberius. The senator thought he was safe, secure with the belief that the treason papers had been burned to ash and with them all evidence of his activities against Gaius' family erased. He thought he could now swoop in and foster Gaius' favor, whispering suggestions in his ears. He was wrong. He would serve a useful purpose. Gaius was nothing if not pragmatic, and then either he would be disposed of or politically exiled. Gaius marveled at his new social power. It would not take much for him to have gossip spread that he was displeased with Marcus Porcius Cato in key circles. The man's allies, fearing a decline in favor, would abandon him with haste. His enemies would, upon sensing vulnerability, pounce, and the man's political career would be over or left dead in the water. It was not something he could overtly abuse, but his words and position as first citizen held the highest authority in the senatorial social circles. The elite wanted Gaius to like them, wanted to be his friend and trusted confidant. Gaius and his family were trendsetters. Their hairstyles, ways of living and philosophies would be emulated by those hoping to ride on the coattails of the imperial family's social prestige. Gaius shook his head, forcing a faint smile. I appreciate the offer, but no. This is something I must do alone. The senator hesitated, clearly unsure if he should press further, but finally bowed and made his way back toward the ship docked in the harbor below. Other senators followed or mingled, hearing the unsaid command in his words. Gaius watched them go, his expression unreadable. He had been surrounded by senators and nobles ever since his accession, men eager to curry any form of favor with Rome's new master. They desperately wanted to understand his stance of key topics, on philosophy, on art, and his favorite types of entertainment. Sycophants the lot of them. Their eagerness was often suffocating, but Gaius had always been careful to appear gracious and respectful. Those he had brought on this journey were men who had once been close to his mother and brother, some of them having sold them out to Tiberius. It was a gesture that was as much calculated politics as it was genuine sentiment. The ones who had remained loyal, who were actual friends, he hoped would bolster his family's spirits after all the suffering they had endured. For the rest, he found it wise to keep one's enemies close at hand. So as to not ruffle feathers of the hundreds of senators he had left in Rome, he had urged them to defend and uphold the city and its virtues in his brief absence. Despite their relationship becoming more strained as of late, Gaius felt confident that Macro could keep the city in line during his brief absence. His climb quickly resumed, only his guards following distantly behind. Each step carried him closer and closer to his brother. He reached a plateau and paused again, this time to catch his breath. The sea breeze ruffled his hair, carrying with it the faint scent of wild herbs and salt. His mind wandered to his brother's widow, Julia Livia. Julia was their first cousin. The modern half of him tried not to think about that too hard. She had fallen into scandal just before Gaius assumed the throne, remarrying an equestrian of dubious reputation. Gaius grimaced. He frankly couldn't care less about who his cousin had married, but such a union reflected poorly on the entire dynasty. His rule was built on perception as much as power. The imperial family was a core part of that perception. Their individual personhood mattered little to Rome's elite. They were extensions of Gaius himself, whether they liked it or not. Any crack in the imperial image could become a chasm. He would need to tread carefully lest one of his sisters or Julia herself bring his plans crumbling down through scandal or embarrassment. The greatest of rulers across human history had at times been brought low not from their own folly but from the actions of their family. Finally, he reached the villa. Its white walls gleamed under the sun, walls weathered by exposure to the sea air. A few servants and praetorians awaited him at the entrance, their postures stiff with formality. One of the servants stepped forward, wringing his hands nervously. "Caesar, we are honored by your presence. If there is anything you require we can." "You know why I am here," Gaius interrupted, his voice cool and steady. "There is no need for pleasantries. Bring me my brother's ashes." The servant flinched but nodded, scurrying away to fetch the urn. Gaius turned to both groups of praetorians. "Ensure that the servants pack my brother's belongings and have them stowed on my ship. Nothing is to be left behind. I will handle this alone." They saluted and moved to comply, leaving Gaius to wait in silence. The praetorians went about their orders diligently and did not show any signs of being nervous at his presence, but he couldn't be 100% certain that they were not involved in his brother's demise. Whether they killed him or helped push him to the brink, it didn't matter. Nero died on their watch and Gaius would never forget their faces. Moments later, the servant returned, cradling a small, unadorned urn. Gaius took it without a word, his expression blank as he carried it deeper into the villa. The servant rushed to follow, but Gaius waved him off, indicating he wanted to be alone. Inside, the air was cool and still, the walls echoing faintly with each step he took. The walls were covered in beautiful expressions of art, unlike any he'd seen before. It didn't help his descending mood. He found a quiet corner and sank into a chair, placing the urn on a small table before him. For a long time, he simply stared at it, his thoughts a chaotic storm of grief, guilt, and anger. "Nero," he murmured, his voice breaking the silence. "I'm sorry." The words felt hollow, insufficient. He had not been gifted with the opportunity to save his brother's life, and no amount of remorse could change that. But as he sat there, alone with the ashes of a man who had once looked out for him as a child, he allowed himself to mourn. The tears came silently, so silently that they caught him off guard. He would later not be able to recall how long he sat there, in the quiet, but in the moment it felt like time was playing a cruel joke on him, passing in the blink of an eye. While it didn't fix his mood, the quiet and isolated corner of the villa provided the perfect opportunity for Gaius to settle a score. He rose to his feet and summoned the Praetorian Guard. He ordered 2 of them to attend him, one to stand and guard his brother's urn and the last to go collect Praetorian Marcus Ebutius. It did not take long for Marcus to arrive. He approached with a swagger, his arrogance evident in every step. He had been a thorn in Gaius' side throughout the last year, a brutish man who had delighted in asserting his authority over the young prince. "You called for me, Princeps?" Marcus asked, his tone laced with forced respect. Gaius stared at him in silence for a few moments, scanning his features. The man looked like he wished to speak again but seemingly gained some semblance of self-preservation and visibly chose to remain silent. The waves outside crashed loudly against the island's rocks far below, filling the silence that hung between him and the armored figure before him. Gaius' voice broke the quiet, low and edged with calm menace. "Do you remember Capri, Marcus?" The Praetorian's arrogance flickered, replaced with a glimmer of wariness. "Of course, Caesar," he replied, forcing confidence into his tone. "Many of us met and served you there." "Served me?" Gaius echoed, his lips curling into a faint, humorless smile. "Tell me, Marcus, do you recall on one of your routine patrols accidentally knocking me over while I was collecting letters from my family? In the process, you destroyed something valuable to me." Marcus hesitated, his jaw tightening. "If I caused offense I—" "Offense?" Gaius interrupted, choking back a laugh. "It was my sister Agrippina's letter. Her words to me burned to ash before I could read them fully. I merely glimpsed words seeking advice, my help, my guidance, to deal with that beast she's married to. That was all I was able to learn before you purposefully caused the letter to be destroyed. I sent an explanation, but upon receiving her next letter she did not wish to discuss it, did not wish to bother me with minor troubles. By all accounts history remembered her husband, the father to the infamous Emperor Nero, as a vile man. Gaius would have to assess the situation once he returned to Rome. Marcus' expression hardened, defiance bubbling beneath the surface. The man couldn't help himself. I serve Tiberius and Macro loyally. I am no enemy of yours, Caesar. Gaius' eyes glinted with cold amusement. Macro. He stepped closer, his voice dropping to a near whisper. Macro offered me your life without a moment of hesitation. He finds you tiresome. A blunt tool, easily replaced. Did you think you held genuine sway over him? That man has gone so far as to all but sell his wife to me to earn and keep the tiniest scraps of power. Compared to that you are nothing. Marcus stiffened, his face paling. You wouldn't dare. Well, I have friends. Connections. If they hear of you executing me they won't let you rest easy. Gaius doubted that, though it was in character for the Praetorian to overestimate the closeness of his relationships. Gaius titled his head, studying the man with a detached curiosity. Execute you? As far as your family, comrades, and brothers-in-arms are going to be concerned, your death will be one of honor. You'll die protecting your Caesar from an unknown assailant, a model of Praetorian loyalty. Your wife and children will be well looked after, I assure you, after all their father died a hero. What greater tribute could you ask for? A flick of Gaius' wrist was all it took. The two Praetorians standing nearby, ones he knew to be loyal, stepped forward without hesitation. The blades of their daggers found Marcus's neck and armpit in 2 swift motions, silencing his protests. For such a prideful man his body crumbled, and fell still on the cool floor rather quickly without a struggle. Gaius lazily beckoned his hand to a nearby railing, toss him over the side, and speak of this to no one. As you will, Caesar. As Gaius stepped out of the villa, the sun had risen in the sky, casting outward a tapestry of soft blues and fiery orange. The air was still, save for the faint rustle of waves lapping at the harbor below. The servants had finished their work, and the ship lay ready. In his hands Gaius clutched his brother's urn tightly, its weight the heaviest thing he had ever held. The senators who had accompanied him lingered at a distance, their eyes flickering with curiosity and unease. Some looked genuinely mournful, but none dared approach him. The air around him felt charged, his grim expression warning against any attempts at intrusion. Without a word, he descended toward the dock, each step measured and resolute. As the ship pulled away from the island, Gaius stood at the stern, watching Poncha recede into the shimmering expanse of sea. A grim satisfaction flickered in his chest. Marcus was dead, a brute who had tormented him for no other reason than cruelty and arrogance. A man who had spent an entire year harassing a boy half his age, reveling in his own sense of invulnerability. Gaius' frown deepened as he stared into the waves. Macro's supporters seemed to feel emboldened, secure in their belief that their loyalty to the Praetorian prefect would shield them from Gaius. That after many of them had either stood by watching or actively participating as he was humiliated and mistreated, they could escape the consequences. Fools! Gaius tightened his grip on the railing, his thoughts cold and clear. Let them think themselves untouchable. Let them cling to their illusion of safety. They would soon learn that no man who dared cross him would remain beyond his reach. The ship surged forward, its prow cutting through the waves as Gaius turned his gaze toward the horizon. Ahead he spied in the far distance the outline of the islands of Pandateria and Partenope, where his exiled mother, and his brother Drusus resided. Behind him he left a discarded body, a reminder to himself and to Macro when he heard of it, of the cost of underestimating him. A father's lessons to his adopted son 33 CE. Gaius rested a hand on Gemellus' shoulder, his tone measured and deliberate. Revenge is not the Jedi, I mean the Roman way, son. He began. It clouds one's judgment, a poison that consumes the heart. It solves nothing, heals nothing, and leaves behind only bitterness. Gemellus nodded, his youthful face reflecting the weight of the lesson. Still, he added, leaning in conspiratorially, when done properly, and the target deserving, it's immensely satisfying. I'm serious, it feels absolutely fantastic. The boy blinked in surprise as Gaius clapped him on the back. A lesson for life, my son. Restraint is virtuous and necessary if you wish to live a good life, but revenge is also fucking amazing, give it a try sometime. Thanks for reading. Gaius has got a bit of a vengeful side to him, which isn't surprising considering. Checks notes Capri was a nightmare to live on. For anyone curious, the reason the prefect of Egypt isn't of senatorial rank, equites being of the class below that, is that senators were forbidden to enter Egypt unless the emperor explicitly gave them permission. Rome vitally depends on massive imports of grain from Egypt to feed the city and Italy/empire. Whoever controls Egypt holds power over food supply. Two primary sources to help show this. Dio recounts in the Roman History 51.17. Octavian made Egypt tributary and gave it in charge of Cornelius Gallus. For in view of the populousness of both the cities and the country, the facile, fickle character of the inhabitants, and the extent of the grain supply and of the wealth, so far from daring to entrust the land to any senator, he would not even grant a senator permission to live in it, except as he personally made the concession to him by name. Tacitus tells us in Annals 2.59. Tiberius sharply rebuked Germanicus on his visit to Alexandria without the emperor's leave, contrary to the regulations of Augustus. That prince, among other secrets of imperial policy, had forbidden senators and Roman equestrians of the higher rank equites inlisters to enter Egypt except by permission, and he had specially reserved the country, from a fear that anyone who held a province containing the key of the land and of the sea, with ever so small a force against the mightiest army, might distress Italy by famine. As a man, I'm flesh and blood, I can be ignored, I can be destroyed, but as a symbol I can be incorruptible, I can be everlasting. Imperator Eternus Caesar, blatantly stolen from Bruce Wayne. Imperator Gaius Caesar. The villa on Pandateria exuded a muted opulence that spoke of a life once vibrant now muted and decayed from isolation. As Gaius stepped inside, he couldn't help but take in the marble floors, the intricate mosaics that lined the walls, and the faint scent of sea air mingling with lavender. A living embodiment of Roman wealth. Yet for all its splendor, there was an undeniable air of loneliness to the place. The air felt still, the villa unused to receiving visitors. The gardens outside were unkempt, the halls eerily quiet, save for the echo of his own footsteps. Flashes of a cramped apartment appeared in his mind, the scene before him mirrored the self-imposed isolation that was a cornerstone of his modern life. The difference being this exile was not chosen, it was a punishment, a cage. He glanced at the mosaics again, a very expensive cage. The realization stirred something deep within him, a renewed determination to live a life of purpose. He refused to be put in chains, regardless of their origin. He would not allow others, or his own weaknesses to hold him back. Gaius was escorted to the main chamber, where his mother Agrippina the elder awaited. She stood in the center of the room, still a vision of noble Roman elegance despite her diminished circumstances, just as he had remembered her. Her stella was made of fine but worn fabric, a deep violet accented with gold embroidery, and a fibula, brooch/pin, clasped the garment at her shoulder. Her dark hair was intricately braided and coiled into a low bun, adorned with a simple gold pin. Now 47, the commanding presence he had associated with his mother for his whole life was softened by time and hardship. Spoiler, statue of Livia Augusta wearing stella and palla. And, so you know what the outfit looks like? Plus I am in awe of how they sculpt flowing fabrics. Her frame was thinner than he remembered, her regal composure masking what was likely malnutrition. Despite her efforts to remain stoic, emotion flickered across her face when she locked eyes with him. Gaius had changed since they last parted, his growth in height and the extreme physical training he had undergone over the last year were evident in his muscular lean frame. Yet, despite these changes, she seemed to recognize him instantly. The power of a mother's intuition. Her carefully maintained demeanor faltered as he approached, and for a moment, vulnerability replaced the mask of strength she wore. Felix, discreetly ushered the other staff out of the room, leaving mother and son alone. Gaius stepped forward, his lips curving into a warm smile as he began to speak, but before he could utter a word, a shoe appeared in his mother's hand as if by magic. With a deft motion, she hurled it at him, her face forming into one of mock anger. The guards nearby tensed, their hands instinctively moving toward their weapons, but Gaius raised a hand, waving them off with a laugh. "Mother," he said, still chuckling, "your aim has not improved." She advanced on him, berating him with a mixture of exasperation and concern. "Fighting in an arena? Have you lost your mind?" she demanded, her voice rising and then softening as her eyes darted to his arms and face, searching for injuries. "And look at you. Are you hurt? What were you thinking?" The tension in the room melted into something warmer, familial. "It was months ago, Mother, I handled myself quite well. There's no need to worry." Best not tell her how Silvanus nearly threw him up and out of the arena multiple times. She scoffed and began checking him over, inspecting him for any injuries, and no doubt judging his dress sense. In all his memories of her she had always been a noble and composed woman, so he did his best to ignore the way her hands trembled as she allowed herself a moment of maternal vulnerability. Gaius, for his part, felt a happiness he hadn't known in years, genuine and unburdened by the weight of survival. They sat together, sharing quiet moments as the conversation turned to all that had occurred in the 4 years they had spent apart. His mother and Nero had been exiled in 29 CE, up until that point he had been living with her, had never known what it was like not as a part of her household. Sejanus and Tiberius had helped him grow up quickly. 4 years alone with nobody but the servants to keep as company, he couldn't imagine how lonely she must have felt. How frightened, for herself and the rest of them. She thankfully spoke of her isolation, opening up about the monotony of her days. She gripped Gaius' hand tightly, her voice breaking as she confessed. "I failed you all. I was so angry after your father's passing, so afraid at our family being so vulnerable that I let it blind me. I couldn't save Nero. But you." Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. "What you did for us, for me, and Drusus. I am so grateful." Tiberius, that mongrel dog, gloated, sending letters, even sending servants and mummers to brag about it to my face. But to think you endured all that, and now look at you." Her words trailed off, as she looked at him, seeing not just the man he had become but the boy he once was. "When you were a boy you were so insistent that you'd always protect me from harm, you practically asked me to put a sword in your tiny hands." She smiled, her eyes growing distant, as if seeing an old memory play behind her eyes. "I remember when I gave in and dressed you up in your little soldier uniform, our little Caligula. Our little boots. Oh how the soldiers loved you. I traveled by your father's side for years and watched as they celebrated glorious victory after victory, but on that day when I walked with you around the camp, holding your little hand in mine, the look on their faces. I've never seen love like that from the legion's son. You were theirs, their beloved Caesar Caligula." "I'm sure you exaggerate, mother." Gaius tried to deflect, surprised to find himself feeling genuinely embarrassed at the corniness and naivety of his child self. It said something that his mother was able to stir such feelings within him after years of separation. He dwarfed her in size, and yet while sitting side by side, his mother made him feel small in ways Tiberius had always failed to emulate. "When your great-grandfather died, a mutiny sprung up among the legions on the Rhine. They wanted your father to march on Rome, to take the throne for himself." Her voice grew softer, laced with unease. "It was chaos. They attacked their centurions, killed some. When your father tried to speak to them, it only made things worse. They offered him the purple, Gaius. And when he refused, he threatened to end his own life rather than betray his oaths, snatching the sword from his waist and moving to plunge it into his own chest. He would have succeeded had the men not fiercely grappled with him and held his sword back. Yet one of them, Caligula, I think, mocked him and merely offered a sharper sword." Gaius' brow furrowed as he listened. The original Gaius pre-mind meld had only heard of the story in rumor, never being directly told the full series of events. And the modern historian in him had read of the event from the accounts of Tacitus, so she was merely confirming to be true what he already believed to have happened. A strange mental intersection. "What did father do?" he asked quietly. "Your father decided it was too dangerous for us to stay. He ordered me to leave with you and our household. The soldiers watched as we prepared to depart, and I could hear their whispers, angry, confused, ashamed. And they saw you with me. Their little Boudicans. Born in the camp, raised among their ranks, a child they had come to believe was theirs as much as mine. When they realized we were being sent to the Treveri for safety, they ran after us." She leaned back. "I remember their cries. They demanded I stay, that you stay. They blocked the roads, ran after our litter, begged with the gods and with us, begging us not to leave them. Some cried out about our lineage, some of their love for you. Their jealousy of the Treveri, their indignation and shame that we would seek protection from our own men from a foreign tribe. At the time I sensed there was a strong need in those me to prove they could protect us. It all boiled over. They forced us to return to the camp, and when your father saw their repentance, he made this great speech. He scolded them, reminded them of who they were supposed to be, and demanded they prove their loyalty not with words, but with action. And they listened," Gaius murmured. "They listened," she echoed. "They begged for forgiveness, brutally punished the worst among them, and swore to redeem themselves in battle. Your father refused to let me stay. I was pregnant with your sister Agrippina at the time and he feared for my health during the winter. But he sent you back to them. Boudicans, their talisman of hope. He said they cheered as if they had conquered Germania itself upon seeing you. Well, I'm sorry for being so late at coming to your rescue, mother, but I did keep my promise." She huffed and lightly smacked him on the arm. "Foolish boy," she murmured. He couldn't find any lingering regret at saving her life. Whatever may come, this moment of levity and joy was well worth the potential consequences. At her urging, he recounted his time being raised by grandmother Antonia, living in fear of Sejanus, and then upon his death he told her of his time on Capri, the abuse, the humiliation, the plotting with Macro. He didn't hold much back, feeling relieved at finally getting to unburden himself with someone he trusted. Her hand never left his, her silent support rekindling the bond between them. When words finally ran dry, they sat side by side, gazing out a window at the sea, the silence heavy with unspoken emotions. Gaius' eyes drifted to the nearby island, one day named Santo Stefano in another timeline, that he spied in the distance. Drusus had been moved there from his cell in Rome. He had lingered long enough. Rising to his feet, he extended a hand to his mother. "Come," he said, "the servants should be finished by now, we need to get Drusus. I've organized a private dinner back in Rome for the whole family, best not be late." She looked excited to see another one of her sons so soon, a rare expression of hope softening her face. Together they left the villa and island behind, his mother badgering him all the way about finally settling down and giving her some grandchildren to fuss over. Today was a good day. Drusus Caesar. Drusus jolted awake, his breath coming in shallow gasps, the damp chill of the sea breeze clinging to his skin. For a moment, he struggled to place his surroundings, his gaze sweeping across the balcony, the vast expanse of the sea below, and the distant ships cutting through the horizon. Dark clouds gathered in the distance, their ominous presence drawing his attention, while the creaking of the chairs around the small table tugged at his focus. He rubbed his temples, trying to banish the nightmare that lingered, but the memory of his captivity was ever present, a shadow that refused to lift from his mind. Drusus looked down at himself with a bitter sigh, his gaze drifting over his frail form. The body that had once commanded attention, stirred the desires of Rome's women, the strong limbs and firm muscles, now felt foreign. As if they had been a mere dream. His arms were thin, the skin stretched too tightly over bone, and the faint scars of beatings marred his once pristine skin. His loose tunic, which settled over his frail form like a cloak, hid how his ribs jutted out too sharply, a constant reminder of the hunger that had gnawed at him for so long. He tried not to think about the hunger, how all-consuming it had been in those last few weeks, how he had begged for the tiniest morsel, the tiniest scrap just to relieve the ache. The pale scars across his back and arms itched with the memory of whips and chains, and the jagged mark across his ribcage seemed to throb as if it had never fully healed. He ran a hand over his face, feeling the hollowness beneath his cheeks. The utter gauntness of his face surprised him where once he had taken pride in how full and strong it had been. When he had gazed into his reflection he had been surprised by his eyes, once sharp and filled with life, now seemed sunken, dull, as if the light had been drained out of them. Tiberius had unraveled the man he had once been and left a husk in his place. Sometimes he wasn't sure he had ever escaped the prison, dreading that it was all an hallucination. That he had gone mad. Soft footsteps coming from the archway to his back broke the silence. "I asked not to be disturbed," he barked, his voice rough with lingering exhaustion. It had been 7 months since he was released and he still felt weak, still looked sickly. He hated it, hated people seeing him like this. The servant's apology that followed, filled with stutters and murmured excuses, stirred a pang of guilt, but before he could respond, a voice cut through the air, a familiar voice, surprisingly commanding, and entirely unexpected. "You've grown cold in your welcome, brother." Drusus froze. Turning slowly in his seat, he saw someone he had never expected to see again. For the briefest of moments he thought it was a younger mirage of his father standing before him, but clarity quickly returned. His father was dead. There was only one other it could be. Gaius, his little brother, stood in the archway, his presence filling the open space. He was certain he had fallen under some spell, become ensnared in witchcraft, for the man before him was not at all the same from the memory of Gaius that lived in his mind. His younger brother, surely 20 by now, looked every inch the ruler, taller, broader, his bearing regal and assured. Before he could open his mouth to voice his confusion, another surprise greeted him that rocked him to the core. Out from behind his brother stepped his mother, her eyes soft with emotion as she looked at him. Pity and a deep love swirled in her eyes, and Drusus forced himself to look away, unable to stand the sight of it. He felt embarrassed that she saw him in such a pathetic state. She must be disgusted, utterly ashamed, he thought. 4 Praetorians flanked them in silence, and with a wave Gaius ushered them to stand guard at a distance to ensure the 3 of them had privacy. That they followed the command without Gaius needing to say a word was a testament to his authority over them. Which could only mean one thing: his younger brother had become the Imperator of Rome. Tiberius was surely dead then. He felt the smallest stirrings of vindication. Drusus tried to stand, but his bastard legs betrayed him, somehow trembling under his frail weight. Before he could fall, Gaius was at his side, his grip firm and steady on his elbow and shoulder. "Easy," Gaius murmured, lowering him back into the chair. "You've been through enough. There's no need for ceremony or shame with us, brother." The words, though kind, stung, a sharp reminder of Drusus' current state. His pride flared, almost causing him to say something foolish, but gratitude kept him silent. There was no judgment in his brother's eyes or tone. His mother approached, her gaze flicking over him with maternal concern. She reached out, brushing a hand over his shoulder, but Gaius' voice interrupted her. "Let him speak," he said gently, though the edge of authority was unmistakable. He was shocked that Gaius had recognized he was building himself up to speak. It seemed his brother had learned how to read people. What was even more surprising to witness was how his mother listened without question to Gaius' subtle command. She had been a loving mother for as long as Drusus had known her, but she'd always been strict with discipline and quick to reaffirm her place as their mother, as the family's matriarch when he got up to mischief alongside Nero. Drusus hesitated, the words caught in his throat. He coughed a few times to clear up a block that wasn't there and clenched his fists, knuckles whitening. He forced himself to look up and meet Gaius' gaze. "I got your letter," he began, his voice unsteady. I don't know how to thank you. I wouldn't have lasted much longer in that place." The admission felt like a surrender. What kind of man was he to admit such weakness in the presence of his mother and younger brother? Of the man he was certain was now the first citizen of Rome. The memories surged unbidden, dark and damp cells, the searing bite of the lash, the crushing weight of isolation. The hunger, belly-aching, teeth-grinding hunger. He glanced away, his jaw tightening. "I don't understand why you dared risk so much. We haven't seen each other in years, Gaius. Why'd you bother?" We both know Tiberius hated us both. Because you're my brother, Gaius replied simply, his tone softening. And because our family has lost too much already. I discovered he planned to have you both killed. What kind of man would I be to let such a crime go unchallenged? Drusus blinked, startled by the warmth in Gaius' voice. But before he could respond, Gaius straightened, addressing both him and his mother as he helped guide her into one of the adjoining seats at the table. I didn't just come to bring you home, Drusus. I came to bring the three of us together. Our family has been broken and torn apart, but we still have a chance to rebuild. Rome is mine now. The Senate, Praetorians and the legions look to me as their rightful imperator. They trust me to lead them. I intend to honor that trust, but I cannot do it alone. Gaius took the final seat, his posture relaxed as he rested his hands lightly on the table. His gaze, however, was anything but casual. It swept over them both, and lingered, heavy with the authority now fully in his grasp. His brother had adapted well to his new position. If he'd been told of it years ago he would have never believed it. We are at a turning point. Rome has had setbacks, the Teutoburg Forest massacre, the Bellum Battanianum, Illyrian revolt, the African revolt, and Tiberius' mismanagement has led to our imperium's stagnation. Now more than ever we stand ready to ascend higher than ever before. Augustus founded the imperium. I will shape it. He paused, letting the words settle. I have grand plans, reforms, and innovations that will define Rome for centuries to come. 20 centuries will pass, brother, and they will still speak my name. Drusus felt a knot tighten in his chest. He could hear the ambition in Gaius' voice, the fire of a man unwilling to be constrained by the shadows those who came before him. Of those who got in his way. To achieve this I need time, decades, not years. Conquests to cement Rome's glory, Britannia, Nabatea, Mauritania, Thracia, perhaps more if the opportunity comes and the reward is worth it. Innovations to make our Imperium Romanum the envy of the world for all time. Reforms that will ensure the legions and the Senate bend to my will, not the whims of sycophants or the ghosts of Tiberius' old alliances. His gaze sharpened, flicking between Drusus and his mother, catching their direct eye line. But I cannot do it alone. Our family stands at a precipice. Father is dead. Nero is dead. Those who might have protected us are gone. Tiberius has filled the Senate and magistracies with cronies. Sejanus has entangled the Praetorian Guard in the politics of power. Almost all of our family's old allies and clients have either been killed, been exiled, fled to the far reaches of the empire, or turned against us to save their own lives. Drusus clenched his fists. He had served as quaestor in the Senate before his imprisonment, a direct witness to the power struggles his brother spoke of, the betrayals, the cold, calculating brutality of it all. He had seen firsthand the games and plots being played in the court and Senate house. Gaius leaned forward, his tone quieter but no less forceful. If I am honest, I want to be a dutiful and hard-working imperator. I do not desire to sit on my laurels, to waste my days away as a neglectful gluttonous deviant as Tiberius did these last 7 years. His brother hesitated, but it's more than that, the cost of failure will not fall on me alone. This is a matter of our survival. If I fail to gain the loyalty and obedience of the legions and Senate, if I appear weak enough that some usurper decides it's worth the risk to challenge me and then I am not strong enough to stop them, they will kill us all. Do you understand? You have missed much in your exile. The Senate is packed with men I know to be ambitious enough to consider it. Gaius looked almost desperate in his need to convey the situation to them. I need you both, 2 people I can trust above all else. Not just as family but as members of my inner circle who will help me lay the foundations of my vision for Rome's bright future. I need your loyalty, your judgment, your intellect, and your strength. To bring Rome to this new age, I must demand the full measure of your devotion. His mother spoke first, her voice steady and sure as it always was. You have always had my loyalty, Gaius. That will not change. Gaius inclined his head slightly, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He turned to Drusus, his expression more probing. And you, brother? Can I count on you? The question pierced through Drusus' pride and unease. For a moment, the room seemed smaller, the air heavier. There was a strong implication in his brother's words. Drusus for the first time noticed the difference in his brother's eyes. They had changed. Where before they had carried the young eagerness of an innocent teen, they now looked aged. His gaze had a weight to it he had not felt from anyone but his father, and some of the oldest men he knew. The gaze that did not belong in the eyes of a youthful 20-year-old man. In other circumstances it would no doubt make his brother look mature, old-spirited, but now it merely made him look intimidating. You have my loyalty, Gaius. But, this isn't easy for me. I don't expect it to be. But loyalty is more than a promise, it's an unbreakable bond. Gaius held up a hand before either of them could respond further. Before we move further, I must make something clear. If you wish to set it all aside, after all you've both endured, if you wish to withdraw from this life of endless vigilance and scheming, I will not compel you. You may leave the concilium and live without fear of my demands or the dangers that come with my reign. Drusus blinked, surprised by the offer. His mother's expression remained inscrutable. You will be barred from the city of Rome itself, the province of Egypt, or any magistracies or military commands of any kind to avoid entanglement in the politics, but the rest of the empire will be yours to explore at your leisure. Travel where you will, live in peace, and know that I will not begrudge this choice. The offer is born of love, not compulsion. He paused, gathering his thoughts before continuing. But make no mistake, if you remain, there can be no hesitation, no faltering, no disloyalty. Rome will demand your devotion. I will demand it. Understand this, the imperial family is more than just blood. We are the living embodiment of Rome's virtues. In every action you take, in every word you speak, the people will see me. Your actions will be tied to my name, my authority, and my reign. Many will try to befriend you, isolate you, humiliate you, and manipulate you. They will do this to get to me through you. He leaned forward, his eyes narrowing. Scandal, rebellion, even idle rumor, they reflect not just on you but on the Imperium itself. My control over this family must be absolute. With my duties I will rely on you both to keep certain members in line when I cannot. No actions without my consent. No disappearances. No missteps. Power resides where men believe it resides. We must do all we can to ensure that they believe it rightfully belongs in our hands. In my hands. His mother reached out, placing a hand on both their arms. Her voice was tinged with a mother's resolve. Drusus suspected the men who had turned against her sons were not prepared for the storm about to hit them. We will not fail you, son. Drusus met her gaze, then turned back to his brother. The weight of their shared history, the darkness they had endured, pressed heavily on him. Finally, he spoke, his voice firmer than it had been in years. It felt odd coming from such a wrecked and pathetic body. You have my loyalty, Augustus. Always. Gaius smiled faintly, though the burden of his role never left his piercing mature eyes. He rose, the faintest traces of relief softening his commanding demeanor. Together we will make Rome eternal. New inscription plaque uncovered during site excavations in the city of Rome. Latin. Collegium Artis Mechanici. Princeps gave Caesar Avgustus Germanicus. Et. Heron Alexandrinvs. Ad operas novas artesque prestanda. D. Didicerunt. Anno BVRBE Condididicalsxi. English. College of Mechanical Art. Princeps Gaius Caesar Augustus Germanicus. N. Hero of Alexandria. Dedicated to advancing new works and arts. In the year 786 from the founding of the city. Thanks for reading. If you're curious about reading the full Rhine Mutiny, Tacitus goes into great detail, the Rhine Mutiny. Though here's the specific passage on what Agrippina is talking about. The fact that Germanicus family, as the royal family and as I've pointed out also essentially the empire's biggest celebrities, would feel so unsafe with the mutinous legionaries that they would openly leave the camp in fear to seek shelter with foreigners was a huge blow to the ego, pride, and masculinity of the soldiers. You can see in the below primary source how important baby Caligula, who was still only an infant, was to them. Kinda crazy. During these alarms, Germanicus was universally blamed for not proceeding to the upper army, where he could count on obedience and on help against the rebels. Discharges, donations, and soft-hearted measures had done more than enough mischief. Or, if he held his own life cheap, why keep an infant son and a pregnant wife among madmen who trampled on all laws, human or divine? These at any rate he ought to restore to their grandfather and the Commonwealth. He was long undecided, and Agrippina met the proposal with disdain, protesting that she was a descendant of the deified Augustus, and danger would not find her degenerate. At last, bursting into tears, he embraced their common child, together with herself and the babe-to-be, and so induced her to depart. Feminine and pitiable the procession began to move the commander's wife in flight with his infant son born on her breast, and round her the tearful wives of his friends, dragged like herself from their husbands. Nor were those who remained less woebegone. 41 The picture recalled less a Caesar at the zenith of force and in his own camp than a scene in a taken town. The sobbing and wailing drew the ears and eyes of the troops themselves. They began to emerge from quarters. Why, they demanded, the sound of weeping? What calamity had happened? Here were these ladies of rank, and not a centurion to guard them, not a soldier, no sign of the usual escort or that this was the general's wife. P315. They were bound for the Treviri 17 handed over to the protection of foreigners. There followed shame and pity and memories of her father Agrippa, of Augustus her grandfather. She was the daughter-in-law of Drusus, herself a wife of notable fruitfulness and shining chastity. There was also her little son, born in the camp and bred the playmate of the legions, whom soldier-like they had dubbed Budicans 18 Caligula because, as an appeal to the fancy of the rank and file, he generally wore the footgear of that name. Nothing, however, swayed them so much as their jealousy of the Treviri. They implored, they obstructed. She must come back, she must stay, they urged, some running to intercept Agrippina, the majority hurrying back to Germanicus. Still smarting with grief and indignation, he stood in the center of the crowd, and thus began. Germanicus gives a speech here and below are the results. His words converted them into suppliants, they owned the justice of the charges and begged him to punish the guilty, forgive the erring, and lead them against the enemy. Let him recall his wife, let the nursling of the legions return, he must not be given in hostage to Gauls. His wife, he answered, must be excused, she could hardly return with winter and her confinement impending. 22 His son, however, should come back to them, what was still to be done they could do themselves. They were changed men now, and, rushing in all directions, they threw the most prominent of the mutineers into chains and dragged them to Gaius Caesar, legate of the First Legion, who dealt out justice and punishment to them one by the following method. The legions were stationed in front with drawn swords, the accused was displayed on the platform by a tribune, if they cried guilty, he was thrown. P321. Down and hacked to death. The troops revelled in the butchery, which they took as an act of purification, nor was Germanicus inclined to restrain them. The orders had been none of his, and the perpetrators of the cruelty would have to bear its odium. Residential gesti divi aeterni, the deeds of the divine eternus. Paragraph 2 of 65. In the first year of my accession to the purple, Rome burst into grand celebration at a level unseen since the day of my father, Germanicus Julius Caesar's triumph, which he had been bestowed to honor his decisive military victories in Germania. That my gift of restoring financial stability and liberty alongside my father's return of the stolen eagle standards caused such mutual jubilation is a testament to how greatly the Roman citizenry valued the restoration of hope and vigor within the Republic. Upon the decree of the Senate and the acclamation of the people, festivals were proclaimed across the city for 3 months without interruption. By my decree, public games were held in every district, and no expense was spared to ensure that the joys of the people knew no bounds. By night, the streets blazed with torches as delighted crowds sang hymns to the gods, thanking them for my birth upon this earth, the sole man who had restored to them their long-desired peace and security, calling upon Jupiter Optimus Maximus himself to bless my reign. The air rang with shouts of Salus Romi, for the citizens declared that the Republic was reborn through my hand. By day, joyful processions of the well-spirited citizenry paraded through the Via Sacra, and the forum itself was adorned with garlands and offerings of thanks. My colleagues in the Senate joined in on the celebrations, expressing delight at their restored liberties, taking to their responsibilities with a renewed hunger and giddiness unseen in generations. I, mindful of my duty, forbade any excessive tribute to my person, directing instead that these festivities be seen as a celebration of the resurgent glory of Rome. Even in joy, I labored to remind the people that their loyalty was owed not solely to me but to our shared imperium which I was privileged to serve and safeguard. It was my greatest honor to serve alongside men who whenever in my company exuded dignity, kindness, and conscientious character, and together we toiled away to bring forth a golden age yet unknown by mankind. Salus Romi equals salvation of Rome. May 33 CE. In the 5th month of the first year of Imperator Gaius' reign. The city of Rome, Palatine Hill, Domus Tiberiana, Imperial Palace of Tiberius. Top left Palais de Tiberi. And, from this picture only the Domus Augusti, Area Apollinis, and Domus Tiberiana on the left exist in 33 CE, the rest were built by later emperors/dynasties, as their names show. Imperator Gaius Caesar. There is a strange beauty in abandoned things, in the quiet decay of what was once vibrant, and in the stubborn resilience of that which refuses to wither. The courtyard of the Tiberius Palace lay steeped in quiet grandeur, its symmetry unmarred by 7 years of neglect. Tiberius had abandoned the palace without notice or care, leaving its contents and servants behind when he fled for the isolation of Capri. The large peristyle, an open courtyard at the heart of the palace, was framed on all sides by elegant arcades, rows of arches resting atop marble columns. Sunlight spilled through the open space, casting shifting patterns of light and shadow onto the mosaic pavement below, while the covered walkways that bordered the space on all sides offered a cool respite, their vaulted ceilings adorned with bright artful frescoes that openly proclaimed imperial grandeur, proclaiming to all Tiberius' superiority. Essentially this but at the level you'd expect of an emperor's palace. A broad corridor split the palace's southern rooms, and to the north stood a block of chambers whose purpose ranged from bedrooms, kitchens, a private dining space, an office, and several other chambers whose original purpose had been forgotten after Tiberius' long absence. Along the eastern wall stretched the cryptoporticus, its mosaic floors rich in color and donned with detailed frescoes of Tiberius' favorite myths, animals, and symbols. At its heart, a young man worked tirelessly with a sword in his hand, the dull thunk of his blade against a wooden paulus, stake in the ground, filling the courtyard. From a distance one would not assume this young man, covered in sweat and huffing from exertion to be Gaius Caesar, Rome's princeps. Gaius took to his physical training in the same way he did his personal hygiene, with a strict discipline and an unwavering dedication to the point it could not be ignored by his peers. It did not take long for Rome's inhabitants to notice that their first citizen did not care to hide his commitment to a strict and thorough hygiene regimen. It was quickly deemed an odd but respectable virtue, a sign that the princeps was diligent in all things he undertook, even down to his cleanliness. A peerless man. This was only reinforced when the princeps was often spied undergoing his strenuous exercises and martial training beyond what was expected of a member of his social standing. To the confusion and curiosity of many, some of the exercises seemed to be of the princeps' own invention, their purpose unclear. This again was deemed by many a virtue, especially those of militaristic inclination. It was only natural that Germanicus' son would become interested in honing his martial skills, it was in his blood. Thunk. Clack. Thud. The hiss of Gaius' blade rang out as it struck the wooden palu's over and over again. His body, lean and tempered, bore testament to a disciplined focus and heart, the sinews of a man preparing for wars yet unseen. Wars of the sword, of conquest, and physical wars of health, fighting against illness. Treating his body with dignity, and turning it into a fortress. Gaius, upon awakening as his reborn self, had been left shaken and cursed with the knowledge of his vulnerability to illness, the danger of the smallest colds and viruses, the threat posed by greater plagues and diseases to upending his civilization. His body did not have the luxury of modern medicine, vaccinations to rely upon. All that he could do was to ensure he kept healthy and made adequate precautions. His own peers lacked a true understanding about medicine and illness, it would be up to him to teach them. It was all in all a Hail Mary, a hope that his unwavering diligence would protect him and go a long way from preventing any serious health risks from developing. The thought of the illnesses that had struck the original Caligula on numerous occasions left his heart racing more than any exercise could. An anxiety gripped his heart, and quickly following it an resentful anger. A man can learn quickly to hate what he fears. Each thrust of the gladius was measured, flowing in calculated movements, the image of an enemy soldier flashing in Gaius' mind as he moved his sword arm back and forth, keeping his feet steady and piercing aim true with a precision born of relentless hours of practice. Days and nights spent in an almost desperate attempt to reforge himself into a decent swordsman. A warrior that if necessary could defend himself or fight alongside his men. Gaius' memories told him that in his modern life he had never held a weapon, or had never needed to use one. Before he gained these new memories he had as a boy only learnt the basics but had been too interested in other things such as theatre to go beyond doing the bare minimum to not be punished. Macro's training on Capri had been an eye-opener for how much he had let even those basic skills slip. If he was to become immortal in the minds and hearts of the Roman people, and those that came after them, he would need to drown his life and personal image in spectacle, if that meant molding himself into the heroic warrior king archetype as Alexander the Great and Henry V had done, then so be it. Gaius refused to become an Emperor Vitellius, a man infamous for laziness, gluttony, and extravagance. In the life that he hoped would never be he had lived a short life of madness and excess, to the point he declared himself a god. In the other he had lived one of quiet desperation and boredom, this time he would live a life of action, of significance, of conscience, of discipline. A life greater than that of an ordinary Roman emperor. Gaius Caesar as first citizen had to be the ideal, the Roman man. A man people wanted to know and wanted to emulate, one that it felt natural and right to be led by, to be ruled by. He had to turn himself into a symbol. Everlasting in the minds of men. Thud. Clack. Gaius repeated the attacking motions again, unhappy with how he handled the weapon's balance in the last set. He refused to be sloppy. Around him, Praetorian guards loitered in muted vigilance, some stood straight and diligently, their eyes scanning for threats. Others tried to hide their slouching, hide their boredom. Some were no doubt taking note of his actions, they would report whatever information they found useful to Macro. Their meetings had grown strained, unwilling to bend on key issues they disagreed on. The palace's servants moved with practiced efficiency, rushing to get the palace in order for tonight's event, and Gemellus, his eager shadow, watched intently, gladius in hand but unused. The boy had adjusted quickly to having Gaius as his adopted father, seemingly eager to have an adult in his life, a father figure no less, who treated him with care and respect. Gaius was curious about the man Gemellus would turn into, he would be one of the oldest of the next generation and held great promise yet untapped. It was Gaius' duty to Gemellus and to Rome's future to be the one to help that potential become reality. In between hitting the palus, Gaius' ears picked up the sounds of someone approaching. He knew it to be Felix without having to look. He could practically sense the man's reproach from across the city. He stopped and turned just in time to spy the old man shaking his head as he stepped out into the fading light. His voice was soft in a way it only could be with a friend and yet equally firm. Gaius didn't pity Felix's job, he knew that at times he could be a hard man to corral, his energy and disposition making it hard for him to be swayed to others' way of thinking. His new modern biases and knowledge of the future had at times made him arrogant or dismiss the opinions of his contemporaries as backwards, as ancient. It was an unexpected weakness that he desperately tried to mend at each opportunity it arose. The people of the past weren't stupid, his knowledge of a more civilized and advanced future didn't make him smarter than everyone else. He was lucky to have a man like Felix as his personal secretary, who took his job with the utmost seriousness and respect it deserved, a man willing to speak up to his princeps without fear. Not willing to be a yes man under any circumstances. Gaius, I hope you realize that your guests will soon be arriving. Your mother and grandmother included, who we both know will not appreciate you appearing before them at the dinner table in such a state. The man eyed Gaius up and down from his matted hair to his tunic, which was covered in patches of sweat. The rewards of a long workout. Your bath and evening attire are ready. Gaius chuckled. The man was right about one thing. His mother and grandmother were a dangerous combination when united with a common enemy. Especially if that enemy was one of their children or grandchildren not showing enough decorum at the dinner table. I appreciate your diligence, Felix. I shall get ready at once, but before I do, how does the city fare this evening? What is the mood of my people tonight? With a whisper of metal, Gaius' blade was sheathed in one smooth motion. Felix smirked faintly, clearly pleased at the question. On Gaius' orders, Felix, in collaboration with Gaius' mother, had begun setting up the foundations for a spy network across the city. Gaius dreamed of it one day penetrating all levels of society, and going out beyond the city of Rome to across Italy and the wider empire. Information was power after all. Secrets were powerful things, and Gaius had full intention of collecting them and using them to his advantage. As far as networks go, it was bare bones for now, in its infancy, as Gaius tried to utilize all the knowledge he had on 20th century espionage and spycraft and pitch it in a way that Felix and his mother would understand and be eager to implement. He had high hopes of it turning into something the ancient world had never seen before. By all accounts, the city is still drunk on celebration. Almost a full month with you as their imperator, and they still show no signs of stopping. It's almost as if they deem to drown their prior sorrows to never return through the joy of excessive drinking and festivities. Your reforms have proven successful, the economic crisis has eased significantly, many families have found great relief solely due to the donations you made to the citizens. They were able to hold on because of you. The construction of your building projects has, from what my men tell me, given thousands both a steady income and a new sense of purpose. The work relieves them from boredom and despair, and makes them feel like they have meaning again. And my peers in the Senate? He inquired, handing off his gear to a nearby waiting servant. Thank you, Eros, he said, making sure to thank the man and like he had with Felix, using his name. Respect, gratitude, and treating your workers well went a long way, who knew? It wouldn't be long before his servants and guards were approached by various factions and individuals, willing to bribe them to have a spy in his household. It likely had already started. Tonight I believe many of them will spend their evening stewing in feelings of disappointment and envy. No doubt wishing they had been invited to tonight's dinner. I have heard interesting rumors about your marriage prospects. Your peers all wonder if you will surprise them soon with news of a wife. My men have noticed the servants of many high-class daughters and mothers rushing about the city's marketplaces, seeking to gather the most premium and eye-catching attire and makeup for their mistresses. I hear their circles and gatherings have grown heated. There can only be one Augusta after all, and none seem eager to lose. Gaius let out a short snort. One problem at a time, my friend. He clapped the freedman on the shoulder, his tone softening. Thank you, have the rest of the evening and tomorrow off. I can take it from here. I'll need you well rested when tribunes Suetonius and Corbulo arrive in the city. I want you there when I speak with them. We have important matters to discuss. With a grateful nod, Felix retreated, and Gaius moved toward his new bathing chamber, his steps deliberate, and his thoughts heavy with the weight of the upcoming family dinner. He hadn't seen his family together in one place since he was a child, and even then he could not recall a gathering such as this being held. The men of the family and heirs had been spread out across the empire, and in the future this trend was likely to continue again. He may not get many more chances to host such dinners so freely, best take advantage while he could. Tonight he would study his family members and how they reacted to his new position above them, and gauge where or with whom their loyalties lied. After all, he knew better than anyone that a house divided against itself could not stand. Agrippina the Younger. Agrippina, a proud daughter of Germanicus, felt more alive than she had in years. Finally everything was as it should be. Her family reclaiming their rightful place in Rome. The palace of Tiberius loomed large before her as she ascended the marble steps with her husband of 5 years, Gnaeus Domitius Ahenobarbus. The architectural magnificence of the palace soared overhead, dominating the Palatine hill and city below. A rightful testament to the power and wealth of her family. Yet despite the palace's majesty, the sight of it stirred conflicting emotions to rise to the surface from deep within her fiery heart. Agrippina held a deep pride in her family's heritage, in the prestige and rightful place they held at the top of the Roman world. Yet that pride in the recent past often dimmed when she had been in the presence of her great-uncle Tiberius Caesar. She had only met the man on a few occasions, and he had not left a good impression. Upon first meeting him as a child, her first thought had been disbelief. This is the head of our household? This is who our great-grandfather chose to succeed him? It had left her feeling bewildered for quite some time. How could a man who she admired so deeply have chosen such an inadequate man as his successor? As the years passed and she grew to learn about her family's history, she quickly came to the rightful conclusion that the rest of Rome had, that all of his other rightful choices had met an unfortunate end. Tiberius was all he had left. 5 years ago she had been summoned to meet and speak with her great-uncle for the first time one-to-one. It had been daunting and exhilarating. He was finally acknowledging her as a person that existed and not as some little girl in the background. Any hopes that he might prove to be a family member she could take pride in being related to died a quick death. He had been flippant with her, mocking her father, and cruel in the way he addressed her. He compared her to her mother, who he deemed to be a witch and curse upon the earth. It had ended with the announcement that she would be married to one of his new friends, Gnaeus Domitius Ahenobarbus, at the time a 30-year-old man twice her age. She had celebrated her 13th birthday just a month before. She had held her tongue. After all, Julia Agrippina was a dutiful daughter of the Caesar household. Yet she had not been impressed. Gnaeus had an infamous reputation, the kind of reputation that spoke of a man she would not want to get within arm's reach of if she could help it. He was well known for cheating on bankers for purchases he made, and when he had served as praetor a scandal erupted when it came out that managers were complaining that he had been swindling the prize money from victorious charioteers. Accusations of adultery and incest had followed the man all his life. Such a man was now her husband. Agrippina calmed the mounting tempest in her heart of flames, reminding herself as if speaking in prayer, "I am a dutiful daughter of the Caesar household." She was not overly surprised by the marriage itself, had been expecting it even. It was the fate of all women in Rome of her station and peerage. A bitter thought flashed to the surface of her mind. After all, a woman could be of no greater use, could have no greater purpose in this world than to give away her body, life, and soul to the interests of the men around her. The unbidden thought caused a lifelong war to rekindle within her soul. Feelings of resentment, outrage, and defiance curled around her throat, and slithered through her veins like the deadliest liquid poison. Her heart of flames did not want to be contained. It felt as if deep cracks were forming and widening along its surface, leaving deep grooves and cracks deep in her chest aching for relief. The strain to keep such internal conflict contained and muted felt almost impossible. For a mere instant she felt as if she had transformed into Atlas himself, holding up the weight of the sky. Letting her true feelings show to the world could prove disastrous. "I am a dutiful daughter of the Caesar household." She used her physical senses to calm her down, the feeling of her sandal-covered feet touching the floor as they entered the palace, the loss of the flowing wind on her skin, and the sound of distant music. As much as she hated the sensation, she used the rough texture of her husband's arm to center herself, resting her hand on his bicep as they took in the palace's atrium. She often tried and failed to not compare her husband's old, fat, and wrinkly skin with the rough texture of gravelled stone. The mere comparison was enough to make her shiver. Over the 5 years that she had been married to Gnaeus, she had come to learn his many unflattering quirks and habits. The most recognizable was his habit of indulging in too much drink. He often stank faintly of wine, even leaving the baths with an aroma of wine still clinging to his skin. His gait always betrayed the slight swagger of a man who took too much pleasure in his vices, to the point he found it easier to walk around with a drink in his system than without. Many of her peers drank, but her husband did so at a level that was deemed socially unacceptable, to the point of consistent embarrassment, often relying on Agrippina to have him carried home after he passed out at numerous banquets. When they could merely have been making connections, friends, or just enjoying a pleasant evening, he found a way to remind everyone that his first and only love was wine. He never deemed it necessary to thank her for being such a dutiful wife. "I am a dutiful daughter of the Caesar household," she repeated her internal mantra. She had quickly come to learn that Gnaeus was arrogant, the infamous stories of his bold willingness to scam, cheat, and mock others proving to be true. She had hoped that upon receiving her brother Gaius' letter he would for once show some manner of decorum, that he would tone down his excesses, if not to impress her family then to at least show the respect they rightfully deserved. She glanced at him out of the corner of her eye, a familiar gait and aroma catching her senses. It seemed her hopes would be in vain. Her husband was indeed a man arrogant enough to spend the day indulging in drink, knowing full well he would be dining in Caesar's household that very night. As far as she could tell, he was completely unconcerned with how he would be perceived by the other invitees, which included 2 of the most prideful people she had ever known in her mother and grandmother. A waiting servant humbly offered to escort them to the dining hall and they quickly followed. She willfully ignored Gnaeus' crude remarks to the servants and the passing glances he made at the younger maidens in Gaius' employ. "I must say your brother has a fine taste in servants, my dear wife. Do you think he'd let me borrow some of them? I mean, how many servants does our dear humble princeps need on hand anyway?" Agrippina tightened her jaw and didn't say anything, knowing full well that he didn't care for her to respond. Merely using her as a vessel to vocalize his desire and intent to the listening servants. Some of whom looked curious, but a great many looked distraught or subtly disgusted. She had learned to mask her irritation and dissatisfaction with Gnaeus well over the years. If he chose to sleep with any of the harlots here, they too would have to do the same, lest he learn his inadequacies in the bedroom. Turning her mind to the palace itself, she was relieved to find the air was much cooler inside, the hot air of the night tempered by the palace's sturdy walls. Agrippina found her eyes darting left and right without her permission, taking in every detail she could. The walls and floors were covered in beautiful frescoes and mosaics, each doorway they passed had intricate carved arches, and supporting pillars. The occasional window gave a beautiful view out to the city of Rome that stretched out below the Palatine Hill, the city's lights almost deceiving her into believing she walked amongst the stars themselves. The whispering wind outside flowed through the house and carried the murmured conversations of servants and guards to her ears, echoing softly against the palace's polished floors. This palace was the heart of her brother's power, of her family's power. It was only right that such an opulent and beautiful palace belonged to their family. What other family or lineage could claim to be as esteemed as their own? To have shaped the world through sheer will and strength alone? She took a subtle deep inhale. The air smelled of flowers, and of possibility. Of prestige and of power. You've been more quiet tonight than I'd expected, wife. Are you not excited to be here this evening? Domitius muttered, his tone accusatory. I find myself blinded by this house's majesty. My great-uncle truly had an eye for beauty, don't you agree, husband? Perhaps he would take the opportunity presented to compliment her, to indicate that Tiberius had picked out a beautiful and intelligent wife for him to marry. Oh, he certainly did. Aeneas erupted in laughter. The sound, rather than displaying his joy, instead brought his clogged throat to the forefront. As he quickly descended into a series of coughs, before settling once more. She tried to ignore the slimy saliva he wiped onto his tunic. Tiberius had a true eye for beauty. Did I tell you, my dear, about the time we played that guessing game together all those years ago? The man could spot a pair of beautiful twins from across a room within moments of them entering his vicinity. Truly he had the gaze of an eagle. As always, he had failed to take the openings she left for him, a trait consistent with his aim, whether wielding his gladius or otherwise. Agrippina nodded along as was expected of her. She had been a loyal wife these past 5 years, but she should by now not be foolish enough to believe her husband would treat her with equal respect and dignity. She cursed her great-uncle for not marrying her to a man who at least had enough tact to hide his affairs and wandering gaze. Such dour thoughts made her think of her brother. She had not seen him in years, and the last state she had seen him in was that of a scared, sickly, and disorientated teen. One who looked like a breeze would blow him over. For a time Agrippina had closed off her heart to him and accepted that he was going to die, another member of her family taken away in quick succession. After her marriage to Aeneas after her 13th birthday, she had moved to live between the city of Rome and Antium at one of his villas, leaving her family behind. Upon news of her brother's illness, Aeneas had shown for the first time some form of respect for her in allowing her to go to Rome to visit him at the house of their grandmother Antonia, where he and her 2 younger sisters had resided after their mother was exiled for treason a year after her marriage. She had been present when the Praetorians arrived at their grandmother Antonia's house, declaring that her brother was to come with them, that the Imperator had requested his new heir come live with him on Capri. She had been certain then that day was the last time she would ever see him, that his illness would continue to worsen and he would die far away from any of them in the clutches of their great-uncle. Despite his pale complexion and a look of fear on his face, one she could even then tell he had tried so desperately to hide, there had been a piercing look in his eyes. The words he had spoken to her then had never left her mind and had helped shape her into the woman she was today. I love you, dear sister, always remember you are more than what they would make you become. Thankfully her brother had recovered, yet the experience had left its scars on him, clearly evident in the letters they occasionally exchanged. He had changed, gone was the boy she grew up with, and in his place stood someone else. Both familiar and yet also a complete stranger. She wasn't the only one to notice. Drusilla had written numerous letters to her, the tone clearly one of worry and fear, writing of how the brother she exchanged letters with was different, still as affectionate but in some ways less playful. The illness appeared to have aged him. She tried not to think of the letter she had written to Gaius last year, her desperate attempt to confide in him about the troubles with her marriage. To learn that the letter had been burned by another's efforts had not soothed her ache caused by his late reply. She had been too embarrassed and resentful to try again. The memory of it all still stung. At long last they came to the palace's triclinium, its formal dining room. Its vaulted ceiling was adorned with intricate frescoes depicting gods intertwined or in flight, their vibrant colors muted under the golden lamplight. The 3 couches surrounding the central table gleamed with rich upholstery, and the low square table itself was laden with an array of delicacies. Servants moved deftly, refilling wine cups and offering platters of roasted meats and honey-glazed fruits. Agrippina scanned the room and its occupants, finding it novel that her family was all gathered in one place. She tried and failed to stop a small smile from gracing her lips. It felt good to be in the presence of her loved ones after so long. She could at least admit to herself she had missed them. Her eyes swept one by one over her gathered family members, comparing them to the memory she had of them in her mind. Tiberius Claudius Nero, or simply Uncle Claudius for his nieces and nephews, stood awkwardly alone near one of the room's columns, putting distance between himself and the dining setup and the other guests. He was almost exactly as she remembered him. His posture was awkward, shoulders hunched in clear uncertainty, and yet to her surprise his expression was surprisingly composed. Under her brother's roof her uncle seemed less like the figure of ridicule he had been all her life and more an unpolished gem. What purpose her brother had in inviting him here she hoped to discover before the evening was over. The last time he had been invited to a family gathering had been back in the early days of her childhood. The closest figure to him was her younger sister Drusilla, who was wandering the room marveling at the ceiling's frescoes. Her beauty had flowered in Agrippina's absence, blonde hair practically glowing, tied back into an intricate braid. Her demeanor was as outwardly warm as she remembered, but tinged with a subtle tension that had not been there the last time they spoke. Its origin was not hard to divine. Her sister had always been a worrier, especially when Gaius was involved. The separation of a brother she had lived with all her life had likely left her quite shaken. Agrippina turned her gaze to the largest gathering of occupants in the room, most of her family sitting around the dining table. Her youngest sister Livilla, now 15, seemed to be the same adorable and meek girl that she had always been. Sitting anxiously between the family's two matriarchs, her grandmother Antonia and Agrippina's own mother. The sight of her mother sitting there, alive and well, almost drove her to let go of Nea's arm and do something foolish like burst into tears or run over to embrace her. With sheer will she held herself back. She could express her affection for her mother later in private, she had a reputation to maintain. Grandmother was as unyielding as ever, even from across the room her presence was a monument to discipline and fortitude. Agrippina was certain she could kill a man with a mere unimpressed lift of her eyebrow. The men of her family, minus Uncle Claudius, were suspiciously absent. The evening's host in particular was nowhere to be seen. The only member of the family who she knew was unable to make the dinner was her cousin Aemilia Lepida, who was currently in Africa with her husband Macrus Junius Silanus Toquatus, the province's proconsul. It was a minor scandal that the man had failed to organize transportation in time to attend the dinner with the princeps and the rest of the Caesar family. Knowing Aemilia her husband would never hear the end of it, the unfortunate man. "Your family is as lively as ever," Aeneas remarked dryly, his eyes lingering too long on one of the serving women. Agrippina's fingers tightened on his arm briefly before releasing. An arrogant man indeed, to think he could be adulterous in front of her and one day not feel the repercussions. "A pity your parents couldn't join us then, husband, may their souls rest peacefully, their absence is certainly felt." Her voice over the years had become a blade sheathed in velvet. Their presence was finally noticed as they fully entered the room and approached the dining table. Despite her efforts to remain graceful, Agrippina's mother had other ideas, jumping out of her seat to crush her daughter in a constricting hug. If anyone dared to tell her that she embraced her mother with equal vigor or that there had been tears in her eyes as she did so, she would declare them to be an untrustworthy liar. Agrippina reclined alongside her mother with practiced poise, her sharp gaze flitting across the room. She noted every glance, every movement, and every veiled expression. Aeneas was already calling over servants and leaning too heavily into new cups of wine, his crude humor earning him side eyes from grandmother and mother. They looked like they'd rather gouge their eyes out with rusted daggers than have to stare at her husband's bulbous face for a second longer. Much to her surprise, the room's entrance was soon filled by the presence of her cousin Julia Livia and her equestrian husband Blandus, something or other. The man trailing behind her like a shadow. The man's name fit him perfectly. She had met the man once and been bored half to death within moments, forgetting his name almost entirely. That her cousin would stoop so low as to marry an equestrian of all things, after having first married her deceased brother Nero, who by all accounts was a man worthy of their household, was not only ridiculous but insulting. Agrippina had not known Nero well, and so unlike her mother, who looked at the girl with the scorn of a mourning mother, she merely looked at her with slight disgust, disbelieving that she could lower herself to marry someone unfitting of their social station, unworthy of their family's heritage. She indulged her mother in conversation for a few moments, enjoying the opportunity to catch up, one she had been certain, like with her brother, that she would never get again. Before she could question her on the whereabouts of Gaius' presence, the sound of marching boots met her ears. She turned in time to watch as a detachment of Praetorian guards entered the room, the burly men silently moving to the room's corners, scanning for any signs of danger. In came next her older brother Drusus, looking sickly and thin where once she knew him to be handsome and broad. His imprisonment had not been kind to him. Alongside him walked her cousin Gemellus, desperately trying to hide his nervousness, his hands wiping down his tunic in a clear display of anxiety. The man that entered the room after them was a stranger. And yet, she knew who it was almost immediately. She heard Drusilla's audible gasp from across the room. Had she been holding something, she suspected the sound of shattered pottery would have joined it. There was only one word to describe the man standing before them, who could only be Gaius Caesar, her brother. Regal. He was taller than she remembered, towering almost a full head over Drusus. His tunic was simple, not covered in adornments, and his hair was cut short. Where once he looked half dead, he now looked more alive than any of them. He was tan and lean with muscle, the fabric clinging of his tunic just enough to suggest the strength it hid underneath. His face looked fuller, and the smile on his face spoke to a quiet contentment. Yet it wasn't his appearance that truly shocked her. It was the commanding presence he exuded, the way his eyes managed to capture the room and hold them all fast in an unbreakable grip. Sharp, calculating, and impossibly intense, they swept over the gathering with an authority that silenced all murmurs instantly. Agrippina found she had straightened unknowingly, and that her husband had halted in drinking from his cup, mid-sip. Like Tiberius, he made her feel small, but unlike Tiberius, he did not make her feel afraid. The boy she had once known and grown up with was gone, dead. Capri, if it was anything like the stories she had heard, had replaced him with this man, whose very bearing was a contradiction, warmth mixed with cold steel. His voice, once squeaky and high-pitched, was now deep and flowed from his lips as if a calm, soothing stream. "Thank you all for being here tonight. I apologize for my tardiness, but the business of the city never ends. I cannot put into words how beyond pleased and grateful I am to have us all together after so long. Gaius greeted each person with clear charm, his words tailored to make each person feel significant. He guided Claudius to the table, her uncle never having looked so at ease with any of them for as long as she'd known him. He then brought Drusilla into a gentle hug, whispered words to her she could not hear and gestured for her to sit next to their uncle. Nobody pointed out the tears and beaming smile on her sister's face as she rushed to take a seat. She watched with interest as he approached her cousin Julia and Blandus, who had both stood off to the side almost awkwardly as he had entered. To her disappointment he didn't scorn them, or make his displeasure known, but instead he shook Blandus' hand and thanked him for his service to Rome. The man had apparently been a consul several years ago. The fact she had not been aware of that made her opinion of him fall even lower. He must have not done anything noteworthy with such a responsible and esteemed magistracy. Julia was in the middle of wringing her hands together, clearly nervous before Gaius grasped them gently with his own and spoke to her. Whatever words he said to her, she looked as if she would collapse in utter relief. It wasn't long before everybody was situated around the table as Gaius greeted them all in turn. When he finally reached her, his expression softened, though a flicker of something unreadable passed through his eyes. He had never looked at her with such a searching gaze before. "Agrippina," he said, his voice measured. "I trust you've been well." She inclined her head. "As well as one can be in such turbulent times, brother." His gaze lingered for a moment before shifting to Domitius. The handshake between them was firm, but the subtle mocking edge in Gaius' words that followed was not lost on her. Though it seemed they were on her husband, what she would give to have a husband with a mind for subtlety. "And you, Aeneas," Gaius said with an easy smile, "a man of your illustrious experience must find it tiresome, navigating a world that so often struggles to keep pace with your talents. I trust you've been treating my sister well." Domitius puffed up, his response overly jovial and as expected slurred. "Of course, my imperator. She's the jewel of my life. I treasure her and my duty to this illustrious city of ours above all else." Agrippina's smile didn't falter, but inwardly, she bristled at the exchange. Gaius turned, moving to take his seat at the head of the dining table. Agrippina watched her brother closely, her mind racing with questions and a cautious hope for the future. He looked every bit the man she imagined her great-grandfather to have been in his prime, like he belonged at the top of the social ladder, astride their imperium. Tonight would reveal much, she was certain. The evening began with the expected pleasantries. Small talk meandered between family members, but the underlying tension in the air was palpable. Then after an hour of relative peace, Aeneas, emboldened by drink, directed a jab at Claudius. One that was to be expected, and had been common whenever Claudius had been a part of prior family gatherings. "I see you've grown more eloquent since last we spoke, Claudius," he said, a mocking edge in his voice. "You've almost mastered finishing a sentence without stuttering." Claudius flushed, his fingers tightening around his wine cup. Agrippina's eyes narrowed. If he was going to insult her uncle, he could at least have a mind to do it subtly. Achilles' heel. She needed to find a way to make the taste of wine disgusting for Aeneas lest he embarrass her in front of her family and Gaius on a consistent basis. She felt it was important to give them all a good impression of her after so many years, to show that she was strong and worthy of being a daughter of their family. Before she could speak up, Gaius' voice cut through the room, smooth yet carrying an unmistakable edge in his tone. "Ah, Aeneas," Gaius said, leaning back slightly. "How fortunate we are to have such a keen observer among us. Tell me, what other marvels have you discovered this evening?" The room fell silent. Claudius' expression flickered with sheer surprise, shoulders relaxed slightly, though his gaze remained fixed on the table. The man had the look of someone who had been promised something but had scoffed at it, expecting such a thing to be too good to be true, yet in the end that promise had just been fulfilled. Agrippina found her lips had without her consent quirked in faint approval. She didn't care whether her uncle had been insulted, the man was old, and despite his ailments, if he could not manage a verbal sparring match, then that was his failure. She had expected better from a brother of her father. Yet, Gaius' intervention was another matter entirely. Unexpected, shrewd, and precisely timed, his defense had caught her husband off guard. It was that display of calculated control, rather than any concern for Claudius, that earned her silent approval. Aeneas flushed, his usual bravado faltering for a moment before he recovered with a strained chuckle. "Only that the evening grows more illuminating with each passing moment," he said, his tone attempting levity but falling short. His gaze flicked briefly to Agrippina, seeking support, but she only offered a faint, inscrutable smile. Outmaneuvered and keenly aware of the eyes now on him, he raised a cup in a mock toast, masking his irritation and embarrassment. To keen observations, then. Across the table, Drusilla's eyes lingered on Gaius, her expression a mix of curiosity and unease. Agrippina was not surprised. The Gaius they had known had little skill in holding or directing a conversation, let alone putting men 15 years his elder in their place. Having caught the look, Agrippina rolled her eyes. It seemed Gaius' protectiveness had reversed and now it was Drusilla who had made it her duty to look out for her big brother. In many ways Drusilla, despite only being a year younger, was still a child. By her age Agrippina had been married for years, Why did her sisters get to slack off all these years under grandmother's roof while she labored as a dutiful wife with an oaf for a husband? Why did they get extra years of tutoring and learning that she desperately desired? Because she was a dutiful daughter, that's why. As the meal progressed, Gaius made deliberate efforts to draw Claudius into conversation, praising his intellect, asking him questions on those boring histories he loved to write and even hinting at a future role for him in the Senate. That caught her interest, alongside everyone else's. I've been considering you for my co-consul in the coming election, uncle, Gaius said, his tone casual. The announcement sent a ripple of surprise through the room. Agrippina caught the flicker of doubt and scorn in her grandmother's eyes. She had always made clear her position that she believed her deformed son to be unfit for public life. Though Agrippina's mother surprised her, her expression remained impassive and oddly supportive where it once would have held judgment. Claudius, visibly startled, stammered out his gratitude. Thank you Caesar b but if you would permit me to speak freely why? I have little experience in senatorial affairs. In our letters we have spoken mostly of my interest in history. They had been exchanging letters? Noted. Why not Drusus instead? He was already a member of the Senate before his exile. Gaius waved away his words with a flick of his wrist before leaning forward to give his reasoning with an air of certainty. He would clearly not be swayed. Drusus, while capable, does not need the stress on his mind or body the position would demand. What I need from him is to recover and recuperate his strength and health. I believe you have much to offer, uncle. You have a keen mind, and anyone who has an interest in history is one who enjoys making connections where others do not. It's high time you hold the position that should have been yours long ago. Of note was the ease with which Gaius spoke of the consulship. She had heard from her husband how he had gifted the Senate the freedom to submit to him a list of consular candidates each year, yet despite relinquishing total control he still spoke as if it was guaranteed that on July 1 the position would be undoubtedly filled by Claudius and himself. She wasn't surprised. Rome hadn't been this jubilant for a member of her family in years, and she doubted after all she had seen that her brother was foolish enough to relinquish actual control over the coming election. Though why he would give the Senate any form of liberties at all in the first place she could not understand, and in some ways the choice made her feel affronted. To give away power, prestige, and authority that was rightfully in the hands of her family felt like an insult to all that their father and great-grandfather had built. She could not yet see the angle he was playing. She remembered, not without a touch of nostalgia, the last time the city had been so alive, when she had ridden in her father's triumph as a little girl. It had been a rare break from triumphal tradition, as her father had insisted that all of his children accompany him in the procession. She recalled the marching soldiers, their disciplined steps echoing through the streets, the cheers of the crowds that had at the time seemed to rise from every corner of the city, and the wide smiles shared among her siblings and herself. Gaius' own smile could have lit up the sky for days. It had been one of their favorite memories with their father. She felt his presence missing at the table now more than ever. Aeneas, however, was as she was coming to expect out of him tonight, not so tactful. A bold choice, Caesar, he said, leaning forward. Though I must admit, I had hoped to discuss such matters with you privately. My own experience as consul could serve Rome well during such hard times. Agrippina's stomach tightened. Her husband's ambition was as unwelcome as it was ill-timed. The room seemed to hold its breath as Gaius' gaze settled on her husband. Your counsel is, of course, valued, Aeneas, Gaius said, his tone deceptively calm. But tell me, I hope that your advice is not a commodity that comes with a price. Aeneas' face reddened as he blustered to recover. No, Caesar, not at all. My loyalty to you is unwavering. You have my counsel whenever you deem it fit. Agrippina placed a hand on Aeneas' arm, a silent warning and plea. Perhaps, husband, we should discuss such matters at a more appropriate time, she said, her voice sweet but firm. Livilla, only 15, attempted to steer the conversation back to safer ground. Brother. I mean Caesar, she said, her voice soft but eager, things have been quiet at grandmother's house since you've been gone. I've been learning music and dance. It feels like flying. Grandmother even hired a man who knows so much about animals. Could I please get a pet dog or bird? The girl did her best to give their older brother the cutest expression she could, trading her cuteness for what she wanted as ruthlessly as a merchant traded their wares for coins. Gaius turned to her with a smile that seemed genuine, his eyes sparkled with amusement. Firstly, dear sister, it's either big brother or just Gaius to you. I do not wish for us ever to be so formal with one another, all right? But, flying, you say? Then I must see you perform one day. I have no doubts it will be excellent. And perhaps we can arrange a pet for you. What sort of animal would you like? Livilla's face lit up, and over the course of nearly an hour she launched into an animated description of the creatures she admired, ranking and raving on about their positive qualities and upkeep needs. Agrippina watched, noting how Gaius' demeanor had softened to a level she had not seen before. He seemed more affectionate than she remembered, listening intently and engaging Livilla with questions. Antonia's faint smile suggested approval, a rare expression for her. She had grown over time to indulge Livilla more than any of them, their youngest sibling worming her way into her affections. Her mother appeared to look at Gaius with nostalgia, then turned to exchange glances with both her and Drusilla and mouthed words at them that were oh so typical of her, "He'll make a wonderful father." But the warmth of the moment didn't last. Nias, emboldened once more, now several cups down and half swaying in his reclined position, couldn't resist a final jab. "It's a wonder someone so young carries the burdens of Rome so easily," he said, his tone dripping with false admiration. Gaius' smile vanished. "Youth is no hindrance when one learns to carry burdens early and routinely," he replied, gaze locked on her husband's spilling gut, his voice as solid as iron. The room fell silent again, the several small groups of conversion coming to a quiet halt. Agrippina squeezed Nias' arm tight, a silent plea for restraint. He had embarrassed her several times tonight. She didn't know what she'd do if he went any further. Over the course of the evening her brother had shown more skill at playing the social game than she had expected, but it seemed even he had his limits at being disrespected in such an intimate setting. She could see was unamused at her husband's drunken display. Drusus, frail but thankfully still mentally sharp, broke the tension with a rare interjection. "Brother," he said, his voice steady but tinged with hesitation, "you have shown great generosity to our family in organizing such a feast tonight. Truly the food and your hospitality has been delightful and a reprieve from the poor meals I have suffered these last few years. But I must voice that I fear our position remains precarious. We cannot afford missteps." Gaius regarded him with a thoughtful expression. "You're right, brother," he said, his tone thoughtful. "Our family has endured much, but have no fear from this day onward, we will rise above all that we have lost stronger than ever before. Together." As night began to settle in and the meal drew close to its end, Gaius stood, addressing the room with a measured voice that carried authority. "Truly I am blessed to have been born into such a wonderful family. I treasure each of you in equal measure, but if you will forgive me I must speak briefly on a more serious matter. We are more vulnerable than ever before, as an imperium and as a household. Our actions and choices must be weighed carefully to calm the people and keep our city afloat and must ultimately reflect the dignity of Rome. The world watches us, and judges us. Going forward I will not allow anything to tarnish or damage our position again. I ask of you all to aid me in this endeavor." The air in the room grew tense. Blandus, seated beside Julia, shifted uncomfortably, his unease plain for all to see. Agrippina's cousin's controversial marriage to Blandus had always been a source of whispered disapproval, and tonight was no different. Blandus had spent much of the evening trying to engage Gaius in conversation about his supposed plans to patronize the arts, but his efforts had fallen flat. Gaius, though polite, had struggled to maintain a conversation with Blandus, the man stumbling and struggling to direct the conversation in any meaningful direction after initiating it. Julia, scorned as she was by the women at the table, looked increasingly irritable. Her irritation only grew when their grandmother scoffed audibly, breaking the silence. "If you wish for dignity in this family, Gaius," she said coldly, her gaze cutting toward Julia, "you could begin by demanding that Julia divorce him." Julia's face flushed, and she bristled. "My marriage is none of your concern, grandmother. It is a union recognized by law and blessed by the gods." "Blessed by the gods?" Antonia retorted with a thin, mirthless smile. "Perhaps. But it's an affront to the dignity of this family that an equestrian, a man of no distinction beyond his own ambition, dares sit at this table." Blandus cleared his throat and began to rise, but Julia placed a hand on his arm, holding him back. "With all respect, grandmother," she said, her voice tight, "my husband served as consul, and he did so with dignity. More than can be said of others who have held that office." The room tensed further, and a ripple of shock passed through the gathered family. Drusus, ever the peacemaker despite his frailty, tried to interject. "Grandmother, please. This is not the time." Antonia turned her sharp gaze on him. "Drusus, when you don't look like a ghost risen from the grave, you may speak to me about timing. I spanked you as a babe and will do so again if you dare interrupt me." A few stifled laughs echoed around the room. Drusilla, seated nearby, tried to intervene gently as was her nature. "Grandmother, perhaps we could." "Hush, Drusilla," Antonia snapped, waving a hand dismissively. "This is no business of yours. Eat, girl, you look like a breeze could blow you over." Agrippina's mother leaned toward Julia, her tone low and icy. "You should not have brought him here, niece, to throw the replacement of my beloved son in our faces." "My face? It has been years." Julia shot back, matching her tone. "Nero is dead. I moved on and so should you." Drusilla, attempting to mediate, turned to Antonia. "Grandmother, Julia's marriage is her choice. Shouldn't we trust her judgment?" Antonia let out a short laugh. "Judgment? Drusilla, my dear, when you've lived as long as I have, you'll know there's no trusting judgment in this family when it comes. Especially when it comes to marriage." Blandus, finally finding his voice, rose to address the table. "I know I am not of senatorial rank by birth, but I have served as consul with honor and integrity. The princeps recognized my efforts. That, surely, cannot be disputed. And as if he was summoned, their princeps finally spoke. Before anyone could respond, Gaius raised a hand, his voice cutting through the tension. Enough. The room fell silent immediately. Tonight has been a good meal. Let us not end it on a sour note. We are family, and while disagreements are natural, they must not divide us. A house divided against itself cannot stand. I am the head of this household, and you would all do your best to remember that. Even you, grandmother. The silence was heavy as he looked around the room, his gaze resting on each of them in turn. He stared down their grandmother with an intensity and bravery she did not know he possessed. To her surprise, her grandmother acquiesced and bowed her head slightly in respect of his wishes. He continued, I wish for us all to reside in the city together for some time, to reunite properly. I have made arrangements for your residences and look forward to rekindling the bonds that years have frayed between us. An order, not a wish, and they all knew it. After all that transpired this evening, Agrippina found herself thinking of one thing above all others: power. Agrippina noted the Praetorians standing nearby, their watchful eyes fixed on Gaius. Everyone listened to him. Everyone obeyed him. Jealousy flared in her chest. As a woman, no matter how high she rose, she would never command this level of power. Not openly, at least. If she had been born a man, she was certain she would have outshone them all, whether it be as a man, a lover, a governor, or a military general. The gods just hadn't given her the chance. But there were heights she could still reach, other paths to power. She would not let her gender or circumstances hold her back. She could admit to herself, she liked prestige, luxury, and power. She was a descendant of divine Augustus. Why shouldn't these things be hers by right of birth? She had dreams she wanted to fulfill. Why would she let her being a woman get in the way of them? As the dinner ended and the family began to disperse, tired and full of delicious food, Gaius approached Agrippina. His expression was serious, his tone low. Your strength is admirable, sister. I wish to speak more with you in the coming days about choices you will have to make, but tonight, I have one thing to make clear. He paused, letting the weight of his words settle. Your husband's tongue may one day cost you both dearly. Control him, or I will. Agrippina met his gaze evenly, her expression unreadable. I understand, Gaius. It will be dealt with. Choices? What choices did he want or need her to make? She hesitated before adding, thank you, brother, for saving our mother and Drusus. I'm glad to see you in good health. He nodded, his expression softening slightly before turning away. As she lingered in the shadows of the atrium waiting for her husband to stop flirting with one of the buff servant men, she watched as a Praetorian guard approached Gaius, whispering urgently. The soldier leaned in close, murmuring just low enough that she had to strain to hear. Prefect Macro. He has. The guard's voice dipped into a whisper, the rest of the message lost to her. But she didn't need to hear everything to notice the way Gaius' expression hardened. His jaw clenched, and his eyes narrowed with an intensity recognized all too well from their fights and arguments as children. Gaius Caesar was furious. She turned away before she could be caught listening, a faint smirk playing on her lips. Gaius had changed, of that much she had learned this evening. But whether his transformation would serve her ends or jeopardize them remained to be seen. She was a dutiful daughter to the house of Caesar, so she would do as the precedents set by her ancestors bade her to do, take advantage of Gaius' rise to power however she could. Her ambitions would not let her settle for less. Inscriptions recovered from the depths of the Domus Tiberiana hidden beneath layers of stone and dust, estimated to have been created in the year 34 CE. Let it be known that the Praetorians, those great warriors of Rome, can often be found at their most vigilant and valiant when guarding the table from a plate of figs. And when the day comes that Rome is in peril, who will be found hiding behind their imperator's robes? The Praetorians. To think they boast of their skill with the sword when the only thing they're truly proficient at is making sure their tunics are spotless, their bellies full, and their feet planted firmly in the shade. I've seen sharper wits in the marketplace, and stronger backs among the women of Gaul. Let them protect the throne, as long as the throne is a soft chair and the danger is a passing breeze. Castra Praetoria, barracks of the Praetorian Guard. Lucius Marcellus woke to a dull sting deep in his nose, more an irritation than an itch, but enough to drag him from restless sleep. He exhaled slowly, testing the air, and grimaced. One nostril was stubbornly clogged. The familiar sense of sweat, leather, and damp stone clung to the barracks, thick with the breath of too many men in too little space. Outside, the low murmur of the late evening shift stirred, a cue his body knew well. Habit urged him to rise for the night's watch, but exhaustion weighed him down, tempting him to steal another moment of rest. His nose, however, had other plans. He sniffed sharply, trying to clear it, but the effort only made it worse. Another long breath, controlled, before he let his eyelids part. The Praetorian barracks were dim, a few torches guttering low in their iron sconces, shadows twitching across the rows of bunks. Most of the men were still sprawled in uneasy sleep, limbs tangled in coarse blankets, their breaths heavy with wine and exhaustion. But in the distance, movement, a murmur of voices, the scrape of sandals against stone. Some had already begun their daily routines, having slept through the day to prepare for the night's patrols. Lucius stretched slowly, testing his limbs. The ache in his knee flared, dull, persistent, a reminder of an old break that never quite healed true. It always gnawed at him when the weather turned. He rolled his shoulders, feeling the pull of scar tissue along his ribs, then swung his legs over the side of the cot. No sudden movements. Let the body wake properly, else he'd be limping for half the day. He reached for the cloth beside his bed and dragged it across his face, rubbing along the bridge of his nose. He tried to blow his nose to free it, but the irritation lingered. It would stay. It always did. Hunger gnawed at Lucius the moment he woke, a dull ache settling beneath his ribs. He sighed, rising from his cot and fastening his belt with practiced efficiency. The ritual of dressing was second nature to him now, each strap pulled taut, each buckle checked, every worn edge of leather or metal scrutinized with the silent diligence of a man who had seen carelessness end in blood. The familiar weight of his gear settled at his hips, grounding him. Food first. Sleep, as always, could wait. The barracks' long dining table was already crowded with men finishing their rations. Lucius made his way to the food, tearing a rough chunk from the day-old bread and taking his place among them. He chewed methodically, washing it down with a sip of watered wine. Stale or not, it was enough to quiet his stomach. Around him, the murmur of conversation ebbed and flowed, voices dipping low in gossip and rising in heated debate. "They say the Britons are stirring again," a gruff veteran muttered, breaking off a piece of bread with scarred hands. "Petitioners from Gaul are arriving tomorrow, demanding an audience with the Imperator. Border raids, unrest, more trouble than they're worth." "A waste of time," another scoffed. "What do the Gauls ever do but whine? From what I've heard, several of the outlier tribes have been giving the current governor a hard time. If they had any sense, they'd handle their own affairs instead of running to Rome like children clinging to their father's tunic." "And the Imperator?" a younger soldier asked. "Has he even the patience for such nonsense?" A chuckle rippled down the table. "Patience? No. By all accounts he is running himself ragged, putting out all the fires that have sprouted up over the last few months. But I've also heard he's been occupied beyond reason. Spends long nights with that Alexandrian hero, the inventor. Some believe the man's building war machines that'll make the legions unstoppable." "Bah! You put too much stock in Greek tricks," the veteran grunted. "Give me a sword and a strong shield arm over some philosopher's toy any day." A sharp, eager voice cut through the talk. "Forget Gaul and engineers, I just heard yesterday that there's a new cutthroat crime lord in the suburb bold enough to slit throats in daylight. The vigilas do nothing, and even our own turn a blind eye. We ought to put an end to it." Mocking laughter followed. "And why would we?" a man called Valerius drawled. "Do you think the crime lords of this city flourish without a praetorian's blessing? If coin changes hands, the right men stay quiet. Some of us have families to feed. That's the way of things, boy." Lucius hid his frown behind another bite of bread. The boy was young and inexperienced, and that made him by nature foolishly naive. If the rumors were true, the boy's father was an ex-consul who had cut deals with Macro to have him brought into the Praetorian fold, to better earn his family some social prestige. He would learn soon enough, justice bent for those who paid well, and virtue was a costly indulgence. Lucius had learned it himself decades ago. "And speaking of coin," someone said in a hushed, conspiratorial tone, "Lady Aurelia, a beauty of noble stock, has been seen pacing near the Imperator's palace at dawn. Some say she seeks favor for her son's place in the Senate. Others say she seeks something more." A round of knowing laughter followed. "If true, she'd not be the first. Nor the last. The Imperator has the pick of Rome, and he's no fool." Valerius chuckled. "If I were Imperator, I'd have a new favorite every night. Who could blame me?" Quintus, a hard-faced veteran of Germanicus legions, sat forward, his voice sharp as a drawn blade. "You are not, and you would do well to remember it." The room fell silent. "We serve. We do not imagine ourselves above our station. Speak lightly of the Imperator again, and see how far your tongue takes you." Valerius scoffed, but there was unease in his eyes. It was a jest, nothing more. He shoved back from the bench. "I'm off to piss." Lucius exhaled slowly, letting the conversation fade. Men with too much time and too little discipline made myths of the powerful, weaving rumor into spectacle. He chewed his bread in thoughtful silence, sorting through what was worth remembering. Then unexpectedly a firm hand clamped onto his shoulder. Mid-bite. He jolted forward, nearly choking. He swallowed hard, trying to inhale through his still clogged nose, and turned his head, already bracing for whatever trouble had come his way. A young face met his gaze, tight with urgency. Crispus, or was it Crassus? One of the more newer recruits, barely broad enough in the shoulders to fill out his issued armor. Lucius' good friend had confirmed that Macro was fond of the boy as he had been lifelong friends with his mother. Lucius said nothing, only raised a brow in silent question. The boy's grip tightened on his arm. Lucius, you need to move. Now. Prefect's orders. Lucius frowned but did not waste time with questions. He drained the last of his wine, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, and rose. His knee twinged as he stepped forward, a familiar ache, but he ignored it. What are his orders exactly? All I know is he's gathering a cohort together. Some senators have gathered in the forum, it seems like he wants us to put a stop to whatever they are doing. That got his attention. Macro was not a man prone to caution or half measures. If he was mustering this many praetorians, he had deemed it as no minor disturbance. Lucius followed, snatching up his helmet as they moved. Around them, the barracks stirred to life. Some men were already armed, others still pulling on tunics, their expressions shifting between confusion and grim understanding. A few exchanged knowing looks but held their tongues. The air felt different. This was no morning drill. Lucius tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, he had a bad feeling about tonight. By the time they reached the forum, night had fully settled in, its shadows pooling beneath the colonnades and creeping along the worn marble of the great square. Torchlight flickered against the stone, casting long, wavering shapes that made the assembled crowd seem restless even when they stood still. The city was alive with voices, many raised in celebration, others hushed with wariness. Rome had endured much in recent months: famine, a devastating financial crisis, the endless shifting of power, and now, with Gaius enthroned as imperator, the people grasped at any distraction from the weight of the chaotic and painful past. Yet beneath the revelry, Lucius sensed an undercurrent of unease. Rome was still a starving beast, and no single feast could make it forget its hunger. Eyes that should have been bright with exultation instead darted warily, gauging the mood of the masses, judging the shifting tides. It was the same in the faces of the senators standing apart, draped in the dignity of their office though it hung loose upon their shoulders, threadbare and worn. Their words were hushed but urgent. Debate had simmered in Rome's highest circles since Gaius had ascended, some hailed him as the new light of the imperium, others whispered of another Tiberius in the making. Rumors of his time spent on the island of Capri had spread, causing rounds of gossip about how his time there had turned him into a cruel sexual deviant. Others spoke of a noble heir enduring his great-uncle's abuses. Ironically for some men this had the unintended effect of galvanizing their daughters into action. The markets for a week had been overrun with the litters and slaves of senatorial women day after day. Each searching for some advantage, some way to stand out as a potential suitor for marriage. The forum should have been a place of celebration. The evening air was thick with the scent of roasting meat and spiced wine, the great civic heart of Rome alight with torches as revelers, foreign dignitaries and commoners alike indulged in the imperator's largesse. Gaius himself had promised as much: peace, prosperity, a Rome renewed, free of the corruption, terror and stagnation that had plagued the Republic in the years prior. Yet, at the height of the festivities, beneath the marble arches of the Basilica Julia, a contingent of the Senate had gathered in open protest. To debate amongst themselves and their servants the merits of the imperator's drastic reforms. Lucius stood in a line amongst his fellow praetorians and studied Macro's response to the dissenters. Once, the praetorian prefect would have dismissed the senator's complaints with a sneer and a pointed reminder of where true power lay. Now, his irritation was evident, his stance tenser, his words sharper. Over the past week, as Gaius Caesar secured greater control over Rome's generals and gained the open support of key senators, Macro had grown more erratic. Perhaps he sensed his own authority slipping, the leash tightening around his neck. The prefect had thrived in the shadow of Tiberius' negligence and inattentiveness, but Gaius Caesar was proving to be an imperator who actively sought to shape the world as he saw fit. A young man who refused to rest on his laurels and let the praetorians hold control over Rome. And Macro, for all his bluster, was beginning to look like a man grasping for relevance. Sejanus had made that same mistake. Lucius had seen it firsthand, watched his former superior rise too high, mistaking the favor of the imperator for invulnerability. He had woven himself deep into the fabric of the imperium, believing himself indispensable, until he wasn't. Tiberius had let Sejanus bask in his own permanence right up until the moment he cast him down. Without resorting to extreme measures, no Roman, man or woman, could hope to hold any real power beyond what the imperator deemed to grant them. In the few instances he had been stationed of guard, the imperator Lucius had quickly realized that the young man was acting with far more independence and vigor than Macro and his inner circle had anticipated. He wasn't relying on them nearly as much as they had planned. Now, years later, Macro stood in the same precarious place that Sejanus had occupied. The only difference was that Macro lacked Sejanus' cunning. And perhaps that was the only thing keeping him alive. Lucius doubted that, after the chaos Sejanus had wrought upon Gaius Caesar's family, that the imperator would suffer another of his kind as praetorian prefect. Macro's bluntness was something one could always count on. Where Sejanus had played the game of politics with precision, Macro was at his core a bludgeon. He relied on force and intimidation rather than persuasion. It was well known that since boyhood Macro had held a deep insecurity about his poor oratory skills, perhaps that inadequacy made him quick to silence opposition. He moved first and thought later, mistaking speed for certainty, mistaking the absence of any chance for challenge to arise for respect. But Lucius saw what Macro did not. This was not an assembly of cowed men, not tonight. He had led his praetorians here not just to crush dissent but to reassert his grip, to remind Rome, and Gaius, that his command still held weight. But power was a fragile thing, dependent on the illusion of certainty. If he had miscalculated, the Imperator needed the Praetorian Guard, but he did not need Macro. Another could take his place. Lucius had witnessed Sejanus rise and his fall, and had taken note of the way the guard had turned on him the moment it became clear he was doomed. It had been Sejanus himself who first shaped them into more than palace watchmen, turning them into the true power behind the throne. And though Sejanus had been struck down, his legacy endured. The Praetorians had learned their worth. They had become irreplaceable for the first citizen. And Lucius doubted Rome would ever be without them again. "This is a disgrace," proclaimed Decimus Falco, his finely embroidered toga shifting as he gestured angrily. "A third of the confiscated estates given to the rabble, another third to veterans? And we, the champions of the Senate, left as mere spectators to our own lands being carved apart." "Not carved apart," corrected Quintus Varro, his voice tight with barely restrained fury. "Stolen. And worse, we are to fight amongst ourselves for what remains. My old neighbor Aeneas has already boasted that he will be bidding for my family's villa, my villa, once it goes up for repurchase. Can you fathom the insult? It is not merely losing the land that stings," added Marcus Vettus, his lip curling in disdain. "Look at this commission he's established to oversee the banks, a gaggle of scribes and provincial magistrates, not a single one of us among them. Are we not Rome's stewards? Does the Imperator truly believe we lack the wisdom to guide her forward? To keep those damn bankers in check?" A portly senator scoffed, shaking his head. "And who, pray tell from our own senatorial ranks, has he placed on this commission? Lackeys and sycophants. At least Tiberius had the decency to be blatant about his favorites. One of them, a magistrate in charge of street cleaning. This Titus Flavius Vespasianus, plucked from the gutters. And yet we, who have shaped Rome for decades, are cast aside like beggars. The debt forgiveness," another senator spat, "a pittance for the poor, but a fortune ripped from our grasp. Hundreds of those debtors owed me everything they owned, and now, nothing. Does the Imperator mean to make us paupers alongside them?" Lucius kept his face impassive, but he noted how the mood around them had shifted. At first, the nearby revelers, already deep in their cups, had merely laughed at the senator's complaints. To the common folk, the suffering of Rome's elite was a source of crude amusement. But as the words of the senators carried further into the crowd, the jeering faded. A darker sentiment took its place. A man, broad-shouldered and unshaven, stepped forward from the throng. His tunic, though worn, barely hid the bearing of a former legionary. "You think you're the ones wronged?" he slurred, swaying slightly on his feet. "What about us? The men who bled for this city? My friends are all dead and you sit here and complain about your precious villas." Murmurs rippled through the crowd, growing louder. More men stepped forward, veterans and laborers alike, nodding in agreement. "We fought for you. We crushed your enemies in Germania. And yet you whisper about lost fortunes? That we don't deserve some reward? How dare you spit on our dear pious generosity? Their land, their coin," another man sneered, "taken from the sweat of better men." The Praetorians at Lucius' sides shifted uneasily. Lucius saw Macro push his way through the crowd, his cloak of office draped heavily over his shoulders. His expression was pinched with irritation. This was getting out of hand. "Enough," Macro barked, his voice carrying over the rising noise. "The Imperator's reforms are law, not suggestions. You will abide by them, or you will learn the cost of defiance." The senators turned to him as one. Marcus Vettus let out a sharp, incredulous laugh. "Prefect, do you presume to lecture the Senate? Tell me, Macro, are you a legislator now? Or merely the Imperator's leash holder?" A ripple of laughter spread among the senators. Macro's jaw tightened. They were baiting him, exposing his limits with each scornful remark. Lucius watched his prefect closely. Macro, for all his power, was beginning with each new day to look like a man out of his depth. He didn't know how to handle an Imperator who refused to rest on his laurels, or a Senate that no longer looked to him with anything but fear and feigned respect. Lucius himself was witness to several arguments between his Imperator and his Praetorian superior. Macro was often openly frustrated that he wasn't being properly consulted before Gaius made decisive choices. The man's life was rapidly sliding out from under his own 2 feet. "You mistake yourselves," Macro said, his patience wearing thin. "This is not the Senate House. You are a collection of disgruntled men, refusing to accept that the Imperator has found others more capable of Rome's reconstruction. The Senate retains its power, but you have failed to demonstrate your worthiness in Caesar's eyes. He has granted you liberties, the freedom to speak and act without the constraints of the past. While more honorable senators have seized this opportunity to serve Rome, you merely indulge in petty grievances. Vetus spun, his voice cracking with righteous fury as he addressed the swelling crowd. Do you hear him? Do you hear the arrogance? This is Rome's future, a whelp from the backwater town of Alba Fusens putting his boot on our necks. The Senate, cast aside. Was the Imperator's promise of liberty a lie? Were his words, his promises of shared power, nothing but empty air? I fear the days of the treason trials are not over after all. A tense silence hung in the forum, broken only by the rustling of togas and the shuffling of feet. Then, a single, defiant voice pierced the quiet, he speaks the truth. Lies. Another roared, his face contorted with rage. These pampered senators deserve nothing. A hail of insults and accusations erupted from the crowd, a cacophony of dissent. A stone, ripped from the paving, arced through the air, striking a Praetorian guard's helmet with a deafening clang. Before anyone could react, a wine flask shattered against a senator's raised hand, the crimson liquid staining his pristine toga. A clay cup sailed through the air, shattering at the base of the forum steps. The tension snapped. A chorus of shouts rose up, voices clashing in fury and panic. Some called for order, others for blood. A fourth missile, a half-eaten hunk of bread, struck Macro's cuirass. Laughter erupted, sharp and mean. Then, stones. Praetorian shields locked. The senators recoiled. The revelers surged forward, emboldened by drink and outrage. Lucius exhaled slowly, knowing he should have stayed in bed. Macro, his face now a mask of cold fury, barked an order to his Praetorians, their hands moving to grip their batons. The crowd surged forward, a wave of bodies crashing against the Praetorian line. A senator, his face a mask of terror, was dragged from his feet, his cries swallowed by the roar of the mob. A woman's shriek echoed through the forum as she was caught in the crush, her pleas for help lost in the growing chaos. The simmering resentment, the pent-up frustration of the disenfranchised, ignited by Macro's dismissal and fueled by Vetus's fiery words, had exploded into a full-blown riot. The forum, moments before a place of tense political debate, was now forming into a battleground. Lucius had seen many riots in his time and was always surprised by how quickly such a change could occur. How quickly his fellow citizens could erupt into violence. The Praetorians moved instinctively as one, stepping forward with raised shields, but they hesitated. Who were they meant to subdue? The raging plebs or the floundering senators? Macro made the choice for them. Praetorians. Macro bellowed, drawing his baton. Form up. Lucius gritted his teeth as he yanked his helm into place. The prefect had misread everything, yet it didn't matter in the end. The command had been given. Orders were orders. The press of bodies struck like a wave. A shove from behind sent him stumbling forward, the air crushed from his lungs. The vast openness of the forum turned claustrophobic, filled with writhing limbs and grasping hands. Lucius barely had time to brace before another impact rocked him, his years weighing heavier than ever. Strength had given way to endurance, but even that was failing now. Breath came in short bursts, his vision flickering between flashes of movement, Macro barking orders, senators vanishing into the chaos crying out for help, Praetorians breaking rank, the drunken fury of men who had lost all fear of consequence. A fist to the face caught him off guard, or was it a stone? The world spun as pain flared across his temple, his footing lost in the roiling mass. He twisted, catching another's shoulder, finding a brief moment of balance. A wild-eyed citizen loomed in front of him, mouth twisted in a scream he couldn't hear over the roar. Lucius reacted without thought. He tightened his grip on his baton and struck first. The citizen fell to the ground in pain and quickly disappeared from sight, swallowed by the horde. Break them. Macro's voice cut through the chaos. And so they did. Batons cracked against bone. Shields rammed into bodies. People crumpled beneath the weight of unrestrained force. Lucius moved without feeling, his limbs acting on years of training, of muscle memory. The Praetorians had formed a wall, a wedge of iron and discipline, but it wasn't enough. The crowd was vast, surging, enraged. And his comrades' discipline was slipping. Lucius saw it in their faces, frustration, fear, something uglier lurking beneath. This wasn't just an exercise in order. For many it was a form of retribution. A young guardsman, still soft with youth, lost his composure first. He lashed out, the hilt of his gladius crunching harshly against a merchant's skull. The man went down, blood pooling between the stones. Hold formation. Macro snapped. Lucius pulled the young man back in line without thought. Shields locked. Bodies braced. The forum was coming apart. A stall overturned, sending amphorae crashing. Oil spread in slick pools, fire catching where lamps had shattered. Screams blurred together, rage, agony, panic. He had seen war. But this was Rome devouring itself, leaving wounds he feared would fester for years to come. His body ached. His breath came shallow. His mind emptied. And still, he moved. It wasn't thought that carried him now but instinct, some deep-rooted force that had been honed over decades. He'd made a life out of beating his fellow Romans into the dirt. What would his mother and father think of him for living such a life? What did it matter they were dead and the dead couldn't judge him? The pain in his neck, the bruises blossoming beneath his armor, none of it mattered. The formation shifted. They pushed forward. And after an hour of relentless beatings the riot broke. That hour had been longer than several lifetimes. The markets of the Forum lay in ruins. Blood filled the cracks between the stones, darkened with dirt and spilled oil. Fires smoldered, thin trails of smoke curling into the night sky. Bodies littered the ground, some groaning, others motionless. The dead had been left where they fell. The living clutched their wounds in silent defeat. Praetorians stood among the wreckage, their shields dented, their once polished armor streaked with grime and crimson. Macro stood at the center of it all, jaw tight, hands curled into fists. Frustration flickered across his face, but not regret. This had spiraled beyond his control, but Lucius knew the man would find a way to justify it all the same. For a long moment, no one spoke. They had finished what they came here to do. The silence was weighted down by pride and regret. Then, movement caught Lucius' attention. A new group emerged from the darkness into chaotic scene of the Forum, Praetorians, but not from their unit. Lucius recognized them instantly as the unit assigned as the Imperator's personal guard for the evening. The formation parted, and there he was. Gaius Caesar Augustus Germanicus. Despite being more than half his age, Lucius always found standing in the young man's presence an odd experience. Intimidating and inspiring in equal measure. Without a word, he commanded attention. Even Lucius found himself standing taller, despite the exhaustion in his limbs. The Imperator took his time approaching. His robes barely stirred in the breeze, his expression unreadable. He surveyed the devastation with cold detachment, weighing each fallen person in silence. His gaze lingered for a long while on the cooling corpse of what Lucius knew to be a foreign dignitary from the kingdom of Mauritania. A childhood friend of the kingdom's current ruler, Ptolemy. Macro squared his shoulders as Gaius reached them. Imperator Caesar. I was just on my way to inform you, he said, voice flat. A riot broke out, caused by dissenters to your much-needed reforms. It has been dealt with. Gaius said nothing at first. His gaze swept over the bodies, the breathless Praetorians, the shattered remnants of what should have been the most ordered place in Rome. Strewn about remnants of the day's festivities took on a haunting quality in the pale moonlight. He paused beside the nearest corpse, a senator of little renown, his once pristine toga stained dark with blood. Gaius crouched, pressing 2 fingers to the man's throat, as if confirming what was already obvious. Then, with the same measured calm, he straightened and met Macro's gaze. I assume you mean to tell me this was necessary. Macro's jaw tightened. The crowd swelled due to excessive drinking but could have been easily dispersed if not for the senators who assembled here who aimed to incite them. I acted to protect the surrounding bystanders. These men were openly stirring harmful unrest against you, Caesar. If we had waited. Gaius raised a hand cutting him off, he tilted his head slightly, considering him. And is that what you see here? His voice was soft. Deceptively so. Protection. Lucius stood perfectly still. He had lived long enough to know that true authority did not need to shout. It did not need to rage. The most dangerous men were the ones who did not rely on either. For the first time, he believed he saw it, that shift, subtle but undeniable. Macro had always spoken to his subordinates as if Gaius was a protégé, a junior partner, someone who still needed him. But to the Gaius standing before him that no longer seemed to be the case. Force was necessary, Macro insisted, his voice hard. The senators were openly decrying your reforms and decrees, putting them into question. The people resisted my attempts to calm them. He gestured to the bodies, to the blackened streaks of oil and trampled fruit on the stones. They forced my hand. A pause. Then Gaius smiled. It was not a kind smile. I see, he murmured. It was the people who forced your hand. Macro hesitated. You did not give the order to gather an entire cohort here to intimidate my senatorial colleagues in direct violation of my orders then. Gaius continued. You did not intend this as a demonstration? I distinctly told you that my colleagues were to have their dignity and freedom of speech restored. You have made a liar out of me. His tone was almost conversational, as though they were discussing the weather. Macro's face darkened. They were taking advantage of your generosity, Caesar, they needed to see the price of treason. Gaius took a slow step forward. And tell me, Macro, who will they believe is the traitor now? Silence. Lucius saw the moment it happened, the moment Macro understood that he had lost control of more than just the Forum. Gaius was not berating him. He was not demanding answers or explanations. He was merely observing. Calculating. And in doing so, he was making one thing very, very clear. This was no longer Macro's city. No longer Macro's imperium. Rome now answered to a new master. A soft sound caught Lucius' ear. A muffled whimper, barely audible over the crackle of torchlight and the murmuring Praetorians. Lucius glanced down and realized with a jolt that he was standing above a boy, no older than 10, his face streaked with dirt and tears, a gash marring his temple. Before he could react, Gaius was already moving. Without hesitation, the Imperator stepped past him and crouched beside the child. His movements were slow, deliberate, his voice quiet as he spoke. Lucius could not hear the words, but he saw the boy's trembling ease, saw Gaius press a reassuring hand to his shoulder before lifting him carefully to his feet. A nearby Praetorian hesitated before stepping forward to take the boy, leading him gently away. As Gaius rose, his movement was deliberate, but something in the set of his shoulders, an almost imperceptible pause, betrayed a fleeting hesitation. He stood facing Lucius, but Lucius' gaze flicked beyond him, catching sight of Macro over the Imperator's shoulder. The Praetorian prefect was watching him closely, his expression unreadable, but there was something rigid in the way he held himself, something that spoke of calculation. Gaius's head tilted just slightly as his eyes swept subtly across the gathered Praetorians. It was only them now, the Imperator and his guards, alone in the heart of the Forum, surrounded by the wreckage of the night's violence. For a single, strange moment, something flickered across Gaius' face. Not doubt, not exactly, but a shadow of something close. Uncertainty. A smidge of fear. And then it was gone. What could the Imperator possibly have to fear when surrounded by his Praetorian guard? His gaze lifted, meeting Lucius. Lucius Marcellus, he said. Lucius stiffened. That the Imperator knew his name, knew him at all, was startling. Recognition flickered in Gaius' eyes, as if he had weighed and measured him long before this moment. You served in Germania, with my father. It was not a question. Yes, Imperator, the finest man I've ever known, Lucius answered, forcing his voice steady. Gaius held his gaze a beat longer, then inclined his head slightly. And just as swiftly as the moment had come, it passed. He turned away, his attention already moving forward, leaving Lucius with the distinct, unsettling sense that something more had just been left unspoken. He faced Macro again. Clean this up. Ensure the people understand the necessity of what happened here. I want a list of the victims' names and their families' residences. A pause. Without spilling more blood. Macro hesitated, but in the end, he gave a curt nod. It will be done. Gaius did not acknowledge the words. His expression was unreadable as he surveyed the wreckage of the Forum once more. The bodies, the blood, the watching faces of the Praetorians. He exhaled through his nose, shaking his head slightly before turning on his heel. Tomorrow, he said over his shoulder, I will address this incident with the Senate. His gaze flicked back to Macro. Once this is settled, you and I will speak. I want the names of the men under your command who went too far, who killed their fellow citizens or any of my senator colleagues. They are to receive punishment for their lack of restraint. It was not a request. And then he was gone, striding toward a group of officers, issuing orders to tend to the wounded, to order the Forum to be cleaned spotless before sunrise. The Praetorians watched him go, their silence heavy with unspoken thoughts. Lucius looked to Macro. For the first time, he saw something new in the man's posture. Not authority. Not defiance. Doubt. Thanks for reading. Author's note, 1 month later, somehow Gaius Caesar returned. Hope you enjoyed the chapter. Apologies for the brief month-long hiatus. My Roman history candle was all burnt out, I got a new job, and went through a bit of a Halo phase. Literally replayed all the games that I had barely touched since childhood, which was really fun. Hope the quality is still up to snuff. This will mostly be useful for those who follow my other works, but for now, expect updates to alternate between my main stories rather than happen in unpredictable bursts as it has up until this point. So this week for example it's Caligula, and last week it was Julius Caesar into Azof. Next week or fortnight it's gonna be my Halo story that gets updated next. So if you see one or the other updated, you can expect the other story to be the next one to receive an update next. At the moment, I consider Caligula and Current Objective, Survive to be my two main stories. Until these two are either finished or reach a point where I can take a break, my other stories are lower in terms of consistent writing priority despite my eagerness to write them. I've already gone from one story to nearly 10 plus if you include my snippets in barely 3 months, don't want to get stretched too far. To keep them steadily updated, I plan to rotate between them rather than let one sit in limbo for too long. In between, I'll work on my other stories, post snippets/new ideas in my snippet thread. This isn't a rigid schedule, so no promises of a chapter every week because setting fixed deadlines is likely to only lead to pressure and burnout on my end. Instead, Rather than just writing by mood, I plan to try and make it a more rotational approach. Unless I get a burst of writing energy, I intend to cycle through my main stories at hopefully a more balanced pace. That way, both continue progressing rather than one being left behind for extended periods while the other surges forward and then abruptly stops. To address concerns about hiatuses, if a story ever stops or goes on a long break, I'll make it known. I have no intention of disappearing without a word. The goal here is to avoid another month-long hiatus by keeping a steady but manageable pace. Hope you enjoyed the chapter. For those of you who didn't see my earlier post, if you like my writing and want to see more ancient Rome goodness, then you might want to check out my new Julius Caesar into a Zoaf story. He's dropped into the body of young Griff or Aegon Targaryen, son of Rhaegar and Elia Martell. There's also a Leonardo da Vinci one-shot I'm working on that I hope to one day turn into a full story, so keep your eyes peeled for that too. Gnaeus Domitius Corbulo had always seen the world through the eyes of a soldier. Even as he rode into Rome for the first time in a year, Gnaeus' mind dissected the city as though it were a well-trodden battlefield. It would make for a fascinating, if chaotic, deployment, he thought, his gaze sweeping across the sprawl. Its streets were rivers of movement, a tangled network of supply lines and potential choke points. Its districts, each a fortified position, interlocking formations in the grand home of the empire. He had eagerly studied military tactics since boyhood, the principles of outmaneuvering his enemies and siege warfare drilled into him by his father's exacting expectations and his own ceaseless discipline. A shame, really, he mused, noting the narrow alleys and blind spots. A well-placed cohort could hold this section with minimal losses if properly deployed. His eyes traced the flow of the crowd. He knew they were civilians, but in his mind he reimagined them as marching units, their movements analyzed for efficiency and disruption. Where the legions marched in a unified step, the people of Rome clogged the streets with their collective disorder. The city's architecture spoke of defense, its guard posts and gate widths revealing their tactical merits and flaws. He catalogued weak points, places where bottlenecks might form, where control could slip through grasping fingers. To his knowledge, Rome had not burned in recent months, but he saw where fire had once licked at the edges of rundown buildings, the subtle cracks amongst the city's foundation. A disciplined force could potentially exploit them. He straightened and, with a slight shake of his head, pushed the thought aside, forcing himself to focus on the moment at hand. His grip on the reins tightened instinctively. Losing his seat now would be an unforgivable embarrassment. He rode alongside his fellow military tribune and friend, Gaius Suetonius Paulinus, both of them summoned to Rome to meet the new imperator. He had to remind himself that he was not here to map the city's defenses, yet the habit was as natural as breathing. Gnaeus had not expected to return home so soon. He had hoped to put down roots within Apollo's 15th legion, proving his worth to Legate Gallus and working his way up through merit. But when the imperator of Rome summoned you by name, refusal was not an option. At least for those with any sense. He and Suetonius rode at a steady pace, their escort a mere handful of Praetorian guards, a ceremonial gesture. Gnaeus with interest observed the glares and open mockery directed at their Praetorian escort, their unpopularity starkly evident. News of the Forum riot had reached them even on the city's outskirts. It had been the first time that he had ever seen Suetonius look deeply troubled. Until now, Gaius Caesar's early reign had remained unblemished. The actions of a mere hour had put doubts into people's hearts. Despite piecing together fragments of information, Gnaeus remained unable to decipher what had truly occurred or even the prefect's plan of action. It defied logic that such a riot, in a city so recently jubilant, could have spiraled so violently. Surely, there were more effective methods of control that should have been deployed. Gnaeus was not prone to questioning his superiors, at least not outside the sanctity of his mind, yet his sheer curiosity about the prefect's blunder threatened to override his caution. He feared running into the prefect at all. An unguarded inquiry out of sheer curiosity would certainly bring swift regret. Mere moments ago, they traversed the Forum, a space deceptively pristine. No physical trace of the riot remained, it had been scrubbed clean, the illusion of normalcy meticulously restored. Yet, the scars were undeniable. Scorched facades lined the approaching streets, shattered statuettes littered the outer alleys, and crude slogans, smeared in ash and wine, defaced the exits. The Forum itself was untouched, but its wounds bled outwards. The populace moved with a forced normalcy, attention palpable in their rigid strides and wary glances at the passing Praetorians. They teetered on the edge of fear and defiance, uncertain which emotion to embrace. Gnaeus' attention was drawn to a thin elderly man, kneeling before an altar, his arms wrapped around a sobbing woman. "Lares, guardians of this place," the man choked out, his voice raw with despair. "Please, bring her back. My daughter. She hasn't returned home. She was here, working for Senator Vestus. Please, gods, where is she?" Beside him, a young woman, her face buried against the shrine's base, wept silently. "Fortuna, merciful goddess, please let Pius hear these words," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "Gaius, beloved Gaius, show us your favor. Cast off this corruption that has befallen you. Prove to us, your children, that you are still Germanicus's pride. That you did not lie to us. Battlefields and skirmishes had offered up sights of gruesome carnage, the splayed entrails of a fallen legionary, his face frozen in a silent scream, the charred, skeletal remains of a village, yet the sheer, unadulterated despair before him was a spectacle Aeneas truly struggled to endure. He'd seen men die and moved on with a soldier's grim acceptance, their lives extinguished in the brutal logic of battle. Dead in service to Rome. This raw, weeping grief, this quiet devastation that clawed at his soul, was something else entirely. He scanned his surroundings desperately searching for something to distract his racing mind with. Yet all he found was more signs of heartache. The Praetorians had cracked down. That much was clear. They lined every street corner in greater numbers than usual from what he recalled from memory, polished armor gleaming, hands close to their sword hilts. A show of force, no doubt orchestrated by Macro himself, to remind the plebs that order had been restored. Yet something was now starkly different. The Praetorians had always carried themselves with arrogance, with the frustrating entitlement of men who loved to boast that they guarded the most powerful ruler the world had ever seen. Now, Aeneas saw uncertainty beneath their rigid postures. They weren't just watching the citizens. They were watching each other. Perhaps the riot had a more drastic effect in dividing the Praetorians and their loyalties than he'd originally assumed. They look nervous, Suetonius muttered beside him, voice low. They should be, Aeneas replied. A legion that doubts itself is already halfway to defeat. Suetonius huffed a quiet laugh. You see legions in everything. Because everything is a legion, Aeneas said. If Rome does not march forward, it stagnates. And if it stagnates, it rots. Suetonius didn't argue, but Aeneas caught the flicker of amusement in his silence. At first his impression of his fellow tribune had been quite poor, quickly learning about the man's reputation as a womanizer. Yet as the months passed he'd come to see the man was actually a sharp observer, his intelligence worn lightly, often underestimated. He was a womanizer in truth but nowhere near to the degree he let others believe. They had met on the frontier, thrown together by circumstance, and despite their differences, Aeneas had found in him something resembling friendship. Most of their fellow tribunes had rebuffed his attempts at conversation, either out of arrogance or indifference. Suetonius, though different from the hardened veterans Aeneas was accustomed to, had discipline and enthusiasm, qualities he could respect. Yet he had been taken aback to learn that Suetonius was considered a close friend of Imperator Gaius. The revelation had come when he playfully snatched a letter from Suetonius' grasp, expecting mundane correspondence, only to find it was a personal missive penned by Gaius himself back when he was heir to Tiberius. How such a friendship had formed, Suetonius had yet to reveal. Aeneas had kept the knowledge to himself, knowing full well that if he revealed it to his family his father would seek to use it to his own political advantage. Genuine friendship was a thing he had quickly discovered was hard to come by in life, not something he dared to risk. The crowds parted sluggishly before them, some cheering, some jeering, all murmuring. The blame for the riot's outbreak was shifting like sand in the wind. Listen to them, Suetonius muttered as they weaved their horses through the throng, his sharp eyes scanning the sea of faces. It appears they've already chosen who they will blame for this incident for years to come. Aeneas kept his gaze forward. And Macro, mostly. I've no doubt some of them will die with a curse of his name on their lips. Suetonius gestured slightly toward a group of senators speaking in hushed, urgent tones near the steps of a basilica. Some are shouting that he should be executed, or that his property should be given over to the public. That throng of boys that rushed by us on the Appian Way believed he intentionally stoked the flames to cause the riot. Though others clearly blame the senators for gathering them in the first place, for daring to question their beloved star child's efforts to pull us all out of this damned financial hole. His lips twisted wryly. That old woman 3 streets back even blamed the veterans for being too drunk to keep order for themselves. Aeneas exhaled sharply. A riot is never a controlled tool. Once loosed, it has no master. Ah, but not all our esteemed senators have a soldier's mind, Suetonius said, guiding his horse closer so their conversation would not be overheard. If my time on Capri taught me anything Aeneas, it's that many of our fellow citizens think only in intrigues. They see only levers to pull, people to use, power to shift. You'd have hated it there for sure. Of that Aeneas had no doubt. They meandered their way through several streets of traffic before they turned a final corner and their destination finally came into view. The Palatine loomed before them, its sprawling heights crowned with villas of marble and gold, the heart of Rome's power rising above the city like a mountain of civilization itself. It was a place where history and myth intertwined, where Romulus had stood to found Rome, where every imperator since Augustus had dwelled in untouchable splendor. The palace of Tiberius dominated the hill's northwest corner, a vast imperial fortress built into the very bones of the Palatine Hill. Its towering arcades and sheer retaining walls overlooked the Roman Forum and the Via Brum beyond, casting deep shadows over the heart of the city. The structure was not merely a residence, it was an unspoken declaration of the former imperator's dominion. Along its colonnades, the stark geometry of imperial power was laid bare, massive blocks of stone and endless rows of columns supporting terraces that stretched toward the heavens. Below, now unseen beneath layers of history, lay the remnants of earlier homes, those of greedy patricians who had once thought themselves masters of Rome until the true and rightful rulers had supplanted them, had brought their constant wars of decadence to an end. Aeneas let his gaze sweep across the grandeur before him, instinctively measuring it against the villa of his youth. His family estate had been comfortable, solid, refined, even elegant in its way, but it was nothing compared to this. The Palatine was not a home, it was a monument. Every archway, every sculpted relief, every carefully laid stone whispered the same truth: the man who called this house his home would call no other man his equal. He exhaled, turning his thoughts back to the moment as the entrance of the palace came into view. "And what do you make of all this?" Suetonius' smirk faded, his expression turning contemplative. "I know Gaius. And I know this won't stop him." His voice was quiet but certain. "I saw once before how far he was willing to push himself to come out on top. What he was willing to risk. This will be no different. The only difference is," he turned, his dark eyes flicking to Aeneas. "I'm here now, and fortunately so is his family. And this time, I have no intention of watching from the stands." Aeneas studied him, weighing the words, unsure fully what they meant. Suetonius was not worried, not in the way he might have expected for a man whose closest friend faced his first true fracture in public faith. There was no doubt in his voice, no fear. Only certainty. Power in Rome had shifted. That much was clear. But if Suetonius was to be believed, Gaius Caesar was not a man who let power slip through his fingers. The palace gates stood open, flanked by praetorians in polished armor that gleamed under the midday sun. Aeneas dismounted, gaze sweeping over them one final time, measuring. They looked tired. Not with the exhaustion he'd commonly seen in men after a skirmish, but something deeper. The slow, gnawing kind that crept into a man's bones, the kind that made them hesitate at the wrong moment. Suetonius stretched his arms with a sigh. "Shall we? Our imperator awaits." Aeneas nodded once. He straightened his tunic and followed his companion into the lion's den. The halls of the palace were hushed as they were led through its labyrinthine corridors. Their guide, a young servant with a brisk but eager step, glanced back at them occasionally, as if gauging their impressions. Suetonius struck up a quiet conversation with him, drawing out details with an ease that suggested familiarity. The young man, ingenuous, he introduced himself, had been freed by Gaius not long ago and now served within the palace. He was well treated, well paid, and spoke with quiet admiration for the imperator. A master of generosity, truly, if only all were so lucky to serve such a man. Ingenuus proclaimed, a knowing edge to his voice. Aeneas, however, paid little attention to their exchange, his mind occupied with assessing his surroundings. He did not know if he would ever set foot in this palace again, so he took stock of every detail. Stone columns that could serve as defensive positions. Alcoves deep enough for an assassin to wait unseen. The presence, or absence, of guards marking which halls were deemed truly secure. He tried to admire the craftsmanship, the careful elegance of the imperial residence, but found his thoughts unwilling to linger on beauty alone. Their boots were hushed against deep crimson carpets, the color of power itself, as they passed through private corridors. As they turned a corner, a pair of young women approached from the opposite direction, their hushed conversation ceasing as they neared. One of them, a girl with piercing eyes and a regal bearing, fixed them with an intense stare, lingering just a moment too long. Before she could speak, her companion caught her wrist and tugged her away, whispering something under her breath. Aeneas smirked, waiting for the comment he expected from Suetonius, some wry observation or murmured jest. But instead, Suetonius merely half-chuckled, shaking his head. "I'd steer clear of that one, Aeneas," he murmured. "From what Gaius has told me, she fits the description of his sister, Agrippina. A sharp mind and a sharper tongue." Aeneas exhaled, watching as the girl disappeared down the hall. "I suppose that means he dotes on her," he mused. "It means," Suetonius said with a smirk, "she's dangerous. On Capri, we got drunk together one night, and I joked about seducing her. He laughed in my face like I was a fool, and said I'd have better luck taming a lion. If anything, it'd be her doing the seducing, and by the time I realized it, I'd already be caught in her claws." At last, they reached a chamber adorned with frescoed ceilings and walls draped in rich, embroidered velvets. The scent of oil lamps and distant flowers lingered in the air, mingling with the faint and familiar smell of the city drifting in from an open balcony. At the far end of the room, with the sunlight framing him in gold, stood a man who could only be Gaius Caesar Augustus Germanicus. His tunic, woven in gold and deep red, bore the laurels of victory along its hem. Beside him, standing with the eager posture of a boy desperate to be taken seriously, was the young Tiberius Gemellus, his newly adopted son and cousin. Aeneas had never seen the heir before, but who else could he be? He was slight, barely into adolescence, still soft-cheeked, though something steely lurked behind his pale eyes. The boy gestured toward something below, his voice low but insistent. Gaius listened with arms crossed, a small smile curving his lips, something clearly fond in his expression. Suetonius and Aeneas halted at the threshold, waiting. Beyond the balcony, Rome stretched beneath the midday sun, a vast sprawl of white marble and terracotta roofs. Gemellus, his youthful face etched with worry, pointed toward the distant streets. Father, he began hesitantly, the title still clearly foreign to him. His voice cracked and squeaked as he spoke. Why don't they cheer for us anymore? Gaius placed a hand on the boy's shoulder, his gaze openly softening. They are frightened, Gemellus. The riot that occurred has left them uncertain, afraid, and angry. Several of them lost friends, lost family. But they love you, Gemellus insisted, his brow furrowed. I was there, you saw how they called you their savior. They were smiling and happy to see us. Gaius sighed, a weariness in his voice that did not match his youth. Love is a fickle thing, little one. It is easily swayed by fear. By hurt. But why? Gemellus asked, eyes wide with confusion. You only want to help them. It wasn't your fault. Gaius knelt, bringing himself to the boy's level. Imagine a babe lost in a storm. He sees the lightning, hears the thunder, and he is terrified. Crying out for his mother to comfort him. He doesn't understand that the storm will pass, that the sun will shine again. Gemellus nodded slowly, his gaze fixed on his adopted father's face. He just wants it to stop. Exactly, Gaius said gently. And what would you do if you saw a child frightened by a storm? I would hold him tight, Gemellus replied, his voice soft. And you would tell him that it will be all right, Gaius said, smiling. You show him he is safe. That is what we must do for Rome, for our people. They are shaken by what has happened. For nearly a decade, their lives have been ruled by fear. They have starved, lost their homes, and many have been forced to surrender the peace and security they once knew just to survive. We must prove to them that those days are over. That they are safe under our rule. The boy's shoulders relaxed, though doubt still clouded his expression. Then what do we do? Gaius exhaled slowly, intensely studying his adopted son. Then he asked, do you know what our great-grandfather put to an end when he was proclaimed as Rome's first citizen? Gemellus paused, his voice barely above a whisper. The Republic, it was in trouble? Because of the civil wars? And, the people weren't sure what would happen to them and so they were frightened. And you remember this from? Gaius prompted, his eyes twinkling slightly. I do pay attention. Gemellus pouted, his voice petulantly rising slightly. A dramatic stamp of his feet. Grandmother Antonia has been testing me on these things all week. Gaius nodded. Augustus did not just bring them peace. He gave them something greater, order, stability, prosperity. He made Rome stronger than it had ever been, greater than anyone had dared to imagine. An entire generation grew up unaware of the chaos and horror that their parents and grandparents had lived through thanks to his efforts. His gaze sharpened. That is what we must do, Gemellus. We will not simply return what has been lost. We will exceed it. The boy straightened, his uncertainty giving way to something steadier. And how do we do that, father? Gaius smiled. We remind them whose blood runs through our veins. Gemellus was silent, absorbing the words. His gaze flickered toward the city, then back to his young father. Finally, he nodded. Before he could say anything else, Gaius reached out and tousled his carefully combed hair. Stop that! Gemellus grumbled, swatting his hand away and attempting to smooth it back down. Gaius chuckled, the sound genuine and easy. You'll survive. Gemellus shot him a wounded glare but abandoned the attempt, folding his arms instead. Everything feels different here, he muttered. The palace. The city. It's not like Capri. It's so quiet yet bright. I'm happy you like it better here, Gaius admitted. His tone was matter of fact, but there was an unspoken understanding in his voice, something softer than before. I suppose. Gemellus kicked at the marble floor lightly with his sandal. I don't think Grandmother Antonia likes it, though. She doesn't, but then she doesn't like much of anything she didn't design herself, Gaius said wryly. That startled a small, breathy laugh from Gemellus. That's true. I heard her yelling at some of her attendants this morning. There's a sale down in the markets and she wanted to beat the rush. It looked almost like she was carrying them to get there on time. She'll manage, Gaius added, though there was little concern in his voice. You all will. Gemellus hesitated before glancing up at him again. And you? Gaius smirked, but it lacked any sharpness. Do I seem unhappy? No, the boy admitted slowly. Stressed, maybe, but not unhappy. Gaius hummed in thought, tilting his head slightly as if considering the words. Then stop worrying so much. Stress is natural for what I do. His hand settled on Gemellus' shoulder, giving it a firm squeeze, steady, reassuring. A father's touch. Now off with you. If I'm not mistaken, Livilla and Drusilla have been eagerly wanting to explore the gardens with you all week, best not keep them waiting. Gemellus sighed but nodded, casting one last look at the city before turning toward the doorway. He only made it a few steps before realizing they weren't alone. His eyes widened, and a faint blush crept up his neck. Without another word, he hurried past Gnaeus and Suetonius, disappearing down the corridor. Gnaeus had watched the entire exchange in silence. This was a father speaking to his son, or at least, a young man trying his best to be a father. For the past year rumors had swirled around Gaius Caesar like a storm, the gladiatorial bouts, the whispered depravity, the comparisons to his father Germanicus. Gnaeus had gotten glimpses here and there when Suetonius deigned to share the contents of his letters, often painting the imperator as unpredictable, intelligent, and attentive. But here, in this quiet moment, none of that seemed to matter. Gnaeus Domitius Corbulo's first impression of Gaius Caesar was that he was a father. An attentive one. The warmth in Gaius's eyes did not vanish as he turned to them, but something behind them cooled. The air shifted. His smile was polite but distant. You both have my thanks for not interrupting. Please, join me. Gnaeus stepped forward, straightening his posture out of respect. This was his first audience with the first citizen, and though he had served Rome for years in whatever capacity he could, this moment held a weight of its own. He met Gaius's gaze steadily and inclined his head in deference. Princeps, I am Gnaeus Domitius Corbulo, tribune of the 15th Legion. It is an honor to stand before you. Gaius studied him for a moment, his sharp eyes appraising. Ah, Gnaeus Domitius Corbulo, the pleasure is all mine. Suetonius spoke highly of you in his letters to me. He dubbed you a man with a tactical mind like no other. A man of discipline, of loyalty. His voice carried an edge of amusement. Qualities that seem to be in short supply these days. Suetonius, ever the eager one, grinned widely and didn't bother with decorum. Gaius, you insufferable bastard, you look well. Gnaeus stiffened at the casualness of the greeting, but the imperator merely smirked. And you look as if you've spent too much time cleaning latrines and not enough in the field, Suetonius. You're as repulsive as ever. Suetonius barked a laugh. You wound me, Caesar. Gnaeus inclined his head deeply, his voice tight. Imperator, forgive his impertinence. He trailed off, his jaw clenched, struggling to reconcile his friend's blatant disrespect with the imperator's apparent leniency. Surely, Suetonius was pushing his luck. He had half a mind to reprimand his friend himself, to remind him of the gravity of their situation. But Gaius waved a hand lazily. It is no trouble, Gnaeus. I understand the necessity of formality, but prefer not to keep it in the company of close friends. Enough of all that. We are not in the Senate House. You are both here because I wanted to speak with men of character who I can speak openly with, not sycophants. And on that note, leave us. The last command was directed at a pair of praetorians flanking the entrance, who hesitated for the briefest moment before bowing their heads and exiting the chamber. The heavy doors groaned shut behind them. Gnaeus watched the imperator carefully. The way he carried himself was not just that of a ruler, there was an ease to him, an effortlessness in control. Gaius moved like a man who knew every outcome in advance and was simply waiting for others to catch up. You are surely wondering why you're here, Gaius said, clasping his hands behind his back. My letter to Legate Gallus contained no details. But you must have guessed that I would not summon you on a whim. We assumed as much, Gnaeus said carefully. Gaius smiled at that. I had originally only intended to summon Suetonius. We have been friends for some time, and I value his counsel, even when he is often insufferable. Suetonius grinned at that. But in his letters, he spoke of you, Gnaeus. Your pragmatism, your sharp mind, your clear loyalty to Rome. Gaius' eyes flickered with something unreadable. I wanted to see for myself. Gnaeus felt Suetonius shift beside him, stealing a glance at him, but he kept his expression neutral. Then I am honored, Princeps. The silence stretched, thick with unspoken questions. Gaius finally broke it, his gaze sweeping over them. Good, he said, his voice laced with a quiet intensity. Tell me, then, what do you make of the state of the city after the riot? He paused, allowing the weight of the question to settle. I doubt you could have ridden far without hearing of it. Suetonius, ever the blunt one, scoffed. I still find it baffling that Macro draws breath. Why is that, Gaius? A flicker of frustration crossed Gaius's face, a momentary lapse in his carefully constructed composure. Believe me, Suetonius, I've asked myself the same question. But matters of state are rarely as simple as we'd prefer. He turned to Gnaeus, his eyes sharp. You have a more measured perspective, I think. Gnaeus considered his words carefully. The city expects action, Imperator. Outwardly, there has been little. That suggests constraints. Gaius nodded, a hint of approval in his eyes. Precisely. He moved to a marble table, where a map of Rome lay spread out. He tapped a finger on the city's heart. The Praetorians. They are the only armed force permitted within the city of Rome. All of my legions are stationed far away on the Imperium's borders or in the provinces. To openly move against Macro, to even hint at imprisoning him or disbanding them, would risk a confrontation I cannot afford. Not now. Nea's breath hitched. Confrontation? The idea was almost blasphemous. The Praetorians, the very guardians of the Imperator, turning against him? He'd seen their professionalism, their discipline, even amidst the public's scorn. Yet, Gaius spoke of them with a chilling pragmatism, as if they were a foreign army camped outside the city walls. He spoke of them as if they were his enemy, not his protectors. If they were removed, who would guard him from harm? Divine Augustus had been the one found them in the first place. Was it right to undo the late Imperator's decision? This wasn't a matter of subtle political maneuvering, of shifting allegiances within the Senate or current political order. This was something far more fundamental, a deep-seated distrust that seemed to permeate every word. He'd witnessed the brutal efficiency of legionary discipline, the swift, merciless punishments for even the slightest transgression. Surely, the Praetorians, who surely had to be handpicked for their loyalty, would be held to an even higher standard. Would not resist facing their rightful punishment for harming members of the Senate. The thought of them turning traitorous was a jarring dissonance, a crack in the foundation of what he had understood of Roman authority. Was this a test? A veiled threat? He felt a knot of unease tighten in his gut. They are more than just arrogant, Gaius continued, his voice low. They are entrenched. Their collective wealth, their connections, they are a brotherhood, looking after their own. They can bury scandals, bribe and threaten officials, ensure their power remains unchallenged. To dislodge them without violent reprisal requires more from me than a swift command. Then what course of action do you propose, Imperator? Neas asked, his voice steady. Gaius leaned over the map, his eyes gleaming with purpose. I need a counterbalance before I can act. An armed force loyal to me, and me alone. That is where you both come in. Neas schooled his expression, but the weight of those words settled heavily upon him. I need men of proven competence to assist me in this endeavor, men I can trust implicitly. You both will help me in this task. Suetonius frowned in thought. You wish to have your own armed force at your back before you remove Macro from power? What form will it take? Gaius straightened, eyes fixed on the map. I intend to travel to Gaul. You both will attend me, alongside a small detachment of Praetorians. There, we will assess the legions and the state of the province. He paused, gaze sharpening. And we will find cause for a campaign against Britannia. Suetonius's eyes gleamed with excitement, but Neas remained focused. Britannia? He asked, measured. I've heard reports of raids, disruptions to trade, but is that enough to justify a full conquest? Gaius nodded. The riot has given me an opportunity. I cannot be seen to do nothing. The Praetorians and Macro will be punished, publicly and privately. Macro has been ordered to provide the Senate with a list of those responsible for the riot's outbreak. He does not know why, only that I am furious. To save himself, he will have to give them up. That will weaken his support. The people and the Senate will be appeased as they witness and administer the punishment in my name during my absence. His tone darkened. Beyond that, I will reduce the Praetorian presence here. 7 of the 9 cohorts will be dispersed across Italia on lesser duties. The remaining 1,200 men, will remain to guard the city. A diminished force, but still enough to serve my needs. The people will notice their absence and draw their own conclusions. He allowed a beat of silence before continuing. In Gaul, we will also visit a certain Germanic tribe on the border. My great-grandfather disbanded the numerous Bataverum, Germanic Imperial Guard, but now I have justification to restore them. They will henceforth be the personal guards of my family and I, loyal to coin, not to Rome or their families. Unlike the Praetorians, they have no political ties, no ambition but their wage. And in that regard, no one in this city, not even Macro, can outmatch me. With them and the legions on my side, I will have my counterbalance. And then, I will deal with Macro as I see fit. A weighted silence followed. An invasion of Britannia, Neas observed, would take time. A year, at least, to gather supplies, to rally the legions. Plenty of time to stabilize the city, and channel its frustrations elsewhere. A slow, wolfish grin spread across Gaius's face. Precisely. The legions are restless, their pride wounded after losing veterans, friends, in the Forum. They need a victory, one worthy of Rome, one that reaffirms their purpose. He exhaled, his voice thick with ambition. And I will give them that by completing what my ancestor, Julius Caesar, began. Suetonius leaned forward, his excitement momentarily tempered. We've spoken of this before, but I must ask again, why Britannia? Why not Germania or Parthia? Gaius smiled, but there was steel beneath it. Because it is the most advantageous war I can fight, he said simply. Britannia carries the weight of my family's legacy. Julius Caesar wrote of it, cementing it into the dreams and imagination of Romans across the Imperium, and now I will make it a reality. His fingers drummed against the table. Germania is a richer prize, but it is beyond my reach. The tribes are more united than ever. To conquer them, I would need absolute control over the legions and the Senate. I do not have that, yet. Parthia is the same. Too far, too powerful. His gaze darkened. Britannia, however, is vulnerable. Its tribes fight one another. They lack the discipline of the legions. Conquering it would be a triumph that resonates throughout the empire, proof that I am my father's son. He leaned in, voice dropping to something almost conspiratorial. You wonder why I share this with you? Why I entrust such plans to mere tribunes? Gaius met his gaze evenly. The thought crossed my mind, Caesar. Gaius chuckled. Then let me put your mind at ease, you are not tribunes. He let the words settle before continuing. As of an hour ago, you are legates. Each of you will command a legion. I will lead two myself. The fifth commander is yet to be chosen. His gaze flicked between them, eyes gleaming. This campaign will prove your worth, to me, to Rome. Show me you are men I can trust to lead my armies. A pause. Then, with a smirk, though if I were a betting man, I'd say I already know the answer. A surge of exhilaration ran through Gaius, though he kept his expression measured. This was no small promotion. A leap in rank, a sign of trust, and an opportunity to carve his name into history. Suetonius, ever the first to move, bowed his head. Hail, Caesar. Gaius followed, his voice firm. Hail, Caesar. Gaius exhaled, satisfied. Good. My servants will escort you to your quarters. Rest, eat. We depart for Gaul before the day is out. He straightened, expression hardening. I have adjustments to make before then. As they left, Gaius cast one last glance toward the city below. Rome was restless, wounded. But soon, its gaze would turn outward, toward the mist-covered isle across the sea. Toward war. Toward conquest. And he would be there to see it happen at the head of his own legion. He couldn't wait. Ennea Thrasilla. The city glittered in the sunlight, a restless sprawl beyond the arched window, but Ennea barely registered it. Urgency clawed at her, a frantic drum against her ribs. Her husband had done something stupid, dragging them both into a mess. His orders in the aftermath had been explicit, stay put. Then he'd left her unattended, running off to meet with the very senators he had wronged, a desperate attempt to mend what he had broken. She had grown used to seeking out Gaius Caesar's company, the man knowing precisely how to play her body like a fiddle. Yet this time, it wasn't passion that drove her to him, not entirely. It was the need for control. Macro's actions had left her dangerously adrift, her once vast social circle fracturing. Fear of being attached to her husband's scandal had driven people away. Fear of Gaius Caesar's inevitable reprisal had driven them even further. She refused to stand by and do nothing while Macro dragged her into ruin alongside him. So she had come seeking the other man in her life. She smoothed the folds of her stella, silk whispering against her skin, a fragile barrier in this opulent chamber. Here, in Gaius's private space, the air thrummed with a different kind of tension, one of dangerous intimacy, thrilling and unnerving. It threatened to distract her from her goal. Gaius turned from the window, the intruding sunlight catching the sharp angles of his face, softening the usual imperious cast. His gaze settled on her, warm, deceptively so. He traced the line of her jaw, a light touch that sent a shiver down her spine, though whether from desire or apprehension, she couldn't quite discern. Ennea, he murmured, her name a silken caress. His thumb lingered on her lips, pressing lightly. You are bold to come here. She met his gaze, letting a flicker of a smile touch her lips. And you, Gaius, are predictable to expect me. She leaned into his touch, the game beginning. That is even more surprising, considering I heard not an hour ago that you are leaving the city. To Gaul, of all places. What could possibly have caught your interest there? Oh, Gaius, you're not running away from Rome's disappointment, are you? Gaius chuckled, a low sound vibrating between them. Running away? No. He stepped back, drawing her toward a plush couch draped in deep crimson. I've received troubling reports of the Britons interfering in our affairs in Gaul. Who better to discern the truth than myself? He settled beside her, close enough that their thighs brushed, sending another wave of awareness through her. You concern yourself with my affairs, Ennea. Has my governance of the Imperium suddenly become so fascinating to you? His dark eyes held hers, knowing. Or is it something else that has you so concerned? I can see the worry in your eyes. He was testing her. She would play along. She leaned in, her voice dropping to a husky whisper. My concern, Gaius, is for you. For Rome's stability. She let the word hang, knowing its weight. Rumors whisper of discontent. Senators murmuring against your rule. New alliances forming in the wake of my husband's disgrace. Won't leaving now, at this critical juncture, make you vulnerable? Gaius's smile faded, replaced by a look of sharp intensity. My departure is a calculated risk, Enya, one necessitated by the precarious position Macro has forced upon me. He paused, his gaze unwavering. You speak of alliances. Tell me, Enya, where does your loyalty truly lie? You've been a willing participant in our encounters. Do you believe I haven't seen the subtle questions, the carefully placed inquiries? Do you think I'm blind to the information you've been gathering? Enya's breath hitched. She had anticipated this moment, but the directness of his accusation still stung. Gaius, Spare me the denials, he interrupted, his voice low and firm, but without the harshness of before. I understand your position. You are a wife, bound to your husband. But understand this, I am not blind. And I am not a fool. He took a step closer, his eyes searching hers. Upon my return to Rome, I will take a wife. It is a necessary step, a political maneuver to solidify my position. You understand, I'm sure. Heat flushed her cheeks, a sharp, unwelcome burn. Jealousy? Maybe a little. She'd thought herself beyond such petty feelings. Wounded pride? Definitely. He'd just laid bare the truth, she was a tool, a pawn, and she'd been stupid enough to think, even for a second, that it was more than that. Not love, no. That was absurd. But, something. A connection. A real conversation, unlike the empty pleasantries she endured with Macro. She'd let herself believe there was something genuine there, a spark that wasn't just about politics. How idiotic. But then, a stubborn thought pushed back against the wave of humiliation. He was getting married for politics. Politics. Not because he didn't want her. Not because he was ending there, whatever it was. He needed a wife, a political alliance. That didn't mean he was shutting her out completely. They could still meet. Still talk. Still, be together. He'd made it clear she had a choice to make, a choice that implied he expected her to continue to have contact with him. So, the game wasn't over. It was just changing shape. Maybe it was wishful thinking, maybe it was just her refusing to admit she'd been played. But she wasn't ready to let go of him. Not yet. Precisely, Gaius said, his voice softening slightly. And it is precisely because of this necessity that I offer you a choice. You have walked a dangerous path, Enya, playing both sides. Now, you must decide where your true allegiance lies. When I return, if you choose, you will meet me at the Temple of Vesta on the Ides of the next month. You will bring me the information you have gathered, and you will tell me everything that Macro is planning. Or, you can choose to remain loyal to him, his dutiful wife. Why, one wonders who he will whore you out to next. He stepped closer, his gaze dark and unyielding. But do not think I will continue indulging this deception simply to sate my desires for your beauty. If you try to deceive me further, if you think to play me for a fool, I will know. His voice dropped to a dangerous whisper. And I will not be forgiving. He paused, his gaze lingering on hers, a slow, knowing smile curving his lips. The choice is yours, Enya. And the consequences, whatever they may be, will be yours alone. He stepped closer, his voice a velvet promise. But choose wisely, and you may find the rewards far greater than you ever imagined. Thanks for reading. Author's notes. Hope you liked the chapter. From now till the end of next week I'm going to be focusing solely on my Halo stories, so the next chapter will likely come the week after that. Got a burst of inspiration due to the last chapter, and this is the result. Some of you will likely argue that Macro's actions leading to the death of some senators, citizens, and a foreign dignitary requires a more serious punishment, or for this to be the end of the road for him, and I don't disagree, though based on the situation this is what I feel is a more realistic outcome based of Gaius' future wariness, and from a storytelling perspective it's a interesting outcome. By now I feel like I've probably already explained either in story or in comments the delicate balance of the Emperor and Praetorian Guard relationship, but here it really does boil down to something simple. Gaius can go and have Macro arrested, but with what army? Will the minority of Praetorians loyal to him or not on Macro's payroll step up beside him and put themselves at risk against the majority of their peers? If he decides to punish them as a collective, then who will stop them from acting in reprisal against him? He did use the Guard/Macro to help kill Tiberius, which in its own way is a double-edged sword, as up until that point they hadn't willingly harmed an emperor, but now, at least if only for Macro, the precedent has been set. So a combo of loyal and devoted battle-hardened legions and the Germanic bodyguard is a combo he hopes to put together to put the Praetorians in their place once and for all. Will he succeed? You'll have to read on to find out. Haha. July 33 CE. In the 7th month of the first year of Imperator Gaius' reign. On the fringes of Roman-controlled Germania, in the region of Batavia. Home to the Batavi tribe. It was only now, venturing to the very edge of his dominion, that a familiar yearning surfaced in Gaius Caesar's mind. What I wouldn't give to have been reborn with a decent car, he mused privately, a low whine escaping him. The history nerd within reveled in his bizarre twist of fate, giddy with the sheer experience of walking ancient Roman streets and conversing with its inhabitants. He'd absorbed more about this era in a single year than he had through consuming dozens of lectures, textbooks, and primary sources over the course of an university degree and a subsequent life of historical self-study. He was certain most historians throughout the ages would have given almost anything to stand in the Caligula he now did. Though, he thought wryly, while the name sounded suitably regal, he sincerely hoped his legacy wouldn't, after all he intended to change, still be reduced to Emperor Little Boots. Yet, despite the joy he felt, the ingrained comforts of his former life had begun to gnaw. No matter how much he tried to ignore, it seemed there were certain things that his heart would always yearn for. Things that he had once taken for granted. Gaius' journey had been plagued from the outset by relentless rain. The long road from Rome to the northernmost reaches of Gaul, already a journey of several weeks in fair weather, had become a grueling ordeal. Roman roads, once marvels of engineering, had turned to muddy slicks, treacherous and slow. At times, the procession crawled forward, the wheels of supply carts mired deep in the sludge. What should have taken 3 weeks had stretched to 4. Each sodden kilometer dragged like an eternity. Gaius, once fascinated by how people of the 1st century traveled, now found himself fantasizing about the modern conveniences he had lost. Why couldn't he have woken up with his own commercial airliner parked out the front of Tiberius' villa? He even missed the mind-numbing tedium of airport security that came with it. Compared to this, it all seemed so impossibly fast. He would have settled for a mere bicycle. Mundane, efficient, almost divine in concept now. He'd even begun sketching designs in a personal journal he kept, wondering if Hero could devise a working prototype for him once affairs in Gaul were concluded. It was a simple idea, yet revolutionary, an invention that could transform communication speeds across the empire if properly implemented. Of course, he mostly wanted one for himself. Maybe it could even become a popular sport, BMX, Ancient Rome edition. Only the constant refinement of his communication network plans had kept him sane through the mind-numbing slog. He envisioned coded optical telegraphs flashing across hilltop peaks, standardized signal horns echoing out commands to his legions, and synchronized semaphore towers relaying messages across the vast empire. That, and the absurd image of future historians uncovering scrolls detailing an Roman emperor doing 180-degree spins on a bicycle track had made him laugh. At last, with a groan more felt than heard, Gaius dropped into the nearest chair like a dying puppet, his strings having worn thin. The long, punishing ride across Gaul was over. His thighs ached. His ankles throbbed. His lower back had become some kind of battlefield, and his neck had developed a crick that he hoped wasn't permanent, all unwanted souvenirs from the road. Freed from the saddle, his affection for horses returned immediately, though it was now laced with something like half-hearted resentment. He never thought he'd have to get used to the smell of horse shit. His party had arrived in a fledgling Roman settlement pressed up against Batavian territory, untamed land, by Roman standards. The men of the Batavi tribe were the very people he'd come to recruit for his imperial Germanic guard. Big, stoic bastards, most of them, but if posterity was to be believed fiercely loyal to all the emperors they served if properly incentivized. And he meant to keep an eye out for sharp-eyed women too. That particular idea would scandalize the Senate, placing women in the emperor's personal guard? Unthinkable. Laughable. But no one would question a few new palace attendants. The truth was, servants could kill just as easily as soldiers. Many an emperor had fallen to schemes conducted by the men and women who helped to run his household. Poisoned wine. A slipped knife. A whispered distraction at the wrong moment. Emperor Domitian had himself been taken down by a freedman, a steward, and a lying servant. Despite the sting to his pride, Gaius could admit, at least in the comforting privacy of his own mind, to an undeniable truth, he was somewhat paranoid about assassination. And with good reason. He was the only man alive who knew with absolute certainty the fate that would have befallen him had his rebirth not altered the future. He had shaken hands with men in Rome who he knew would orchestrate assassination plots against him if given the chance, men who had gladly plunged his blades into his body with vigor. Who would eagerly kill him alongside his wife and child with smiles on their lips. Tiberius hadn't helped matters, his abuses had forced Gaius to always keep constantly vigilant on Capri. Even now, some nights Gaius awoke in a cold sweat, dreading a return to that god-forsaken island. Consequently, he held little regard for tradition if it compromised his safety. Even Roman slaves and servants often harbored the same prejudices that led them to underestimate and even overlook foreign servants. Servants who after being taught could listen, observe, and report their findings directly to him. He cracked his knuckles without thinking, an old reflex, useless but he found it somehow comforting. The townspeople had been awestruck by his arrival. Not every day did the imperator ride into a mud-choked village at the edge of a province. They'd practically begged him to take their largest building for his use, some communal hall that still smelled faintly of livestock. He didn't mind. It had a roof, chairs that didn't move beneath you, and most importantly, no horse shit. If someone in his old life had told him he'd cross all of France on horseback, he would have laughed hard. He wasn't laughing now. Mostly because his neck hurt too much. His respect for cavalrymen had soared. Hell, even his opinion of Hadrian had improved. All those tours through the provinces, he'd thought it was for show. Now? It felt heroic. Or stupid. Or both. Gaius also understood, for the first time, why so many emperors never left Rome. He didn't blame them anymore. Whose idea was it for him to take this whole Imperator of Rome gig seriously anyway? He could have been living it up in the palace without a care. Oh, wait. It was his. A young girl. Barely into womanhood, with sun-kissed hair cascading over her shoulders, approached with a hesitant step. Her cheeks were flushed, eyes wide with a mix of awe and something else more primal. She held a simple wooden cup in both hands, the water inside sloshing slightly as she extended it toward him. Her fingers brushed his as she passed it over, trembling just enough to betray her nerves. "My Caesar," she murmured, "I brought you water." Gaius accepted the offering with a slow, gracious smile, the kind that could melt stone or sway a Senate vote, depending on its target. His eyes flicked, just once, to the nearest Praetorian he trusted. A barely perceptible nod confirmed the water was clean. Poison, after all, had a way of following him wherever he went. He wouldn't be the first man swayed to his own demise by a comely face. "And your name?" he asked, returning his full attention to her. He pitched his voice gently, laced with warmth, charm measured down to the syllable. "Drusa," she replied, steadier now. "Thank you, Drusa," he said, taking a measured sip. The water was cool, clean, blessedly crisp against his parched throat. A gracious gift after such a journey. "You've done your princeps a kindness." Drusa brightened at that, emboldened by his tone. She tilted her head, lips parting in a coy smile. "It was my pleasure, Caesar. If there's anything else you desire of me, you need only ask." There it was, the shift. The purr in her voice, the half-lidded gaze, the deliberate curve of her posture. Gaius opened his mouth, ready to offer a teasing reply, but fat, or perhaps paternal instinct, intervened. An older man entered the hall with the urgency of a man trying to smother a fire with his bare hands. The man bowed his head low in deference, though Gaius half suspected it was more to hide the paleness that had come across his face when he saw who exactly his daughter was speaking with. "Drusa," he called, his voice rough but deferent. She hesitated, glanced back at Gaius, then turned, hips swaying in a rhythm more hopeful than practiced. Gaius watched her retreat, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. He couldn't say that the view was unappreciated at least. She'd be telling that story for the rest of her life, how she'd served water to Caesar and caught his eye. He suspected she'd try again to seduce him before he left the settlement. And maybe, on another night, after another bottle of wine, he'd remember her with a vague fondness. Maybe. But then the thought crept in, not unwelcome but still cool, the kind that slipped past armor and settled in the chest. Marriage. Once he returned to Rome there would be no putting it off. Caesar needed a wife. Caesar needed sons and daughters. The political necessity of it. The inevitability of it. The swarm of Roman nobles circling like vultures with daughters, nieces, and conveniently widowed mothers in tow. Even his mother had joined the hunt. "Honestly, son," she'd said just before he left Rome, her tone as sharp as the molded rings on her fingers, "it's high time you started thinking about producing some proper heirs. I want a whole gaggle of grandchildren to dote on before I pass. And don't you dare saddle me with some simpering little fool of a woman. Bring me someone with backbone. Someone who can handle you. Now get on with it." He'd left that conversation with metaphorically bleeding ears and a very literal headache. The problem was, the histories he remembered weren't exactly helpful. No neat list of potentially amazing wives of the emperor with footnotes and summaries. Just scattered names, half-remembered alliances, and the vague sense that no matter who he chose, it would never be just his choice. If anything, the histories had focused on all the women one was to avoid if they didn't want to be murdered, cooped, or publicly shamed. There were women outside of Rome who would make potentially suitable candidates, but that came with its own series of possible headaches. Temptations like Drusa were easy. Sweet. Fleeting. But he knew better, most of the time at least, than to risk leaving bastards scattered across the provinces like wine spilled on a banquet floor. That path led only to headaches, court intrigues, and sharp knives in the dark. He let out a quiet huff of amusement, shaking his head. He already had enough to handle dodging the ever-persistent charms of Enya, who seemed to grow sharper, and far more dangerous by the day. She wanted something from him too, though whether that was a child, safety, genuine affection, or something else he wasn't yet certain. She was clever enough to never say it outright. The heavy wooden doors groaned open. Corbulo and Suetonius entered first, followed by Legate Fabius Piso, waddling in with all the pomp and none of the dignity. His appointment to this tense corner of the empire owed more to his family name and a well-practiced gift for flattery than to any proven skill with his sword or scroll. The man had little to no interest in properly fulfilling his duties as commander of a Roman legion. Fabius was in his early 40s, though his swollen frame and flushed cheeks gave him the air of a man aging faster than time intended. His toga, a garish affair in gold and maroon, clung to his chest like a drowning man. His hands looked more accustomed to gripping a spoon than a gladius. He was notorious for gorging himself at dinner parties, shoveling food between smacking lips with such gusto that even hardened veterans found excuses to look away. There was something theatrical about him, his gestures a touch too grand, his smiles a fraction too wide. His hair, stiff with pomade and carefully curled, sat on his head like a bird's nest poised to collapse at any sudden movement. Ever the courtier, he offered a compliment for every occasion, each one delivered with the warmth of a wax mask and just as sincere. Under Tiberius's increasingly absentee rule, the Rhine frontier had slipped into quiet decay. Fabius was its perfect emblem, more invested in posturing and politicking than the bitter arithmetic of legionary readiness. He clearly saw Gaius's arrival as a golden opportunity. No doubt he hoped to attach himself like a lamprey to the emperor's traveling court, lending his enthusiastic support to whatever plan emerged, no matter how foolish. Tiberius might have tolerated such sycophancy, might have even encouraged it, but Gaius found it unbearable. If he wanted blind devotion, he'd get a dog. Gemellus would certainly approve. The boy had a curious fondness for animals, dogs especially, and Gaius, much to the teasing and ribbing of his sisters, had started indulging his adopted son when the mood struck. They could tease him all they liked, it was a father's most vital job to provide for his kids. That certainly didn't change no matter the era one lived. At least a hound's loyalty came without flattery or ulterior motive, at least no ulterior motive beyond the desire to be given plenty of scratches, walks, and ever more food. Would a dog be the right kind of pet? Maybe a bird or a cat instead would be better. Or perhaps something more exotic, like a tiger or a bear. Obviously safely secured but one that Gemellus could appreciate from a distance. A far distance. The unbidden image of Gemellus riding a warbear into battle greatly amused him and terrified him in equal measure. When news of Gaius's impending arrival in Gaul reached the frontier legates, several, including Fabius, had rushed to offer the honor of escorting him to his destination. Their motives were transparent. Either they feared what the imperator might learn if left alone with his praetorians, or they were scrambling to obscure just how lax they'd become of the last decade. Gaius had accepted Fabius's offer out of sheer convenience. The others were told to prepare for his arrival within the month. He would be conducting full inspections. They had been warned that due to the province's importance that punishments would be severe should they be found to have been negligent in their duties. It had been nearly a decade since an imperator toured the frontier. Gaius knew that 5 legates across the Rhine were at this very moment in a frenzy, desperate to whip their legions into parade ground shape. That suited him just fine. He had deliberately staggered the dispatches, those he considered too loyal to Tiberius or simply incompetent had been informed last. Once his dealings with the Batavi were complete, he intended to visit those legions first. Surprise inspections were an excellent way to separate the capable from the complacent. Tiberius's indulgent retreat to Capri had allowed the empire's sinews to slacken. That time was over. Gaius meant to make the legions taut again. Stronger and more disciplined than ever. He remembered reading of the original Caligula's tour through Gaul, an orgiastic spectacle of gladiators, actors, and women, all wrapped in a traveling circus of petty vengeance and theatrical executions. Generals had been killed simply for being more beloved by their men than the imperator himself. Gaius had no intention of repeating that mistake. That was a shortcut to assassination if there ever was one, and by all accounts, not a particularly pleasant one. Gaius turned his gaze to the nearest window. He watched as the rain sheeted down in silvery veils blurring the distant Trialine visible through the drawn-back oiled cloth. The hall smelled of old smoke and oiled leather. Flickering braziers lined the stone walls, their light casting long, dancing shadows across the timber beams overhead. At the center stood a long oaken table, its scarred surface bearing the marks of use, gouges from styluses, perhaps even the occasional frustrated knife jab. Gaius sat at the head of the long, scarred table, the damp wool of his cloak still clinging uncomfortably to his shoulders. He ran a finger over the lines of the only crude regional map that had been available, making a mental note to dispatch surveyors for something more accurate. Lost in that small administrative concern, he only returned to the present when the low murmur of voices around him grew sharper. His companions had made themselves comfortable. To his right, Suetonius reclined with his usual air of detachment, swirling a half-empty goblet of spiced wine. On his left, Corbulo sat stiffly, back straight as the gladius resting against the table, the brazier light catching its polished edge. Beside him, Fabius perched forward on the bench, nodding along to a conversation no one else seemed to be having. "This rain will turn the roads to a mire," Corbulo grumbled, his gaze lifting to the timbered rafters as if he could somehow influence the downpour. "We should double the perimeter watch. In weather like this, Unwanted guests could slither right into our midst, whether they come bearing olive branches or something far less civil. Suetonius chuckled, a dry, rasping sound that held a hint of cynicism. Always anticipating the worst, Corbulo. A commendable trait in a military man. Though I hardly think a few sodden barbarians pose a threat that Fabius's legion couldn't handle with one hand tied behind their backs. He paused, swirling his wine, his gaze becoming more serious. No, it's not the elements that concern me tonight. It's the men we're about to usher in from this delightful deluge. Germans. They possess a remarkable capacity for remembering slights, real or imagined, and their concept of forgiveness is, shall we say, underdeveloped. Fabius, ever eager to align himself with anyone he perceived to be in favor, chimed in with an overly enthusiastic tone. But surely, with the divine presence of our Imperator illuminating this humble gathering, any thoughts of ill will would surely melt away like snow in the summer sun. They will be overcome with reverence, humbled by his very gaze. Corbulo's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly, a flicker of annoyance crossing his stern features. Suetonius merely exhaled slowly, his gaze drifting towards Gaius with a silent, almost weary appeal to end his suffering. Gaius, who had been observing the three of them with a detached amusement, finally spoke, his voice calm and even. All right, Suetonius. You're practically radiating apprehension. Unburden yourself. What particular anxieties are the imminent arrival of a few Batavians stirring within your wine-filled stomach? Suetonius at that comment took a deliberate sip of his wine, his eyes fixed on the swirling liquid. The Batavi, he began, his tone laced with a familiar skepticism. Undeniably skilled horsemen. They make great auxiliaries. Their bravery on the charge is legendary, and they handle a spear with a grace that belies its lethality. But these very forests, he gestured vaguely towards the unseen wilderness beyond the town's meager walls, still echo with the screams and the shame of Teutoburg. Trusting any German, even one bearing what appears to be a peace offering, sits ill with me. My father lost 3 brothers, a cousin and an uncle in that cursed forest. Suetonius' family had struggled to recover after most the enlisted men lost their lives in Germania. If it wasn't for Gaius' friendship and patronage, it would have taken another few decades before Suetonius could pull his family up and out of the gutter through his success as a military commander. It was clear his friend still held a grudge, though for Gaius' sake he did his best to conceal it. You think I've forgotten the disaster of Varus? Gaius asked, a wry smile touching the corner of his lips. The man's incompetence cost the Imperium 3 legions. That kind of blunder leaves a rather indelible mark on the imperial consciousness. No one with any sense has forgotten, Suetonius replied, his gaze unwavering. 15,000 Roman lives vanished into those Germanic trees. The eagle standards, symbols of our invincibility, were lost. And they, less said about the fate of the legionaries' remains, the better. My father recounted how divine Augustus himself never truly recovered from that blow. Reportedly rumors swirled it back in those days that at night he paced his palace and cursed Varus' spirit to return his lost legions. Cursed him to suffer damnation. His subsequent disbanding of the numerous Batavrum wasn't merely a strategic decision, Gaius. It was a public declaration of distrust, a necessary appeasement of a populace baying for German blood. There are still many in Rome, grieving families, who believe that no amount of time can truly erase that stain. They will see this move as a reckless gamble, perhaps even a betrayal of the memory of those who died. Gaius leaned back in his chair, his arms folded across his chest, his expression thoughtful. Let them murmur their disapproval. Though I doubt they will care too much with the current goings-on. Macro has, rather conveniently, provided them with a far more immediate target for their ire. This is a necessary step either way. The Praetorian Guard itself is fracturing. The cohorts I brought with me from Rome answer to me, and to me alone. But as for the rest, well, let's just say their loyalties are currently as fluid as this rain-soaked ground. Every man is likely wondering if his name is already inscribed on that list Macro was compiling for the Senate. I suspect some might have already turned tail and ran by now. Suetonius's brow furrowed, his concern deepening. So, with all this uncertainty swirling around, you're really set on putting your neck on the line with foreigners, Gaius? Look, you know I'd follow you to the ends of the earth. How about you let me take over the Praetorians from Macro? You know where my loyalty lies. If you truly think this is the right move, I'm with you, every step of the way. But I cannot pretend I am not concerned. Gaius met Suetonius's earnest gaze, a hint of understanding in his own. Your loyalty is beyond question, Suetonius. And your skill with leading men, I've seen it myself, would prove invaluable to such a position. But those talents belong on the battlefield, at the head of my legions. To confine you to the role of my personal shadow would be a disservice to you and to Rome, a waste of a keen strategic mind that should be focused on broader horizons. Fabius, clearly sensing an opportunity to curry favor, leaned forward, his voice dropping to a reverent whisper. Words of pure wisdom, Caesar. Your insight is truly divine. To chain such a brilliant military mind as Suetonius to mere bodyguard duty would be akin to hiding a priceless jewel in a dark vault. Your vision is unparalleled. Suetonius coughed, loudly, deliberately, cutting through Fabius's sycophantic praise like a blade through bread. Gaius didn't react, but inwardly he winced. In his old life, no one had ever tripped over themselves to impress him. He'd spent his days hunched over his work desk or buried in history books, surrounded by a few close friends who valued honesty over flattery. He'd only occasionally been the leader of that group, more often than not content to let others take the reins. Now, flattery was a core currency in his life, and Fabius dealt in it like a seasoned, hungry merchant. Gaius wasn't naive, he'd seen plenty try to cozy up before, but Fabius was by far the most transparent. He just hoped he didn't mess it all up. Sure, he had Caligula's memories, but he was still learning the nuance of dancing through Roman social customs and norms. Still, he had no prior experience in running empires and Rome hadn't yet, so maybe, just maybe, he was managing well enough. Gaius raised a hand, silencing Fabius with a curt gesture. Enough, Fabius. I value your enthusiasm, but I asked for counsel, not unnecessary accolades. He turned back to Suetonius and Corbulo, his expression becoming more serious. You both see the potential for threat in these Batavi. I see something else, hunger. They served Rome with distinction for decades. Their loyalty was unquestioned until the shadow of Teutoburg fell upon all Germans. Of course, because they were disbanded, their honor was tarnished through no fault of their own. That leaves a mark, a deep resentment, perhaps. But that hunger for recognition, for a chance to reclaim their lost standing, that can be a powerful tool. Loyalty forged in the crucible of past injustice can be stronger than any oath. Corbulo finally spoke, his voice low and pragmatic. And if that hunger turns on the hand that feeds it, Caesar? If their resentment outweighs their desire for reinstatement? Gaius shrugged with practiced indifference. He could not afford for doubt to show. Then I will have misjudged them, and I will pay the price. But the risk is worth the reward. They came quickly, despite the weather. That speaks for itself. He glanced toward the great doors. I believe they will want a second chance. To prove themselves. To be Roman. A side door creaked open, letting in a breath of cold, damp air. A Praetorian entered, his cloak still dripping with rainwater. Chieftain Hudugast and the Batavian delegation have arrived, Caesar. Gaius rose from his seat, fingers adjusting the folds of his tunic with unconscious nervousness. The familiar weight of the fabric grounded him, even as his thoughts swirled. This had to go well. The situation with Macro and the fracturing loyalties of the Praetorian Guard was approaching a breaking point. Before he could act, before he could reshape the balance of power, he had to ensure his own safety and more importantly that of his family was secured. He had a feeling Macro was going to something foolish quite soon, more so than he already had. The man had proven that he acted before he dared to think. To his right, Suetonius stood like carved granite, composed and silent. The man's face betrayed nothing, but Gaius could feel the tension radiating off him like heat from a forge. Corbulo loomed nearby, broader, more visibly dangerous. He looked unsurprisingly uncomfortable. From what Suetonius had told him, the man was often on edge if he was not out in the field or on duty in a military encampment. He was a soldier. Behind them, Fabius shifted again, just barely, an anxious twitch of the hands, a glance he tried to hide. The man's smile was frozen in place, but his eyes flicked toward the door with the nervous energy of a man who sensed the winds might be shifting and hadn't yet decided which way to lean. Gaius didn't fail to notice that he stood half behind Gaius. If one of the Batavi tried to run Fabius through, they'd have to carve through Gaius first. The great doors groaned open, and in stepped a herd of old men. Chieftain Hudugast led them, the wolf pelt draped across his shoulders slick with rain. It clung to him, framing a body honed by hardship and hardened by years spent on the fringes of Rome's reach. His weathered face held the cold calm of a man well versed in hostile courts and negotiations steeped in blood. The mail he wore was battered and unadorned, meant for war, not ceremony, unlike the polished showpieces adoring Fabius. Pale eyes swept the chamber with practiced precision, pausing on each figure flanking Gaius before settling on the young imperator himself with a level, unreadable stare. Gaius knew he ought to be unsettled, but instead, he found the man's bearing almost refreshing. It was a quiet reminder that, though these lands now bowed to him, their people still carried themselves with a pride and tradition that were wholly their own. His empire was a unique and diverse place and ever the more interesting for it. His warriors followed, no more than a dozen, but they moved with the silent cohesion of men who'd fought together, bled together. No wasted motion. No uncertainty. They did not swagger with arrogance, but nor did they enter with anxious humility. Gaius could not tell who amongst them was more senior in rank or position as they all moved amongst one another like equals. He watched half amused as the Praetorians on the fringes of the hall tensed, anticipation racing across their faces. Some looked scared while others looked eager. Eager to test themselves. Gaius stepped forward with open palms, voice steady. Chieftain Hudugast, he said. I'm honored you accepted my invitation. You and your men are welcome here. Come, sit with me. Hadugast inclined his head, rainwater still dripping from his wolf pelt. Emperor Caesar. His Latin was crisp, measured, the words shaped by a foreign cadence but delivered with quiet confidence. A pleasant surprise. The honor is ours. I offer condolences for your great-uncle, Emperor Tiberius. May his soul find peace among your gods. Gaius nodded once in acknowledgement. A translator stepped forward from the periphery, but Gaius raised a hand to shoo him off. Your command of our tongue is better than I was led to believe. I'm glad we can speak without intermediaries. Hadugast accepted the gesture with a small nod and lowered himself into the seat indicated. His men followed suit, arranging themselves haphazardly. Gaius remained standing, allowing a brief silence to settle. Let them feel the weight of the moment. It has been 24 years since your people served my household, he began. You did so with distinction and honor. Empires the world over know of your tribe and its strength. Loyalty was never the problem. On the contrary, your loyalty was iron. But after the disaster at Teutoburg, my great-grandfather Augustus dissolved the Germanic Guard. Not for any failure on their part, but to avoid public scandal. In his caution, I believe he erred. Hadugast didn't move, but a flicker passed behind his eyes. Interest? Suspicion? Gaius couldn't tell. Either would be useful. I intend, Gaius continued, voice unwavering, to correct that mistake. My proposal is simple, to reinstate an imperial guard drawn from the horsemen of your tribe. 1,000 strong. Chosen for discipline, loyalty, and strength. They would serve not as auxiliaries nor mercenaries but as an elite unit under my direct command, tasked with protecting myself and my household. A faint hiss of rain played against the high windows, as if the storm beyond held its breath. Hadugast leaned forward slightly, the firelight catching the silver strands in his beard. You offer us what was taken, he said slowly. A place beside Caesar's household, once lost. We would be fools not to consider it. But... He glanced subtly toward the Praetorians stationed along the perimeter. Why now, Caesar? You are not unguarded. We were soon replaced by the men standing around us. Gaius allowed himself a smile, small, deliberate, more thoughtful than warm. Indeed. These men serve me well. Many with honor, some with great distinction. His eyes flicked to the Praetorians, then back to Hadugast. His tone dipped, low and precise. But Rome, as you've no doubt heard, is no longer as unified as it once was. The Praetorian Guard's loyalties have grown, complicated. Ambitious men in the last decade have used it to serve their own ends. I do not speak of all, of course. But cracks have formed. Cracks I cannot afford to have or rely on. Hadugast's gaze didn't waver. And you believe my people would not be tempted in the same way? I believe your people remember, Gaius said, stepping closer, voice steady but charged with something deeper. You remember the bond once shared. Service not just to an imperator, but to a household, a bloodline. Your people served my ancestor Julius Caesar. Before your disbandment your people served Augustus as he reforged Rome from ash into what it is today. Your loyalty was not bought, it was earned at his side in the fires of war. Passed through generations. That legacy and trust is not easily corrupted. A pause stretched between them, measured and quiet. Rain hissed against the distant stone of the palace roof. Hadugast's pale eyes remained steady on Gaius. You speak of trust, the chieftain said at last. But trust is not something one can merely declare, Caesar. It is earned, in blood, and over time. Gaius inclined his head. I wouldn't insult you by suggesting otherwise. He let the words hang, then stepped forward with renewed purpose. I don't expect blind devotion, Gaius continued. But I know the strength of your traditions, and I respect them. In uncertain times, it is those traditions that endure where politics falters. I could have gone to any number of tribes across the Imperium, many might have served well enough. But I came here for a reason. I'm not asking this of just any tribe, but of former brothers in arms. Trusted guardians from a people who have a long service record of having proven themselves. Hadugast gave a faint nod, neither acceptance nor refusal. Which brings me to the terms of this renewed service. The Batavi fight with discipline. Your cavalry is unmatched. This new guard will travel with me to Britannia, where I intend to wage war to secure Rome's interests. They will serve as my personal bodyguards in that land as well as outriders, messengers, and elite cavalry under my direct command. In return for this service, your warriors will be paid handsomely, equipped as befits their station, and their families and the Batavian tribe will be recognized as true friends of Rome, receiving significant compensation and imperial favor. And what of command? Hadugast asked, his tone flat, betraying nothing. Who shall lead them? My people will not answer to strangers. Gaius met his gaze, unflinching. You will propose 10 men of proven competence and diligence, leaders who command the respect of your warriors. We will then discuss these choices, ensuring they meet the standards required for service. These men will serve as centurions, reporting directly to me. While I respect your tribe's internal structure, the chain of command within my numerous batavrum will follow Roman tradition, clear, firm, and efficient. These centurions will be the bedrock of discipline, the steel spine of your warriors. A heavy silence descended upon the hall, the crackling fire the only sound. Gaius leaned forward, his voice low and resonant. The initial term of service for these 1,000 warriors will be 15 years. Those who serve faithfully will be granted an honorable retirement, and I will personally bestow fertile land in the regions bordering Batavia as reward, land they can pass on to their sons and daughters. Furthermore, those who distinguish themselves through loyalty and skill may remain in service beyond the term, rising within my ranks. Hadugast turned to his warriors, their faces etched with the weight of the decision. A low murmur rippled through the hall, like the rustling of leaves before a storm. After a long moment, Hadugast faced Gaius again, his expression a mask of resolve. 15 years is a lifetime for a warrior, Imperator. But the rewards you offer, they strike a chord. Land for their sons, honor for their names. Adventure across the sea. That is more than the fleeting glory of battle. Your great-grandfather was not so generous. He paused, a flicker of something akin to respect in his eyes. Then, with a slow, deliberate movement, he stood. I accept. 1,000 warriors. 15 years service. We will ride with you from this day forth, to Britannia and beyond. And our loyalty will be proven not in mere words, but in the spilling of blood and the forging of deeds. Gaius rose, the firelight reflecting in his eyes, a predatory gleam. Then let it be sworn. He extended his arm, the gesture a silent challenge. Hadugast met his gaze, the ancient fire of his ancestors burning in his eyes. He clasped Gaius's forearm, the grip firm and unyielding, a bond forged in the heart of the storm. No scroll was signed, no gods invoked. The oath passed between them in the silence, a pact heavier than iron, older than empire. As if responding to an unspoken command, Hadugast's warriors, one by one, knelt, their heads bowed in solemn fealty. The silence was broken only by the soft rustle of their wolf pelts, a sound like the wind whispering through the ancient German forests. They pledged their loyalty not to Rome, but to the house of Caesar, to him. The rain outside had ceased, and a sliver of pale light broke through the clouds, illuminating the wet stones of the courtyard. The Batavi would ride again as the Imperator's chosen, their fate inextricably bound to the destiny of Gaius Caesar. It was a fortunate thing, for that bond would, to the surprise of both men, be tested sooner than either would have expected. As Gaius, though he did not yet know it, would soon find himself in a peril that only the loyalty of these warriors could hope to overcome. Gaius Caesar late August/early September 33 CE. Northern Gaul. Encampment of Legio IX Hispana, 9th Hispanian Legion. The fortress loomed out of the persistent Gallic damp, a testament to Roman engineering and sheer bloody-minded will. Legio IX Hispana resided here, its eagle standard planted firmly in northern Gaul, not far, Gaius knew, from the coastline that stared across the grey, choppy waters of the channel towards the Isle of Britannia. Its stone walls were imposing, the ditches well defined, the timber ramparts formidable even under the bruised, overcast sky. From a distance, it looked every bit the bastion of imperial power it was meant to be, a crucial staging post to project Rome's influence in the region. Yet Gaius, astride his weary horse, felt a familiar cynicism prickle beneath his breastplate. Outward appearances, especially military ones, could be deceiving. He'd learned that lesson painfully already. Decades of relative peace in this sector, punctuated only by minor tribal skirmishes easily handled by auxiliaries, coupled with Tiberius's long, slow retreat into paranoid isolation on Capri, had likely fostered a comfortable complacency. He suspected a rot had spread quietly beneath the eagle standards here, just as he anticipated finding elsewhere across the province. He'd seen enough bureaucracy in his past life, enough institutions maintaining a perfect facade while the core crumbled, to recognize the signs. Rome, it seemed, was no different, merely grander in its potential for failure. The 9th Hispana, their reputation in his fragmented historical memory was mixed, sometimes solid, sometimes questionable. Their performance here, now, would be critical. The outer defenses appear sound, Caesar, Corbulo observed from beside him, his voice a low rumble, his gaze sweeping the walls with the narrowed eyes of professional assessment. Well-sited, standard construction. Minimal erosion visible on the earthworks. Gaius nodded absently, appreciating Corbulo's tactical focus, but his own thoughts were already moving past the stone and timber. Corbulo saw walls and ramparts, Gaius saw the men behind them, the discipline, or lack thereof, that truly mattered. Beside him, Suetonius shifted in his saddle, a faint sigh escaping his lips, perhaps steeling himself for another display of anxious inadequacy from the legion's commander. Gaius had quickly come to learn that his friend rarely suffered fools for long. Behind them, Hadugast rode in stoic silence, his wolf pelt dark with moisture, his pale eyes taking in the Roman fortress with an unreadable intensity. The detachment of Batavian horsemen accompanying them moved with a fluid quietness that contrasted sharply with the occasional clink and tramp of the Praetorians in their surrounding escort. Their presence alone, Gaius noted with satisfaction, continued to cause ripples. Legionary sentries atop the walls stared down, their gazes lingering on the unfamiliar figures of the Germans, a mixture of curiosity, wary respect, and perhaps even fear instilled by the rumors already spreading from Piso's lackluster legion. Good. Let them wonder. Let them see that the Imperator's protection, and his judgment, wasn't solely reliant on men who shared their barracks room gossip. As they passed under the shadow of the main gate, the Porta Praetoria, the anticipated performance began. Legate Aulus Praetorius Nepos stood waiting. He lacked Fabius Piso's sheer bulk and booming delivery, but compensated with an almost frantic energy, a palpable anxiety radiating from him like heat off summer stones. His smile seemed stretched painfully tight across his narrow face, and though slimmer than Piso, his military toga was similarly rich, clearly chosen to impress rather than for practical command on the frontier. He was flanked by the obligatory honor guard, legionaries hastily polished, their helmet crests perhaps brushed a little too vigorously, standing stiffly at attention. Nepos darted forward the moment Gaius dismounted, hands clasped together, his voice slightly high-pitched with nerves. "Hail, Caesar! Welcome, welcome!" Nepos exclaimed, his enthusiasm feeling brittle. "An unparalleled honor for Legio Nona Hispana. Your divine presence graces our humble camp. We trust your journey from the Batavian lands, though surely swift thanks to your imperial vigor, was not overly taxing." He gestured expansively, indicating the swept flagstones and the seemingly orderly entrance area. "We have prepared suitable quarters, refreshments worthy of your station, the men are eager to demonstrate their loyalty and skill for you, Caesar, at your convenience of course." Gaius raised a hand, cutting off the flow of nervous pleasantries with a gesture that was polite yet unmistakably final. He offered a cool, brief smile in return, a mask sliding easily into place. "Legate Nepos. Your welcome is noted." Different legate, same tune, Gaius thought wearily. A man more concerned with appearances than reality. Another product of connections rather than capability, placed here where real strength will soon be desperately needed. Had Tiberius simply stopped caring who commanded his armies? He let his gaze sweep deliberately around the immediate area, ignoring Nepos's implied invitation towards comfort and delay. The honor guard straightened further under his scrutiny. Again, he caught the small imperfections, the hastily wiped grease stain on a greave, the slightly frayed edge of a tarrag on another man's armor. Small things, perhaps, but indicative of a last-minute scramble rather than ingrained readiness. The flagstones were immaculate, yes, but just beyond the formal entranceway, he could see the ground was churned with mud, hinting at less meticulous upkeep elsewhere. The usual sounds and movements he'd expect of a working military camp near the main gate seemed strangely absent. The original Caligula's childhood memories, while faint, provided him with enough information on what a well-run encampment was supposed to look like. His father would have cried in shame if he had lived to see such a sight presented before the Imperator. Another carefully staged presentation. Too much effort hiding things, Gaius thought again, the suspicion hardening into certainty. Always a bad sign. Nepos, momentarily silenced, seemed unsure how to proceed now his prepared script had been interrupted. He hovered with an air of anxious uncertainty. "Your concern for my comfort is appreciated, Legate," Gaius said, his voice even, betraying none of the bone-deep weariness from the days in the saddle, nor the impatience simmering beneath his calm exterior. The thought of a hot bath, of shedding his travel-stained clothes, was a siren call, dangerously tempting. But weakness could not be shown, and control of this visit would not be ceded. "However, my priority is the readiness of this legion. Its fitness for the tasks ahead." He paused, letting the implication hang in the air. "We will begin the inspection immediately." Nepos's forced smile faltered visibly, his eyes widening slightly in alarm. "Now, Caesar? But, the hour is late, the men have completed their duties for the day. Surely, rest is paramount after your exertions? Tomorrow, perhaps, I have arranged a full review, demonstrations." "Tomorrow, Legate Nepos," Gaius interrupted, his voice still quiet but now carrying an unmistakable edge of steel beneath the courtesy, "we may review your prepared demonstrations. Today, I wish to see the reality before us." He turned slightly, meeting Nepos's anxious gaze directly. "Protocol and tradition dictates that the Imperator ensures his legions are prepared to defend Rome's interests, especially those stationed at the very frontier of our ambitions. My refreshment will come from knowing the men entrusted with that duty are fit for purpose." He held Nepos's gaze. "We will begin with the contubernia and the latrines. You will lead the way, Legate." The demand, stark and uncompromising, echoed in the sudden stillness under the gatehouse arch. Barracks and latrines, the unvarnished, unglamorous truth of a legion's daily existence. Not the polished headquarters or the rehearsed drills Nepos clearly hoped would suffice. The color drained slightly from the legate's face. His mouth opened, then closed, a faint choking sound escaping him before he managed a jerky nod, his carefully constructed composure finally beginning to crack. Of course, Caesar. As you command. This way, please. He gestured vaguely down one of the main camp roads, turning with an awkward haste that spoke volumes of his inner turmoil. Nepos' earlier forced enthusiasm visibly curdled into a brittle nervousness, as he reluctantly led them away from the unnaturally tidy area surrounding the Porta Praetoria. His steps seemed reluctant, his gaze flicking constantly towards Gaius as if hoping for a reprieve that clearly wasn't coming. Gaius ignored the legate's palpable anxiety, his own attention fixed on the camp unfolding around them. He deliberately directed Nepos towards a barracks block situated further from the main thoroughfares, one less likely to have received a frantic last-minute tidying. As they walked along the Via Sagularis, the perimeter road inside the rampart, Gaius let his senses drink it all in. Despite the undercurrent of tension, a part of him, the history nerd who still resided somewhere beneath the imperial facade, couldn't help but feel a burning thrill. This wasn't a museum reconstruction, it was the real thing. The smell of wood smoke from distant cook fires mingling with damp earth and something vaguely like stale bread. The sound of hobnailed caligae crunching on gravel, the distant clang of a hammer on metal from the fabrica, the low murmur of Latin spoken in rough, soldierly tones drifting from open doorways. He saw legionaries carrying water buckets, others cleaning equipment with practiced familiarity, their faces weathered, their movements economical. Small, authentic details no modern historian could ever truly capture. It was fascinating, even if the emperor in him was already cataloguing potential issues. Reaching the designated block, Nepos gestured nervously towards the entrance. The air grew heavier as they stepped inside the long, low structure, thick with the smell of damp wool, stale sweat, unwashed bodies, and old leather, the intimate, unvarnished scent of men living in close quarters. Gaius paused inside the dim corridor, letting his eyes adjust. He ignored Nepos's tentative gesture towards the centurion's slightly larger quarters at the end and pointed instead towards a random doorway halfway down. This contubernium, he stated simply. Nepos hesitated for only a fraction of a second before scurrying to push open the rough wooden door. The 8-man room within was cramped, gloomy, and immediately confirmed Gaius's suspicions. He mentally ticked off the standard layout he'd once studied in textbook diagrams, 8 bunks in paired tiers, pegs for gear, but the reality was far from regulation tidiness. Shields and helmets hung haphazardly, some showing dull patches where rust had been hastily scrubbed away, leaving telltale scratches. Bedrolls looked thin and lumpy, smelling faintly mildewed. Gaius ran a hand along a dark patch low on the stone wall, his fingers coming away slick with moisture. He spotted the undeniable scatter of rodent droppings in a shadowed corner near a pile of discarded boot scraps. He even noticed a crude gaming board scratched directly into the wooden frame of a lower bunk, a poignant reminder of the men's attempts at normalcy amidst the grime. Regular maintenance schedules seem lax, legate, Gaius observed mildly, turning his cool gaze on Nepos. Ah, the damp, Caesar! Nepos exclaimed, latching onto the excuse like a drowning man to driftwood. This Gallic climate, truly relentless. It seeps into everything. We fight a constant battle against it. And the men, you know how soldiers can be, despite our best efforts, not always as meticulous about airing their quarters as one might wish. I hope THA. Structural integrity, basic upkeep, and adequate ventilation are command responsibilities, Legate, Corbulo interjected quietly but firmly beside Gaius. His expert eye missed nothing. The condensation suggests poor airflow, and the state of some of this gear, he nodded towards a shield leaning against the wall, its leather edging visibly peeling away, indicates prolonged neglect, not simply climate. Gaius gave a slight nod, acknowledging Corbulo's precise assessment without further comment, the evidence already logged in his mind. He turned and swept out of the room. The latrines, Legate. If Nepos had looked uncomfortable discussing damp walls, he now appeared positively green. He led them, with footsteps that seemed to drag, towards the communal latrine block at the edge of the barracks area. The stench hit them from meters away, a thick, ammoniac fog that spoke volumes before they even saw the source. Gaius paused at the entrance, his historian's curiosity warring momentarily with basic human revulsion. He noted the design, the long stone channel, the theory of running water for flushing, a marvel of Roman practicality. But the reality here was grimly different. The channel was choked and overflowing, crawling with black flies, the runoff drain clearly blocked. The air was thick enough to taste. Gods, no wonder camp fever decimated armies, Gaius thought, accessing fragments of medical knowledge from his other life. Dysentery, typhoid, bred right here in the heart of the camp. Traditional Roman command often in dire times accepted such conditions as an unavoidable hardship, but Gaius saw it as a catastrophic failure of discipline, a direct threat to the legion's fighting strength. Exemplary hygiene, Gaius murmured, the irony sharp enough to draw blood. Nepos swallowed hard, his face pale. Recent heavy rains, Caesar, overwhelmed the drainage systems. And securing sufficient auxiliary labor for these, unpleasant but necessary tasks, has proven exceptionally difficult. Corbulo merely grunted again, a sound eloquent with utter disgust, needing no further words. Their next stop was the combined fabrica and armamentarium, the workshops and equipment stores. Here, the smell changed to charcoal smoke, hot metal, and quenching oil. For a moment, Gaius felt another flicker of fascination, observing the tools laid out near a cold forge, the racks designed to hold shields and spears, the very ordinariness of this essential military industry. The humanity of it all. But the critical inspection quickly overshadowed any academic interest. Racks that should have held neat rows of pilaw had noticeable gaps. Gaius picked up a gladius seemingly at random from a barrel, sighting down the blade. It felt wrong in his hand, poorly balanced, the edge visibly nicked and poorly sharpened. He demanded to see the repair logs and the quartermaster's inventories. Nepos produced papyrus scrolls with a flourish that failed to hide the tremor in his hands. The script was neat, full of meticulous entries, but a quick cross-reference by Corbulo, his finger tracing down lists while his eyes scanned the visible stock, revealed glaring discrepancies almost immediately. Equipment marked as serviceable, stacks of Lorica segmentata plates, showed crude riveting and rust beneath a thin layer of fresh oil. Items listed as present in significant numbers were clearly depleted. Your records appear optimistic, Legate Nepos, Gaius stated flatly, tapping one of the scrolls. Supply lines from Rome have been terribly inconsistent, Caesar, Nepos stammered, sweating freely now despite the cool air. A constant struggle. And some of the local Gallic suppliers, utterly unreliable. Perhaps the quartermaster has been less than diligent in his reports to me. The quartermaster reports to you, Legate, Gaius reminded him softly, picking up a repaired breastplate and pointing to a rivet that was already working loose. And the quality of repairs conducted here seems rushed and substandard. Corbulo pointed wordlessly to a stack of newly recovered shields. The leather work on these replacements is improperly treated, Caesar. It will split and fail after minimal impact in wet conditions. Useless for a campaign. Now that was not what Gaius wanted to hear. From the workshops, they moved to the campus, the vast training field adjacent to the fortress walls. It should have been alive with the ordered activity of cohorts drilling, practicing formations, honing their skills. Instead, it was sparsely populated. A few maniples marched back and forth across the muddy ground with a distinct lack of energy, their movements ragged, their spacing inconsistent. Another small group listlessly practiced sword strokes against wooden posts, their efforts lacking any real force. Several centurions stood watching them, arms crossed, seemingly more interested in conversation amongst themselves than in correcting their men's numerous faults. Gaius's lips thinned. He walked directly towards one of the drilling squads, his boots sinking slightly into the damp turf. The soldiers, initially glancing over with bored indifference at the approaching cluster of officers, began to straighten up, nudging each other. Their eyes widened slightly as they took in the entourage, not just their own nervous Legate Nepos, the Praetorian Guard escort, and most strikingly, the tall, silent figures of the Batavian chieftain and his warriors at Gaius' back. Then their collective gaze settled on him as the central figure, young, yes, younger than most expected the emperor to be, but carrying himself with an aura of absolute, quiet authority that demanded attention. Whispers likely hadn't yet solidified into certain knowledge across the entire frontier, but the context was becoming undeniable. Their own centurion, a stout man whose ornate helmet crest seemed ludicrously out of place amidst the surrounding neglect, finally noticed the approaching imperator. His eyes went wide with sudden panic, and he barked a belated, flustered command, Attentio! Ad signa! The squad scrambled into some semblance of order, their earlier apathy replaced by wide-eyed shock and fear. They knew. Or at least, they strongly suspected who was now standing before them. Gaius ignored the centurion's frantic attempts to present a disciplined front. His gaze swept critically over the men first, their postures still slumped despite the order, their gear showing the same signs of casual neglect seen elsewhere, their faces a mixture of fear and sullenness. Only then did he turn his attention to the officer. He noted, with internal disapproval, that the centurion's own armor was immaculate, polished to a high shine, a stark contrast to the state of his men and their drill. Centurion, Gaius began, his voice calm but carrying easily across the now silent field. The use of the simple rank, without undue ceremony but loaded with expectation, seemed to make the man flinch. The centurion swallowed hard, his face paling visibly now that the dawning realization struck fully. It was him. The emperor. Here. Watching his squad. See Caesar. He stammered, the title forced out. Detail for me, Gaius continued, ignoring the stammer, the weekly training regimen for your century. Specifically, drills focused on broken terrain engagements and countering cavalry charges, skills pertinent to the enemy we may face one day across the water. The pointed reference to Britannia left no doubt. The centurion looked trapped. Under the direct imperial gaze, the usual vague reassurances offered to inspecting tribunes wouldn't suffice. We, we follow the standard drills, Caesar, he repeated, his voice strained, eyes darting nervously towards Nepos as if seeking help that wasn't forthcoming. As prescribed by regulations. Marching, standard formations, weekly weapons practice. He avoided Gaius's eyes, shuffling his feet slightly on the muddy ground. Frequency. Gaius pressed, his voice like ice, cutting through the inadequate response. How many hours per day are dedicated specifically to combat readiness drills? How often are full kit route marches conducted to maintain endurance? The centurion swallowed again, unable to meet the emperor's unwavering stare. Regularly, Caesar, that is, when other duties permit. There have been many fatigue details recently, and weather allowing, of course. His voice trailed off into mumbled excuses. Gaius held the man's gaze for a long, silent moment, letting the inadequacy of the answer hang heavy in the air, the surrounding soldiers rigid with tension. He had seen enough. The evidence was overwhelming, damning. Nepos was shifting from foot to foot nearby, looking increasingly desperate, perhaps preparing another flimsy excuse about essential repairs or troop rotations. Gaius turned away from the centurion and his substandard squad, his face an unreadable mask, but his mind made up. The superficial polish at the gate had hidden a core of neglect, incompetence, and decay. This legion, under its current leadership, was not merely unprepared, it was a liability. A disgrace. Gaius only hoped that the rot had not spread too far, hoped that some of the legions he would find in Gaul were up to snuff. He turned to Nepos, his voice devoid of emotion but carrying the immense weight of imperial authority. Legate Nepos. Assemble your tribunes and all centurions of the first cohort at the Principia. Immediately. Nepos flinched as if struck. He opened his mouth, perhaps a final, desperate plea forming, but seemed to recognize the futility. He gave a jerky, nervous nod, the color completely drained from his face. Yes, yes, Caesar. At once. He turned and practically bolted towards the headquarters building, his haste betraying his terror. Gaius watched him retreat, then exchanged a brief, silent look with Corbulo and Suetonius. It conveyed everything, shared disgust, grim necessity, and the understanding that what came next was unavoidable. Without another word, Gaius began walking purposefully towards the Principia, the heart of the legion, where judgment would finally be rendered. The brief thrill of witnessing living history had long since evaporated, replaced by the cold, hard reality of his duty as Imperator of Rome. The main courtyard of the Principia felt unnaturally quiet, the usual bustle of headquarters staff replaced by a heavy, apprehensive silence. Rain had begun to mist down again, slicking the paving stones and collecting in shallow pools, reflecting the grim grey sky. The assembled officers of Legio IX Hispana stood in tight, uncomfortable ranks, the broad purple stripe of the legion's young senatorial tribune, nervously pleating the fabric of his tunic, the thin gold stripes of the 5 equestrian tribunes, their faces carefully neutral but eyes darting towards their commander, and the hardened, veteran faces of the primus pilus and the senior centurions of the first cohort, men whose discipline held them rigid but whose expressions betrayed deep unease. Their eyes flicked nervously between the pale, visibly sweating figure of Aulus Platorius Nepos and the young imperator who stood before them. Gaius had taken a position near the base of the legionary eagle standard, its polished bronze wings seeming to gather what little light there was. Corbulo stood slightly behind and to his right, a pillar of military rectitude, his hand resting almost casually near the hilt of his gladius. Suetonius was on his left, his expression carefully neutral, though Gaius sensed a flicker of grim satisfaction in his friend's eyes. Suetonius had clearly been thoroughly enjoying watching Nepos squirm, especially since Tom was utterly cloaked in unsavory noble attire. Immediately behind all three of them stood Hutiogast, impassive as carved stone, flanked by 4 of his most formidable Batavian warriors. Clad in mail and leather, their hands never far from their own blades or axes, they formed Gaius's immediate shield, their pale, watchful eyes missing nothing, their foreignness a stark and deliberate statement within the heart of Roman military power. Further out, near the main entrances to the courtyard and under the covered colonnades, stood the Praetorian escort detachment that had travelled with him, disciplined and imposing in their own right, securing the area, but distinctly separate from the emperor's trusted inner circle of protection. The tension in the air was palpable, underscored by this visible hierarchy of trust. Gaius let the silence stretch for a beat longer, his gaze sweeping slowly across the anxious faces before him. Then, he spoke. His voice wasn't loud, but it cut through the damp air with chilling clarity, devoid of heat but weighted with absolute authority. Officers of the 9th Legion, he began. I have spent the past hours inspecting your camp. Not the prepared displays your legate wished to present, but the actual state of readiness of the men under your command. He paused, letting the words sink in. What I found, he continued, his tone level, is not merely unacceptable. It is shameful. He started to list the findings, methodically, clinically, each point landing like a hammer blow in the quiet courtyard. The contubernia are poorly maintained, demonstrably unsanitary, conditions that invite disease and weaken the fighting strength of this legion before it even sees an enemy. The latrine facilities are a disgrace, posing a direct health hazard to every man in this fortress. His eyes flicked towards Nepos, who seemed to shrink slightly under the direct gaze. Your legate attributes this to climate and the perceived untidiness of soldiers. I attribute it to a failure of basic command oversight and discipline. Gaius continued, ticking off the points as if prosecuting a case. Inspection of the fabrica and armamentarium revealed equipment in poor repair, substandard maintenance, and clear evidence of falsified inventory records designed to conceal these deficiencies. Weapons vital for campaign, for the very survival of your men, have been neglected. He recounted Nepos's inadequate excuses regarding supply lines and local contractors. Blame, Legate Nepos, flows downwards only when leadership fails at the top. His gaze moved to the senior centurions, whose faces remained impassive but whose eyes reflected understanding. The drills observed on the campus were perfunctory, lacking intensity and focus. Some of you appeared disengaged. Your men displayed little of the sharpness or vigor required of a Roman legion tasked with defending such a vital province. When questioned, some centurions could not adequately detail training relevant to the specific challenges we may face in future campaigns. He finally focused his full attention back on Aulus Platorius Nepos, who looked ready to collapse. Throughout this inspection, Legate, you offered excuses, deflections, and misinformation. You attempted to present a facade of readiness that crumbled under the briefest scrutiny. You have demonstrated, Gaius stated, his voice dropping slightly, making each word distinct, a profound lack of diligence, a neglect of your duties, and a failure to ensure the well-being and fighting capability of the men entrusted to your command. These soldiers wear the eagle of Rome, Legate, they are my soldiers, and you have abused the trust placed in you to lead them. Nepos suddenly found his voice, desperation lending it a high, reedy pitch. Caesar. Imperator, I implore you. My family, the Platorii, we have connections, influence in the Senate, surely this can be overlooked. Influence you can use for your ambitions. These issues, they are temporary setbacks. Perhaps some junior officers have been lax, I admit, I will discipline them fiercely. Give me but a short time, Caesar, a few weeks, and I swear on my honor, this legion will shine brighter than Apollo himself. My devotion to you is absolute, my... Gaius cut him off with an almost indifferent wave of his hand. Your family connections do not excuse negligence that risks the lives of Roman soldiers and the success of Roman arms, Nepos. Command responsibility is not transferable downwards when it is convenient. And loyalty, Gaius's voice hardened perceptibly, is demonstrated through competent action and honest reporting, not through fawning words or appeals to influence. You represent the complacency fostered by years of imperial neglect. That time has expired. He straightened, his voice ringing with finality in the sudden, absolute silence. Aulus Platorius Nepos, you are hereby relieved of command of Legio IX Hispana, effective immediately. A collective sharp intake of breath was audible from the assembled officers. Nepos swayed on his feet, his face utterly ashen, disbelief warring with terror in his eyes. You will relinquish your command seal and legionary standard to the primus pilus, Gaius continued, specifying the consequences clearly, leaving no room for doubt or appeal. The punishment needed to be severe enough to be a deterrent, but Gaius felt no need for immediate execution, social and political ruin would suffice enough, and send a clearer message about competence versus instigating mere plotting. You will return to Rome under escort by detachment of the Praetorian Guard. There, you may explain your legion's deficiencies to the Senate. I shall ensure they are, fully briefed on my findings beforehand. The implication was clear, Nepos's career was over, public disgrace awaited him. Your name will be struck from the active command roster. This legion requires leadership capable of preparing it for war. You have proven you are not that leader. He paused, letting the weight of the sentence settle. Your failure directly impacts this legion's fitness to successfully conduct campaigns in the future and constitutes a dereliction of the duty owed to Rome and to your imperator. The silence that followed was profound, broken only by the soft drumming of rain. The officers stood frozen, faces a mixture of shock, disbelief, and perhaps, in some veteran eyes, a carefully masked relief. The message was brutal and clear, the old ways of relying on connections and status, so prevalent under the absentee Tiberius, were over. Competence and readiness were now the only currency that mattered in Gaius Caesar's armies. Aulus Platorius Nepos seemed to crumple inwards. The forced enthusiasm, the anxious smiles, the appeals to status, all stripped away, leaving only a broken, terrified man facing ruin. He opened his mouth, perhaps for one last, desperate plea, but no sound emerged. Two Praetorian guards stepped forward silently at an almost imperceptible signal from Gaius. They flanked Nepos, their expressions impassive. Without protest, looking utterly defeated, Nepos allowed himself to be led away from the assembled officers, his fine toga dragging slightly on the wet stones. Gaius watched him go, his own expression unreadable. Internally, however, there was no regret, no flicker of sentimentality for the man's fate. Nepos was merely a symptom of the disease, the rod of complacency, incompetence, and entitlement that threatened the army, threatened Rome, and so in turn threatened him and his family. Any such threats needed to be expunged with haste. Removing him was necessary surgery, unpleasant perhaps, but vital. He felt a cold satisfaction, the same feeling a detective might get finally fitting a piece of evidence into place. This was power in this era, direct, consequential, often brutal. He noted the fear in the eyes of the remaining officers, the way they avoided his gaze. Good. Fear could be useful, if tempered with the promise of reward for merit. They needed to understand the rules had changed. The silence left by Aulus Platorius Nepos' ignominious departure was thick and heavy, broken only by the soft hiss of the returning rain against the stone flags. The remaining officers of Legio IX Hispana stood rigidly, their faces ranging from stunned neutrality to poorly concealed apprehension. They were adrift, their commander gone, the Imperator's displeasure made manifest like a thunderclap. Their own futures hung precariously in the balance. Gaius let his gaze travel deliberately across each man, the young, uncertain senatorial tribune, looking utterly out of his depth, the equestrian tribunes, their expressions now calculating the shifting winds of power, the hard-bitten senior centurions, their faces masks of professional discipline, though their eyes held a new, sharp wariness. This legion, Gaius finally stated, his voice cutting through the tension, cold and clear, is currently unworthy of its eagle. Its condition is a direct reflection of the failed leadership you have just witnessed. He paused, letting the harsh assessment land with brutal force. That changes. Now. His gaze shifted, locking onto the stern figure standing slightly behind him. Legate Gnaeus Domitius Corbulo. Corbulo met Gaius' stare directly, unflinching. A ripple of surprise went through the assembled officers of the Ninth. Corbulo was part of the emperor's personal entourage, one of the men newly elevated, not attached to their disgraced commander. Those in senatorial circles would have potentially heard of him as a rising star amongst the younger generation. I promoted you, Corbulo, Gaius continued, his voice resonating in the courtyard, because I require commanders of proven capability and unwavering resolve for the tasks ahead. The state of this legion is unacceptable, yet its position here, facing the northern sea, is crucial. He gestured slightly towards the assembled officers of the Ninth. Therefore, effective immediately, I place Legio Nona Hispana under your command. You are its new legate. Another wave of shock passed through the Roman officers. Promoting the grim Primus Pilus would have been a message about merit, placing one of his own hand-picked, trusted legates directly in command was a far more profound statement, a sign of direct imperial intervention and immense expectation. Gaius saw Corbulo's eyes widen almost imperceptibly before settling into grim determination. He gave a single, sharp nod. Caesar. I accept the charge. Gaius then looked towards the Primus Pilus Macer, who had braced himself when Corbulo was named. Primus Pilus Macer. Your reputation for diligence under difficult command has been noted. You will serve as legate Corbulo's Praefectus Castrorum, his right hand in restoring this legion's discipline and honor. See that you justify my faith in you. In time I hope you show me that you have potential for even greater heights. Macer snapped a salute, a flicker of fierce pride replacing the earlier wariness. You may wonder at this urgency, Gaius swept his gaze across all the officers now, this intolerance for failure. His voice took on a new intensity, the tone shifting from judgment to proclamation. It is because Rome faces new challenges, new opportunities. For too long, under my predecessors' seclusion, we have allowed insults to fester, borders to be tested, Roman honor to be slighted. He stepped forward, his voice ringing with purpose. The tribes of Britannia grow bolder. They raid our allies in Gaul. They interfere with our trade. There are whispers they shelter fugitives from Roman justice, enemies of the state. They believe the Northern Ocean protects them, that Rome lacks the will to cross those waters. His voice dripped with contempt. They are mistaken. He paused, letting the impact build. My great ancestor, the divine Julius, was the first to set foot on that misty isle. He showed them the reach of Roman arms. But his work was left unfinished. Gaius's eyes gleamed with ambition. I intend to complete it. Within the year, Roman legions will cross the Oceanus Britannicus. We will bring Britannia fully under the wing of the Roman eagle, silencing their provocations and adding a new, rich province to our glorious empire. A murmur went through the officers, excitement, apprehension, disbelief. An invasion of Britannia, a campaign of legend, fraught with peril but promising immense glory. The way they looked at him seemed to change almost immediately to man, as a glint of new respect radiated out from their eyes. That was what Gaius was doing this for. Such a look would only grow more inflamed if he managed to make this upcoming campaign, and those that would come after it, something special to remember. There will be glory enough for all who prove worthy. Gaius declared, his voice rising, trying to emulate the cadence of the great orators he'd studied in another lifetime. Land for veterans in fertile new territory. Riches beyond counting from the island's mines and fields. The gratitude of Rome, and the personal favor of your imperator. He let them savor the promises, appealing directly to their ambitions. He then focused his gaze specifically on the officers of the 9th Hispana again, his expression hardening. This legion, he said, his voice dropping slightly but losing none of its intensity, bears a name known to history. The 9th has served Rome across the breadth of its lands. He let the implication hang, a history that, in his own knowledge, included hardship and perhaps even disaster on that very island. Under the command of Legate Corbulo, I expect the 9th to carve a new history, one of unmatched discipline and unparalleled glory in the conquest of Britannia. He leaned forward slightly, his voice becoming a low, dangerous warning. But that place is not guaranteed. It must be earned. Starting today. Meet the standards Legate Corbulo will set. Train relentlessly. Purge the rot of complacency. Prove your worth in sweat and discipline now, and you will cross the channel to claim your share of the glory. Fail, his gaze swept over them like a winter wind, remain lax, cling to the comfortable decay you have wallowed in, and you will be left behind. You will guard muddy ditches and dilapidated walls here in Gaul, forgotten, while other legions, perhaps legions yet unformed, earn the honors, the land, the glory, and the riches that you forfeited through your own weakness. The threat was stark, brutal, and utterly believable. He turned to his newly appointed commander. Legate Corbulo, your immediate task is clear. Purge the rot. Restore discipline. Instill readiness. Implement the standards I expect, absolute cleanliness, relentless drilling, meticulous attention to equipment. Implement some new innovations I outline for you. I want this legion honed sharper than a blade's edge. Report directly to me on your progress. Show me the 9th Hispana is worthy of the eagle it carries and the campaign to come. It will be done, Caesar, Corbulo replied, his voice hard as granite. Gaius gave a final, sharp nod to Corbulo and the assembled officers, his expression leaving no doubt as to his resolve. Then, without waiting for further ceremony, he turned. Suetonius. His friend fell into step beside him. Hadugast and the Batavian guardsmen moved fluidly from the shadows, forming their protective escort. The Praetorians guarding the exits snapped to attention. Gaius strode purposefully back towards the Porta Praetoria, leaving the stunned, newly restructured command of Legio 9 Hispana to grapple with the swift, brutal reality of their imperator's expectations and the sudden, daunting prospect of war across the sea. As he walked away from the Principia, the crunch of his escort's boots on the wet gravel the only sound, Gaius allowed himself a moment of internal reflection. The dismissal of Nepos was harsh, yes. It would send tremors through the established aristocratic networks that still held sway in the Senate and officer corps. There was risk in alienating them, risk in placing Corbulo, a stern meritocrat, over men of higher birth. But the alternative, leading neglected, poorly led legions into a difficult campaign, was a far greater risk. Corbulo would have a year to prove he was the mighty general the history books had spoken of. Tiberius's long neglect had allowed weakness to fester. It had to be cut out, cauterized, before it infected the entire army. Britannia would be a test, not just of Roman arms, but of his own ability to command, to reform, to truly impose his will on the world. His survival, the success of his plans, perhaps even the future stability of the empire he now inexplicably ruled, depended on having an army that was sharp, disciplined, and loyal to him. The gauntlet had been thrown down. Now, he would see who was worthy to pick it up. They soon neared the Porta Praetoria, the main gate through which they had entered what felt like hours ago. The immediate tension of the confrontation had eased slightly, replaced by the low murmur of the column preparing to move out. Gaius let out a long, quiet breath he hadn't realized he was holding, the rigid lines of his posture softening almost imperceptibly. He slowed his pace slightly, allowing Suetonius to draw fully alongside him, slightly ahead of the main guard contingent. He glanced sideways at his friend, a flicker of hoping to project something less imperial, more human, in his eyes. He lowered his voice, keeping it pitched for Suetonius alone. Well? He asked, a wry twist to his lips. How did I do, Suetonius? Convincing enough tyrant for you today. Suetonius shot him a wide grin, his dark eyes dancing with amusement. Tyrant? Hardly, Gaius. More like an over-earnest Greek tutor taking a very large, very sharp switch to some exceedingly lazy pupils. He chuckled softly. Though you certainly terrified Nepos out of his expensive sandals. Impressive performance. For a moment there, he added, leaning closer conspiratorially, I thought even stern Corbulo might crack a smile. Or perhaps it was just indigestion. Gaius snorted, rolling his eyes, and aimed a light, open-handed slap towards Suetonius's shoulder in mock annoyance. Suetonius, anticipating the move from long familiarity, dodged it with practiced ease, laughing outright now. Careful, Caesar, Suetonius teased, lest you strike your loyal legate. Think of the scandal. Before Gaius could retort, Suetonius slung a companionable arm around his shoulders, a gesture of startling intimacy that would have horrified any formal courtier observing them. All right, he said, his tone lightening further. You made your point loud and clear. The ninth won't be forgetting today anytime soon. So, he gave Gaius a light squeeze with one hand while the other pointed out dramatically towards the horizon. Where does the imperial whirlwind strike next? Which poor, unsuspecting legion gets the pleasure of your company tomorrow? Gaius shook his head and allowed the familiar contact for a moment, a brief respite, before gently but firmly removing Suetonius's arm. The seriousness returned to his eyes, though perhaps tempered now with a hint of their shared understanding. Prepare yourself, my friend, he said quietly, his gaze shifting towards the open gate and the rain-washed road beyond. His voice regained its edge of command. The road ahead is long, and our work has only just begun. Emerging from the fortress gate, Gaius paused for a moment, his gaze lifting from the immediate confines of the camp towards that road leading onwards through Gaul. The next legion awaited. Word of today's events, the dismissal, the promotion, the announcement of war, would undoubtedly precede him, carried on the wind like sparks from a fire. Let it. He was ready for the next challenge. To prove one's worth. Gaius Caesar, late September 33 CE. Gaul, port town of, modern Boulogne. The taste of salt hung heavy in the air, a welcome change from the familiar road dust Gaius had been breathing for what felt like an age. Nearly 3 weeks had passed since their departure from the fortress of the 9th Hispanian Legion, now being reforged under Corbulo's demanding presence. Their reduced column had traveled steadily southwest, leaving the deep northern forests behind for the windswept coastal plains bordering what he knew as the English Channel, but to his contemporaries it was the Oceanus Britannicus. Now, the port town of Gazoriacum lay before them, sprawling around a natural harbour where the river Liana met the choppy grey waters of the channel. It was immediately different from the inland towns or stark legionary camps he'd so far travelled through. The tang of brine, seaweed, and drying fish overlaid the usual smells of wood smoke and humanity. Gulls wheeled and cried overhead, their calls almost drowning out the distant clang of hammers from what looked like naval yards near the harbour mouth. Timber-framed Gallic houses clustered thickly in the lower town near the quays, while more substantial Roman administrative buildings and villas occupied the higher ground overlooking the port. Fortifications, likely improved since Julius Caesar's day, commanded the headlands. This was not just a town, it was a vital military and commercial gateway, the closest major harbour linking Gaul to the mysterious island looming, unseen for now, beyond the horizon. As Gaius and his immediate entourage, Suetonius, Hadugast's ever-present Batavians, and the Praetorian cavalry, rode through the main gate, the temporary legionary cohort accompanying them detached to establish their camp on suitable ground outside the town proper. The local reaction was less a stunned silence and more a wary, sea-tested curiosity. Fishermen paused mending nets, merchants ceased haggling over amphorae of wine or stacks of British tin, dockworkers halted their loading, all eyes turning to the imperial procession. The presence of Caesar here, so far west, was clearly unexpected and significant. Waiting to receive them in the small forum near the harbour were the town's duoviri, the pair of annually elected officials who served as the chief magistrates responsible for local justice and administration in Gazoriacum. They were accompanied by a stern-looking Roman official. Gaius guessed was the port prefect, his bearing suggesting military discipline applied to maritime affairs. The duoviri, likely prominent local merchants or landowners elevated to civic duty, looked understandably flustered by the unannounced arrival of the imperator himself. Their formal Latin welcome was delivered with nervous deference rather than polished sycophancy. Gaius returned their greetings with curt politeness, his gaze already sweeping over the harbour, noting the mix of Roman galleys, fishing vessels, and heavier merchant ships riding at anchor. His mind was already calculating logistics, naval capacity, and potential embarkation points. He swiftly requisitioned a large villa situated on the higher ground, its windows offering a commanding view of the port and the grey expanse of the channel beyond. Once inside, the villa decently appointed with serviceable mosaics and sturdy furniture, likely belonging to a wealthy ship owner or administrator, Gaius dismissed the local officials with instructions to arrange supplies and await further summons. He walked directly to a large window facing west, Suetonius following silently. He stood there for a long moment, gazing out over the bustling harbour, the protective moles extending into the water, and beyond them, the restless sea stretching towards the horizon. Britannia. On clearer days, he knew, its white cliffs were said to be visible. Today only mist and grey water met his eyes, but the objective felt closer, more tangible, than ever before. This harbour, these waters, this was the threshold of his first great enterprise. Do you plan on brooding over the waves all day, Gaius? Suetonius remarked quietly beside him, a hint of familiar amusement in his tone. Planning your grand Britannic entrance, or just admiring how profoundly grey Gaul can manage to be on an autumn afternoon? Gaius turned from the window, a faint smile acknowledging the jest before his expression settled back into pragmatic focus. Administration first, Suetonius, he replied, the brief moment of contemplation firmly over. Always administration first. He mentally ticked off the list. I need the ranking curator for this district, the port prefect, the 3 wealthiest shipowners resident in the town, find out who they all are, and 2 senior representatives from the Morini chieftains whose lands border this coast. See to it they attend me here in 3 hours' time. Find reliable messengers from the cohort with haste. Suetonius swiftly made a note on a personal wax tablet. Consider it done. The summons shall be dispatched without delay. He looked up, a hopeful glint entering his eye. Once the messengers are on their way, will you require my immediate presence further before the council convenes? Gaius considered for a moment, glancing at the pile of reports demanding his own attention. No, he conceded. Once the summons are sent, I won't need you again until the attendees assemble. You are free until then, Suetonius. Feel free to attend to your personal affairs. Suetonius beamed, the relief palpable as he tucked the tablet away. Excellent. This bracing sea air certainly sharpens the appetite. He straightened his tunic with a subtle but unmistakable swagger. For investigating the intricacies of local Gallic customs firsthand. I observed several rather welcoming smiles near the oyster market on our way in that demand further diplomatic inquiry. Gaius couldn't help but roll his eyes, though a smile tugged at his lips. Must you live up to your reputation every time we set foot in a new town, Suetonius? You will have to settle down eventually. Suetonius laughed, unrepentant. Ah. But someday is not today. Besides, someone must uphold Roman traditions of cultural exchange, my friend. Life is too short for endless administration. I doubt there's a woman out there who could bring me to heel anyway. He clapped Gaius lightly on the shoulder. We both know, a single word from you and you could have the acknowledged beauties of Gazoriacum competing to ease your imperial burdens for the duration of our stay. Gaius shook his head again, turning firmly back to the scrolls spread across the table. Business before pleasure, Suetonius. Britannia awaits, and it won't be conquered by chasing fishermen's daughters. Ensure those summons are delivered accurately before you pursue your cultural exchange. Accuracy guaranteed, Caesar. Suetonius replied with a cheerful, mock salute. Consider them summoned. And with that, he strode out of the room with a purposeful stride, clearly intent first on dispatching the messengers efficiently, and then on making the most of his few hours of liberty. Gaius watched him go with a mix of exasperation and fond amusement, before letting out a quiet sigh and refocusing entirely on the complex task of preparing for war. The meeting with the local powers was crucial. He needed ships, supplies, and above all else compliance. Within 3 hours, the main reception room of the villa hosted the diverse gathering Gaius had requested. The attendees filed in, their demeanor a study in contrasts. First came the Romans, Tiberius Claudius Pollio, the port prefect, his face weathered like old timber from years perhaps spent at sea before taking this administrative post, his bearing upright and stern, beside him Lucius Vettius Niger, the district curator responsible for finances, looking pale and clutching a bundle of scrolls defensively. Then came the shipowners, 3 men whose heavy woolen cloaks couldn't quite hide their calculating eyes or the confidence born of wealth derived from the unpredictable sea. Finally, the Morini representatives, cast Icos, an elder with deep lines edged around wary eyes, wrapped in a dark, functional cloak, saying little, and Acco, younger, restless, his brightly checked Gallic cloak marking him out, his gaze darting around the Roman villa with open curiosity. Hadugast and several Batavians stood near Gaius, their silent presence adding an additional layer of scrutiny to the proceedings, while Praetorians remained posted at the doors. Gaius took his seat at the head of the table, gesturing for the others to be seated. He wasted no time. You all know why I am here, he stated, his voice calm but resonant, immediately commanding attention. Rome prepares to cross the ocean. Gazoriacum is the designated linchpin for this operation. Success demands total coordination and unwavering support from every man, Roman and Morini, in this territory. He addressed the port prefect first. Prefect Pollio. Your assessment? Can this harbor sustain the assembly and launch of a major invasion fleet? I speak not just of mooring space, but repair facilities, provisioning access, security. Pollio met Gaius's gaze directly. Caesar, the harbor is adequate, one of the best on this coast. Mooring is sufficient for current naval detachments and considerable merchant traffic. However, supporting multiple legions and their transport simultaneously. He paused, choosing his words carefully. Repair facilities are basic, suited for routine maintenance, not large-scale refitting or construction. The existing naval stores are meager. Then they must be expanded, Gaius stated flatly. Significantly. I intend not only to requisition suitable vessels but also to commission the construction of new transports and specialized landing craft here, in Gazoriacum. Can your shipyards, with imperial resources provided, handle such a task? He saw a flicker of surprise, perhaps alarm, in Pollio's eyes at the scale suggested. What skilled labor, shipwrights, rope makers, sail makers are available locally? What quantity of seasoned timber can be sourced quickly? These are the questions I will need answered before the sun sets on the morrow. He didn't wait for an immediate answer, adding, Furthermore, this harbor requires a proper beacon to guide our fleet day and night, regardless of weather. I envision a great pharos, built on the western cliff. A vital navigational aid. Your office will provide full logistical support for its construction, starting immediately. Before Pollio could formulate a response to the enormity of these pronouncements, Gaius turned his sharp gaze to the nervous curator. Niger. The prefect speaks of resources. The legions marching here, the fleet being assembled, the workers building this lighthouse, they will require vast quantities of grain, fodder, timber, iron. Your reports suggest current granary capacity is barely sufficient for the existing garrison and town needs. Correct. Niger swallowed, clutching his scrolls tighter. Why yes, Caesar. Provincial yields have been adequate, but requisitions on the scale needed for multiple legions, it will strain resources considerably. Tax revenues are stable but insufficient for this undertaking without careful management, Gaius finished for him. I require a detailed survey within 3 days, existing grain reserves, projected harvest yields from the surrounding territories, available timber stands suitable for shipbuilding and construction, sources of charcoal for forges. And, his voice became steel, your plan to secure these resources efficiently and fairly, ensuring the locals are compensated properly where required, so that desperation does not breed unrest. I will not have our preparations undermined by bureaucratic incompetence or petty corruption leading to local disturbances. He then addressed the 3 shipowners, who had been listening intently, their expressions unreadable. Gentlemen, your fortunes are made upon these waters. Now, your imperator requires your expertise and your hulls. He singled out the oldest, a man named Volusinus according to the notes Suetonius had provided. Master Volusinus. Speak plainly. What is the true state of seaworthy tonnage available for charter or imperial purchase in this port? I need sturdy vessels capable of carrying horses, wagons, siege engines across the channel. Barges for supplies. Experienced crews and pilots who know the Britannic tides. Volusinus met Gaius's gaze steadily. Caesar, ships suitable for open sea crossing with heavy cargo are not as numerous as fishing smacks. Some are currently under contract, others require repairs. Contracts can be renegotiated, or overridden by imperial decree, Gaius interjected. Repairs will be expedited at the expanded yards under Prefect Pollio's supervision. I expect a full, honest inventory of all suitable vessels, yours and those belonging to any associates, within 2 days. Rome will pay generous, fair rates for reliable service and swift turnaround. His voice hardened subtly. But let me be crystal clear. Any attempt to hide capacity, inflate prices excessively, or obstruct this vital preparation, his gaze swept over all 3 impassive faces, will be deemed treason against the Roman people and their imperator. The consequences will be severe. Finally, he turned his attention to the 2 Morini representatives, Caligula the elder and Acco the younger. He adopted a slightly more formal, respectful tone, acknowledging their tribal standing. Chieftains. Your people dwell by the sea is in your blood. You know its moods, its dangers, and the shores opposite better than any Roman. He let that acknowledgement settle before stating his needs. Rome requires auxiliaries from the Morini. Not just warriors, but men skilled with boats, men who can navigate these coastal waters, men who can fight ashore after landing from the sea. Select your best and those who are eager for glory and adventure. He leaned forward slightly. Furthermore, the legions will soon march through your coastal lands towards this embarkation point. I expect safe passage, guides if needed, and fair access to supplies sourced from your territory, for which, again, fair compensation will be paid. He held their gaze. Your cooperation ensures the continued prosperity and Roman protection your tribe enjoys. Now, tell me what you know of the enemy. His voice sharpened. What troubles have the Britons brought to your shores recently? What villages have suffered raids? Have your fishermen seen warships gathering across the water, or unusual activity along the White Cliffs? What whispers come back with the traders regarding the mood among the southern Britannic tribes? Speak freely. Rome needs intelligence to justify what course of action to take and plan its campaign. He watched them closely as they responded. Caligula, the elder, spoke cautiously, confirming occasional past incidents of piracy attributed to Britons but downplaying any recent, major organized aggression. He spoke, much like the Bellovaci elder before, of the strain additional Roman demands would place on their resources and the fear of attracting direct Briton retaliation against their vulnerable coastal settlements if they were seen to aid Rome too openly. Acco, the younger envoy, however, seemed eager to impress. He spoke rapidly, detailing recent small boat skirmishes, boasting of Morini bravery, offering vivid, and possibly exaggerated, accounts of feuding Britannic warlords and coastal forts ripe for the taking. He painted a picture of a divided, aggressive enemy practically inviting Roman intervention. Gaius listened intently to both, probing their statements, assessing their credibility. Caligula, the wary pragmatist concerned with his people's immediate safety. Acco, the restless opportunist, perhaps seeing personal advantage in aligning closely with Rome's ambitions. He needed the caution of the first tempered by the potential usefulness of the second, while ensuring the Morini as a whole remained compliant, their crucial coastal knowledge and manpower secured for his cause. Finally, satisfied he had gleaned the necessary initial intelligence, laid out his demands clearly, and assessed the key players in Gazoriacum, Gaius rose, signaling the meeting's end. "Your input has been valuable," he stated coolly. He gave specific, immediate tasks: Pollio to begin compiling lists of all available seaworthy shipping and to draft plans for shipyard expansion and lighthouse support, Niger to produce the resource survey within 2 days, the shipowners to provide detailed inventories of their vessels and experienced crews. To the Morini leaders, he offered a formal nod. Provide Prefect Pollio with a list of potential candidates for the coastal auxiliary cohorts within the week. Continue gathering any intelligence from across the water and report it immediately. Your continued loyalty and full cooperation will be noted and rewarded generously upon our victory in Britannia. Ensure your people understand the importance of this campaign to the future prosperity and security of all of Gaul under Roman protection. You are dismissed." The diverse delegation filed out, leaving behind a palpable sense of the Imperator's sharp focus and unwavering purpose. They likely felt a mixture of things, Gaius suspected, impressed by his grasp of practical affairs, perhaps unnerved by his directness and the sheer scale of his demands, but left with absolutely no doubt about what was expected of them. He had been more strict than he preferred during such meetings, but there could be no room left for doubt of his high expectations of them. Gaius watched them go, then turned towards the scrolls and dispatch spread across the table. Paperwork Gaius feared would be what did him in the end. The following morning dawned grey and blustery, the wind whipping in off the channel carrying the scent of salt and damp sand. Before heading out to observe the town's activities and the ongoing efforts to raise troops, Gaius sat alone for a few moments in the main room of the villa, sorting through personal dispatches that had arrived late the previous night. Among the official reports was a smaller, more carefully rolled papyrus tied with a simple ribbon, a joint letter from Gemellus and Drusilla. His expression softened as he unfurled it. Gemellus's youthful, slightly uneven script filled the top half. "Dearest father, Philin says my recitation improves, and I nearly beat Livilla at Trigon, ball game, last night. She claims I cheated. Grandmother Antonia ensures we are well, though she complains constantly about the damp air affecting her joints. Drusilla helped me choose a new puppy, a small grey one that looks like a wolf cub. I have named him Lupus in honor of brave soldiers like you. Would you please bring us back pearls and other treasures from Gaul? Please be careful. Your loving son, Tiberius Gemellus Caesar." Below Gemellus's writing, Drusilla's elegant Greek letters flowed. "My dearest brother, your son is thriving, though he spends far too much time worrying about that puppy getting underfoot. Antonia fusses, Livilla chases butterflies, and Agrippina keeps her ears open, the usual state of affairs. I suspect she has managed to seduce one of her own maids, the poor woman incapable of escaping her mistress' charms. Rome misses its Caesar, even if some in the Senate pretends otherwise. Do not let those dreary Gauls or thoughts of those misty islands keep you over long. Return soon. With deepest affection, your sister, Drusilla." A genuine smile touched Gaius' lips, a rare unguarded moment. Gemellus's earnest enthusiasm, Drusilla's warm affection laced with typical sharpness about their siblings, it was a vital connection to the life, the family, that awaited him back in Rome, the very future he was fighting to secure. He carefully rerolled the precious papyrus, the warmth lingering even as he rose and donned the mantle of emperor once more. Later that morning found him back in the bustling forum of Gazoriacum. The recruitment drive for the legions continued near the basilica steps, much as it had the previous day. The banners, the eagle and the 9th Hispanus bore, flapped listlessly in the sea breeze. Centurion Decimus, a veteran conquisitor, oversaw the process with grim efficiency, examining potential volunteers with a practiced eye. A handful of hopefuls waited, shifting nervously, while a larger crowd of onlookers observed with detached curiosity. Gaius stood near a colonnade with Suetonius, watching the slow process. A young man, broad-shouldered but clearly nervous, was having his height checked. Another, older and tougher looking, grimaced as Decimus pried open his mouth to inspect his teeth. Questions were curt: citizenship? Age? Previous service? Any lingering injuries? It was functional, but utterly uninspired. They need numbers, Gaius thought impatiently. Thousands. For Britannia, for replacing losses, for garrisons. This trickle won't do. He surveyed the busy port town around him, the ships in the harbor, the flow of trade. This place needs to be more than just a departure point, it needs to be a beacon. His gaze drifted towards the high cliffs overlooking the harbor entrance. A proper pharos, he decided instantly. A great lighthouse, taller than any on this coast, perhaps even rivaling Alexandria's. To guide the fleet, to proclaim Roman power across the waves, visible all the way to Britannia itself. He made a mental note to discuss it with Hero and the engineers later, another vast undertaking for the coming months. But immediate needs pressed. He beckoned Centurion Decimus over. Centurion. The numbers remain underwhelming. Decimus saluted stiffly. We process all suitable candidates who present themselves, Caesar. Then we must persuade more suitable candidates to present themselves, Gaius retorted. He turned to Suetonius and Decimus. Are there notices posted, clearly outlining the rewards? Not vague promises, but specifics. Decimus hesitated. The standard terms are explained upon enlistment, Caesar. Not good enough, Gaius cut him off. People need to see the prize before they commit to the race. I want large alba, whitened boards, painted immediately. Use clear, bold lettering. Detail the annual pay. The viaticum paid today. A retirement pay of 12,000 sesterces at the end of their service. And land. Stress the land grants in Britannia, fertile fields, a veteran's reward. And the spoils of war. Appeal to their ambition, their desire for security, their greed even. Not just duty. He gestured towards the banners. And we need a better symbol. Paint an eagle, wings spread, lightning in its talons, soaring west across waves towards an island silhouette. Simple. Powerful. The centurion looked slightly stunned by the detailed, almost mercantile instructions, but nodded. It shall be done, Caesar. Gaius looked from the centurion back to the passive crowd. Boards would take time. He needed an impact now. Words on wood are slow, he said decisively. Sometimes, only the imperator's voice suffices. He strode towards the basilica steps, signaling his guards. The praetorians cleared a space, while the Batavians formed their immediate, watchful cordon around him as he ascended slightly, turning to face the forum. The background hum of the town quietened as hundreds of eyes turned towards him, curiosity piqued. Gaius let the silence settle, then began to speak, his voice carrying clearly across the square, amplified by the stone backdrop. Men of Gazoriacum. Romans. Loyal Gauls. He called out. You see the eagle here today, calling for service. Some of you watch, considering. You weigh the risks, the hardships. But do you truly comprehend the opportunity? He paused, sweeping his gaze over them. Less than a century past, the divine Julius Caesar stood near this very shore. He dared what none had before, he crossed the Oceanus. He faced the warriors of Britannia, fierce and strange, and he showed them the power of Rome. He opened that island to history. His voice gained intensity. But Britannia remains untamed. Its tribes raid our shores. They disrupt our trade. They shelter our enemies. They grow insolent behind their sea wall, mocking Roman patience. Shall we tolerate this? Shall we allow the work of Caesar to remain unfinished? A low murmur answered him no. I say no. Gaius declared. I, your imperator, will personally lead our legions across those waters. We will finish what Julius Caesar started. We will bring Britannia into the light of Roman civilization. And for those who march with me, the rewards will be legendary. He leaned forward slightly. Think not just of duty, but of fortune. The spoils of a wealthy island await the brave, gold, silver, slaves. Think of land. Fertile fields in a new province, yours to keep, enough to secure your family for generations. Think of the glory. To serve in the legions that conquered Britannia. Your names will be remembered for all time. He made eye contact with individuals in the crowd. Under my command, every soldier's service will be honored. No veteran will be forgotten. No reward will be withheld. I lead from the front. I share the risks, and you will share the rewards. This I swear, by Jupiter Optimus Maximus. He raised his voice to a clarion call. Who has Roman blood, or the loyalty of Rome, in their veins? Who seeks a fortune to match their courage? Who desires land and honor that will last beyond their lifetime? Who will answer the call across the sea? Step forward now. Take the eagle's oath. Claim your imperator's bounty. Enlist for Britannia. For Rome. For glory. For Caesar. The reaction was immediate and volcanic. A roar went up from the crowd, drowning out the cry of the gulls. Men surged forward, shoving aside onlookers, their faces alight with a fervor utterly absent just moments before. Young Roman citizens from the town, eager for adventure and status, tough-looking Gallic fishermen and farmers from the coast, seeing a path to citizenship and wealth, even some older men, perhaps veterans themselves, caught up in the tide of enthusiasm and martial pride. The recruitment tables were instantly swamped. Centurion Decimus and his fellow conquistadors, utterly overwhelmed, bellowed for order, desperately trying to process the sudden, clamoring flood of volunteers. Gaius watched the scene from the steps, a cool, calculating satisfaction behind his impassive imperial mask. He saw the raw emotions driving them: greed, ambition, patriotism, desperation, the simple allure of a grand adventure under a charismatic leader. A powerful brew, he thought. Needs careful channeling, but this will build an army. His modern grasp of direct appeal and benefit-driven persuasion had translated perfectly. A humorous paradox, such a speech was inspired by the many famous world leaders and conquerors yet to come, and yet in this timeline they very well may be inspired now by him. Evening settled over Gazoriacum, the damp chill of the coast rolling in with the tide, muffling the sounds from the harbour below. Within the requisitioned villa, oil lamps cast flickering pools of light across a sturdy table. Stacks of scrolls awaited attention, testament to the relentless demands of an empire governed on the move. The exuberant chaos of the forum recruitment drive, still echoing with the energy Gaius himself had injected, felt a world away now, replaced by the focused quiet of administrative paperwork. Gaius sat hunched over a set of particularly intricate papyrus scrolls, their fine quality and precise Greek script marking them as having travelled by swift courier from Hero in Rome. Suetonius sat nearby, meticulously tallying the preliminary figures from the day's unexpectedly successful enlistment, while two scribes sat poised in a corner, ready for dictation. Gaius traced a finger over Hero's elegant diagrams. The signal system concept he'd given the inventor, born from fragmented memories, had been seized upon with Hero's characteristic genius. Intricate drawings depicted interlocking shutters, counterweights, and polished bronze mirrors designed to flash coded messages using sunlight or lamplight. Breathtaking Hellenistic engineering, pushing known limits. Yet, Hero's accompanying report detailed the practical hurdles with frustrating clarity. Tests had confirmed Gaius's fears: fog and rain rendered mirrors useless, complex bronze mechanisms were vulnerable to grit and harsh conditions, the sophisticated codes initially proposed required highly skilled, literate operators impractical for widespread military use. Hero, with polite deference, implicitly questioned if reliability shouldn't outweigh complexity for the planned campaigns. Exactly, Gaius thought, a grim satisfaction mixing with admiration. Hero had proven the concept viable under perfect conditions but had run squarely into the limitations of first-century technology. Simpler is better for war. He pushed the intricate schematics aside, grabbing a spare papyrus and sketching rapidly with charcoal: larger, robust wooden shutters, simpler levers, acoustic backups. "Scribe," he called out to Hero of Alexandria. "Your report has been received. Excellent work translating the concept into functional mechanisms. Your ingenuity continues to impress me, my dear friend. However," he paused to collect his thoughts, "for military deployment in Gaul and Britannia, our priorities must now shift." He dictated swiftly: first, prioritize robust, simplified wooden shutter designs to ensure reliability in the field. Second, develop standardized and powerful horn signals, cornua and tubi, using easily memorized, repeating blast codes for critical commands such as enemy sighted, advance, and retreat. These will serve as essential backups during poor weather. Third, simplify the visual codes for initial field use. Focus on conveying only the most essential tactical messages. Continue development of the mirror relay system for permanent, fixed communication links between major cities, where conditions permit. But remember, Hero, your imperator requires solutions fit for war, by Iunius next year. Prioritize accordingly and continue your vital work. Having addressed long-range communication, he turned to Suetonius. "Suetonius, tomorrow I want you to find me the best local engineers, Roman or Gallic, skill is all that matters, and artisans in bronze and timber. Requisition materials. I want a prototype tower built on that northern hill overlooking the harbor approach, based on Hero's simpler shutter designs. I want to see firsthand the challenges Hero faced, test line of sight range in this climate, and begin training operators on basic codes immediately. Oversee it personally, Suetonius. We need results before winter fully sets in." Suetonius absorbed the orders, nodding. "Understood, Gaius. A practical field test is wise. I'd rather we thoroughly test out these ideas of yours here before we stake our lives on them." Gaius acknowledged the assent with a brief nod, already reaching for the next set of scrolls, intelligence reports from Britannia. His expression grew more intent as he scanned the decoded messages, compiled from Batavian coastal scouts and other Roman agents. Tidal rips near Cantium, treacherous sandbanks, the growing power of Q. Nobelinus of the Cato Velloni, his pressure on Verica's Atrebates. "Verica is squeezed," Gaius murmured. "If Q. Nobelinus provides the main opposition, perhaps Verica sees us as the lesser evil? An alliance, or at least ensuring his non-interference by offering protection, could be crucial after we establish a beachhead near Rutopia. Courting one barbarian against another is always risky, Gaius," Suetonius cautioned, looking up from his tallies. "But, as much as I hate to trust any of them, it may be necessary. Securing local allies, or at least preventing a unified front, could make all the difference in those first critical weeks ashore for us." Their planning was interrupted by the arrival of another imperial courier from Rome, announced by the Praetorian Guard outside. The man was ushered in, road-weary but carrying the authority of the capital. Gaius took the offered dispatch pouches, broke the seals, and scanned the contents quickly, his face betraying little emotion. The news was the now familiar cocktail of reassurance and simmering threat. Macro's power was clearly waning as cohorts dispersed, but he was still meeting discreetly with resentful senators, fanning discontent about the Britannia campaign's cost and Gaius's methods. The viper still lurks, Gaius thought darkly. Ennia's coded message was another exercise in frustrating ambiguity, pledges of loyalty tangled with complaints of being watched, hinting at knowledge she couldn't yet share. It reeked of desperation. And, inevitably, the formal dispatch forwarded via Antonia, urging him to secure the succession through marriage and having a child before embarking on war, complete with the usual list of politically expedient brides. Gaius tossed that scroll onto the table with a sigh of irritation. One conquest at a time. He pushed the Roman dispatches away, mentally compartmentalizing. Britannia first. He called over a scribe. Take this down. Reply to Senators Piso and Sealer, maintain close observation of the prefect Macro's contacts. Report any concrete evidence of conspiracy immediately. Avoid provocation. Ensure the dispersal of designated Praetorian cohorts across Italy continues. He paused. Regarding the matter of succession, convey my assurance that this vital concern has my full attention, to be addressed formally upon my return from touring the province. He deliberately omitted any reply to Ennia. The scribe finished noting the dictation. The courier was summoned again, given the reply sealed with Gaius's personal sigil ring, and dispatched back towards Rome, another thread amongst countless others sent spinning across the vast web of the empire. Gaius watched the courier depart, the heavy door closing with quiet finality, leaving him momentarily alone with Suetonius and his ever-present Batavian guards amidst the maps and scrolls. He stood, stretching aching muscles, the lamplight casting his silhouette long against the wall maps. He felt the immense, crushing weight of the empire pressing in. He ran a hand over his face, suddenly feeling the deep fatigue of the long day, the travel, the local politics, the recruitment drive, the constant stream of dispatches. Enough for now, I think, he said, his voice weary. Dismiss the scribes, Suetonius. Perhaps that local wine isn't entirely undrinkable after all. Suetonius nodded, relieved perhaps to see Gaius taking a moment's pause from the relentless drive. He gave the quiet signal, and the scribes gratefully gathered their materials and departed. Gaius sank back into his chair, reaching for an empty goblet just as Suetonius returned from seeing the scribes out, a self-satisfied smirk firmly in place. Undrinkable? Far from it, Gaius. Suetonius declared cheerfully, pouring a generous measure from a nearby amphora into 2 goblets. This Gallic vintage has a certain, robust charm. Almost as charming, he added, handing Gaius a goblet and raising his own with a twinkle in his eye, as that fiery-haired weaver near the harbour I spent a most educational hour with this afternoon. Remarkable dexterity with her hands, truly. He took a long, appreciative drink. Gaius accepted the wine, swirling it, a weary but amused expression on his face. He didn't need to say anything for Suetonius to know what he was thinking. A wise commander learns the terrain in all its aspects, Gaius. Suetonius retorted with a grin. Besides, you should allow yourself similar comforts. All this brooding over maps and Macro's machinations will furrow that imperial brow permanently. Gods forbid such a brooding expression transfers to your coinage. A pretty smile, a shared cup of wine, it puts the world back into perspective, doesn't it? Gaius considered, taking a slow sip of the wine. It was surprisingly decent, sharp, and fruity. The constant pressure, the weight of decisions, a simple, human respite felt undeniably appealing. He sighed. Perhaps you have a point. Some counterbalance to endless administration is necessary. He gave Suetonius a wry look. Though my methods might involve less enthusiastic investigation of the local weaving techniques. An idea sparked, a way to combine relaxation with relationship building. He glanced towards the shadowed doorway where Hutiogast stood sentinel, ever watchful. Show trust. Build rapport beyond mere duty. Hutiogast. He called out, his voice clear. The towering Batavian chieftain turned his head, his pale eyes questioning in the dim light. Enough standing watch for tonight, Gaius gestured towards an empty couch near the table. Join us. Share this wine. Perhaps you can offer some genuine insight into the northern character, something to balance Suetonius's highly specific research. Hutiogast hesitated for only a fraction of a second, perhaps surprised by the informal invitation into the Imperator's private leisure. Then, giving a single, almost imperceptible nod, he stepped fully into the room, moving with his usual quiet purpose. Suetonius, looking slightly surprised himself but recovering quickly, poured a third goblet and offered it to the chieftain, who accepted it with murmured thanks in his accented Latin. Hutiogast took the offered seat, his imposing presence filling the space, his usual stern vigilance relaxing fractionally as he settled onto the Roman furniture, looking slightly out of place yet entirely self-possessed. Gaius leaned back in his chair, taking another sip of wine, deliberately pushing aside the maps and reports in his mind. So, Hadugast, he prompted, a genuine curiosity entering his tone. Suetonius finds the local women accommodating. Tell us, are the women of the Batavi likely to be swayed by a Roman legate's charms? A rare, faint smile touched the chieftain's lips as Suetonius sputtered a mock protest. Batavian women, Caesar, Hadugast replied slowly, his voice a low rumble, value strength and straight speaking more than fine words or Roman titles. A man must prove his worth. Ah, a challenge then. Suetonius declared dramatically, raising his goblet. And so, as the three men shared wine and began, cautiously at first, then with growing ease, to exchange stories and banter late into the Gallic night, an imperator deliberately seeking respite and connection, a legate eager to boast and be amused, a chieftain slowly, carefully accepting fellowship, the threads of conspiracy continued to spin unseen in distant Rome. Closer still, perhaps even within the villa's shadowed corners, other watchers waited, their purpose far darker. Shadows gathered unnoticed, nursing a cold, sharp hunger that awaited only the perfect moment, the single lapse in vigilance, to strike down the imperator of Rome. For context, this one shot is canon to the main story and is essentially a flashback to July 1 where Gaius and his uncle Claudius took over as consuls of Rome, something I haven't explicitly mentioned since the first Senate meeting chapter. This was meant to be in the chapters set just before Gaius left for Gaul, but I never found a good place to put it and eventually wanted to move the plot forward, so scrapped it. But considering how important it is, I thought I'd redo it and include it via this canon omake. After reading it, I'd also appreciate anyone willing to give their thoughts if they'd appreciate or want more omacs like this that are shorter 1-2k words but flesh out the story, specific characters, and world beyond the main plot. There's a lot more that could be included in the main plot, but it would slow the pacing to a potential crawl. Just food for thought. Other omacs ideas I've had are listed at the end of the chapter. Canon omake, A. Fuller's view of the new consuls. Decimus Valerius Corvus. City of Rome. Calends of Iulius, July 1, 33 CE. The pre-dawn chill did little to cut through the ammoniac fog that perpetually clung to Decimus Valerius Corvus's workshop. Even before the first grey light filtered through the high, narrow openings of the Fullo-Nica, his family's cloth cleaning and finishing establishment, Decimus was awake, his joints protesting as he swung his legs off the simple pallet in the small sleeping chamber adjoining the work area. Another day, another mountain of greasy, sweat-stained woolen cloth waiting to be transformed into something respectable enough for a toga or tunic. Gods, he hated the smell. 30 years working as a fuller, inheriting the business from his father, and he still gagged sometimes when the stench from the steeping vats caught him unawares. He splashed cold water on his face from a basin, the shock chasing away the last vestiges of sleep. Down below in the main workshop, he could already hear the familiar slosh and thump. His son, Gnaeus, likely prodded awake by his mother, had started the day's treading alongside their two slaves, Statius and Philemon. Decimus pulled on a rough, stained tunic, already smelling faintly of lanolin and fuller's earth, and descended the narrow wooden steps. The main floor of the Fullo-Nica was a damp, steamy chaos of stone vats sunk into the floor, wooden racks for drying cloth, and heavy screw presses used for finishing. In the largest vats, Gnaeus and the slaves stood thigh-deep, rhythmically stomping and kneading bundles of raw woolen cloth immersed in a murky mixture of water, alkaline fuller's earth, and stale urine collected diligently from the public latrines nearby, the most effective, if stomach-churning, degreasing agent available. Gnaeus, nearly 16 now and possessing more muscle than sense, stomped with youthful energy, splashing grime onto the surrounding flagstones. "Mind the floor, boy," Decimus grumbled, his voice rough with sleep. "And less splashing, more kneading. That batch from the Sabines is thick with grease." Gnaeus grunted an acknowledgement, not slowing his pace. Decimus sighed. The boy worked hard enough, he supposed, but lacked the meticulous care needed for the finer points of the trade. He'd need it, especially now. The past few months had been lean. The financial panic that had gripped Rome since the start of the year had hit weavers and cloth merchants hard. Several of Decimus's regular clients had delayed payments or reduced orders. The price of good quality fuller's earth from Campania had crept up, while the wool coming in from the countryside seemed poorer, likely shepherds cutting corners themselves. "Is that breakfast ready, Portia?" Decimus called towards the small kitchen area partitioned off at the back. His wife appeared in the doorway, wiping her hands on her apron, her expression already set in its usual lines of weary disapproval. "It's ready when it's ready, Decimus. Same as every morning. More pressing is whether that shipment of Spanish wool Master Fabatus promised will actually arrive today, or if his creditors have finally caught up with him like they did poor old Manlius." Decimus winced inwardly. Manlius, a weaver from across the Tiber, had owed Decimus a significant sum. Last month, word came he'd been found dead in an alley, with most suspecting he had been beaten by debt collectors who had turned vicious when the banks seized up. The gangs had run rampant during the worst of the panic. "Fabatus assured me the wool is secured, Portia. He paid up front, remember. Promises are cheap, Portia sniffed, turning back to the sizzling sound coming from her hearth. Unlike the grain prices. And Anya needing a dowry within the year. Decimus rubbed his temples. Anya. Their daughter, barely 14, already attracting glances. A good dowry was essential for a decent match, one that wouldn't see her ending up as drudge wife to some brute in the suburb. But saving denarii, the silver coins that formed the backbone of daily commerce, felt like trying to catch water in a sieve these days. He thought back to April. The young imperator, Gaius Caesar, beloved Germanicus's son, had finally arrived in Rome from the island of Capri just as the city felt ready to boil over. Decimus had heard the stories, the near riot outside the Senate, Gaius Caesar stepping in personally, promising action. And he had acted, surprisingly swiftly for someone barely out of boyhood. The huge cash distribution, 150 sesterces. A substantial sum, worth nearly 40 denarii, had been a godsend. It had allowed Decimus to pay off a pressing debt for dye supplies and bought a few weeks of breathing room for countless families across the city. People had cheered Gaius in the streets then, hailed him as their long-awaited savior. Give a man enough to see the next sunrise and he would fall faster than an arrow to kiss your feet, or so Decimus' father had always said. But the deeper problems remained. The complex financial reforms their new imperator had apparently pushed through the Senate back in April. Decimus didn't pretend to understand them fully. Were they truly working yet? Trade seemed a little freer now, that was easy enough to see, and the initial panic had subsided, but prices for essentials were still stubbornly high, credit almost impossible for small tradesmen like himself to secure. And now, after that initial flurry and Tiberius Caesar's grand funeral, the talk was all of the imperator planning to leave the city again, heading off to Gaul to prepare some ambitious campaign against the Britons. More expense, surely, more requisitions draining resources from Italia. Was he truly focused on Rome's recovery, or was he just another young Caesar eager for military glory, like his father before him? Germanicus's legacy bought the young imperator immense goodwill, Decimus knew, but goodwill didn't pay for fuller's earth or secure a daughter's future. He stepped outside the workshop entrance for a breath of relatively cleaner air, leaning against the doorframe. The Transtiberum district, the bustling, often rough neighborhood across the Tiber River, was stirring. Smoke rose from neighboring tenements as families lit morning cook fires. A baker's cart rumbled past on the uneven street, its owner shouting his wares. Two neighbors were already engaged in a loud argument over shared washing lines. The familiar, chaotic energy of Rome waking up. He saw a public crier further down the lane, preparing to nail a freshly painted album, a whitened board used for official announcements, to a wall. Probably some new edict or market regulation. He overheard two men passing by, their conversation drifting on the morning air. Calends of Quintilis today. First day of the month. New consuls take office, the first said, spitting onto the cobblestones. Aye, the other replied, adjusting the sack on his shoulder. Though it's hardly an election, is it? Everyone knows Germanicus's boy takes one seat. Pointless ceremony. True enough, the first man conceded. The real question is who sits beside him? Some say his brother Drusus, if he's fit. The second man scoffed. Fit? Haven't you heard? Wasting away since Tiberius locked him up. Poison, my sisters say, or just starved near to death. More likely it'll be one of his father's old allies. Start rekindling old ties, et. Decimus nodded grimly to himself as the men moved on, their cynical speculation echoing his own thoughts. New consuls, yes, but the choice seemed preordained, a matter of palace intrigue rather than genuine selection. Galba and Sulla Felix had finished their term yesterday. Who replaced them likely mattered little to the daily grind of a fuller in Transtiberum, beyond the imperator solidifying his grip. Unless, of course, they decided to meddle with taxes or trade regulations again. He sighed, the weight of the day settling upon him. Time to get back to the vats. He turned back into the pungent warmth of the Philo-Nica, the political heart of Rome feeling worlds away, yet its decisions subtly shaping every aspect of his precarious existence. Later that day, the relentless rhythm of the Philo-Nica finally releasing him after the midday meal, Decimus left Gnaeus and the slaves to manage the rinsing cycles. He needed supplies, more soda ash was essential, and perhaps some sulfur if the price hadn't climbed further since the panic, and decided the bustling markets near the Forum Boreum, the city's ancient cattle market down by the river, offered the best chance. Leaving the narrow, shadowed lanes of Transtiberum behind, he crossed the ancient Pons Sublicius, the old wooden bridge groaning under the weight of carts and foot traffic, and entered the louder, more chaotic world bordering the Tiber proper. The air here was thick with different smells, the sharp tang of cattle dung from the nearby market pens, river mud exposed by the tide, smoke from countless cheap cookshops, the sweat of laborers hauling sacks from barges tied along the quays. Decimus navigated the throng, dodging overloaded donkeys and ignoring the pleas of beggars displaying gruesome sores, more numerous now, he thought, than before the crisis. He overheard snippets of conversation, arguments over docking fees, gossip about the latest chariot race results, complaints about the price of lamp oil, and inevitably, talk of the city's recent troubles and the new imperator. With how he'd arrived in the city, one would think Jupiter himself had deigned the Romans with his presence. Decimus passed several individuals or families kneeling at altars, the name of Gaius on their lips. That riot back last month, one man grumbled to another, leaning against a stack of amphorae. My cousin's shop near the Basilica Julia got looted clean. All because those damned senators couldn't keep their mouths shut and Macro let his praetorian dogs run wild. His companion spat. Tiberius would have let Macro get away with it too, just like he let Sejanus bleed us dry. Let's hope young Gaius has more spine. Needs to put that prefect and the Senate both on a shorter leash, if you ask me. Decimus listened silently while haggling for his soda ash, securing a price only marginally higher than pre-crisis levels. Perhaps things are slowly improving, he allowed himself to think. The sentiment seemed common, hope that Gaius, Germanicus's son, would be stronger, fairer, than Tiberius had been, especially regarding the overbearing praetorians and their prefect. Hefting the sack onto his shoulder, he turned away and noticed a larger than usual crowd gathered near the arch of Janus Quadrifrons, clustered around a newly posted album. Official announcements always drew attention, a source of news, rumor, and potential worry. Curiosity overcoming his desire to get back to the workshop, Decimus drifted closer, finding a spot where he could hear over the general market din. A man with the clear, slightly pompous diction of a minor official enjoying the spotlight was reading the notice aloud. And therefore, by decree of the Senate and people of Rome, as of these calends of Quintilis, the first day of this month, the esteemed Lucius Livius Ocella Sulpicius Galba and Lucius Cornelius Sulla Felix having completed their term with honor, the consuls suffecti, those appointed to serve the remainder of the year, are. The reader paused, milking the moment, scanning the expectant faces. Gaius Caesar Augustus Germanicus Pius. A wave of vocal approval surged through the crowd, louder and more immediate than mere murmurs. As expected. Someone shouted. Good. About time. Another voice added emphatically. Nods were vigorous. Decimus remembered the palpable relief, the sheer gratitude that had swept through neighborhoods like his own in response to the imperator acting so swiftly to deal with the crisis. The thought of anyone else taking the lead now likely seemed absurd, almost insulting, to many. He had solved the problem Tiberius ignored, he should hold the reins. Decimus found himself nodding along, a grudging agreement solidifying. After the fear and uncertainty of the past months, the feeling that someone strong and decisive was properly in charge, holding the highest office, felt necessary, almost like a return to normalcy after Tiberius's long, neglectful reign from Capri. The Senate too had proven that without a strong man to lead them that they were all but useless. How many had pleaded with them for aid, pleaded for any kind of solution, and at every turn they had merely shelved the problem for later. The reader cleared his throat, regaining the crowd's attention, and continued, his voice dropping slightly as if bracing for the reaction, and his co consul shall be Tiberius Claudius Nero Germanicus. A split second of stunned silence descended, so profound that Decimus could suddenly hear the distant bleating of goats again. Then the reaction exploded, not with approval, but with bewildered sputtering, quickly escalating into open disbelief and waves of derisive laughter that echoed off the surrounding buildings. Claudius! Someone near Decimus exclaimed, incredulous, turning to stare at his neighbors as if they might have misheard. That Claudius? Old Antonia's stuttering fool. Gods alive, has Caesar gone mad? Is this some kind of jest? Another voice chimed in, laced with cruel amusement. Maybe after the Senate let the city nearly starve, Gaius figured he needed a colleague who wouldn't dare argue or scheme behind his back while he's outside the city, a cynical voice grumbled nearby, drawing harsh laughter and nods of agreement from those who remembered the recent crisis vividly. Can't trust those greedy old men in the curia further than you can throw them, fat pigs the lot of them. Announcer! Shouted a rough voice from the back. Are you sure you read that right? Not Drusus? Not some other old friend of his father Germanicus? The official reader, flustered now, tapped the board firmly. The name is clearly written. Tiberius Claudius Nero Germanicus. Appointed consul alongside the imperator. Decimus frowned deeply, perplexed. He hadn't even considered Claudius as a possibility. Germanicus's brother, yes, but always the afterthought, the family embarrassment shuffled out of sight due to his physical afflictions, well-known limp, the infamous stammer, the rumors that he suffered an occasional head tremor, and his reputation as a bookish recluse utterly unsuited for the demands of public life. Compared to the other members of Caesar's family, it was easy for the public to forget that Claudius even existed at times. Why elevate him now, to the highest office in Rome, as colleague to the dynamic, popular young imperator? He listened to the crowd buzzing with mockery and speculation. Claudius was a puppet, Claudius was a joke, Gaius was thumbing his nose at the Senate. Decimus, a man accustomed to the practicalities of mixing lye and scrubbing stains, found the complex political reasoning baffling. Maybe it was just that simple. Gaius wanted someone who wouldn't cause trouble? Or maybe it was some imperial family matter beyond his understanding. It felt profoundly odd, almost comical, pairing the vigorous young emperor with his awkward, retiring uncle. It just proved, Decimus thought again, that Gaius Caesar was just one of those few men that stood out amongst the rest, that were ones to do things their own way. He hefted his sack of soda ash, the weight a familiar grounding sensation. Gaius Caesar and Tiberius Claudius. A man barely 20, cheered by the crowds, paired with his ridiculed uncle. Strange days indeed. Decimus shook his head, turning away from the notice board and the lingering, laughing crowd. He walked back towards the bridge, leaving the noise of the forum behind. The gossip would fill the city for days, he was sure, echoing through the bathhouses and taverns. But what difference did it make to him, truly? Would Claudius being consul lower the price of sulfur? Would it make the Spanish wool arrive any faster from Master Fabatus? Would it magically instill more care into Aeneas when he was treading fine linen? No. His own life, the pungent realities of the Nica, the constant worry over Annia's dowry, the need to keep food on the table and the workshop running, these were the things that mattered, the things that filled his days and nights. Imperators and consuls, likely or unlikely pairings, were distant figures whose grand decisions trickled down in unpredictable ways, like rainwater finding cracks in a roof. Let the gods and the Caesars sort out the governance of the world, Decimus had cloth waiting to be bleached, pressed, and delivered. He quickened his pace across the Pons Sublicius, eager to get back to the familiar stink and steam of his workshop, the strange political news already fading behind the more pressing, tangible concerns of his own more meager existence. Thanks for reading. Some canon make ideas, these are all things that I'd like to give time to but might slow down the main plot too much to be included in regular chapters. Gemellus, heir apparent. Two-shot we follow Gemellus navigating palace life, his growth and relationship with his relatives in the palace, and how he reacts to the potential news of danger to his new father, Gaius. More Caesar family-orientated stuff. Germanicus, echoes on the Rhine, flashback witness Germanicus's inspiring leadership and military skills firsthand through the eyes of a younger Lucius Marcellus during a key moment in Germania. Put a face to the legend. Some badass action I've been workshopping in my head. Artabanus II, whispers from the west, Parthian POV observe the Parthian king Artabanus II and his court reacting to Tiberius's death and calculating the potential threat or weakness of the new emperor Gaius. Claudius, the unexpected consul, companion Omake experience the shock, awkwardness and quiet determination of Claudius on the first few days he is left as the sole consul in Rome as Gaius leaves for Gaul. Corbulo, cleaning out the stables, see Corbulo whip the disgraced 9th Hispana into shape as he immediately begins imposing harsh discipline to forge them into a fighting force worthy of Gaius's coming campaign. For those who want to see an Omake of Corbulo whipping a legion into shape. Hero in his calculations, join the brilliant inventor Hero in Alexandria as he tackles the immense engineering challenges presented by Gaius's ambitious ideas and desings. If you want to see a deeper look into the uplift plans that Gaius has set in motion upon his departure both grand and small. Non-canon Omake ideas. Gaius Caesar a servant of Rome, fate crossover summoned into a holy grail war, Gaius manifests as a rider-class servant, wielding imperial authority, memories of both his lives, and even command over a phantom legion, he is forced to navigate the bizarre rules and powerful figures of the Nasu-verse. Forbidden fruit, a Julio Claudian affair, taboo path exploration fueled by the intoxicating proximity of power, Gaius succumbs to forbidden desires, engaging in a passionate, mutually seductive affair with each of his sisters, consequences be damned as their blood runs hot, blurring the lines between right and wrong, and stepping closer to the scandalous legacy of his historical counterpart. Caligula's ghost, plagued by fever or exhaustion, Gaius is haunted by the mocking spectre of the historical Caligula, tempting him towards the tyranny he seeks to avoid.